aggressive mid-range decks, and especially because of that Cosmetics return, as I've mentioned. Of course, Mengucci has done a great job of putting Arthur off of red mana this game. So the Cosmetics return is not really a relevant factor. But something that Mengucci can do then is if Arthur does not have access to the Cosmetics return, if you go wide enough, it might be too tough for the big Eldrazi to deal with, because they're only going to play a couple of creatures each turn. And so if you have a swarm of cats, which is what Mengucci is about to make, like just so many like cats and Pyromancer tokens, like if everything resolves here, right, he will at end of turn make, I think, 6 cats and like 6 more Pyromancers, like something like that, right? Because the Pride will make a cat and then double it, so it becomes 2 cats, and then also double the number of Pyromancer, like elementals. So like he'll make 2 of those each, and then the second Pride will see that 4 elementals have entered the battlefield and also make another cat. So yeah, end of turn here, Mengucci will make 12 tokens if everything resolves, and like Arthur's life total is not that high, so that could definitely be a danger point here. But of course, this Emrakul might help him out a little bit.
And it looks like we're back to the game. So it looks like Mango has the 2 cards there. So.
Yeah, so it seems like he did get to draw the cards. And this is a Cosmetics return, that is a Cosmetics command that is cast probably in response to the Ocelot Pride triggers, or maybe trying to... No, so he's making Eldrazi spawn and drawing cards, so he's not dealing with one of the Prides. That might have been a good thing for Arthur to consider, because making 12 tokens at end of turn is just so much to deal with. But it's possible that this Emrakul by itself will be enough. Alternatively, if he can set up so he can find a red source and a Cosmetics return, I think he actually has the mana to do everything. So both cast the return and then also cast the Emrakul, and that will definitely seal the game. But he's only scrying 4 here, so it's not that likely that you get to see all the things you need. And actually Arthur says, nope, none of this is what I need. I need to find red source, I need to find Cosmetics return. Let's see if my draw step plus the card of return can help me here. And so, yeah, we see here Mengucci resolving the trigger here, making 2 cats, 4 elementals, and then the second trigger, adding 4 more elementals and 4 more cats to the battlefield.
So many cats, and I guess this is why this deck plays Goblin Bombardment, right? To just start sacrificing everything and finishing the game.
That would actually be the worst card that Andrea could draw here, is Goblin Bombardment. Because he's about to get Emrakul'd, yes, Arthur could just use that bombardment to like make Andrea sacrifice his entire board, dealing damage to himself. So honestly, it might have even not been an advantage to draw those cards off the Seasoned Pyromancer, because it brings you closer to that Goblin Bombardment.
That's true. I didn't even think about it, but that would be very interesting to see for sure. And yeah, Goblin Bombardment, another great card. As you said, these deck borrows took 3 bans already, but still being the aggro choice here for the weekend. And yeah, probably going to be one of the most played decks.
You see what he... Arthur chopped the Cosmetics return and Wooded Foothills. So he's able to play both out here, and he can sweep up this huge board, and then also still... I think he can still play an Emrakul as well, right? So he has 5, 6... plus 5, so that's 11 mana. Yeah, he has 11 mana. It's exactly enough to play a 3 mana Cosmetics return and an 8 mana Emrakul.
Oh, wow. Look at that board now. Completely gone.
That was brutal. Of course, Andreas counting the number of energy. He got a lot of triggers from that Gyarasaurus last turn. Ragavan does get to survive this, but it does not get to survive the Emrakul being cast right now.
That was quite the play there for Arthur.
Unless Arthur is actually able to cast the Emrakul. He has 2 mana floating. Yeah, he has exactly 8 mana. And
how many different card types in the graveyard?
I think he has land, creature, sorcery, enchantment, instant, kindred from the... He actually has like 6 different card types. So Emrakul is only 7 mana. Or even 6 mana, I think, because you also artifact in the graveyard. So you don't actually even need to tap your UGEMS Labyrinth, which means that he gets to keep, gets to get back that Devourer of Destiny next turn. And so we see Andrea here. He's sacrificing the treasure so that Arthur can't, like, do that to him. And he is...
I think he exerted the...
Oh, he used the treasure to exert that arena so that Arthur can't do it on that turn, which means when Andrea gets his next turn, the arena will be available again. So that's a pretty heads-up play.
You can always dash the Ragavan. It's legendary, then attack, block with the...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So right now, what Arthur can do is get rid of that Ragavan in hand due to Legend Rule, and get rid of the one in play due to just attacking into that huge Emrakul. And then we'll see like how Andrea can manage from there.
Yeah, looks like that's exactly the play. Attacking there, blocking.
Of course, this is what is happening when Emrakul, the Aeon's, the Promised End, is being cast here, controlling the battlefield, like controlling all of Andrea's actions here. It looks pretty funny from the outside, seeing Arthur play with Andrea's cards, making him make incredibly stupid decisions. But
looks like the arena maybe was not exerted, because now it comes back up.
No, so it was exerted at the end of Arthur's turn.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So now back, and we have Flage there as well.
So yeah, the Gyro Souls into Flage, and actually this Flage will put Arthur down to 4 life. Once it's being escaped here with haste, that'll actually be another 3+3 damage. So Arthur is very much not out of it yet. He needs to draw something that can gain him life or somehow get rid of this Flage, and it seems like that's actually not in the cards for him right now.
Wow, and the Emrakul is not enough.
Mm-hmm.
Just shows how resilient this Boros Energy deck also is.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's just not enough to like deal with the Flage. Usually, like this Boros Energy deck, it can go wide, do this impressive aggressive stuff, but then it also has this like long game longevity of Flage combined with Arena of Glory. So, right now, Arthur's really like trying to figure out, can you do anything? You can bring back this World Breaker, and if you have the resources, you will be able to kill off that Arena of Glory, which actually will save you maybe even the possibility for Andrea to get back that Flage in the first place, but also at least give it haste, which does let you survive. And the World Breaker does have reach, so he can even block the Gyro Souls, but it seems like Arthur was just, I think it was just a single mana short of bringing back Worldbreaker and playing it. That is 10 mana total, but yeah, it wasn't quite enough to do that. And has to scoop up the cards here. Losing to this hasty Flage from Andrea Mengucci after resolving Emrakul. That was impressive.
What a game. Very impressive, as you said. I thought Arthur had it after taking control of Andrea's Mengucci turn, but Andrea also playing very well around it, and overall a very interesting game. What do you think post-sideboard we might see changes? Maybe if we can get the players' deck lists so we can see what sideboard options they might have. We can also take a look here. So I see, for example, from Mengucci's side on Boros Energy, and also they can look at each other's deck list because it's an open deck list tournament, so they have the chance to see what are you playing in a sideboard, let me change it, and we have right now there on the screen as well, you can see.
Oh yeah, Mengucci's sideboard, yeah, that is perfect, yeah. So, Mengu does have access to some answers to the big Eldrazi in the Chain to the Rocks, which I'm not even sure he will want, because the Chain to the Rocks is quite vulnerable to the land destruction aspect of this Eldrazi deck. There is Worldbreaker, and there is the Sowing Mycospawn, which can also kick to destroy a land. Then he has, like, obviously the Stony Silences, the Ghostly Vacuums, like, all these things are not very interesting for him. He might bring in Wear Tear just to deal with some of the ramp pieces, like Utopia Sprawl and Talismans, but that's not very effective either. So his biggest card really in his sideboard is that Obsidian Charmor and maybe the Blood Moon.
Also a card that now that you don't have Giganta as your companion, you can run in your deck. I mean, it already was running in the sideboard, right? You would just take Giganta out and then put it in the
Yeah, some lists
sideboard.
were definitely running that. It's not that big of a deal. We see here from Arthur running the fourth Kozilek's Return available here. Maybe boarding into Engineered Explosives, maybe leaving that as a current target, and potentially also boarding in Lithomantic Barrage to deal with some of the one-drops of Mengucci. It actually deals with all of the 1-drops that are available. Could also bring in Dismember as well as another removal spell. But of course, removal spells that lose you life might be good in this matchup, but depending on what you take out, it might not be the best option.
And one thing that we see a lot with these Eldrazi ramp decks is that they have a lot of one-offs because of cards,
Yes.
so their sideboard ends up being a bit more compromised. So it's very important to know what to pick in your sideboard, also for these one-offs for Karn. But overall, like we see here, 3 Consigned to Memories and other cards that don't get these members. How do you go about making a sideboard for a deck like these ones? The Eldrazi Tron.
I think the really important thing to remember when building Khan sideboards is that you don't need to have the entire package possible. Like any card you add that could come up in a specific situation, you need to ask yourself, is that actually more relevant than just having a real sideboard card? And so a lot of the most successful Karn sideboards is like 7 or 8 cards, or some of the artifacts you have in your sideboard of things you can bring in, like engineered explosives in this case. I actually wonder if Arthur is sporting out all of his Karns. I could definitely see that for this matchup.
Oh, really?
Because it seems like the weakest card in his deck. It doesn't contribute to the game plan of ramping. It's not very effective against the Boros deck because there's no like artifacts to stop activated abilities from, and it dies very easily to Andrea's attacks. So.
Let's take a look here as our players are getting ready for these game 2. Now with Arthur on the play, does this change a lot, like being on the play here on Arthur's side?
So the great thing about being on the play here is that Arthur might get to like play his big Eldrazi before Andrea really gets to go completely wide onto the board. We see a turn 1 Utopia Sprawl there from Arthur. And it is met by that Wear Tear. So that's the sideboard card that I was mentioning would be a possibility from Menguchi. It has the option to destroy target artifact for just 1 mana.
Land and pass here for Arthur. Now Mengu has some options. We see Ragavan in end. There's also a couple of lands there. Actually, there's a lot of lands.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just dashing this Ragavan just to get the effect right now because he has enough land that he can keep doing this turn after turn. And let's see what Arthur has to answer here. So he does have this Eldrazi Temple, which does make Kozilek's Command, or it can pay for mana for Kozilek's Command. So he actually has 3 mana available here with these 2 lands and can choose to use this Kozilek's Command to just kill the Ragavan and draw a card if he wants to.
Let's see if that's what Arthur decides to do, but takes the damage here and exiling the top card there.
And it's another Kozilek's Command. So I think maybe Arthur is thinking here that to either save that... Ooh, spending the treasure to play out an Ocelot Pride is kind of nice. And yeah, Arthur is saying, no, I just want to like wait with my Kozilek's Command. It's a much more strong card than just dealing with a Ragavan and drawing a card. And he also has access to that Kozilek's Return already. So he doesn't necessarily need to do this. Draws a Malevolent Rumble for turn, and we see that he did bring in the Dismembers. That makes it more likely that he cut the Karns, I think. And also, crucially, milled over a Kozilek's Return. So this is a, super key card because you can return it from the graveyard. Like if you play a colorless spell, colorless creature with converted mana cost 7 or more.
And it's also important for us to start seeing how many cards different card types are in the graveyard. There it is on the screen, the Kozilek's Return.
Yeah, there's 4 right now, and then once the Kozilek's Command is cast, that will be another one. We see here, yeah, there's an imprint from that Devourer of Destiny onto Urza's UGEMS Labyrinth.
Ooh, another land from Mengu here. Dashing the Ragavan once again, attacking with both creatures. And Arthur has access to 2 mana.
And might just be taking this damage again. And so I wonder if Arthur is setting up for this huge Kozilek's Command being cast next turn, trying to find something like Emrakul or even a World Breaker to get out of this situation. We also see this, like, how it plays out so well for Menguchi to be dashing this Ragavan, because Kozilek's Return coming back from the graveyard is like a thing that happens at sorcery speed, and that means like Ragavan's dash ability can kind of get around that, returning to the hand over and over again.
So looks like here Andrea Mengucci plays that chalk land and decides to pay 2 life. Play that prison on the spawn. Oh,
right, because what Mengucci can see here is that Arthur is 1 mana short of 7 here, right? The spawn, the land in play, and 2 lands to tap for 4 each is 6. So Arthur just needs to play a land and a 7-drop, and he would be able to use that Kozilek's Return. So now, by using this static prison in this weird, like unorthodox way of just killing a spawn, Andrea buys himself another turn from that dreaded 7 mana spot.
Also got some energy.
Didn't actually get any energy because the spawn sacrificed itself in response, stopping the trigger. Though that's okay, because this isn't really an energy deck anymore. It doesn't really need the energy for much. Probably bought it out his galvanic discharges anyways.
Looks like now Mengucci also going with this cats strategy, starting attacking, making more and more cats. We see Seasoned Pyromancer. Let's see if this time Mengu draws the cards.
Yeah, so actually what's happening here is that Mengucci is using the Arena of Glory and spending 1 of the 2 mana to play the Seasoned Pyromancer, giving that one haste, and now still has the opportunity to play Ragavan with that other mana, which will also have haste due to Arena of Glory.
What a great turn here.
Well, not really, because Arthur was ready for this. Now he gets to fetch here and play out this Kozilek's Return. Doesn't even need to fetch. Kozilek's Return from hand. That was the spot where Andrea just said, well, I'm about to like die pretty soon anyways, to like, you going over the top. I need to put on pressure here, and decided to just unload.
And how do you play around this card? Like, how do you know when to commit and when to stop committing to the board? Because it's a pretty tricky situation.
It really is, and it's all about a balance, because you need to make sure that you have enough pressure that you're threatening, but that you still have stuff left behind. You might have a poor enough draw, like Mengucci had here with a lot of lands, where you can't realistically beat the sweeper anyways, and so you might want to just commit to try and beat the other part of what they could have. But sometimes it's also better to just, like, if you can, with 2 cards from your hand, can threaten them and force them to play the sweeper so that you still have more stuff to follow up. That could also be a situation. So it's based on how strong the opponent is looking, how strong your hand is looking, those are the considerations you need to take in mind when thinking about how to play around sweepers here. And now we see that 7th land here, Arthur going up to 7 mana. And did he find some way to play some big Eldrazi here and take over this game like a World Breaker or something like that?
Looks like not quite yet.
No, he has a talisman. I think there might be an Emrakul in hand. No, it's a Kozilek's Command. Right. That one is still in hand. So you could do end of turn here, Kozilek's Command for 4, and hope that that's good enough to find you what you need. You might even spend it here dealing with that Ragavan.
So let's see how Arthur decides to approach these when he decides to cast that Kozilek's Command. Really the only thing left for him right now. So let's take a look here.
There's another command, but it's actually really good, because that's another way to deal with the next follow-up creature from Andrea and scry even further. So I think actually what Arthur might want to do here is just keep that command and scry the rest to the bottom. He could also keep the Sowing Microspawn on top to deal with that Arena of Glory, which is the thing that cost him the game last time.
So let's see here what cards Arthur has.
We see here, and interestingly, Andrea is holding on to that Ocelot Pride, not committing it to the board. And I wonder if that's because he's trying to draw it alongside a Flage or a Guide of Souls so that it immediately makes cats, or if he's holding it for another, like a Fable top deck to discard because he knows that the Pride is not going to be good enough to get him there anymore. We'll see what the actual plan is here from Mengucci.
Yeah, using the kicker there.
Yeah, getting rid of that land. Gets to find an Eldrazi Temple if you want to. Could also find Bojuka Bog. Seems to be what's being found here. Exiling Andrea's Graveyard. This is a quite heads-up play from Arthur here, saying, like, you might see, well, the Graveyard is not relevant right now for Andrea, but the way that Arthur loses this game is Flage. And by getting rid of the Graveyard in this way, it makes it much harder for Andrea to actually escape that Flage should he top deck it.
Very well played there, and now Arthur really taking the lead here. Only thing that he needs is to find one of those big Eldrazi's. to finish off the game.
Yes, exactly. And he still has that second Cossack's command in hand to be able to do that in the future. So, you know, all Arthur needs here is time, especially now that he has eliminated the at least immediate threat of...
Look at that. So that can start exiling cards. I'm not saying because of this board state, but it's just an interesting card from Duskmorn. So pretty recent card, right?
Yeah, so this Ghost Vacuum here can exile specifically the Cossack's returns, and also if it came down earlier, it would have been able to deal with the Delirium parts for Emrakul, making that card more expensive. So yeah, it seems like a reasonable sideboard card to bring in here, and Andrea's just gonna get to work, start clearing out these Cossack's return. We saw, by the way, Arthur end of turn there, taking that Devourer of Destiny in hand with his UGEMS Labyrinth, so that he's able to play that once Andrea presents a suitable target. But right now, Arthur is like in no pressure to play out that card. He's comfortable passing with just about a gazillion mana up and that Cossack's command ready to just, you know, start digging through his deck. And actually, Arthur's just being even more patient, knowing all I need is time. And so he's holding on to that Cossack's command, waiting for Andrea to play any creature that he can hit with it.
And Andrea has a couple of creatures in hand, but not committing to the board, as you said. There's also Guide of Souls there.
Oh, I actually think we might see a main phase Cossack's command here, trying to look for a thing to play right now. No, it is just the Devourer of Destiny, just adding a little bit more pressure to the board. Since Arthur does have the command to deal with any creature that Andrea might have, you know, you could definitely play it in this way, where you just like develop a bit more pressure instead. And now we see that Guide of Souls. Yeah, so that was Andrea's plan. He was holding on to that Ocelot Pride until he drew Guide of Souls.
Oh, but look at that.
Yeah, but here's the Cossack's command.
And this is game. I mean, at this point, when these ramp decks start doing their thing, and it's very difficult to come back. We saw game one that Andrea was able to, but he already had applied a lot of pressure. And yeah, a very good game here that we saw, and very good answers, and showing why this Eldrazi ramp has been one of the choices here for the weekend as well. How did you feel about this game?
Yeah, that was kind of also a cool like showcase of, you know, like when to commit into a sweeper and when not to. We've definitely seen Andrea fall on the side of just trying to commit into that Cossack's return and try to win in other fashions, dealing enough damage to Arthur so he could win with the Flage. We also saw that fetching of Paducah Bog, which might have been a bit surprising there from Arthur, preemptively dealing with the potential threat of a Flage. And then we also saw just like in general, like that patience of just knowing that you're in control of the game as the Eldrazi player, and you don't need to like, you know, pull the trigger super fast. It's okay if you do nothing with your turn, because if both players are doing nothing, that benefits you.
And we saw there this game Arthur playing that Devourer of Destiny. How important is to have Devourer of Destiny in your opening end, like we saw game one, to have this beginning of the turn trigger?
I think that like that is like not the most important thing. It's definitely helps a little bit to get that like extra ability to dig through your deck. But honestly, the biggest thing that the Devourer of Destiny does is just being something you can use with your UGEMS Labyrinth. So it also lets you keep a wider range of hands. For instance, let's say you have a one-lander with the Devourer of Destiny. You can actually keep those hands with the Eldrazi deck, expecting that you should find a second land in the top 5 cards of your library.
Very interesting. We see here a sideboard now from Andrea Mengucci. Do you think that players change their sideboard for game 3, depending, like, of course, now that Andrea will be on the play, will be more aggressive, and also knowing now what your opponent has sideboarded, does that really go into a game, oh, I know that my opponent is going to sideboard this, so I'm going to actually change my sideboard?
It is possible. For instance, maybe Andrea has figured that Karn might not be in Arthur's deck post board and has removed the wear tears as a result. He's also generally more aggressive, and so because he's on the play, and so spending a card and resources to deal with Arthur's ramp might not actually be in Andrea's interest. He might be more interested in just going aggressive. But on the other hand, he also doesn't really want these galvanic discharges in his own deck. And so that's like a very easy cut, right? You want to remove those like 4 galvanic discharge, and you want in like the Blood Moon and the Obsidian Charmos and the Ghost Vacuum. And so yeah, maybe that actually lines up 4 cards for 4 if you bring in the Blood Moon. But in general, actually, Blood Moon is also way better on the play. So that might have been something he switched up. Not having Blood Moon on the draw, but bringing it in on the play here.
And I have to say, Kozilek's Command is a card that has impressed me particularly. I felt like both games, I really like the way that the card is super versatile, not being a sideboard card, but gives you a lot of different options. And looks like Arthur took a mole there. So
yeah, mulling to 6 and seems to keep a 1-lander here. But with that Devourer of Destiny, so just like we talked about, like it actually increases your keep range. It can hold on to 2 copies of Kozilek's Return, or maybe he also has a Dismember as the card he's thinking about putting on bottom here, but he could also ship that second Kozilek's Return to the bottom and keep that Dismember. And that's, I think, what's going through his mind right now.
Let's see. So really depending there that Devourer of Destiny will help find that second land.
Yes, let's see if it does. Arthur did decide to put back the Dismember. This is a bit of a risk to take, because if Andrea gets to activate a Guide of Souls here and put counters on before you get to Kozilek's Return mana, that is one way Andrea can get around that 2 damage to each creature.
And I see Guided of Souls in Andrea Mengucci's hand. Also trying to get a look at what else is there. Couple of lands. I think Seasoned Pyromancer as well.
Yes, it seems like Andrea will be able to develop enough, especially with that Guide of Souls into Seasoned Pyromancer, just making so much energy. And now we see Arthur resolve the ability of that Devourer of Destiny, finding that UGEMS Labyrinth on top and drawing it for turn. That is actually a huge draw here, because unlike the Eldrazi Temple, UGEMS Labyrinth can tap for mana for Kozilek's Return. So Arthur is able to play the Kozilek's Return on turn 2 already, which means that Andrea won't be able to get enough energy to activate that Guide of Souls. So that was an absolutely incredible draw from Arthur there, finding that off that Devourer of Destiny. And as I've been saying, you know, that card is not that important. It was absolutely game-breaking for this specific game. So
yeah,
I don't know how you do it.
The card
you're psychic. Like, did you know that was going to come up? You just set me up for failure.
Sorry, Simon.
Speaking of setting someone up for failure, here we see Andrea Mengucci setting himself up for success with that Surveilling Afflage into the graveyard.
Oh, wow.
That is always what we like to see of our Surveil lands
no
here.
Arena, though, but that can get very complicated soon. And Andrea Mengucci doing what he wants to do, a lot of these cats, but of course always scared of what might be on the other side. And we saw how strong this deck can be with Kozilek's Return.
Absolutely. And the beautiful thing about this setup here is that Andrea doesn't quite have 3 energy yet, so he needs to commit on another creature before he can threaten that Guide of Souls, which means Arthur is safe to just play it passively here. Wait for Andrea to commit another creature and then swing that Kozilek's Return. You know what? Andrea is not having any of it. Now we see Andrea, instead of like committing to do that Guide of Souls, is trying to play it safe and just make the attack, force that Kozilek's Return out of hand.
And paying off immensely here, because we see that Arthur did deploy that. So we will see what is the follow-up here from Mengucci.
Yeah, actually, this is a spot where like Arthur could have even waited more with that Kozilek's Return. You get into this like little dance here, where he could have taken the damage, waiting for end of turn with Kozilek's Return. So
but maybe this Kozilek's Return also may signal Andrea Mengucci that there's a second one in hand.
It might actually, yeah, because it was very quickly played. So Andrea might pick up on that and think there might be a second one. And Andrea has Goblin Bombardment in hand, which is not necessarily an answer to Kozilek's Return, but definitely a way where you can punish someone who's playing those sweepers. And indeed, Andrea is deploying the Bombardment before deploying anything else to his board, respecting that second copy of Kozilek's Return.
So let's see here what Arthur also is going to do. Rumble, and this has been a great card as well. So let's mill the 4 cards.
And just picking up an Eldrazi Temple here, really developing his mana here. He gets a spawn, he gets the Temple. He could even spend that spawn to play out that Talisman, and just has so much mana available for next turn.
We see that Dismember.
They could also just dismember that Ragavan. Decides, oh right, he had a mana floating from that Ugrin's Labyrinth, so didn't even need to sacrifice the spawn. Yeah, so this is just a lot of mana development, and yeah, if he can like prolong the game, like it's looking like he can right now, and then deploy that huge Kozilek's command, digging through his deck, that's a great spot to be in. Let's see if Arthur is willing to take this damage from Ragavan.
So Andre in hand as Blood Moon, also Seasoned Pyromancer and a land.
The Blood Moon is really big here. So what Blood Moon does is that it makes it so Arthur has a really hard time getting to 2 colorless mana for that Kozilek's command. So because the Blood Moon will turn off the land, turn them into mountains, they can't tap for colorless anymore. Of course, Arthur still has the Talisman and he has the Eldrazi Spawn. And so that would be a way to like do it, but it seems like that. Oh, I just missed what happened there, actually. Oh, right. So because Arthur used that Dismember on Ragavan, that gave Andrea the opportunity to kill off that spawn, sacrificing Ragavan. And that is huge here, because then now, if he develops a Blood Moon, Arthur will not have access to double colorless, and is kind of in this holding position where he needs to draw a second Talisman, or I guess another Malevolent Rumble, to even access this Kozilek's.
So let's surveil here from the land.
I definitely don't want that second bombardment. Also remember, there's still that Flage available, but this Blood Moon does shut off Andrea from having double white as well. So both players are stuck under this moon here. And of course, the player with Kozilek's Return in hand is a red spell you can cast. So Arthur still has a lot of time.
And looks like Andrea Mengucci drew another mountain.
Yeah, just a Windswept Heath, but yeah, that is basically a mountain here. And now we see the dashing of Ragavan that probably will prompt that Kozilek's Return. And Andrea only has this Ghost Vacuum in hand. So like that won't actually be that much pressure. But on the other hand, the ability of Ghost Vacuum to spend 6 mana and return a bunch of creatures from the graveyard, like, in a few turns, you might actually see that come up here, because both players are in a holding position. We see Arthur draw Null Drifter, which is also, like, that's a 7 mana card, or a blue card, but he has neither access to blue mana nor 7 mana. That is a red-green Talisman in play right now.
And Andrea drew the Guide of Souls, but decided not to play it yet.
Yeah, again, I think he's trying to combine that Guide of Souls with something else. He actually also has the Seasoned Pyromancer to just make 2 elementals here end of turn.
Looks like that's exactly what he does. Drawing a card now. Let's see what it is. Looks like Wear and Tear.
All right, so he did also still keep in the Wear and Tears. That's actually kind of big here. Dealing with that Talisman is removing removing the green source from Arthur and removing his colorless source. So now this Blood Moon is just extremely effective. And even though Andrea's board is not that impressive, it's just 3 1/1s, Arthur only has less than 4 draw steps, right? Because
drew the forest though, so
he drew a forest? Okay.
Yes.
That's huge, but still only gets him to, I think, 5 mana, so a bit away from playing that Null Drifter, which is, you know, still a 7 mana card.
Oh wow, and exiling the Flage there with that Ghost Vacuum.
That is a brilliant play, because this lets Andrea, if he draws a land, he can make a 1/1 copy of that Flage, dealing 3 damage to Arthur. And I think actually that would have meant that it's lethal, right? Because he can get enough energy to jump with the Guide of Souls. So it's 5 mana, 5 damage from that, 3 from the Flage, and then 4 from the Goblin Bombardment. So if Andrea had drawn a land here, this play would have meant that he actually had lethal here. Oh, and it seems like he does have the 6th land. And yeah, he didn't even need the Guide of Souls counters, actually. He can just do it right now, make a copy of Flage, dealing 3 damage to Arthur, and then sacrificing that to Bombardment, sacrificing the rest of his board, and yeah, that is game over. That was a really nice spot from Andrea, seeing that you could do that with Flage, and yeah, Andrea actually already has the kill here at any moment he wishes. Instead of just going for it, he's doing it until he's forced to, and now sacrificing all of his creatures to Goblin Bombardment, dealing 1 damage each, and finding the win here right before that 3rd Cosmetics return was drawn.
I have to say, Simon, this was quite the way to kick off here our Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. We had an amazing first feature match. How did you feel about these games? And congratulations to Andrea Mengucci to advancing now 1-0.
Yeah, it's always a great feeling to win your round 1 and starting off your tournament on the right foot, especially after such a nail bite, right? But that really showcased the power of Blood Moon. I mean, in game 1, Andrea purposely discarded the Blood Moon, recognizing that it wasn't going to disrupt his opponent very much, and that it actually would give him access to red mana. Whereas in this game, recognizing that playing the Blood Moon and using Artifact Disruption on the Talisman, using the Goblin Bombardment to kill the spawn, were really key moments for denying the Cosmetics commands that was stuck in the hand of Arthur. So we see a really good example here from Mengucci, understanding when is the right spot of the Blood Moon.
Very nice, and I just want to give a reminder that today we have 8 rounds of Modern. Players that are 6-2 or better will advance into day 2. Tomorrow we have 6 rounds of Swiss, followed by a cut to top 8. Again, 36 players are going to qualify for the Pro Tour, 1st and 2nd place to the World Championship. So huge stakes here this weekend. Over $130,000 are going to be for prizes for our players here. So overall, a lot of high stakes for our regional championship. And I'm so excited to be here with Simon, Player of the Year. So we are going to have a lot of things to talk about and a lot of different matches to see. And it was just an amazing first round, I have to say, and a lot of cards being played. And I really like the Eldrazi ramp also. I feel like it's a deck that we are seeing more and more, and I really think that's going to show up a lot this weekend. Boros, I think, is going to be one of the most played decks of the weekend. Do you think the same, Simon?
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of Boros today. I mean, the good thing about the Boros deck is that it has such versatile gameplay that it's probably not going to feel that tiring to see some rounds of Boros against different types of matchups, because as you can see, it can both do aggressive, it can play these long games, it can play Prison like it did in this game with the Blood Moon setup. So yeah, a lot of interesting gameplay available to that deck, and hopefully we'll also see more to this Eldrazi deck. There's definitely some of our top players from the Fantasy Draft playing that Eldrazi deck, and yeah, well, I guess we'll see some of them.
Speaking of the Fantasy Draft, my first pick was Andrea Mengucci, and I'm not mad that I already got some points, but I have to say Arthur also played very well, and even though now he's 0-1, so not the best start, he still has a chance to make it in day 2, because again, as I said, 6-2 will advance. 6-2 is a pretty tough score to beat though. Basically, you can only have 2 losses. How do you manage the feelings of now just losing the first one and going from there on?
Yeah, so you basically, if you try to keep in mind what I said earlier, that your losses are going to come in some rounds. You can't control which round you're going to get your losses. I mean, you can obviously do your best to prevent it, but if you are going to get losses, they will show up at some point. And sometimes they randomly happen in round 1. And that's not that big of a deal if just imagine that you're going to go 6-2 on the day, and then, okay, you got a lost round 1. That's still fine, right? The 6 wins are there's still space for those 6 wins. And so that's what you need to focus on. Of course, it means, you're playing a bit more with your back against the wall, but realistically, this entire tournament, from the get-go, you have your back against the wall. This is a lot of people qualified to get here, right? It's, they train for weeks and months, and you have to beat so many of these players. Every single round is with your back to the wall. So if you needed a reminder of that, sure, well, here you go. Now you got a loss.
You have to come back into the game and make it, because again, like these players, they have to qualify somehow to be here. It's not an open tournament, and there's a lot of players. There's over 1,000 deck lists submitted, so I'm really excited. We also took a look at what's being played, and of course, as always, Frank did the meta breakdown, and he is going to go later over it, so you can know what's playing, what is the share of the meta. We always do these things, and I think it's always very interesting to see what are the most played sideboard cards, all of these different things. And let me know at home, what decks do you want to see on the feature match? Because there are so many different deck lists here this weekend. Just let us know, and we will take a look to try to start picking those interesting feature match, especially later on, to see like those decks that are X and O and doing well, that are usually not your most played decks or in the top 10 played decks.
Yeah, it would be nice to see. Also, maybe a little bit of Hollow One action, maybe a little bit of Phoenix action for other casters here, Martin Yusa and Gabriel Nassif. Those are their favorite decks, and yeah, I mean, maybe some of them will show up. Still not a believer in Affinity, but I could be proven wrong.
It can be good. We will see this weekend. And there's always, I feel, one or two decks that end up surprising us. So I'm curious to see what that might be. Martin chose as his favorite deck for the weekend the Hollowed One. So if that ended up doing well, it would be quite impressive as well. And we talked a bit about the end bands, and I wanted to discuss with you that after now we saw these end bands, how they shake up the format, and cards that once were too good to be in the format, and that's why they were banned, now they get unbanned, right? Do you think we are going to see more of these in the future?
Yeah, I think them experimenting with a couple unbans right now could definitely lead to see, okay, it's kind of a safe thing. Like we see, Splinter Twin people being excited for it. Now it's available. It recently won a challenge, but it's definitely not, being a problem for the format. It's barely seeing play.
And we are back with more action. Looks like Stefan shoots. Wasn't him one of your choices here for the weekend?
Yeah, you actually see him in that nice black and white handshake jersey here that we play with on the Pro Tour. So Stefan Schütz from Austria is one of these Magic Online grinders who has really broken through onto the Pro Tour stage. I think he lost a win-in at the World Championship just here in Vegas here last October, and is now battling here, trying to earn an invite that I believe he does not have secured yet for the upcoming Pro Tour in Las Vegas here in June. And he's playing Team of Breach. So Stefan, has been playing, these, intricate combo decks, specifically Breach decks, for quite a while. He's, no stranger to this archetype, and usually quite well adept at navigating with these decks. And so we see this very classic version of it, with just 4 Preordains, 4 Malevolent Rumble, very consistent looking, one single spooky spell snare available.
And we are taking a look at the sideboard because actually we are going to game 2. Stefan actually won game 1. Yeah. So let's take a look here at the sideboard. We still need to see what Stefan is going to play against, but looks like a lot of options.
Yeah, so far it's pretty hard to talk about the sideboard without that information, but we will we'll find it soon. And
looks like playing against Alexandre Crepelle
on Green-White Enchantments. That is a nice thing to see here. So this is we can also call this Enchantress. It has cards from the previous Modern Horizon set, Sith's Harvest Hand, which is whenever enchantment comes into play, you draw a card and you gain a life. That includes that doesn't include itself, but includes most of the deck. And we have the Sanctum Weaver, which tap for mana for each enchantment you control. And we have Sterling Grove that give all your enchantments Shroud. And we have Enchantress Presence, which also says draw a card whenever you play an enchantment. So all these effects that draw cards with enchantment come into play. And we see a new card in this deck, Green Sun Zenith, able to tutor up some of those payoffs. We also see in Alexander's sideboard some other things it can tutor up, specifically Collector Oof, which is kind of a Stony Silence, but on legs, saying all activated abilities of artifacts cannot be activated. And, Alexander doesn't care about that. He's playing enchantments, but Stefan certainly cares about not being able to use his enchantments. Also, 3 copies of Rest in Peace in this sideboard means that these cards, the Stony Silences and the Rest in Peace, are going to be on theme for Alexandra's deck, because if he has one of his engines down, he will also draw a card when he plays these. Usually an issue with sideboard cards like Rest in Peace and Stony Silence is that you bought them in, but they dilute your own game plan. You have to cut some of your pressure or some of your combo or whatever it is to play them. And if you draw too many hate pieces, your draw might be too slow because they're replacing other cards. But here, Kripel's deck already is just about enchantments anyways. And so that's actually a huge boon for him, that he can play these hate pieces and have them fit his strategy perfectly.
Yeah, and we saw here that's why 3 Rest in Pieces are making into the sideboard. Also prepared for these graveyard decks. There's multiple of them here this weekend. So it's going to be a very interesting game too to see with now Alexander on Selesny enchantments on the play, and knowing what Stefan is going to be playing as well. Again, open deck list, so they can take a look at both of their decks there, and they still have 30 minutes left, so...
I see the full combo in hand from Stefan already. Grinding Station, Breach, and Mox Opal. Even the Thassa's Oracle in hand, and 2 lands. So he's well set up to combo alongside that Preordain. He can combo as soon as turn 3 here if Alexandra has no pressure. And here we see a very interesting card from Alexandra with the Seed Cradle Witch. Let's get that up on screen here. Seed Cradle Witch.
1 mana, 1/1 that you can pay 4. Target creature gets +3/+3 until the end of the turn. Untap that creature.
So I think the combo with the Seed Cradle Witch is that you have the Sanctum Weaver that taps for mana for each enchantment you have. Let's put that up on screen here. Sanctum Weaver. So actually, it's an infinite combo with this one, where you tap your Sanctum Weaver for 4 mana, and then pay 4 to give it +3 and untap it. And if you have 5 enchantments, you actually just go infinite. And so the Seed Cradle Witch might seem a bit weird, but because you have access to Green's on Zenith to find it, so you only need 1 copy in your deck. And actually, I think, yeah, Alexander is always playing 1 main and 1 sideboard. Means that you have access to this combo much more often.
Second mana here for Alexander.
I remember one of my very first decks I bought was like, you know, an old used Shadowmoor intro deck that was like a green-white elf deck that had the Seed Cradle Witch. And there was some very like weird ways that you could combo with it, and I absolutely like adored these like, you know, weird gloomy art styles from Lorwyn there. So yeah, nice to see the Seed Cradle Witch again. Ooh, and here's the Collector Oof, just
You
all
were
of the
talking
one-ups
about it.
from Alexandra. And Stefan sitting there with the combo in hand, preordained the first turn and was now set up to combo on turn 3, but now has to find an answer to this Collector
And what
Oof.
answers can he have for the Oof here?
He does have a couple copies of Unholy Heat in his deck, alongside a couple other removal spells, and so that's really what he needs to find. Oh, and the Lightning Bolt, which is milled over here. If Stefan had played Preordain, he would have found that. But instead deciding to do this Malevolent Rumble, he was actually looking for more artifacts, so he could turn on potentially that Mox Opal, and if he then finds a 1 mana answer, he would be able to kill the Oof, play out Grinding Station, Mox Opal, 0 mana artifact, Breach, and go off. Getting the total to 5 mana on turn 3. But now there's also a Rest in Peace, so yeah, Stefan actually had Nature's Claim and Lightning Bolt on top when he played that Malevolent Rumble, and of course, you know, it would be quite a bit of like results-oriented thinking.
Not making Stefan's life easy here.
Absolutely not, yeah. And still, you know, like the advantage of having these creatures, like having a combo piece that is just a 1/1, is that 1/1s can attack. And when you're in these weird positions where both players are kind of like locked down of doing anything impressive, 1/1s can be quite good. And we might even see Stefan here develop this Thassa's Oracle just because it's a blocker. And then we might see Seed Cradle Witch. Ability to activate at instant speed as a combat trick, getting through the Thassa's Oracle. This is what I would like to see.
Good old magic.
Yes.
And looks like Stefan is trying to figure out what to do in the face of all of these going on.
Even has his Jace in hand. That's like the second part of his combo. which, you know, might come out this game as well. Or like the second backup win condition for his combo, Wielder of Mysteries. Which, you know, like, is basically another card draw engine, but it will be under pressure from these creatures. So I think what we'll see here is Stefan fetching now, and then playing the Preordain, trying to look for like more... Oh, no, he's just developing the Jace.
Just going for it.
Right, so it's +1 to have target player mill 2 cards, and then draw a card.
So do you mill your opponent in this, or you just mill yourself anyway? Yeah.
I mean, since he already has his Stasis Oracle in hand, there's not really a risk to milling yourself. So I don't actually know like which one would be better. But if Alexander has a land here, he could use that Seed Cradle Witch to pump a creature and kill off this Jace right away. And I wonder if that's exactly what he's going for. Here it is. Cradle Witch, let's go.
Honestly, this looks like a limited game at this point.
It does. It absolutely does. And yeah, the Seed Cradle Witch does untap itself. And kind of a powerful card.
Yes.
How do you beat this in combat?
I mean, I don't know. It's quite difficult. For sure, Stefan needs to find one of the removals, but there's more things to move as well.
He has a Needle, so he can shut off that Seed Cradle Witch.
Oh, okay.
Finally get back to blocking if he wishes.
But look at this Tamiyo also can start attacking, making clues.
The issue is that the clues are also shut off by that Collector Oof. So what Stefan is doing here, like he could use that Tamiyo as a chump blocker, or he might just take the damage. But he's developing out this grinding station so that he has the pieces in play, making his combo less mana, more mana efficient once he finds the answers to his things.
And taking the damage, Alexander chooses not to activate it.
We might actually see Alexander hold up this Witch to protect Collector Oof from Lightning Bolt and Unholy Heat.
Oh.
That would be kind of a heads-up play, but also kind of costly because it does reduce his clock by quite a bit, right? If he attacks for 3 now instead of attacking for 6. Of course, you could also like just develop more things onto the board. I see he has a what is this card called? The giving all enchantments Shroud. That is the Sterling Grove. I think that is in his hand right now. So that would be one way where you could protect your Rest in Peace, giving it Shroud, so that Stefan can't deal with. And you also play the Sanctum Weaver, and now we count 3 enchantments in play already. So Alexandra only needs 1 more enchantment, and then you actually have the infinite combo, making the Sanctum Weaver infinitely big.
So attacking there with Tamiyo, making a clue that cannot be activated yet.
Yeah, so it's actually pretty huge that Stefan has this Pithing Needle in hand to be able to turn off that, or this Fire Spout. So, so this is dealing 3 damage to each creature without flying, which clears up. That's another Lawin card. We're really seeing a game of Lawin uncommons battling here in Modern, you know, 20 years after they were printed. I mean, is it really 20 years?
Maybe.
It's like 16, I think. But yeah, that's kind of a wild situation. So yeah, Alexander is back to having no pressure, has this shifting woodland in play, but can't do anything with it. And so also this Fire Spout, it deals with, like, it was dealing 3 damage to each creature without flying, which meant that the Tamiyo got to survive. And now these clues are online.
Yeah, now there's the Pithing Needle there.
Naming Sterling Grove. So Sterling Grove has that other ability where you could sacrifice it to search for an enchantment, but that is no longer available to Alexander. So now we might just see Tamiyo take over this game. And yeah, that Fire Spell was an absolutely huge draw. You could see if Alexander had just like held up the Witch, you would have been able to save your Collector Oof from that Fire Spout here. But fortunately for Alexander, does have a Stony Silence now, and Stefan is responding by sacrificing a clue and milling, I think milling Alexander. But honestly, I wonder if Stefan could even mill himself and hope to naturally get his Stasis Oracle online. Maybe a bit.
Alexander's deck just has so many answers for what Stefan was trying to do.
There's even a second Rest in Peace in hand from Alexander here, but I think because of the threat of potentially engineered explosives in Stefan's sideboard, which he might have, you maybe do not want to play it. No, there's no engineered explosives in Stefan's sideboard. Still, Alexander holds on to it.
And let's see. It looks like Stefan has a lot of cards, so a lot of options.
Yeah, he, again, like that Stony Silence is going to turn off the card draw ability of Tamio, and also turn off this this Mishra's Bubble. So really, I think Stefan is trying to find his Ursa Sagas to put some pressure on Alexander in a way that is like less interactable.
And what a game of Stefan trying to find ways to get the deck back online. And I mean, you have all your pieces to combo, but you just can't.
Look at this here. Stefan has Preordain in hand, but decides not to cast it. The reason for this is that Tamio requires you to have drawn 3 cards in a turn to flip. And when she transforms, she's a huge threat, threatening her ultimate very quickly. So Stefan is holding on to this Preordain, hoping to find another way to draw a card, and by that means flip the Tamio. So this is a brilliant play here from Stefan.
A second grove there, I mean.
So this does mean that the groves are going to protect each other.
Oh.
So now there's no way to remove the Stony Silence. No way to remove this Rest in Peace. Stefan will have to win without the aid of Breach and Clues and Mox Opal and Grinding Station and all these other cards.
How many Jaces is Stefan running?
Just a run. That one is also gone, right? So, so basically, like, if you can slow down the game enough, you know, maybe he could get to a natural Oracle. That's probably out of bounds. Instead, I think he's just trying to see if he can draw that second Preordain before Alexander does anything threatening. And that Spell Snare that was picked up from Stefan here is actually also huge. Because that's one way that Stefan can interact with some of Alexander's good cards in his draw engines. Oh, by the way, I realize now why Alexander is keeping that second Rest in Peace in hand. It's, of course, in case he draws an Enchantress effect, he will be able to draw a card from that Rest in Peace.
And Tamio here being also such a good card overall, just in this deck, and not only, it's playing now in multiple decks, we also see it in Affinity.
Stefan taking a risk here, playing that Preordain, hoping to find the second Preordain off of it.
And something else, but
Unholy Heat and Nature's Claim. Yeah, none of them do anything right now. Finding Ursa Saga. Okay, so that is not the second Preordain, but it was a really good payoff to playing out that Preordain right now. Because that's a pressure, right? That construct, because of all the clues that Tamio is making, those constructs will be huge. And now we see Alexander here with a 2-drop, but Stefan can just counter it and leave Alexander wishing for another top deck here.
That side is exiled now. And I have to say, Stefan navigating really well this game. And that Ursa Saga now going to 2.
Yeah, so Ursa Saga...
Attacking the Tamio, making a clue.
So Ursa Saga will be able to make constructs like equal to the amount of artifacts you have, which are now, you know, they're going to be, after everything has resolved, it has searched up another artifact, making a second construct. These constructs are going to be for 10/10s, I think. Yes, so it's going to make very short work of Alexander's life total. But yeah, the 4 clues and 4 artifacts and 2 constructs, yeah. So 2 10/10s are going to be in play for Stefan. One of them will be Summoning Sick. Oh, he actually drew that other Preordain as well. That was the next card under the Ursa Saga.
Wow, look at that. The construct is there already.
Mm-hmm. It is huge.
Using it again before going to the 3rd chapter. And what do you think Stefan might find here?
I wonder if it even is going to matter, because outside of the Pithy Needle, all of his artifacts are shut down by that Stony Silence. Yeah, so he just finds the thing that is a 1/1. He can't use the Might, but he can maybe attack with it. But he might not need to, because this construct is floating in for 10 damage, reducing Alexander's life total to 9, and then he's facing 2 lethal threats.
And we were thinking about win cons, and I don't think there's a better one than these at this time. These constructs are huge.
They really are huge, and yeah, this is the resiliency of the Breach deck. You know, you see Alexander with this pile of hate down, but it just does not matter, because the Breach deck has so many other ways of threatening. You have the Tamio, you have the constructs from Ursa Saga, you have the Jace sometimes, and yeah, Stefan with a handful of like complete bricks doesn't even matter, because Alexander's deck is almost entirely bricks at this point. He draws a damaging sphere. It just that's another piece of hate. But
that's the thing, like when you sideboard so much to stop your opponent from what they're doing, you're kind of depleting yourself of your win cons. And when we see here Stefan finding an alternative win con and being able to grind back this game.
Yeah, so the advantage of it from Alexander's side was that it would still use his payoffs, but trying to like utilize his dead cards to deal with it here. But Stefan takes down the win. And yeah, so I was saying that like the Enchantress deck is better set up for this because it can utilize its hate pieces as a part of its engine as well. But since Stefan dealt with 2 of the engine pieces, he countered the Cyphers, used Fire Spout on the Sanctum Weaver, well, then, you know, now the enchantments are just dead cards.
Very good game here, and we see Stefan taking the win also for your fantasy draft.
Yeah, that is huge. Like, go Stefan, go Team of Rage. That's what I want to see. I think we're just going to, throughout this weekend, be increasingly impressed with this Breach deck and the situations that it manages to navigate itself out of.
I have to say, though, it seems to me that it's quite a difficult deck to master.
I do think so, yes. It has a lot of like small optimization effects, and because it has so many different game plans, you need awareness of which game plans you're trying to work towards. I think one of the like really key things to think about is also like you could hold your preordains or you could play them out. You could crack your Mistress Bauble now or you could do them later. And it's always important for yourself to ask yourself, what could you draw off the top? And how would that affect things? If you can't find anything right now that will affect your turn, maybe it's better to hold off with your card draw until you know what you're looking for. And so getting into like those patterns is a pretty difficult part of Breach, but it's also pretty fun to explore.
That's true, and we had interview with Stefan. Looks, let's just go right into it. So we'll have the interview.
And I'm here with our winner, Stefan, taking it down with Grinding Station. This card is amazing right now. It's picking up a lot of quick wins. Why did you bring that this weekend to the Regional Championships?
Well, I think it's very simply the best deck. I don't think there is much more to it. I tried a lot of other stuff. There are other options that are also nice. Like most top decks are like pretty good right now. Like, but I think this deck is just like a cut above the other ones. It's like too consistent, too flexible.
And obviously just got a big new addition to it in Mox Opal being
Mox
unbanned.
Opal, I honestly have some history with the deck. When Underworld Breach got spoiled, I built my list with Mox Opal and goldfished it and tried to refine it. I'm like, this is gonna be the best deck ever. And then they banned Mox Opal before Underworld Breach was released, so the deck was never legal.
True. So you've been sitting on this for years.
I've waited for this for 5 years or something.
This is the weekend. Obviously, you top 8'd last time. You were obviously trying to run it back again here. What would it mean now if you can do it with a deck that you've had sat on the shelf for the last, like, how is it, 5 years or something plus?
Yeah, like, I mean, it's not the exact same version, but I'm pretty happy to get to play my cards, and I have some history with the deck in Legacy too. There also was an Underworld Breach deck in Legacy, which was very good.
All right, well, my last question. Obviously, this weekend, you got the best players in Europe all coming together, battling out, trying to get themselves to the Pro Tour, trying to get themselves to the World Championships. What meta was you expecting?
Oh, I was mostly expecting there to be the most played decks, Boros Energy and Blue-Black Frog. I think mostly people like Blue-Black Frog because it is one of the only decks that has counterspells for these combo decks. There are many combo decks right now. Breach is the most popular one.
Yeah.
So I thought the 3 most played decks were going to be Blue-Black Frog, Energy, Teamer Breach, like Grinding Station, and then maybe Eldrazi after that.
So I'm going to ask you, I'm going to give you one more question because I want to know myself.
That's okay.
What do you want to dodge? What's good against your deck? What deck do you not want to be playing against?
I do not want to face, I think, Blue-Black Frog with Stony Silences. That is a pretty bad matchup.
The splash white that we're seeing a little bit in the room, yeah.
There are some, like, most people play Blue-Black, but some people splash Pest Control and Stony Silence. So I'm very, very afraid of that version, but I think I still have a good shot. I think I'm also afraid of well-prepared Amulet players. But Amulet is a deck that not many people dare to bring to these tournaments.
It's very hard to play, yeah.
So hopefully I can just dodge all of the Amulet goats, but I do think that that is a bad matchup if they are prepared.
Well, good luck on the rest of it, my friend. In that one, we're going to throw it back to the booth.
Thank you, Will. Great interview. So it looks like Stefan is going to try to dodge those Amulet players. And interesting thing that Stefan said is that usually there's not a lot of Amulet players because it's such a difficult deck to play. Do you agree with that?
at least like it has the like aura of being a difficult deck. I actually think it's a bit overstated at this point. It was a difficult deck when you really had to like use your toolbox and scrape for your wins, but yeah. Nowadays, you know, you just have like so many Titans, and whenever you play a Titan, you will just find a way to win the game immediately. It's not as complex anymore. Of course, they have a new, very odd combo with Scapeshift and Lumra and bringing back card lands from the graveyard, so maybe a bit more difficult now, but I think more people should try and picking it up. Anyways, I'm happy to see Stefan being scared of one of my favorite decks.
And I have to say, as we are closing round one, I think we had an insanely good round one. We saw 4 different decks. We had 2 different games, and our caster predictions so far are going well for both of us.
That's
in
true.
the fantasy draft.
Yes,
So both the players that we chose are doing well, and I always love these formats. We are seeing different deck after different deck. I think that it shows that the meta for Modern right now, it's very diverse. And I really think that the bans and unbans did shake up the format, and I think we are going to have an amazing weekend here, and I hope everyone is enjoying the stream at home, and I know that some of you have been joining. I'm Philippa, joined by Simon. The other casting duo is going to be Martin Yuza with Gabriel Nassif. We also have Will doing the interviews, and of course, Frank Carsten is going to give you all the details on the meta, like what are the most played cards, sideboard cards, all of that good stats that Frank always delivers, and I love to hear from him. So that's amazing. We are going to be closing out these round one, and before we go back for round two, you're also going to be able to see the interview with Andrea Mengucci, that game one that we watched there, our first feature match.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Let's see the interview now, and then we'll be back for round two after.
And I'm here with our winner, Mengu, on Boros Energy. But this deck has had 3 bans. It had 3 cards banned from it, and yet it's still the one of the most popular in the room. And you bought it this weekend. Why?
Yeah, it's a very strong deck. I don't think anyone can say I have a positive matchup against Boros.
Okay.
The sideboard is, one of the best ones that you can have. You have, red and white really have the best tools. So I think like you have, 12 broken 1-drops, so you can just win every matchup. Win the Darrow, turn 1 Ragavan. The format is very good for Ragavan right now, so I think that deck is a good choice.
So what are we filling up? Obviously, we had a load of the cards banned. We had the One Rings banned, we had Raptors banned, Giganta's gone for what it was. But what extra slots are you filling? What cards are we bringing in now?
Well, for example, Ragavan. Ragavan was a card that was really poor for a long time in Modern. You had your lovely Yogmoth deck, which was just crushing Ragavan, and now that deck is way less popular now.
Yeah.
The format was a lot more on board. Like there was a lot more like creature decks, whereas now the mirror match is the only creature decks really.
Okay.
Like now against Eldrazi, for example, Ragavan is so powerful. Against Breach, Ragavan is so powerful, and those are 2 of the best decks.
Let's go on like the free drop slot. Obviously, I've seen we've got the One Ring used to be our card draw engine. Now we're moving towards. I see you've got some Fables in there. You've got some Seasoned Pyromancers. You've got a 3-2 split, is it?
Yeah, I played 3 Pyro and 2 Fable. I don't know if you guys saw the first game. I actually forgot to draw 2 cards of Pyro, which is something.
Happens to us all. Happens to us all. It's fine.
Yeah, literally the first game of the tournament. I was tracking all the energy, all the life, and it's just forgot to draw 2 cards. And then
Ugly, the most important bit of that card is the draw 2.
For sure. The judges ruled that I had to draw it end step, which somehow ended up in my favor. But somehow I ended up that I won. Obviously, I would have preferred to.
You would have preferred to have the options.
But yeah, so overall, a good game 1. I feel like the matchup is tough against Eldrazi, but again, Boros can win every matchup.
So coming into this weekend, what meta were you expecting, and how did you change and build your deck around that?
Yeah, I was expecting Boros to be the most popular deck with Breach right below it. I would say Eldrazi Ramp is probably going to be more present than I think.
Okay.
Actually, don't love that deck very much.
We did see a few Kozilek commands coming out of the graveyards, and being.
Yeah, but it's a little bit clunky and everything. But overall, I'm sure it's definitely a decent choice with Karn Grey Creator main deck against Breach is really nice.
And what are you actually going to try and dodge this weekend? What do you want to not be playing against?
I don't want to be on the draw. That's the only thing I want to dodge.
You just need to win the dice roll and you're happy.
I lost the die roll here, but hopefully I'll win the next 7.
We had to make you earn that win on camera, we need to get that camera time.
Sure.
We want to see that lovely scarf on the camera as much as we possibly can this weekend.
Yep,
Just as you were saying before when you came over, you sat in that chair a lot in the last RC.
Yeah,
let's see if we can run it back this time. On that one, we're going to throw it back to the booth.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Hello everyone, we're live with the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series Regional Championship in Prague. My name is Martin Uza. I'm sitting here with the Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif. Gabe, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing great.
We have about 1,000 players battling it out today, 8 rounds of Modern, followed by 6 more rounds tomorrow, and then a top 8, which is going to crown the European champion for this RC. So for this round, we have 2 interesting feature matches. We're featuring, I know the first table has Canister, the second table has Chris Larson. We're going to see some interesting decks. But before we do that, let's talk a little bit about what happened in Modern in the past month. That's what everybody's excited about. We had the unbannings of 4 cards and the banning of 3 other ones. What happened?
Yeah, no one expected this many unbans, I think. The bans we knew were hoping were coming. The One Ring is just not a very fun card, honestly. It doesn't make for very fun play patterns, and everyone kind of had to play that card. So that one people saw coming. You know, people were calling for, you know, probably expecting a card, an extra card of energy to get banned. Maybe Guide of Souls.
Guide of Souls, yeah.
It was Raptor. I thought Raptor was a fine pick. The Giganta one was a little more weird. It's their reasoning was, we want people to be able to play with more cards.
That's a good reason.
It is a good reason, but it feels a bit like taking us by the hand, like, you know, kind of forcing us, which maybe we needed. But,
yeah.
You know, people are free to play, to not play Giganta and play more different cards. But
yeah,
maybe it's a good thing they kind of forced us into that spot. And then the unbans, you know, people always hoping for unbans these days, and I don't think anyone saw this many unbans, especially cards as powerful as
Mox Opal, yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I talked to some dealers, to some vendors, some of my friends running stores, and they said that this was, you know, a super happy month for them, that everybody, you know, influx of new players, a lot of people getting the new cards, a lot of people building decks with the unbanned cards, a lot of people getting cards that are good against the unbanned cards. So everybody's very happy about, you know, Wizards shaking things up a little bit, unbanning a bunch of cards in the format. And yeah, I think there are certainly a bunch of cards that still could probably safely be unbanned, like Punishing Fire probably is, you could very easily argue, a much less powerful card than something like Mox Opal. But let's take a look at the decks this round. So in the first feature match, we have Uli Kucher playing Eldrazi Metalcraft. What is going on here?
So I haven't seen quite anything like that yet. I've seen versions of the Mystic Forge decks was cheap artifacts, Mem Knights, but basically this deck's trying to abuse Fleshraker and Lab of Ugin. Paired was Devourer of Destiny, so there's a bit of a mid-range shell, value shell. You've got the 4 Chalice aspects, so kind of a lock shell too. I guess Uli decided Chalice of the Void was really good in the meta, which makes sense when you know, so many cheap cards, whether it's the 1s, the 0s, can stop the grinding station loop. So we'll see. Karn just seems well positioned right now, even though the One Ring is gone. And you know, as I said, I've seen some lower to the grounds version. I haven't seen that exactly, so it'll be interesting to see if it matches up well against Titan.
All right, Piotr Glogowski, also known as Canister, streams online pretty much every day, and this is a deck that he has a lot of experience with. What's going on here?
Yeah, it's just his beloved Titan deck. He's trying to ramp up to putting a Titan into play and killing people, untapping lands with Amulet of Vigor, giving his Titan haste. And in the past X month, they added the loop. The loop was Lotus Field, and you can basically with Scape Shift and very few. Really, you only need a ton of resources. You can just loop and make a bunch of mana. You've got the Analyst to get the things going, to get with Green Sun Zenith. You might notice only 1 Dryad, no Azusa. These decks used to play you know, a bunch of Dryads and rely on that more. But now you've got that extra way to win the game, and it's somewhat oppressing. It kind of doesn't need a ton to come together, and it kills pretty fast as well. So
yeah, I'm sure Green Sun Zenith excuse me, is a great addition into the deck, one of the 4 unbanned cards. Taking a look at the Metalcraft list one more time, if there is anything. Oh yeah, 4 copies of Mox Opal. So yeah, let's see who's going to be the, you know, more successful player in this round, making good use of some of the new cards that are available in the format yet again, like Mox Opal and Green Sun Zenith. Looks like both players are ready. Kind of looks like maybe Canister multi-6, and he's choosing which card to put in the bottom.
Yeah, I would expect Canister to be in a decent spot game 1. Not sure, you know, there's probably a bit of graveyard hate with Karn. You can stop that part, but you can maybe get a bridge to stop the Titan. But I would assume, you know, Amulet Titan has that nice little feature of having access to a lot of Boseiju who endures, and you can bounce them to your hand with the bounce lands, you know, tutor for them with Titan, then bounce them. So you have like naturally built-in artifact hate, which is nice. Chalice of the Void, not super effective in that matchup.
Maybe if you're on the play and you have Mox Opal and somehow get Metalcraft turn 1, and then you can stop Canister from resolving Amulet on turn 1, but I think that's probably not very likely to happen.
Yeah, because if you look at the cards, you know, Devourer of Destiny, sorcery speed removal for Titan, not super exciting. The Chalice of the Voids, not super exciting. You've got a bit of, you know, you do have Kozilek's Command, which is kind of the card that, you know, it's hard to pick one best card in these Eldrazi decks, but without Kozilek's Command, these decks would not exist. That card is just super powerful, super versatile, can deal with just about anything if you draw the right lands. So we'll see if I'm missing something, but I have the feeling.
Who would you give the upper hand in the matchup?
Yeah, I have the feeling Titan should be favored. It kills pretty fast, and as I said, I feel like the Mystic Forge deck answers don't line up super well, but who knows, maybe if he has a fast enough draw, makes enough of mana fast enough, he can just deal with what Canister throws at him.
There's certainly a lot of combo decks right now in Modern. I was thinking, yeah, there's Teamer Breach, you know, that's not the whole lot, but there is a lot of other combo decks enabled by Mox Opal, enabled by Fateless Looting, you know, Reanimator decks. We don't have just Amulet, we have the Grinding Breach deck. We have Belcher. There's a lot of players playing that. Ruby Storm. Frank Carson's going to have the metagame breakdown for you, I think, after this round, but a little teaser. Boros Energy, the most played deck. If you take a look at Frank's metagame mentor article, I think he pretty much nailed what the metagame is going to look like, so make sure you give that a read. Looks like we're back in Canisters turn 2. Urza Saga currently on chapter number 2.
Yeah, Urza Saga, which is usually not a turn 1 play for most decks, but in Titan, you're actually hoping for turn 1 Saga because you get the Amulet into play on turn 3, and you just get your mana back, so not a lot of downside. Usually, most decks that play Saga want to make tokens out of them, and you usually can't make a token on turn 2 if you play it on turn 1. Even though now with Mox Opal on ban, you can get these like really nice draws where you have the mana on turn 2, so it's a little more common. But in Titan, basically, I'm not a Titan player. I barely play Titan, but I'm pretty sure you just always play that card on turn 1 if you have it.
Really slow draw from Amulet. What are you thinking if you're Uli? Because normally you play against Amulet, they always have the Amulet turn 1, and you're kind of thinking, okay, well, turn 2, I can already, see them resolving the Titan a lot of the time. So what does that signal to you if Canister is willing to keep a hand that goes land pass, land pass?
It depends, I guess. It depends if Canister mulligan, he might have, had to speculate a bit, but
maybe just keep a hand with Saga. That's going to find the Amulet.
Yeah, I mean that could just be good enough. Honestly, you don't have to have like the craziest first couple turns as long as you get an Amulet into play. You do know Canister doesn't have another Amulet into play in hand, which is nice because you're playing a 4 Chalice deck, so Canister would not be sandbagging Amulet. In some matchups, maybe if you're worried about a card like Prismatic Ending, like Sorcery Speed removal, you might sandbag an Amulet, but not in that matchup. And we see, one of the reasons why I think Canister should be in a decent spot is Uli's got turn 2 Chalice for 1, which is decent in a lot of matchups, but not going to do much here. Canister's getting an Amulet. He's getting a Dryad into play. That's Echoing Deeps, I think the land's called. It's the one that copies a land from the graveyard, so copying a Saga here was the first chapter and passes the turn. So a little setup for Canister.
That was a pretty good turn 3.
Well, you're hoping to just either kill people on turn 3 or like get an overwhelming advantage. Was your good draws as a, they can go off as early as turn 2 if they have the nut hands, but it's not unreasonable to expect big things to happen on turn 3, so we'll see if Uli can take advantage of it.
One important thing to note here is that this is a tournament with open deck lists, so both players know what they're up against exactly, and I guess that's also a very good reason for Canister to say, hey, I know your deck is not particularly fast, so sure, yeah, I'm multi-6, this hand doesn't look very fast, but I know I'm not going to be dead on turn 3, so I'm going to have enough time to use that Saga to find the Amulet and take things slow in this game.
Yeah, we see Devar Destiny take care of Dryad. One of the few cards you can hit. I'm assuming if Canister played the Dryad last turn, he was okay with that happening. Uli could have had a Kozilek's command, so it'll be interesting because if Uli can untap one more time, things probably get scary for Canister. Now Uli has maybe mana for Kozilek's commands for 6 to get rid of a Titan. Kozilek's command also deals with a graveyard, so can stop some of the loops, the graveyard loops. It looks like maybe Canister just doesn't have that exciting of a draw. And then as far as Karn targets, if we take a look, we've got Ensnaring Bridge, which can be an answer to Titan attacking, but probably not your main game plan. You have Liquid Metal Coating, which is, the land destruction aspect of the Karn deck.
How about Stonebrain?
Yeah, just Stonebrain. They do have, these. They're not only relying on Titan these days, so I'm not sure if Stonebrain is the way to go. I'm not gonna lie, this matchup wasn't exactly on my radar, so I'm just kind of trying to figure out as it goes. And we see Canister go for it here because he just cast a Pact, getting
Lumra.
Lumra, yeah.
Let's put that one on the screen. All right, so will Canister be able to go off here? There's a Lotus Field, trigger on the stack, make some mana, sacrifice some lands. There's the Lumra.
All right, I was ready for some grinding breach loops and whatnot, but the Amulet Lumra loops, they can generate a lot of mana. They can, you know, just do really silly things. So let's see, he's milling a bunch of lands, bringing them all back. Lumra in some ways replaced Cultivator Colossus as like the alt target for Green Sun Venus. It's nice that it's one cheaper to only 6 mana, which can be a big deal.
Looks like Canister is getting 3 lands out of the deal. No, 5 lands out of the deal.
He got a bunch.
Bounces Lumra with Otawara now. Okay, float some more mana. I think there's still a Lotus trigger on the stack.
That sounds like it might just be a loop, honestly. Otawara Lumra. That's cool.
All right, let's see. Lumra hits the battlefield again. Uli had an interesting choice with that Chalice of the Void. If your opponent doesn't have that amulet, and they know that you're playing Chalices, you know that they wouldn't sandbag it, right? If they had the amulet, they would have most likely played it turn 1, plus they have the Saga to find it. So he had a choice to possibly play the Chalice on 0 to try to stop the Summoner's Pacts. But yeah, it looks like Canister explains that this is going to be a loop where I just, you know, keep doing this until I find a win condition. And Uli says, okay, that works for me. Let's move on to game number 2. Yeah, so Canister didn't really do a whole lot in the first couple of turns. But then just comboed off as soon as he was able to use the Saga to find his amulet. Let's take a look at the deck lists again so we can discuss some sideboarding.
Yeah, no, that was a good point about the Chalice. It's tough because he has his own zeros, he has some bubbles, some mocks. Yeah. Not the highest impact card, but it still does matter. And if you look at Canister's list, he's on 4 Green Sun Zenith, only 2 packs, but he probably does have Tolario S. We'd have to take a look. Do they still play? Yeah, he has 1 Tolario S, so he has ways to find it too. Tricky spot, as you said. If he had an amulet, he would have played it before that. So maybe the Chalice on 1 was a wrong call. Tough.
It's easy to see if, you know.
Yeah, in hindsight, obviously.
Us being, you know, sitting here seeing both players' hands and everything, but yeah, just something to think about. So let's discuss the sideboarding. Can we see both? Yeah. So there's the main deck of Uli Kucher playing this Eldrazi deck with this little Metalcraft action, allowing him to use Mox Opal.
Yeah, well, Uli's playing a Karn deck, so obviously not a ton of sideboard options. His non-artifacts are 2 Dismember and 2 Thought-Knot Seer. I don't think Dismember is especially good. Thought-Knot Seer, I guess, is, you know, always kind of a fine card.
Yeah.
Not sure how exciting it is, but it's kind of card that's nice because you can just bring it for, you know, anything. It just can come up in any matchup if you feel like you have some really terrible cards in your main deck. And then sometimes with a Karn deck, you decide to bring in some of your one-ofs. If you feel like they're good enough, but you're never going to tutor them for Karn. I think the rule of thumb is usually don't do that because you do end up in a bunch of diverse spots, and you do wish, I think most of the time, that you had just kept these options in your sideboard and you could tutor for them. But, you know, maybe he decides like Karn for Stonebrain is going to be too slow, so I'm just going to have the Stonebrain in my main deck, stuff like that. As far as Canister goes, he has access to Collector Oof if he wants to. He has 6 in his sideboard. He has an extra Boseiju, Vexing Bubble, an extra Otawara, some Graveyard Hate. So Collector Oof, decent in that matchup. 6, I'm not too sure what 6 is for.
Yeah.
kind of same that versatile card if people are trying to, you know, kind of be too reactive. 6 might just dodge that and just win you the game. You know, kind of dodge a lot of the hate probably that, you know, people, against Amulet, people bring in stuff like artifact hate, enchantment hate. So, you know, 6 kind of dodges that.
It's also interesting seeing how many creatures we see, how many more green creatures we see in these decks now. The Green Sun Zenith is a card, right? Like you can find, for example, there was one copy of Keen-Eyed Curator. That's a card you can find for you know, Graveyard Hate with your Zenith. We saw 2 copies of 6, 2 copies of Collector Oof. That's another card you can find with the Zenith. So yeah, Zenith doing some heavy lifting in the Amulet deck now.
Yeah, it's nice you have both aspects, right? You have the land hates, the land hates like Bachukubak, etc. And then you also have the creature part, so you can get them with Titan, you can get them with Green Sun, and yeah, I don't expect the matchup to get better after sideboard. Uli doesn't really get much. If anything, it gets better for Canister, so I think Uli is just looking for some really, really busted opening hands.
I was surprised that Zenith was one of the unbanned cards, because basically when you build your deck, you can always put 1 copy of Dryad Arbor in there, which means that Zenith is always going to be sort of a split card between Llanowar Elf. You can always get the Dryad, so that means you can ramp with it, or you know, something like a Primeval Titan or whatever your win condition is, which makes it a really, really powerful card. But yeah, if they're unbanning cards like Mox Opal, then yeah, Zenith seems fine to unban as well.
Yeah, Zenith is good. It's kept in check by a few things. Getting Dryad Arbor is not the greatest if you're playing against Bowmaster. It can turn on your opponent's turn 1 removal. There's also a little tension in Modern with the surveillance. Everyone's playing fetch lands, surveillance, or most of the decks, or you have some kind of lands that's coming to play tap. So, you know, I played a bit of, I was trying Omnath. I didn't think it was very good, but I was trying it with Green Sun Zenith and I have Dryad, but I also have fetch for surveillance. And a lot of the time you just end up your curse plays out better and your mana plays out better if you just fetch for surveillance on turn 1 and maybe like Green Suns for 1 on something like a Delighted Halfling on turn 2. It's still nice to have the option. And Dryad Arbor is not the worst card in the mid game. You know, you still fetch for it. Maybe you get an extra blocker, an extra creature to attack a planeswalker. Does come up, so.
All right, Uli on the play in game number 2. Starts with 2 copies of Mishra's Bauble. Takes a look at Canister's draw, draws 2 cards. I think he has 2 copies of Eldrazi Temple. So let's see if he has something like a Thought-Knots here for turn 2.
Yeah, that would be ideal. That would be like a fast clock.
All right, plays Urza Saga. Looks like that might be a Chalice. No, it's a Mindstone. Good old Mindstone. All right, so possibly seeing a turn 3 Karn. Let's see what Canister has. Turn 1 Shifting Woodlands Pass.
I love that card, Mindstone. It's funny, one of the things, you know, despite the power creep, one of the things that Wizard doesn't seem willing to do is print a 2 mana stone into standard. Something as, you know, innocent as a Mind Stone.
Yeah.
We don't really get that effect.
Yeah, historically, you know, one of the blue-white control cards, or like if you play control, if you play these artifact decks with Mystic Forge. It's like Canister has a Gruul Dwarf, passes the turn, and there's a Vexing Bauble.
Yep, stops, you know, straight up counters cards like Mox Opal, Mishra's Bauble. Whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter that spell, and you can sack it to draw a card. Note that it counters Canister's own packs, but when he's ready to go off, you can just pay the 1 mana, sack it, and cast his back.
Karn the Great Creator.
All right, turn 3 Karn on the play. That's what Uli's looking for. Let's see if it's fast enough, good enough.
I wonder if he brought in both Thought-Knot Seers. Is he looking at this?
I'm assuming he's just going to go for coding. Yeah, he's just minusing it right away. It's going to be like coding or Stonebrain, I assume. One of the two.
All right, liquid metal coating. Let me.
Ooh, look at that fancy, nice old school black border. Same for the bubbles. All right, Canister's under a ton of pressure here.
Yeah, so how does, what's the liquid metal coating, what's the idea behind this card?
So in combination with Karn, what you can do is turn a land into an artifact.
Okay.
And you use the +1 ability of Karn to turn that artifact land into a creature. And since it has, no casting cost, it just dies.
Okay, that's got to be pretty good against lands like Gruul Turf and someone who's taking it LSO. But looks like the Canister has a pretty good turn 2 again. Starts with a Dryad, plays an extra land. There's a Grazer as well. So pretty good turn for Canister. Let's see if Uli is going to be able to do something about that with the Urza Saga going off this turn. Chapter number 3.
Yeah, it's nice. Karn also stopping Vexing Bubble of being sacked. So, if Canister ever did have that green pact, he stuck with it in hand for now. The Titan deck can outramp losing 1 land a turn as long as you have the resources, but obviously he also can't keep that up forever. So, maybe Karn coding is not the end all be all, but now he's probably going to add maybe a Stone Brain effect to that. So Canister needs to go up very soon before things get worse.
Just a reminder, the Spotlight Series tournaments are, I think the first one was already happened in the US. I think it was 2 weeks ago. There's one in Europe. There's one in Utrecht coming up in March, which is also modern. I think this is the first big modern tournament after the ban. So a lot of people, interested in the results, interested in seeing what's going to happen, how the format's going to look like. And in the Spotlight Series, there is 8 slots for the next Pro Tour. So pretty much the same GP structure we used to have back in the days.
Yeah, for sure. Over 1,000 players here. There's the Canadian RC as well this weekend. I'm definitely excited to see what happens. My gut feeling, I don't know if some weird bias I have, but Oculus is the second most played deck. I feel like Blue-Black Oculus just not that great of a deck.
Yeah, I also, it is very popular. With Boros Energy, I get it. Most people played the deck before the bans. The deck is still very good. It's one of the, maybe, I don't want to say easy deck to play, but it's certainly easier than if you just picked up, the Breach combo, for example, or an Amulet Titan deck. It's much easier to learn Boros Energy. So I understand why that deck is so popular. But yeah, second place Dimir Oculus, being that high, that also comes as a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, people do like their blue decks.
That's true. What would you have played this weekend?
I would have played Blue-White Artifact, but my own version. There's actually a lot of people playing that deck. I think, well, by a lot I mean over 10. It's like 1.5% of the field or so. It's a list. I'm not sure where it originated really, but Spike has been playing. Aspiring Spike's been playing a version of Blue-White Metalcraft was Thoughtcast and Dispatch and Rebuke. And most people playing this weekend are playing something similar. I had a slightly different version. We have Uli, so we saw Canister lose a land, and Uli decided to get a Mox, taps for mana. He has Triple Temple, I believe, so he has potentially Kozilek's Command for 5, not quite enough to exile a Titan, but potentially exile some graveyard cards. Maybe, I'm not too sure, exile an Analyst, so it was a trigger on the stack. He got rid of one of the bounce lands, the blue-green bounce land was coding, and yeah, it does feel like Canister needs to do something really good now, or else things are going to get extremely, extremely tricky.
Yeah, it's funny that he can't play his own pack thanks to the Karn stopping the bubble from being able to sacrifice it. So yeah, he's gonna need to find an amulet pretty much.
Yeah, we do know he has Boseiju in hand, right? So he can get rid of the coding if he wants to.
Okay.
Does he actually have a pact in hand? Could you tell?
No. He plays one Boseiju, uses the other one to destroy the coding. Doesn't want to get stone drained at every turn.
Yep. Really interesting that he played the second Boseiju. It might mean he has a bounce land. It might mean he has a third Boseiju in hand. It might just mean he needs the mana for next turn.
Yeah, Boseiju is so good. not only is it a way to destroy some of the combo pieces, you know, in the grinding breach deck, but also it's a card that helps you against your opponent's sideboard cards that they bring against you. Cards like Blood Moon, for example. Like, it basically gives you a card that's already really good in the format to destroy cards like Splinter Twin, but also helps you so much in the post-board games where players have all these cards like Blood Moon against you. No basic land for Uli.
Well, that's, yeah, not even not a surveil land, not a basic land, not a waste. That is pretty rare because Boseiju is a card that sees a decent bit of play. There's also Orchid of the Phantom of the White Orchid, Orchid of the White, the 2/2 for 2 that gets rid of a land. That card sees play in the white-black deck, Bling deck. He just decided, you know, he wants to max out his busted draws and never wants to have that, you know, waste in his opening hand. We saw Aurora be used on coding, save it, bounce it.
Now coding is back, so back to Stone Raining Canister here, which actually kind of works double duty because with the bounce land, it's even worse for Canister losing 2 lands in the process here. But Uli passes the turn yet again, so no clock. He does have Karn, you know, he does have the Stone Rains going on, but other than that, no creatures, nothing to really pressure Canister. We know how explosive the deck can be, so even with just a couple lands in play, this is certainly not over for Canister, who just needs to find an amulet.
Yeah, we're silly. He does have an island in his deck, but since he fizzled the Boseiju, he didn't get to search a land. Is obviously what just happened. Okay, so he did come with a basic in the deck. Yeah, he has 4 Temples, 4 UGEMS Lab, 4 Darkseal Citadel, and then he has 1 Gemstone Cavern, 1 Island, 1 Aurora, and 1 Abstergo Entertainment. I'm not gonna lie, I had to look that one up. It basically rebuys kind of a regrowth land for a historic card, so like an artifact or Karn.
All right, looks like there is a Kozilek command being used on the Dryad.
Yeah.
And Uli goes for that looks like a Dismember.
Yeah, it looks like that might be it for Uli. It looks like he was able to just have a good enough draw and slow down Canister. Canister was missing a little action here, and you know, I don't want to count Canister and Titan out, but
It's not looking good.
Yeah, this one's looking pretty grim.
Dryad Arbor, how do you feel about that card? How do you feel about all the nice versions and? You know.
I was like, didn't we already just talk about Green Thumb Zenith, Dryad Arbor? That's you know.
There's a thought nuts here from Uli, and Canister says, all right, I've seen enough. Let me pack up those cards and get ready for game number 3.
Yeah, so a little hope for Uli. I would expect Canister to still be a pretty big favorite on the play. But at least it's nice for Uli to know that if he does, you know, it is effective, right? If you do get a fast car and if Canister stumbles a bit, you can win.
Yeah, like we said before, Frank's going to have the metagame breakdown for you soon enough. Might be after this round, might be the one after that, but a little bit of a teaser, you know, Boros Energy. The most played deck, I think it was roughly 25% of the field, actually. So every 4th person is still playing Boros. Clearly, the deck is still good enough. I wouldn't say it's like overpowered or anything, as long as people are attacking with, you know, 2/1 creatures, using cards like Goblin Bombardment. That doesn't really seem like an overpowered deck to me. Of course, if it's represented at some point, you know, it might become very, you know, too much of playing against Boros every single round if you're playing the Magic Online challenges or if you go into a big tournament like this one. But the metagame seems, you know, pretty good to me. There's a lot of different archetypes you can play in Tier 1. There's a lot of combo. There is aggressive decks. There's mid-range like blue decks if you like countering spells. You can play Splinter Twin if you like to sit on counters, then play combo. The blue-red Wizards deck with Twin is actually pretty good, I think.
Yeah.
Decks like Hollow One are now available again. Fateless Looting enables some reanimation shenanigans. Belcher is I believe the 6th most played deck.
Yeah, Belcher is really good deck. I expected to see maybe a tiny bit more Belcher. I don't know if I overrate the deck. Maybe the deck's not a ton of fun to play. You mentioned energy still super present, but my experience playing Modern has been just really fun play patterns. The One Ring was honestly not that great, you know, just in every deck. So my plan was to play a bit of Modern after the unbans and the changes, and then start playing some Standard for the next PT. But I've literally just been playing Modern the whole time, just enjoying myself.
It's fun, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and if you look at the archetypes too, there's a lot of one-ofs this weekend. I mean, obviously 1,000 players, it's Modern, but I think there's an Elf player. We saw Enchantress in round 1. I believe there's someone playing Gifts Ungiven, kind of, you know, control package, I guess. So hopefully we get to see some of these decks in the future. Hopefully some of them do well. No, I've really been enjoying Modern, and excited to see, you know, what does well.
I'm looking at Frank's breakdown in our chat, which is, I think, not 100% confirmed yet, but there is 40 different players playing a one-off deck each.
Yeah.
So, you know, Grixis Tempo, Sultai Reclamation, Azorius. There's only one Azorius Hammer. That's actually interesting to me. That was a deck that was very popular that kind of just fallen off the radar a bit. John Breach, Grixis Phoenix. There's only one Goryo's Blink. That's also interesting.
Well, there's Goryo's Blink, but there's also just Esper Goryo. I think it's labeled differently. So there's a.
Oh, it might just be a different name. Okay.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Goryo's player.
The most played deck, yeah, Boros Energy. Then it's Oculus, Breach, Ram, Yavmati. Yeah, kind of, you know, the usual suspects. Mardu Energy. Yeah, there's a lot of decks that, if you group them together by what they're trying to do, the metagame breakdown would look a little bit different. Boros Energy, you can also add Mardu Energy, you have Dimir, Oculus. There are some players playing Esper, Oculus. We talked to the dealers. Pest Control was one of the most popular card when players were trying to buy something that the dealers didn't actually have. A lot of players were asking for Pest Control. I think Vial was also one of the most popular cards. But looks like Game 3 is underway. Canister on the play now, yet again with no Amulet. That's interesting. I think this is the first time I see an Amulet deck not have the turn 1 Amulet in either of the 3 games. Spelunking plus Dryad being fetched by Green Sun Zenith on turn 1.
Yeah, Spelunking does a bit of the thing. I believe Canister plays free Spelunking. It's someone's stock. Well, it's kind of a joke though now that whatever Canisters plays is stock for Titan anyways. He literally plays that deck almost every day on his stream. He just loves the deck and does real well. He came in second in a recent challenge a week before the Mox. You were talking about Energy doing really well. You know, we had the Mox last weekend. It's very few rounds. It's 8 players, 3 rounds of Modern, but Mogged one was Energy, and in his post-victory interview, I think he said he thought Energy was an underdog against Temur Breach and was favored against everything else.
Okay. Yeah, I think we were discussing the Breach Energy deck, the matchup yesterday, and I think it was Simon mentioned that they tried the post-board games in a way where any card in his hand could be a surgical extraction at any time, just to see if, you know, bringing that in would help the matchup. But he said he was being destroyed anyway. It didn't really matter. The Breach deck can play around it pretty easily.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to add constraints like that in your testing, not only to see if it's good, but also to, I think it was also to train the Breach player to like think about surgical and play around it. And
it's good.
Yeah, no, it was cool.
So Uli with a bunch of artifacts here. Mox Opal first, followed by Mishra's Bauble and a Chalice, this time for 0. So I think, yeah, Uli looked at the first game where he also had Canister without the Amulet turn 1, which Canister, knowing Uli plays Chalice, would have certainly played it as fast as he could. So this time he plays it for 0 to try to stop Canister from playing Summoner's Pact.
Yeah, I think he's mostly playing as a 0 just to turn on his Mox Opal. the main reason. So he can cast Thought Not Zero turn earlier, gonna get a peek. We're gonna get a peek as well. Actually, there is a pact. Wow, that's huge, because pacts get dealt with by Chalice, and now he gets to take the one other spell. It looks like it's a spell on the left, or is it just 4 lands in a pact? There's a Gruul Turf, there's a Crumbling Vestige.
I think that's an endurance, right? Or no?
I don't know why you would bring in Endurance in this matchup. I mean, I guess it attacks Karn, which might be good enough.
Oh no, it's a Scapeshift. Never mind, it's a Scapeshift. That's the special guest version of Scapeshift, I think.
Can you tell the card that's behind the timer? Is it Tolaria West?
I think, yeah, Tolaria West, Gruul Turf, Vestige, and I think the last card is a Scapeshift.
So is he going to take the pack despite having Chalice for 0 in play? Yes, Canister can technically Tolaria West for Boseiju, get rid of the Chalice, which would explain why you would be more scared of the pack. You decide, like, Scapeshift's not that scary. Maybe Uli has Karn next turn, and he can just Karn for a Graveyard Hate piece, which should at least hinder the Scapeshift line a lot. And yeah, Canister playing off the top of his deck right now. Or he gets, I guess he gets to float a blue if he wants to in Tolaria West, but looks like he might have drawn something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, no. Did Uli just grossly underestimate the Scapeshift line? Maybe not familiar with the deck. But yeah, I guess I was playing the other day, I was streaming, and people were like, yeah, I think all they need is like a Spelunking, an Amulet, 4 lands, and a Scapeshift, and they can just start going off. So that would be a little rough if you're Uli, you pick the Scapeshift thinking, oh, I have time, maybe I have kind of, you know, that was kind of my first reaction, not thinking. Maybe he has a Cause-like command in hand and he thinks he can, you know, exile cards from the graveyard if Canister goes for it, not realizing that 4 lands is all you need. Let's see.
I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of decks in Modern, and unless you really play Magic competitively and you put in a lot of hours, it's really hard to know all the interactions and, you know, all the loops and everything. So if you just play Modern for fun and you just come to an FNM every now and then, right, then Amulet is certainly one of the hardest decks to know what's going on at all times. It's also one of the hardest decks to play yourself, right? It's a super complicated deck to pilot, seeing all the lines, you know, making sure you know what to do in every matchup. So yeah, we'll see if Canister does have some kind of loop that he can get out of Scapeshift here. But certainly it's not something, you know, that everybody is going to know being up against the deck that is just, you know, one of the 50 decks in Modern.
Yeah, we'll see. Because it's possible that maybe Chalice, maybe one of the loops is, you know, bouncing Tolaria West your hand, generating some mana, getting Analyst, and going again. And maybe you know, you would assume like Canister would not take too long there to pick his 4 lands.
Yeah, I'm sure the Chalice is...
Maybe the Chalice is like an issue here. Let's see.
Does he have enough mana to float, get rid of the Chalice, and still do the loop?
Yeah, 2 Lotus Field, a Saga, and an Urza's Cave ability skull that you can like sack to tutor for a land. So he's floating 8.
One of the cards in his hand was Tolaria West, right? That was one of the cards he revealed. So he can certainly search up Boseiju or, you know, a way to get rid of the Chalice.
Yeah.
But is he going to have enough mana?
Oh wow, he drew Green Sun Venus. Wow, what a huge draw. That's so brutal.
Yeah, look at Uli with a little bit of a smile. That's going to be pretty good, probably.
Yeah, probably going to get Loomer again. Oh no, just straight up Analyst. Even. So Analyst is, you pay 3 mana to get it and 4 to sack it, and you self-mill free. So it's the same mana as getting Lumery, right? Analyst self-mills free lands. Does so what's the reason for what would be the reason for not getting straight up Lumery? I'm sure like people in chats I know Lumera. I'm calling a Lumery. Because Lumera mills 4 cards, then return all lands cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Analysts does the same thing for the same, but it mills 1 less cards. I'm sure there's a perfectly fine reason.
So Canister milled 1 land, but returned what seems to be 9 lands in total.
Oh, it's probably because of woodlands.
Oh yeah, if you sack the Amethyst, Woodlands lets you copy it again and go off again.
All right, well.
He's certainly going to have enough mana now to do whatever he pleases.
Yeah, that a little bit, honestly, Escape Ship is almost scarier than Titan in these decks. Just 4 lands, a Spelunking, and you can start doing silly things. I mean, he did have to have Green Sun Venus there. Not sure how much he could. It would have been interesting to see how much he could have gotten done just with Escape Shift, if anything, really.
So a bunch of triggers on the stack. Looks like Dryad Arbor gets bounced with the bounce land. A lot of mana floating. Yeah, shifting Woodlands, copying the Analyst.
Looks like Canister's just a step, like, explaining some kind of loop.
So sacrifices the Urza's Cave. Yeah, explains what he's going to do to Uli, who says, okay, I guess you have so much mana and access to basically your whole deck that I guess you're going to find a way to win. So yeah, congratulations to Canister, 2-0 with the deck that I don't think there is an Amulet player that has more experience with the deck than Canister, who literally plays it on stream every day. Doesn't matter what the current metagame is.
Yeah.
He just loves his combo. So moves to 2-0, and I think we have a second feature match ready for you guys, which should feature the person that won the last chance qualifier yesterday. It was literally just 2 people in the hall plus a judge. Everybody else left by that time, and it was Chris Larson who ended up taking down the last LCQ with his take on Eldrazi Ramp, and he's going to be playing against Oscar Garcia, who is playing Temur Breach. Temur Breach, the most popular combo deck right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, more combo, and yeah, let's see if we have the players ready in the feature match area, and we can move in and start watching that match. Do you have who do you think would have the upper hand in this matchup, the combo deck or Eldrazi, the more classic variant of Eldrazi Ramp?
I'm just gonna pick Temur Breach. I think that deck's just really strong. But, one would assume that you don't show up to an RC with a terrible Temur Breach matchup either.
Yeah.
Obviously, you kind of have to pick a bit. There's Energy, there's Blue-Black, there's Temur Breach, there's 2 or 3 other fairly popular decks. But I have the feeling that most matchups in Modern are fairly close.
The Eldrazi Ram deck's basically made of all Modern Horizon cards. So this is...
we did hear Mengu say he thought the Eldrazi deck was a little slow, a little clunky to get going, unless you have the perfect hands, and Temur Breach usually doesn't give you a ton of time to mess around, so...
Yeah. So this is Oscar's take on Temur Breach. What's going on here? What's the main idea behind the combo in the deck?
Yeah, very stock list. It's basically blue-red splashing for Malevolent Rumble. That card is obscene. It enables,
obscene.
Yeah, just so many decks. It's one of my favorite cards in Modern. You see it in the Eldrazi decks and Viz deck. And yeah, you're just trying to self-mill. The actual combo is Underworld Breach in play, grinding station in play, a 0-mana artifact. You tap the station, you sack your 0-mana artifact, you mail free cards, which lets you replay the 0-mana artifact for free.
Untap the
You
station.
self-mail your entire deck, and you either kill people with Thassa's Oracle when you have no library left, or in this case, I think our player had Grape Shot, so
Shot, yeah.
you just cast enough spells to storm off and kill people with Grape Shot. Grape Shot is nice because it has utility in the early games, way more than Oracle. But the downside is maybe if you have very few cards left in your deck, you can't actually get the storm count high enough to kill someone. That might come up. We saw Canister last week in the mocks. He had the 1 Bolt and the 1 Grape Shot as a win con. So it seems like maybe Grape Shot is the preferred win con these days.
Yeah, and we have this Eldrazi ramp list from Chris Larson. Pretty typical take, also using Malevolent Rumble. He has Utopia Sprawl to ramp. There's 4 copies of different green talismans. Obviously, UGEMS Labyrinth. There is also Eldrazi Temple, so some of the Ancient Tomb lands. And he's playing a lot of creatures, Sowing Mycospawn, Devourer of Destiny, Emrakul, which obviously works really well with the Rumble. 3 copies of Worldbreaker, that's interesting. 2 Null Drifters, and obviously Karn to tie it all together.
Yeah, fairly stock list as well. I believe Karn is just stock right now in most Eldrazi lists, and it's one of the appeals. You can cast it as, I mean, technically as early as turn 2. That's probably the dream draw for Christopher, but you can cast it super consistently on turn 3 with the talismans, the sprawls, the rumble. Yeah, just a really cool deck. I'm not sure I've actually ever played that deck, but you're looking for UGEMS Labyrinth's opening hand. Some of your best hands is Labyrinth turn 1, have an expensive card to put under, play a talisman, and then you have 4 mana on turn 2.
If you're a player who hasn't played Modern in a couple of years, is Eldrazi Ram basically the new Tron? Like if you're going to play these, expensive cards, Emrakul, Worldbreaker, all these expensive cards, is Eldrazi mana base the way to go, or what happened with the actual Urza Tron?
Tron doesn't see a ton of play. I do know the trophy leader on Magic Online. They were neck and neck. I think one had 22 trophies. So trophy is when you go 5-0 in a league, and another had 23. One of them, I think the actual trophy leader was playing Eldrazi Tron was actual like Urza lands, which is not common at all. And the other player was playing Brute Scale combos. So some people still do play the Urza lands, but yeah, no, that's kind of what the majority of players played. The UGEMS land, maybe some fetch lands, some surveil lands, the free colors. Whereas the Urza land, you don't get to play as many colors. You usually play just green for make a spawn.
So Christopher starts with a Devourer of Destiny and a Misty Rainforest, so not exactly the perfect start. There is also Shifting Woodlands for Oscar.
Yeah, the Eldrazi Realm definitely looks way more fun to me than just Tron, like you're not mulliganing to 5 every other game to try and assemble Tron.
Yeah.
You have a way bigger range of decent draws you can have and way less non-games, so...
Yeah, the mulligans with Tron, there's always this funny joke when your opponent moves to 6, you're like, yeah, tough luck, they go to 5, you're like, oh man, yeah, sucks for you. Then they go to 4 and you're like, oh, you dirty Tron player.
Yeah, kind of that, and it used to be Dredge like years ago, and then it became Tron, and you don't see too much of that anymore, which is, I guess, kind of nice.
It's like the players have a question for the judge, who's taking care of.
I think maybe it was the headphones that weren't working very well. Not sure we mentioned, but Christopher had to grind in yesterday.
Yeah, he won the very last Last Chance qualifier.
Yeah, do you know how many he played before that?
I know he played at least one more, I think, because I saw him in the hall earlier. But he kind of always hangs out and.
Yeah.
Let's see what's. what the players are discussing. Yeah, I don't think it's related to the game, really. Okay. Oh yeah, you're right. So yeah, we're getting the word from production. Looks like it is about the headsets, about the white noise, and maybe something wasn't working right. So they just figured it out, and hopefully they're going to be able to start playing soon. So I already asked you what you would play in Modern, but what I would play is something I also considered. I would probably play Holo One. I just love the deck. I had very good experience with it at the old GP circuit. Before Fadeless Looting got banned, before all the cards got banned, that was still when KCI was a thing, when Matt Nass was winning every tournament with KCI and Mox Opal. And Holo One just a fun deck. Plus, I like that Burning Inquiry is a card that not just sets you up, but it also kind of messes up the plan for the opponent. You play Burning Inquiry, they discard 2 Tron lands. You can see it on their face that they're already kind of mentally checked out. Now the deck is obviously much stronger with Fadeless Looting, but the versions I saw online that are playing a lot of cards like Mishra's Bauble and like a cheaper curve, I think I would still go back to playing Bloodgas and playing Gurmag Angler, these types of cards. Also, if you have some expensive cards in your deck, like Angler or Tassiger, it's easier to collect Evidence 6 with the Detective card, the red card that you play from the graveyard to give your Holo Ones +2/+2 and flying. So, yeah, hopefully we're going to, see some Holo One players, but I don't think it's a very popular deck in this tournament. I think there was only roughly 10 players in the field running it this weekend.
Yeah, one of the scariest things is just Bowmaster Burning Inquiry combo.
Yeah, that's also good.
Kind of nasty,
yeah.
But I'm not sure you can play the Delph cards because you do have, sure, it enables the Phoenix, but also it eats your graveyard. So
yeah, that's the downside. But I mean, you still have so many ways to fuel your graveyard. You have Fadeless Looting, you have Goblin Lore, you have Burning Inquiry. So there certainly is a lot of ways to put cards in graveyard. Plus you have Street Wraith, you have Fetch Lands, after sideboard, you have cards like Thoughtseize sometimes, there's Lightning Bolt, Fatal Push. So filling the graveyard is relatively easy. But yeah, looks like we're going to take a short break here before the players figure it out.
I think I heard there's a new 1-drop for Holo One and Aether Drift.
Okay, tell me more.
I forget. I don't know what it does. I just think someone mentioned that the other day. So I would say I've been like mildly impressed by Holo One in general. It's so hard to say because the variance is probably much higher than most decks with the Holo One draw, so it's hard to say, and it's a little frustrating when you do lose to good draws, but we'll see. We'll see if you're rooting for the Holo One players. I'm rooting for the blue-white artifact players.
Yeah. But looks like we're back, Oscar, with turn 2 Mox Opal and a discounted Emery, which mills 3 copies of Malevolent Rumble and a Tameo. So definitely not what he wanted to see.
Yeah, notably no artifacts, obviously, and he also hasn't sacked a bubble or played a bubble this game. So the rare potential, breakish Emery.
In the meantime, Chris finds one of the survey lines. The survey lines have been such a great addition to Modern, just in general. The fact that you can use your fetch lands to grab a card that doesn't draw a card, but let's say it's worth half a card. If you're trying to find something, you're trying to put cards in the graveyard in something like Gorios, you can hit the Atroxa right away.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's worth like 10 cards or whatever.
Yeah.
You can be in spots, you talked about Goryo, you can be in the spot where you have an Arena of Glory in play and you literally surveil a Flage and bring it back right away. It can be, they're so good. They make deck building interesting. They make early turn more decisions. It's fun too. It's like less getting screwed or flooded because of the manipulation effect. So not great. I think players just love these lands, and they were a great design.
Chris uses a Kozilek's Return to deal with the Emery before Oscar can untap with it. Makes sense. Oscar plays an Urza's Saga and a Preordain to start finding the combo pieces, and he does have 2 copies of Breach in his hand. So Unfortunately for him, that Emery brick is very likely not going to allow him to start comboing off right away. But with that Saga and Mox Opal in play already, I think he's relatively close to finding all the right pieces. Chris has a Karn on his own turn, getting himself a Tormod script.
Yeah, just exactly what Christopher wants to see. Looks like Oscar's draw didn't quite pan out. He lost the Emery, but we see no artifacts. I was wondering why. I believe Christopher played Kozilek's Return on his turn to get rid of the Emery when there was no artifacts in the graveyard, and I'm not sure Oscar has, you know, there's a timing where Oscar can get an artifact in the graveyard. So I was a little surprised he did that. Maybe I'm missing something. It doesn't seem to matter much either way. Let's see if the Teamer Breach can get out of the Karn lock here. We saw Canister, you know, scoop fairly fast after his opponent getting Karn in play in game 2 last match. So I'm assuming it's going to be the same thing here. Maybe Oscar is going to take one more draw step. He does get to make a token and potentially pressure Karn. So
yeah, that's good. Plus, also, you know, help get Metalcraft for.
He might be able to get rid of it.
I think Chris took a little bit of time to figure out how exactly to tap his mana to resolve the Sprawl and the Talisman. I think he has one card left. Has he used Karn this turn?
He has not used Karn yet. He got Crypt last turn. He could get rid of the Mox, just makes the Urza tokens smaller. But it looks like he's going to get something, maybe a Ballista, maybe some chum blocker.
Well, he does have engineered explosives. Interesting.
Nice.
So that's going to help him not just get rid of the Mox, but also the construct tokens, which Oscar does make at the end of turn. Draws a beautiful copy of an island. That's, I think, from the arena that you could get in the old like FNMs.
Yeah, he could have gotten Bridge. He got explosives. He has coding. He has the Stone Brain. Crypt he already got. He got a Disruptor Flute as well, and a couple Soulless Jailers as options for Karn.
So Oscar, chapter number 3 on that Urza Saga, and looks like he's close to fetching a Haywire Might here. Or that was at least the card that he pulled to the top.
Yeah, he needs to get rid of Karn, which he can do. He does have Unholy Heat in his deck. No Unholy Heat in the graveyard yet, which means that if he has a Breach in hand, for instance, he can't just go Breach, Unholy Heat, and then try and go off. That's what makes the Breach deck so good. It's so resilient. You kind of have answers to most of the things people throw at you, and you can win a value game with Emery and Tamiyo and Urza Saga. You can combo off really fast as soon as, well, technically as soon as turn 1, but it's not like, it does happen sometimes on turn 2.
So it looks like Soul Guide's Lantern is the choice, targeting the Kozilek's Return. In response, Chris blows up the explosives. So he doesn't want to give Oscar Metalcraft. Wait, but what happened to the Exile trigger? Or maybe he exiled the World Breaker instead?
He exiled the World Breaker.
Okay.
Could have gotten Kozilek's Returns, I guess.
And there is another Emery, this time milling a Mishra's Bauble plus, I think, another Mox Opal.
Yeah, we were talking about which WinCon to pick, and we see the Graveshot Cannon super handy here, getting rid of the Karn.
Yeah.
Obviously, it looks like it was much better than Oracle would have been. Let's see if it's enough, though. Does Christopher has any kind of follow-up? He has access to the War of Destiny, but just says go.
Brawl and go. Looking at his graveyard, though, so quite likely that the last card in his hand could be Emrakul, but I think for that he would have already gotten the discount. There's an artifact, there's a Planeswalker instant, there's a land, so that's at least 4. And how much mana does he have in play? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 8. Yeah, I guess he's getting pretty close.
Yeah, he was a little short still last turn. We do see Breach in Oscar's hand. Maybe no grinding station yet.
Yeah, I think that's the card he's missing. Emery replays the Soul Guide Lantern, this time getting rid of Karn. But Oscar also just plays a tap land and looks like he's about to pass the turn back to Christopher. So let's see. He did not return the Devourer to his hand. So now is he one short now because he doesn't have the Karn? There's 2 artifacts.
So Emrakul costs 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think he's still a little bit short, and I think now the jig is kind of up. I think Oscar now knows.
Yeah, I mean, he could have had Temple, right? If his last 2 cards are exactly Temple Emrakul, that works. We see a Kozilek's Commando. That's surely huge.
Okay. Targeting the Emery and Scry. Emery gets exiled, and what does he find? Oh, there is the Temple actually right on the top. Karn also one of the cards available to him.
Yeah, so no extra mana this turn. He did decide to keep 2 mana up.
Chris being a little sloppy with, you know, all the cards, putting something on the bottom, something in his hand, but I think he was able to figure it out. So Emery hits the Exile Zone, and Karn was the pickup from the...
Yeah, so he has Emrakul and Karn in hand, 8 mana in play. Might be go time for Oscar here. Does Oscar have a self-mill effect in the graveyard? I don't think so, right? He doesn't have Rumble, he doesn't have Emery. Big hit here, potentially. I think he needs some kind of self-mill effect up the top. An Emery?
Wow, he bins Emery. That's interesting.
That makes sense. He knows he's under a ton of pressure, and Emery is a self-mill effect. The problem with Emery is can be a little expensive if you don't have artifacts. We see Mox Opal, we see Breach. He can replay a Lantern first with Breach, and then cast the Emery for 1 mana. That would, so that's 2, 1 for the Lantern. Mox Emery would leave him with 1 mana. Let's see if he can. If he's gonna try and go off, maybe even just play the Breach for value this
turn. Yeah.
At the worst, he maybe gets Emery into play a few cards of Soul Guide, but that might not be enough if he gets Emerald.
That's the nice thing about the deck. It's not just, you know, typically you have combo pieces. If you play, you know, Show and Tell and Omniscience, drawing each card without the other copy isn't really going to do much. Here, Underworld Breach, you can sometimes just use for value, draw a couple of cards, you know, replay something from the graveyard, and then use a second one later on for the kill. But looks like Oscar is considering possibly getting back the Soul Guide Lantern, you know, trying to keep Christopher's graveyard in check so he doesn't resolve the Emrakul.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out what's the most efficient way to mill himself and try to get to that elusive grinding station.
So it looks like he's exiling 2 lands and a Spell Snare to get back Mox Amber. Plays Mox Opal. And let's see, looks like Emery would cost 1.
Yeah, so he needs to hit an Emery, a Rumble, or you know, the actual grinding station. Obviously, he doesn't want to exile Grape Shot. I'm not sure how effectively he can still win the game if he does. We see no luck. We see a bubble. We see a blue spell bomb coupled with Seju. So I guess technically he can Unholy Heat his Emery and cast it again. That's one option. The problem is, does he have enough mana if he does that?
Looks like he's replaying the other spell bomb, exactly the other 3 cards.
Okay, so he's just going for like 1
draw card. It's another land, yeah, it doesn't do much.
Yeah. So if he had used Unholy Heat on Emery and cast Emery, it costs him 2 mana. It gets an Unholy Heat in the yard and a bunch of extra cards. Wasn't that just a better line, or I feel like you just see more cards, right?
Either way, the reach is now gone. Chris can certainly, sigh of relief here. That didn't go as well for Oscar as he would have hoped. And a rumble for Chris here, revealing Karn and 3 unexciting cards. So he picks up the Karn. Still has that Emrakul in hand, but not quite enough to play it. Eldrazi's spawn gets made. All right, hang on. He's counting again. So we have a sorcerer, you have artifact, instant. Oh, wait, okay. So he's still considering what to do with the rumble, which card he's going to take. Counting his mana first, trying to see if there is a way that he could still cast that Emrakul this turn. Seems unlikely, though.
I'm assuming he can do... All right.
Oh, did he not take anything? Or what happened with the rumble? I'm
not sure you're allowed. You have to take something.
Wait, he took Karn? Didn't he already have one?
He had a Karn in hand. He had Karn and Emrakul at the start of the turn.
I'm a little confused as to what happened here, because he's sort of showing like he's casting Emrakul, but I think there is still, the rumble is still resolving.
Maybe he was trying to not take anything, not realizing it, or he just took Talisman, right?
I think that's what's happening now.
Kind of interesting. Did he actually need to not take anything? Because
does he have enough mana? That's the question. Looks like the answer is yes. So he was eventually able to figure out.
He has 7 mana, so he needs 6 types in the yard. The command counts for 2 because it has the Eldrazi type.
He also had the spawn. There was a spawn from the rumble that was sacrificed.
Yeah, that's 7 because he had to pay 2 for the rumble. He had 8 -2 +1 7. Yeah, it sounds like he had the 6 types. Even was taking a card was rumble. All right. Probably some of the most fun you can have in Magic, taking your opponent's turn. It's not quite Mind Slavery. Your opponent does get a turn after that. Can he do much? Yeah, he can probably just breach. He can exile the Grape Shot.
Sacrifice
something.
Sacrifice some fetch lands, not find anything.
Yeah. That was my experience with a Temur Reach deck. I mean, it was obviously running a little bad, but I was, a lot of these games, I was just not able to find my grinding station. And I remember playing a game where I was rumbling, casting Emery, rumbling again, and kind of squeezing out every resource I could, replaying some mocks, and just sometimes you just don't find your grinding station and your plan B is not good enough.
Wouldn't something like Fateless Looting, could that possibly make the deck a little more consistent at finding the right pieces, putting more cards in the graveyard?
They usually play Preordain, 3 or 4 copies. Oscar has 3. And there is a question where, maybe some amount of looting is good. You do have the self-mill of Rumble, of Grinding Station. But I think Preordain is just, the short answer is Preordain is just a better card almost always. You especially feel it as soon as you start mulliganing. It's also a deck that just kind of uses all its resources. You have a low land count, so you don't have a ton of extra lands usually. You have all these cheap artifacts, and yeah, I guess looting, that was one of these decks where you would think looting is at least a small upgrade, and the more people played the deck and the more they figured, nah, I'm good. I don't need that effect. It's obviously like gets worse against Graveyard Hate, which is just everywhere, even game ones these days.
Yeah. Okay, eventually, Oscar untaps, discovers that Chris was able to basically exhaust all his resources, sacrifice all the...
Yeah, that was a lot of back and forth. It looks like, Oscar had an early window, didn't have much going on. Then Christopher had got two activations out of Karn, and looks like maybe that would be good enough. But it wasn't. Oscar got out of it. All he needed was to find, grinding station in his top, 25, 30 cards. Couldn't do that, and then Christopher was able to just finally end the game with Emrakul.
Let's take a look at Christopher's sideboard. What about something like Dismember? Is that something you would consider bringing in? Like, how big is Emery? How big of a player is Emery in a matchup like this, considering you have, Kozilek's commands? Like, do you feel like you need more answers?
Yeah, I think the cheap cruisers are really good. I would assume he brings in Dismember. Interacting the early turns is a big deal. It is tough because he probably doesn't have a ton of awful cards, but he does have a lot of expensive cards in his deck, and the matchup is a lot about the first few turns. So I would assume you just board out some of the less impactful, expensive Eldrazi, but at the same time it's all tough because you do have Ugin's Labyrinth, which is your best card, and you don't want to make that card too weak.
How about something like Kozilek's Return?
Yeah, I mean, it's a choice, right? Kozilek's Return and Dismember. I would assume Dismember is just better. Kozilek's Return is nice because you can self-mill and get the free value later in the game, but you're probably more worried about the early turn. So, yeah, I could see him cutting all the Kozilek's Return. What else could he cut? Worldbreaker is decent. Nodrister gets you going. Maybe trim on Emrakul. That card is probably not the greatest in the matchup. And then, yeah, I don't think Consigned to Memory is very effective against the Breach deck. That card should not come in. Dismember in. Jailer, I believe, does stop the Breach to some extent, even though they're pretty good at getting rid of it. So we'll probably be seeing, 2 Dismember, maybe a Barrage, maybe a Jailer come in for Christopher.
What about Temur Breach? Is there... I guess this is open deck list, but is there, for example, some kind of a sideboard plan where you could, change gears, board into something different, transformational sideboard? That used to be a big thing back in the days, right? Like, that was always my preferred way of playing combo is my opponents are going to bring in all these, Tormod scripts, whatever, Graveyard Hate, so I'm going to board into, something crazy. But with open deck list, this isn't really a thing anymore. Other than that, I mean, I guess cards like Consigned to Memory are obviously coming in, but...
Yeah. In theory, you could almost turn your deck into a control deck and rely on Tamiyo, Saga, and Emery as your engine, and just play a lot of cheap removal, a lot of cheap interaction. The little I played the deck, the only matchup where I completely took out the combo was against Rhinos, because I had access to 2 explosives, which is not suck, but I had explosives, I had removal, and my opponent had... they had endurance, they had force of negation, they had bindings, they had a ton of interaction, and it did work out. I did lose game 1 and win the 2 sideboard games that way, but I believe that's something you basically never do in almost no matchups. What you do have access to is, in Oscar's case, he has 2 Life from the Loam, an Urza, Lord High Artificer, Jace Wheeler of Mysteries. So, I've seen Ren and 6 in some people's sideboard. So you could have these 2 or 3 threats that kind of dodge the artifact hate, but still, keep in most of your combo. We see free Consigned to Memory. That's obviously an all-star against Eldrazi. You get to counter the spell and the trigger at the same time. That card's a staple. I think it's an uncommon that's worth €7 in real life, and I think it was 19 takes on Magic Online.
Consign?
Or an uncommon, I believe so, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that card is basically the reason you splash blue in Modern. You'll see Sky Energy or Boros Energy just splash blue for that card. That's how good the Eldrazi is, I guess, that you need people to have these cards in the sideboard to keep it in check. So yeah, Consign, Nature's Claims is an option. there's Pith and Needle for Karn, but the Karn itself is kind of annoying. And you know, Spell Snare is not the worst. It does counter Rumble and the Talismans. So definitely tricky to sideboard was the Breach deck, as it often is with these combo decks, right? You don't want to dilute your combo too much. You kind of need just the right amount of interaction and the right kind.
So Christopher starts with a Devourer, and Oscar has a turn 1 Tameo. I think I saw an Urza in Oscar's hand. The actual Lord Artificer.
Yeah, he has one copy. It's a way to just, you know, it's a nice thread that attacks Karn, and I guess it does stuff. I'm not sure if that's the best one. You know, you could consider, you know, 4 mana is still kind of a lot, especially when people are messing with your mana. And you have Kappa Cannoneer, I think I've seen in some sideboards. You have a few, you know, expensive. I would guess Urza, Kappa Cannoneer are the 2 big ones. If you want some dumb thread that dodges Meltdown, kind of dodges Stony Silence.
Labyrinth plus Talisman was the play for Christopher on turn 1. Pretty good opening draw. Oscar, in the meantime, makes a clue after attacking with the Tameo. And let's see if he has any good follow-up to that. Sounds like that might be a Preordain.
Yeah, the clues could be nice. The extra clues was Urza. That's extra mana. Always a good feeling to get to untap with Tameo and start making clues.
Yeah, I was looking at the Breach lists before, after reading Frank's article, which mentions that to get a consistent, you know, Metalcraft on turn 2 with your Mox Opals, you need at least 26 other artifacts to get to 90%. Obviously, this deck isn't really trying, you know, necessarily to have Mox Opal on turn 2 to make mana, but there's a lot of ways to, you know, make accidental artifacts. So there's Tameo, there was a Saga, there's all the card selection pieces, Preordain and Rumble, help you find more. So despite the fact that the deck runs just Mishra's Bauble, Grinding Station, Mox Ember, and, you know, a couple one-offs like Soul Guide Lantern and either Spellbomb, there is a lot of ways to still make artifacts with the other cards.
We see one of the downsides of Tameo as opposed to Emery, a little easier to get rid of with Skaldek's command. And Larson says, I don't need the card, I'm good, I want that extra sign token. So that's always scary if you're on the other side. It means that Larson feels like he's somewhat set and he's got what he needs, just needs the extra mana.
So Emery mills, I think that's a Soul Guide Lantern, Bidding Needle, no, that's a Consign and a Breach, and this looks like a Micah spawn for Chris.
Yeah, one of the key cards, and he goes for the Bajuka Bog right away, hoping to hinder the Emery's ability. Let's see if Oscar can find something maybe like a bubble in his top 2. Really, any artifact of the top would be nice. We know he has an Urza. I believe he has the third land, so if he can find a 0 mana artifacts, he turns on Mox Opal, gets to cast Urza. We saw he has a Lightning Bolt too. Just respecting the Karn, I guess. Bringing the one sideboard Lightning Bolts. Canister had it in the main deck. Sometimes people play it in combination with Grapeshot in the main, and it's just like just a decent Magic card in general. Obviously, Lightning Bolts.
So Surveillant gets fetched with the Scalding Tarn end of turn, puts another one in the graveyard, draws a second copy of Emery. So he is...
Yeah, a little awkwardness here in Oscar's draw. We see he has to play an Emery just for the self-mill effect. Does find the bubble.
He can attack with Tameo. Oh wait, there's no Tameo. Never mind. He does find a Mishra's Bauble.
Yeah, that was really big because he needed something. Like his draw is kind of getting a little anemic.
So that turns on the Mox Opal, but he's still 1 mana short of activating everything and having enough mana to play the Urza here.
Yeah, you've got that that tension in some spots where you sack your artifacts to try and you redraw
Find more cards, yeah.
more cards, more lands, artifacts, or do you guarantee that your Mox Opal stays on?
All right, float 1 mana with Mox before sacrificing the bubble, which makes Oscar lose Metalcraft. Draw a card with the clue. So yeah, exactly what you said. I want to dig deeper into my deck, but at the same time, I'm losing Metalcraft, I'm losing mana.
That makes a ton of sense to me, though, because you want to sag the bubble anyways because you have Emery. And at this point, like, if you find any land, it's as good as turning on your Mox. So it seems likely that you're either going to redraw an artifact, or going to draw a 4th land, or you're going to draw like a bunch of action, which is, you know, potentially just as good or better.
So Utopia Sprawl on a land follows that up with a Malevolent Rumble number 2.
It's got a green floating. Another make a spawn. Ooh, Karn. No hesitation.
Wow, yeah. Wastes no time taking the Karn. Makes himself a spawn. How much mana does he have? 1, 2, 3.
That's the green floating.
4, okay.
Yeah, that's right. He has to use the green from that he had floating, right? Or did he tap Bajuka Bog? Oh no, he's
Wow, he sacks a spawn instead, so he keeps green mana floating. What does that mean?
not a Rumble, but
Oh yeah, Rumble has to be the last card. Okay.
I mean, you would think he would cast Rumble before casting the Karn if he had another Rumble. Or maybe he wants to get coding this turn? No, he wouldn't do that. He was maybe playing around, trying to think. There could be consign in Oscar's plan, I guess.
I think Oscar said, wait a minute. But I mean, Chris still has priority, right? So if he plays Karn and activates it, there's no way to play an Unholy Heat somewhere in there to try to stop him from getting a card.
Yeah, he's just going to get the Crypt, cast the Crypt.
Yeah, now Oscar can fire off the Lightning Bolt or that Unholy Heat.
Yeah, Oscar probably has Delirium, so he's debating whether he should use Unholy Heat with Delirium or the Bolt.
Yeah, Oscar has at least an artifact, a land. There's Emery, and I think there was a Preordain. So he should have Delirium.
Yeah, looks like his value is the Lightning Bolt. We're probably going to see the Crypt getting sacked here. Oh, wow. That's my, like, grindy player approach where I see Emery targeting a bubble and I'm like, can't let that happen, which it's tough because it's only one card now, but it kind of depends how good your last card is, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if Chris feels like, next turn he can just play an Emrakul or something and win the game, then sure, you can have your bubble. But if you feel like the game's going to go on for a bunch of turns, then denying your opponent the extra card every turn probably makes more sense.
The thing is, I'm not even sure how, like, super effective a Crypt is if your opponent goes off with Breach and, worst case, they draw a bunch of cards with Bubble, and then they draw into a bunch of consigns, and they kind of soft lock you out of the game that way. So
Oscar starts with Urza, follows that up with a Melvin Rumble. Looking at, there is the Station B. He picks Urza Saga instead. Does he have another Breach in his hand? He does have another Breach, right? I think that was that the last game where he had 2 breaches and he used 1 for value?
I think he has Unholy Heat in hand for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah, right. So that was last game. So yeah, no more Breach for Oscar here.
Yeah.
Unless that was a card he saw that was there. No, I think that's a Mox Opal. So
last card in Chris' hand was Rumble when he decided not to use the Crypt there.
Yeah, so you were right about that. Let's see if he can find something to play this turn. What does Chris Graveyard have? There's an artifact, there's Karn, that's a planeswalker, there's a sorcery, that's a rumble, there's a land, so that, at least 4. There's a creature, I think, one of the...
Kozilek's command, right, which counts for instant and Eldrazi.
Okay. Rumble, there's the Emrakul. Does he have enough mana?
We're about to find out very soon. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
3, 4... No, I think Kozilek's Return was their last game.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 even. Yeah, I think he's more than good.
Cracks a Misty Rainforest first. 1, 2, 3, 4. Misty's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I think he has access to roughly 10 mana.
Only costs 6?
I wonder if the Temur Breach deck is going to be like Celestia midrange at the last RC we did, where the deck was really popular. I think it was like the 3rd most played deck, but somehow it just failed to produce in all the feature matches we picked throughout the entire weekend. I don't think we had a single win out of the Celestia deck because somehow they always had a bad draw or didn't have that turn 1 Lateral Elf, or they did and their opponent had a removal spell and then they were stuck with a bunch of 3-drops. Yeah, so far Temur Breach hasn't really, done a whole lot this game. Sure, you get some value every now and then. In the first game, I think Chris was, close to possibly dying if Oscar would find the station at any point the last couple of turns, but eventually find the Emrakul. What about now? There is Urza and Emry active, lots of mana.
So there's Unholy Heat. You can get rid of one of the creatures if you want to.
The only problem for Oscar is Chris is playing this turn, not him. So
Yeah, Boseiju only gets rid of your opponent's permanents. And Lantern only gets rid of your opponent's graveyards. Looks like he might just be activating Urza first. I don't think there's anything super exciting Christopher can do. So he's going to activate Urza, hope to hit Breach. I would assume that would be like the best card he can hit. A land. You're allowed to play a lands. He's probably just going to leave it in exile. Or I guess he's going to play it, fetch it.
Yeah, you can fail to find, and he also has a way to check how his opponent sideboarded, so that makes sense.
I think we saw Jace Wheeler of Mystery.
Oh, he can actually find a survey land.
Okay, he's going for like...
If he sees a land on the top, he can leave it there.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Or is there anything he can find to still do something this turn? If it says Surveil 1, doesn't the owner of the deck see it too? Or do you just look at it as Chris? That's actually pretty interesting.
I'm not sure what Surveil says. Okay. So he attacked one of the creatures in Emrakul, killed the other one was, well, I guess he could just attack both creatures or use Unholy Heat. All right. Oscar's at 13 too, no dat. Emrakul 13 flying, so...
Not the greatest of turns in terms of, when you take control of your combos.
Yeah, sometimes you just win the game, right?
Yeah, sometimes you just like make them kill themselves with the Grave Shot and Breach and everything, but
yeah,
killing the creatures and like messing up, Oscar's board was good enough to put Chris in a position where he potentially wins next turn.
Yeah, there's a few ways. I was playing Necro Dominance recently. I would suggest against getting your turn stolen if you have Necro in play. That usually doesn't end up well for you. So Oscar can potentially get Haywire Might here if he has it, and gain 2 like block, make a spawn, kill Sprawl, and gain 2 life. That's one way I see of Oscar living one more turn. Does he have Might his deck? Bubble. All right, so he gets a draw step in Chris's.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he can find I don't know, wait to stay alive for one more turn, but
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I guess is there maybe one auto aura, but then Chris gets to recast their Miracle?
yeah, it's not good either.
Doesn't sound like the best solution. I mean, technically you could bounce Emrakul, Chris casts it, he draws nothing, can't do anything, and then you just draw Breach on your post Emrakul turn. Oh, there's a Woodlands, right? But there's a Crypt in play,
There was also a Crypt in play, yep.
so that's not gonna work.
So it looks like Oscar is activating the Woodlands to try to copy Urza, but obviously Chris says
No, thank you.
nope.
Yeah, I think he might just be going through the motions. Yeah.
Bubble
Wait.
trigger, and
Wait, that was a Nature's Claim, no? Wasn't that enough to stay at 1?
it kind of looked like Life from the from the Loam to me, which is obviously I don't think that's a card in his deck, but
It is a card in his sideboard.
oh really? Okay, then I think
Yeah.
it might have been Life from the Loam.
Okay, that makes sense.
But anyways, Oscar extends a hand. Congratulations to Chris Larson for picking up his second win of the weekend. So he moves to 2-0. Yeah, considering he had to grind in, I think he's gonna be pretty happy with the start so far.
Yeah, for sure. No, great stuff. Did feel like the Breach player got a tiny bit unlucky. He had a bunch of blows despite the Karns. We did see the Breach like battle through a bunch of stuff, Karns and whatnot, and
yeah, like he had everything he needed game one except for the for the grinding station. He just couldn't find it.
Yeah.
Despite having a lot of card selection pieces, Emery milling, basically breaking with the mill. That was unlucky.
And yeah, exactly. In game 2, we saw that like slight awkwardness here and there, which doesn't always happen, and that was enough to give Chris the window to take over the game.
We have a quick interview for you with the winner of this match with Chris Larson. So let's toss it quickly back to Will and see what Chris has to say.
And we are back with our winner, Mr. Chris Larson, taking down yet again. I feel like all I do is interview you at this point.
Not all you do, but sometimes.
Talking to the mic.
Not all you do, but sometimes you definitely do, yeah.
I definitely do. And you're doing it this time with this Eldrazi ramp deck. Why did you bring that this weekend?
There is an exceptionally good reason to that.
I know it. I don't want you to tell it.
Someone gave me a good deck list.
Oh, okay.
And a sideboard guide.
I thought you were going to talk about your whole run yesterday.
Oh, and yesterday, like I played LCQs yesterday. Because I didn't expect to go to Prague, actually. I haven't played much Modern, we're testing for the PT and family and stuff. So in this case, someone just told me I'm playing Eldrazi Ramp, and I think it's good. It is Go Burn, who won multiple challenges online, and his list is pretty good. I like Ramp, I like Emrakul.
And you were able to just pick it up, take down. I think you tweeted out yesterday about like 10 at night. You're the last two people in the room playing to try and get a spot to play today, and you were able to take it down.
I think the judges kicked me out at 10:30 saying, please go away now.
In the nicest possible way, I'm sure they did.
That was nice.
Right, well, you've played 2 rounds now. Now you've got a bit of a feel of the deck from playing yesterday and today. What sort of decks are you trying to dodge? What don't you want to be playing against?
I don't want to play against a lot of people who has a lot of the Magmar Dragon that choose non-basic lands. So I hope people left home the dragons.
The dragons, okay.
To leave my Eldrazi lands away. And I guess people that are faster than me. I think Breach is like an okay matchup because of the Karn. In general, like I don't really know what I don't want to face. I just have certain sideboard cards I'd rather people didn't play against me.
Okay, interesting. So obviously you weren't planning to come in this weekend, so I'm not going to ask you what you think of the meta was.
Frank
I'm going to ask you
speaking.
what you think of the meta now. Like the meta's been pushed out. A quarter of it is still Boros Energy, which after 3 bans, it's still going to be the top most played deck in the room. Is this something that you think? Oh, okay, that's good, that's bad. Maybe it's good for you playing Tron.
I think it's kind of weird that we're still seeing Energy all over after we try to ban out the deck. And I will also say that I was going to play Energy this weekend if
I could get you the deck to lend you, yes.
I mean, someone didn't bring me an Energy deck, so now I'm playing Eldrazi's.
Just to rub it in, it's okay, cool. All right, and on that one, we got one last one. How am I going to see you here anymore this weekend? There's only one right answer.
I mean, I hope so, for what it is.
The answer was yes, Chris. Come on. We'll work on it next time. But on that one, we're going to pass it back to the booth.
Thank you.
Okay, so there we have it. Chris is afraid of dragons.
Yeah.
I think that's it for us for round number 2,
Yeah.
but that's not it for this round. We have what everybody's been waiting for. We have Frank Carson and Philippa, who are ready to talk to you about the metagame breakdown. We have Frank Carson working in the backstage here, you know, doing all the numbers, crunching all the numbers, getting some interesting deck lists out of the tournament. And yeah, I think he's ready to talk to you guys about what we're seeing here today.
Thank you, Martin. I'm here joined by Frank Carson to give you all day one meta breakdown for this tournament. And Frank, over 1,000 deck lists submitted. How was the process of looking through them, and what is the most played deck of the day?
Well, I spent up late last night going through all the deck lists, trying to correct the archetypes, making sure that they're consistent, correct, homogenized. Also on Melee, took me a while, but I can tell you that the most played deck at this tournament, you know, after losing the One Ring, after losing Giganta, after losing Amped Raptor, it's still Boros Energy. At approximately 26% of the field, Boros Energy is dominating the metagame here at this Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. Now, the One Ring, it was mainly in there for, you know, the mirror match, and it got replaced by stuff like Seasoned Pyromancer, or here even more commonly Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Giganta only came up in like a short amount of games, small amount of games. And Amped Raptor, well, that was a bit of a hit in terms of the deck's explosive power and consistency, but people found replacements like the 2-drop Philia, maybe an extra Ragavan, and the core of the deck, you know, with your Guide of Souls, Flage, all the good stuff that modern players know, is still available, and this is the most played and dominant deck here at this tournament.
Great to see. Can you go over the next 3 decks? Because I see that these top 4 decks do represent quite a bit of the meta here for the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. There's actually a bit of a drop-off after that, and the top 4 decks in the metagame comprise over half of the field. So we have Dimir Oculus, you know, basically the Psychic Frog deck, but now powered by the possibility of unearthing an Abhorrent Oculus for just 1 mana. At 11.4%. Grinding Breach, which consists of mostly Teamer versions, that's 9.7%, and then, you know, 1.7% of 4-color versions, splashing white for stuff like Portable Hole, Teferi. But all based around this combo of Grinding Station and Underworld Breach, also at 11.4%. And then this Eldrazi Ramp deck has been, you know, a bit on the rise lately. Has also adopted Karn, the Great Creator, as just a solid card. Also pretty good when Grinding Breach is a big part of the metagame, because you shut down all of their artifacts. Was the 4th most played deck at around, what was it, like 10% of the field or so. Those are the big 4 in Modern right now.
And I have to ask you, Frank, is this in line with what you were expecting, or was this surprising for you?
For the most part, it is. Like, I did a bit of analysis on the Modern tournaments in the early weeks of January, mostly online, but also some tabletop events. And the numbers I see here, you know, there's a couple of differences, like Boros Energy, a couple percentage points more than I had anticipated. The Grinding Breach and Dimir Oculus, maybe a couple of percentage points less. But these are like very minor differences, and the metagame as a whole, it's not a big surprise to anyone who had been following the Modern developments recently. I think it is also in line with what many of the competitors were expecting. There's still a couple of like up-and-coming decks, like the Eldrazi Ramp deck, like based around all the different card types, getting that Ember Cool and stealing the turns early. That has been a bit on the rise. The Ors of Blink deck a bit too. But yeah, no like massive breakouts yet. I think it's going to be exciting at the end of the weekend to see what actually comes out on top. I will surely have more analysis to share tomorrow. You know, the win rates, seeing what decks actually over and underperform, because that is absolutely going to set the shape of Modern for the remainder of the regional championships. But the metagame as a whole, it is, I think, largely with what we were expecting. And even though Boros Energy is on top, well, we'll just see whether it actually will perform well. People knew that it was going to be popular, and it also had a target on its head.
That's great. I'm looking forward to hear more from you, and we will have a lot of these segments. Thank you so much, Frank. Now let's go for a short break, and then we'll be back with round number 3. Hello everyone and welcome to round 3 of the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. I'm Philippa, joined by Simon Nielsen, and we are ready for one more round of Modern Magic. Very exciting. We have a total of 8 rounds today. 6 and 2 and better will advance into day 2, and they're telling me that we are ready to go right into our first feature match, which is going to be Etienne playing Temur Bridge versus Simon Nielsen. And Simon...
But I'm here.
But you are here. How are you playing?
I'm there.
So what is Simon Nielsen playing?
So Simon Nielsen is playing Espagorios as well. There we see Simon there on the with the gray shirt on one side of your screen versus Etienne Eggenschwiler from Switzerland with the green shirt on the other side. And yeah, so let's look here at Simon Bach Nielsen. So not quite Simon Nielsen, but almost. So Simon has been playing like a part of the Copenhagen modern community for like, a long time. I've known Simon for a long time. Quite adept at playing these like blue decks in Modern and Legacy. Here showing up with Espagorios, a deck that has fallen a little bit out of favor in recent times. But bringing it back here with some new innovations, running the like 1-of Kiora, full 4 copies of Force Negation, running Emperor of Bones as an additional way to reanimate here. The main game plan, though, is to get an Atraxa in the graveyard and use Goryo's Vengeance to return it to the battlefield for 1 turn. But if you find a way to blink it, then you'll get to keep your Atraxa for, more turns, and also you just like drew so many cards. Of course, this deck being highlighted by 4 copies of Psychic Frog as well. And you see Simon just having a good time.
And on the other side, there's Etienne playing Temur Bridge. And actually, Etienne has been doing quite a lot of consistent results here in the competitive scene. Anything different from this list than what we see before? I see Grape Shot there as well.
Yeah, Grape Shot is the win condition instead of Thassa's Oracle. There's like a Mistress Research desk. Also 3 copies of Sink into Stupor. That is more copies of this card than we normally see in Breach decks. So we'll see how this works out for Etienne, who, by the way, went 17th place at I think their first Pro Tour, and has in general just had like an incredible constructed record throughout last year. So one of these like breakout players from Team Sanctum of all. I honestly Etienne was really close to being on my top 5 fantasy draft list. Would have been the 6th player I would have picked. So yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing them play here.
And looks like players are getting ready. And let me tell you, Simon, you have the power of shape-shifting, and I didn't know. I knew about a lot of your powers at card games, Magic the Gathering, but now also shape-shifting. And there we have Etienne there on the Temur Bridge versus Simon.
Yeah, so funny thing, I recently played I was guesting at an FNM. That was kind of like, a big deal. So it was it ended up being a 6-round Modern FNM, the biggest one they'd ever had in a store. And the deal was that whoever took a game off of me would get a booster pack. Well, I was playing Nadu at that FNM because it was right after my win, and so I basically did not lose a game the entire evening, except once. I lost to Simon.
Okay.
was playing Psychic Frog there as well. And yeah, so I definitely think he's quite a capable player with these modern decks, and not someone who like really branches out into different formats. So definitely seeing like his time to shine here. Like when we get to play these RCs that is like solo, just modern format.
And with a very interesting choice here of deck as well, bringing the Esper Gorios. We've seen that deck a lot in the past. Me and Frank were going over the meta breakdown, not as popular as it has been in the past, but still a very fine choice here for the tournament.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? It doesn't like... There's not like that much reason that it should be worse given the bans and everything. Like it doesn't play any of the new cards, and it didn't play any of the old cards as well. It was a deck that like the best constructed finish at Pro Tornado was Matt Sperling, who went I think 901 with Goryo's Vengeance, and it was kind of like a good deck in that era. And somehow has just faded a little bit like out of obscurity here. I wonder if it is targeted by like all the graveyard hate that is floating around at the moment, to deal with Flage and Oculus and Breach. Maybe that's the reason why a lot of players have shied away from it. But I don't know, maybe Simon is here to like show us why you should not disrespect this deck as he molts to 5. Trying to find that good hand. I also think we see a flip card in Simon's hand here. He is playing 2 copies of Tamio main deck, which is an interesting one that we don't normally see in these Gorios decks.
Oh, and a very good start here for Etienne with that Mishra's Bubble, that Emery as well.
Yeah, that's definitely the explosive start you want with this deck, and even with the double Mishra's Bubble there. So getting to see a lot of extra cards, and now this Emery is going to be able to recur a Mishra's Bubble every turn, so it's just like an extra draw engine for Etienne, on top of also enabling the Mox Amber to tap for mana. So they'll untap and have like 3 mana for their turn and drawing 2 cards each turn. Usually that's a recipe for something broken.
And looks like on the other side, Simon here starting with that Tamio. As you said, very interesting inclusion of this card. This card has been making its way into multiple decks as well.
Yeah, it has. It's also a mainstay of this Breach deck. It's part of the Affinity deck. It's powering up Mox Amber in both of those. And I'm interested to see how Simon is using it here. I think it's to combo with Tainted Indulgence. So that's the draw 2, discard 1. That's the way you can flip Tamio already on turn 2.
That Urza Saga there. Mm-hmm. We saw that card was so good in our round 1.
Yes, it tends to kind of dominate games. It might not necessarily play that much of a role here, though if Simon is not fast enough at getting his graveyard online, Etienne will be able to search out a Soul Guide Lantern. I believe he has a copy of that. Yeah, 1 Soul Guide Lantern in his deck to affect the graveyard.
So Simon there attacked with the Tamio, making a clue. Now has 2 mana available.
And might just play passively, cracking the clue here, setting up his hand. Oh, he actually does have a Tainted Indulgence just drawn for the turn. So that is one that, it lets you draw 2 cards and discard 1. It's like kind of an unassuming card. But the fact that this is just like one of the better enablers for getting an Atraxa into your graveyard, as well as being a blue card, is kind of neat. Oh, but it does seem like he's actually interested in instead just getting rid of this Emery, playing a Leyline Binding this turn. That's another thing of this Gorios deck, because it's playing like so many different colors. You can play your 1 mana Leyline Binding to answer anything that the opponent might have.
And looks like that's exactly they're taking care of the Emery. The bubble was cracked, and Etienne took a look at the top card of Simon's library.
All right, so Etienne fully stocked with a ton of cards in hand, but doesn't seem like any lands or access to red mana at all.
No, and trying to preordain now into something.
Both to the bottom, and none of those were lands.
Oh, and
that's
not finding a land.
So I think this might be a second saga. Yeah, it is. So it's the Sinkin to Stupor, yeah, that makes sense. So we see both Simon and Etienne playing with these checklist cards. Can you explain a bit what that is about? The ones that like have so the ones that like have the names written on them, but it's not the actual card, and they have to grab the card from the sideboard.
Of course. So I think it's just because there's two sides to not be able to see them through the sleeves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you see Simon's sleeves being like quite bright, and so sometimes these sleeves are slightly see-through. And if you can see the backside of a card that is not a real Magic card, well, you know, that would be marked cards. So as a precaution, there's these cards that exist that have a normal Magic backside, and you could write the name of the card you're playing, and then, yeah, go replace. So you don't necessarily need to, like, you know, have opaque sleeves to play with these.
Yeah, that's great also to not get the players in trouble in case there's like deck list check.
So now we see here, so Simon like is missing an extra land here, but is deciding to keep up a second Leyline Binding rather than dig for lands. This is a play that I generally recommend players doing. And we see Etienne can finally use that Ursa Saga to find a Mox Opal, enabling the mana if they are also able to find an artifact, which it seems like they haven't, but instead they're going to you know, play this tapped source and still leave up Spell Snare. Okay, that's the thing that's going on here. So Etienne had the option to make a construct, but instead decided to keep up double Spell Snare, happily countering that Tainted Indulgence right there.
And looks like Simon drew Force of Negation. Now, I think Etienne knows about this card because of the bubble.
Ah, true. Yeah, that's a good point. And that's obviously going to be like huge for Etienne to know about Force of Negation being in Simon's hand.
Getting here Michel's Bubble as a top deck for Etienne.
Yeah, Simon just like continuing to miss land drops and just play passively. Getting that Tainted Indulgence counters, which like a huge blow for Simon, not being able to discard that Atraxa and fix that hand, which is currently not looking that good. Deciding to crack the clue in response to try to find another blue card to maybe be able to force this Malevolent Rumble. But since the only blue card in Simon's hand right now is that Atraxa, and you just drew a Glorious Vengeance, you're probably better off just letting things resolve and hope that you can find some other way to discard that Atraxa and get your engine online.
And it looks like the Rumble resolved here, milling 4 cards. There's 2 lands, the Mishra's Bubble, and also another Emery.
Yeah, so I wonder if Etienne is going to just grab that Emery and...
Looks like they do.
Yeah, exactly. And just get that like card draw engine back online, refill the graveyard a little bit more. I don't even think Etienne has a Breach in hand, right?
I don't think so.
But obviously, you know, has these like Rumbles and like other ways to dig. But there is a Breach.
There is the Breach,
yeah, Breach and the Grape Shot even. So we're probably not that far away from Etienne going off here with having the Mox Amber and the Emery. They might need to find a second Mox Opal or a second Mox Amber. The reason this is important is so that you can get them into the graveyard via the Legendary rule and replay them. Oh, and here we see a nice, you know, fair Grape Shot. Just storm count is 3. Yeah, Malevolent Rumble, Emery, and Grape Shot. So you get to clear up that Tamiyo, which is, to be fair, not causing that much trouble here because it's just making a bunch of clues that Simon doesn't really have mana to pay for. But anyways, it's probably a nice thing to get out of the way, especially if Simon does find a way to flip it. And actually, Simon like really values this Tamiyo here and decides to Force of Negation the original copy of Grape Shot, which means it is exiled, because that is what Force of Negation does.
Oh.
This leaves Etienne without a win condition. That is an incredible play from Simon.
I was like, why?
Yeah, why save the Tamiyo?
Yes.
I think. But that wasn't even part of it, yeah. So, and now we get the Leyline Bindings to deal with the Emery again, so the draw engine is offline. And yeah, now, you know, Etienne can do the Breach and can dig pretty far through that deck with like so many cards in the graveyard. They can replay Baubles a lot of times, but they have to find another way to win, and this Ursa Saga is that ticket to victory here.
And I have to say, I can see now how Simon was the only player to beat you in that event that you were talking about. Very well played there. Showcasing a lot of mastery with the deck as well. Okay, getting the survey land there. Survey lands are something that also added a lot to Modern. I feel like a lot of decks playing these survey lands from Murderous at Carlo Manor.
Yeah, those are actually some of the some of the most impactful cards for Modern that have been printed in 2024, despite Modern Horizons 3 also coming out in that year.
And the card was kept on top and was Psychic Frog.
Okay, the Psychic Frog is definitely a good one here, but met with a second spell snare here. So Etienne doing a good job of buying time to make these constructs work for them, and actually has the full combo now with the Breach and the Grinding Station, but it just doesn't matter.
Wow.
Because there's no way to actually benefit of milling your entire deck into your graveyard.
And by the way, this is why open deck list is so important, because if it was not open deck list, there would be no way that Simon didn't know there is another win con, and why it's so important to exile this Grape Shot.
Exactly, yeah. I wonder if we will see, it's probably unlikely, but if we will see the fair Grinding Station milling Simon instead of it and trying to win the game by milling out. But I think you need a lot more cards in your graveyard to make that work. So instead, seems like just playing the fair Breach here, maybe just flashbacking a ton of Mishra's Bauble. Each time, so for every 3 cards in your graveyard, you get to draw another card, essentially.
Yeah, so how many cards can Etienne escape? And looks like Etienne here seeing exactly that.
Yeah, so we're just going to watch a bit here of Etienne going through the deck. They can even play this Malevolent Rumble 1 or 2 times. Each time, of course, the spawn will help pay for another Rumble. Oh yeah, finding this Soulguard Lantern is exactly what Etienne wanted to do, because this is insulation against Simon's plan. This game is so nice. Even gets to play a Tamio here. Plays that Lantern. Okay, maybe, actually, I think Etienne has to decide between playing the Lantern or activating the Saga, unless they have another way to make mana in their graveyard. But wisely deciding that it's just too risky to not have Graveyard Hate up, and also does have a second Mox Opal. Okay, so all is good and well. Still able to activate the Saga, get that pivotal construct token here.
So now what's the plan from Etienne's side?
Well, I think you just use this turn to do a bunch of value. You can even play the Mishra's Bauble a couple more times. And then with all the resources you gain, you should have enough stuff to prevent Simon from really enacting his game plan and to grind through the few removal spells that Simon might have left. So then you're just trying to make a construct now. Next turn you make another construct, and presumably that will be good enough. Of course, Simon does have 2 clue tokens, still have some leyline bindings left in deck, still has some more removal spells, and can maybe also solitudes in the deck as well, and can maybe eventually break through, delay these constructs and eventually set up some sort of play that actually does anything. A Psychic Frog would be another really good draw for Simon here. But first step first is to not die to a bunch of constructs.
and we saw, again, another game where the player tried to disrupt the Temur Breach combo, and the player just won through these constructs. Are we going to get a repeat?
We could very easily see that. This is even game 1 with the most unexpected form of disruption that you could have seen. Oh yeah, so the Underworld Breach gets sacrificed end of turn here.
Oh, getting a leyline.
Leyline binding is a great find of this Falachi Archaeologist,
Definitely.
The Falafel Archaeologist, as you could also call it. And that is both a jump blocker, and it is a way to kill one of these constructs here. So that also makes the other construct worse, and you're gonna take less damage. And in general, that is one of the better outcomes Simon could hope for.
So looking there at the top card of Simon's hand.
Yeah, just looking at a bit of a, your card, my own card. The information you gain from that, sometimes not that relevant. The mainly important part is that you just get to draw 2 extra cards. So on top of everything else that Breach did, you just like set up to draw 3 extra cards. And the way this was sequenced, by holding the Mistress Bubbles and cracking them on Simon's turn, means Etienne gets to draw cards on their upkeep. And Tamio says once you've drawn your 3rd card for turn, she flips, and that's exactly what we see here. So now we have 2 different game plans of alternative win conditions going on at once. We have Tamio Ultimate, and we have the constructs here.
So the Tamio's Ultimate -7, draw cards equal to half of the number of cards in your library, round them up. You get an emblem with you have no maximum end size.
Yeah, it is such a beautiful card. Let's see here the backside of Tamio on screen. Yeah. Oh, that's great. That was not one that.
Tamio Seasoned Scholar.
Tamio Seasoned Scholar. Yeah. And so the issue though is that like Tamio's Ultimate just drawing a bunch of cards is not necessarily going to be good enough here, because you actually also need ways to win. So like you just draw half your deck, but if you don't have a Grape Shot anymore, you don't have Thassa's Oracle in this version.
Oh, Ephemerate there.
Right, so that's another beautiful thing here that Simon gets to do, is that the Fallaci Archaeologist also enables the Ephemerate to be played. But, so he goes Chump Block with the Fallaci and then use Ephemerate to blink it. But instead, Etienne has the Sink into Stupor. That's the card that, remember, Etienne is playing more copies of than normal Breach list, to not to bounce the Archaeologist, but to bounce the Ephemerate to hand. And now this Fallaci was like already committed to the block and has to die here.
Yes.
So that way Etienne got to like turn that like Ephemerate, which is a pretty good value tool here, into a completely dead card once again. And now Simon needs to like dig for, even more, another way to like utilize that. But while also not dying to these 2 constructs that are now in play on Etienne's side, as well as at some point worrying about that Tamio Ultimate.
Yeah, and the pressure from the constructs is unmatched. I mean, this card, just alone, Urza Saga, is such a great card. There was a time that people even were talking about ban. Obviously, then the power of Modern has also evolved, but it's still a great card in Modern right now.
Yeah, we can definitely see the versatility of this card. Oh, that's okay. We can definitely see the versatility of this card with like the with just the ability to like win games in other ways, and also just like search up some combo pieces at times. Now we see this grinding station being added to the board, not to do any combo shenanigans, just because it's an artifact, and it pumps these constructs up to 7/7 now. And with Simon at 15 life, and that's a lot of damage. Of course, Leyline Binding will deal with one of them. It'll be gone forever, but still 6 damage crashing through with that other construct. And Etienne picked up a 2nd Saga. Like, when you're doing the Saga plan, the thing you want most is just more copies of Saga.
So Rumble there, we are going to get rid of those. Ooh, Breach.
Yeah, just get another there. Breach. Again, you're not trying to combo here, but it's just good value.
And making that spawn as well from the Rumble. So now another Urza Saga. So there can be more constructs coming soon.
It's going to be a tough game for Simon. I think the really key thing here is the Soul Guide Lantern, because one of Simon's outs would be drawing a Tainted Indulgence and discarding an Atraxa, then bringing it back. But you can't even do that in this position. And yeah, Simon has seen enough, packs it up, remembers to not steal the opponent's Emeries. And yeah, it's a pretty messy board that we clean up here, but it's just, despite the Grape Shot getting exiled, Etienne still found the win. Beautiful match.
Great match, and let's take a look here at our players' sideboards as well to know what exactly they are going to bring and what options do they have for game number 2 now with Etienne a game ahead.
So Etienne, might see that, plan of trying to exile the Grape Shot and bring in a Jace Wield of Mysteries as just an alternate win condition, or they could honestly say, that's fine. If you're going to try and, spend a lot of resources countering my Grape Shot or whatnot, or getting rid of it, I'm just going to win in another way. They also have, crucially, 3 copies of Veil of Summer. These might be great against the Force of Negations from Simon. So that could be another card that could definitely see play. But actually, there's not that much graveyard hate or ways to really interact with the proactive part of Simon's plan. Like you could consign into memory to like counter an Atraxa trigger, but it doesn't seem like that impressive. I really wonder how this is going to go. Maybe boarding in Pithing Needle to like name Psychic Frog, still kind of like unimpressive. On Simon's side.
Yeah, let's take a look here at Simon's sideboard, and it looks like there's quite a bit of options. Pest Control, another card that has been very talked about, and some people bringing. I think it was one of the cards that I think Frank or Martin told me that in the vendors there was one of the most sold, or the vendors didn't bring it and people needed it. So it was one of the most sought after cards from the vendors yesterday.
Absolutely, yeah. We see more decks with the Pest Control. The black-white Blink decks, some of the blue-black Oculus decks are splashing Pest Control in the sideboard. Pretty key card at the moment. Quite good against both Boros Energy and also possibly bringing it in here against these constructs and Mox Opals and whatnot. So yeah, probably a pretty good sideboard card from Simon's side. Also has 2 Nihil Spellbomb as ways to interact with the combo. And then maybe you could also bring in some counter spells like Mystical Dispute, but probably not, since they only target very cheap cards from Etienne.
And players getting ready here as they also are checking exactly the list of the opponents so they can make the best sideboard decisions here. We didn't have the issue yet, at least with the rounds that we covered, of players running out of time. A lot of times this ends up happening in Modern, in other formats as well, like it goes on times, then turns, then there's a draw, and a draw is very not ideal, especially on a day 1 where you need a 6-2, which is very difficult to achieve to make it into day 2, and the draw really doesn't help you. So I want to ask you, how can you prevent going on time on a very important match? Like if you see that the time is going and it's almost ending, what is your approach when you are in a situation like this?
I think something that is really important is practicing playing at different speeds. So I don't think it's like that. I don't think you need to play super fast all the time, but you need to have the ability to go into fast mode when you need to. So when you see the timer is running down. Another thing you can do is like, in general, there's the advice, try to get to the table early so you could sit in a seat where you can see the clock. You could also bring a little clock for yourself to have on the table. That's totally legit. And just sync that up with the round timer. So you can always have a track of like, how close are you to time, if that is an issue for you. But another really important thing is just getting good at just playing by intuition quickly. You don't necessarily make all the decisions correctly, but the goal of the tournament Magic is not actually to make every single thing correctly. It is to make enough things correctly with the time you have. So you need to find that right balance.
Yeah, and I mean, both players are playing at a beautiful pace. It's nothing related with them. I was just curious because usually we do have these happening, especially because we are covering so many feature match. But so far, every player that we got so far at a pretty good pace of the game, which is very nice.
Yeah, nice to see, especially since some of these games have been, quite long. We haven't really seen any like turn 3 crazy early kills.
Yes, and we have here now game 2 with Simon having to mulligan.
Again, yeah. Remember last game was a mulligan to 5 from Simon, and we might see yet another one of those.
And looks like Etienne did keep. Now, Simon this time is going to be on the play.
Yeah, and basically what Simon is looking for is just something that is a proactive part of his game plan. The issue with the last hand was that it was like, it was Tamio and removal spells and some card draw, but never really presented something scary for Etienne. And the Breach deck is super great at playing through interaction, but it's not actually that great at interacting with the Goryo's combo, except I see a card in Etienne's hand. There's a Soul God Lantern in the opening hand already.
Oh, that's great.
I think we see a Psychic Frog in hand here, maybe, which is probably good enough to keep, and a Force and a Leyline Binding.
And here, Simon considering what to put in the bottom, considering this force of negation.
And there's also a Thoughtseize for turn 1 even. Oh, it's a Gorios. Oh, that's even better. So, yeah, with that Psychic Frog, Simon just needs to draw like a big thing to reanimate, and we're off to the races here.
You can also get a Survey Land and just put an Atraxa in the graveyard.
Yes, that is definitely one of the ways to do it.
A bit more difficult to attain, but sometimes it does happen. When you saw Psychic Frog revealed for Modern Horizons 3, did you think it would have the impact in Modern that it has right now? Also playing the Mirror Oculus.
Yeah, no, this card just I think it just looks very strong, and definitely makes sense that it would see play in a lot of spots.
So we have Tamiyo there, 2 Mishra's Bubble.
Yeah, okay, so another one of those starts where you can just flip Tamiyo immediately on turn 2 by waiting on these bubbles. And that's exactly what Etienne is looking to do. But I think Simon had this Leyline Binding in hand, and actually doesn't care that much about a flip Tamiyo. And something awkward here is that in order to make this very powerful play from Etienne, they had to tap out a Spell Snare, which they have in hand, that could answer this Psychic Frog. So I think if Simon knew the hands, I think he would be pretty happy with the way that this went. All right, Emperor of Bones on top. We see the bauble just revealing that. Etienne getting maximum information. Ooh, and just playing out the Emperor here instead of playing the... It might not be a frog in hand. It might be a Tainted Indulgence. And so the good thing about the Emperor of Bones is that every turn you get to exile a card from a graveyard. So it's both partly a graveyard hate piece, but can also be a reanimation piece.
And there it is, the flip Tamiyo on Etienne's side. Going to plus. A lot of choices here as well for Etienne.
Yeah, a lot of cards in hand here.
Some cards that we cannot really know what they are.
Yeah, because they're the checklist cards.
Yeah.
And might be wondering if they're supposed to just play out the tap land to surveil here, or play an untapped land to be able to go Soulguide Lantern and hold up the Spell Snare.
Going for the Surveillant there, keeping on top.
Oh, and playing a second Tamiyo out here, so this is just double Tamiyo for Etienne. The advantage of playing out that second Tamiyo is that you get to protect your first one a little bit better from that attacker. Because the Emperor of Bones can become a 4/4 immediately here. Of course, it gets -1 when it is attacking because of Tamiyo's plus ability. And yeah, Simon says, I'm not interested in just attacking into your blocker. It doesn't do anything. And actually, Simon drew a really important card here as well. He drew Atraxa. So finding just a way to get that into the graveyard. And I think actually it's a Tainted Indulgence in hand and not a Psychic Frog.
And I think that Simon also missing land drop again. So not the best luck
that is,
with
that
the,
is
with
true,
the
yeah.
land
But
drops.
actually, the Gorios deck plays fairly well off 2 lands, so it's not the worst thing. At least as long as your hand is good, which I do think Simon's hand is here. But might risk running that Tainted Indulgence into a Spell Snare once again, which would be a complete blowout. Is there also an Emery picked up there from Etienne? Yeah, I think it is.
Yes, there is an Emery in hand.
Yeah, so they could play Soulguide Lantern and then play the Emery. But the issue with that is, so it's definitely more mana efficient that way, but you also kind of reveal your hand that you are playing with the Soulguide Lantern, and that Simon will have to deal with that. And you see Simon with the Force of Negation in hand, doesn't even blink in the face of that Soulguide Lantern, has the Leyline Binding to answer it if need be. We see Emery here milling over a grinding station, but otherwise no artifacts.
And Tamiyo at 6 already.
Okay, so it's probably also not a Tainted Indulgence in hand. I have, maybe it is a Psychic Frog. I have no idea. There's this old border gold card, which looks like a Psychic Hawk, but I cannot tell what that is.
Maybe we'll see Simon here being able to play it.
So So the Emperor of Bones is attacking Tamio, but it's only attacking as a 1-2. So technically Emery could block it if Etienne is keen to like sacrifice the Emery, because then of course the adapt ability of Emperor of Bones could be activated.
And looks like that's at the ferry, the old border, because there's
the old
two
border
ferries
to ferry.
on the sideboard.
Yes, that makes sense. Okay, so it's a Ferry Time Raveler in Simon's hand. That would make a lot of sense here.
3 ferry, but no 3 mana, so...
And can just run out this Wrath of the Skies. This one does nothing but clear a clue token and the Ursa Saga. But of course, it is a 2-mana card, so it can get hit by this incredibly important Spell Snare in the matchup.
So let's see here. Looks like Etienne draws Underworld Breach.
Oh, well, that is a pretty nice draw, but doesn't yet have access to red mana. But with that Grinding Station, I think, well, the Grinding Station was in the graveyard, but of course this Emperor of Bones keep just digging away at that graveyard. It removed 2 Mishra's Baubles and the Grinding Station already. So, on the other hand, we do see Tamio just ticking up to like 7 loyalty here. The ultimate, remember, is -8, so, you know, Simon has to, like, do something to deal with that eventually. Again, does have the Leyline Binding, can, you know, be quite patient with that, because you don't need
Actually, the ultimate is -7, right?
Oh, it is -7, right. Normally, it, like, takes up for an even amount of mana, but you're absolutely correct.
So that means that if Etienne wants and can, they will flip the Tamio next turn. Ultimate the Tamio.
Yeah. Yeah, that could be definitely something threatening. Here we see tap out for a Sink into Stupor. Okay, so this is, yeah, so this is end of turn, Leyline Binding on that Tamio. Etienne tries to save that with a Sink into Stupor, bouncing the Leyline Binding, but Simon responds with that Force Negation. Actually, that was in Etienne's upkeep. So quite well timed for Simon there, doing it on Etienne's turn, because that means that if there is some sort of interaction, you can respond with the Force Negation. And yeah, now Etienne is back to, I wouldn't say square one necessarily, because they still have like quite this buildup of clues and resources here, and obviously the breach in hand.
If there was an advantage bar, where do you think would be headed up towards?
I think the fact that Simon is struggling to get cards like to advance his own game plan, and the fact that of course, there's the breach like showing in Etienne's hand. That's always super scary. And even the Soulguide Lantern, again, really like putting a damper on Simon's ability to play from the graveyard. I think Etienne is like, I would say, a significant favorite here. But the Emperor of Bones is quite scary. And the really nice thing about that card is that it is an instant speed activation. So if you can do stuff like get something in the graveyard, then kill the Lantern, if Etienne responds by exiling graveyard, you can then respond by using Emperor of Bones.
Drawing a card here, let's see what it is. Leyline Binding pickup.
Yeah, that is that way to answer the Soulguide Lantern if you need to. So might just like rely on that. There's also this Teferi now, which, you know, 3 mana, you can just develop that here.
Looks like that's exactly what Simon decides to do. Deciding if going for the plus or minus on the Emery. So Emery goes back to hand, drawing a card.
Yeah, that's one way to get rid of that like draw engine from Emery. Of course, the draw engine is not like that significant right now, but you could loop that Soulguide Lantern to keep drawing cards there.
Yeah, exiling here another card. And that Emperor also slowly, as you said, exiling a card every turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it definitely is going to like make that breach less and less efficient for Etienne as their graveyard gets depleted slowly. But the Emperor is also not putting on that much pressure right now. So I wonder if Simon at some point is just going to adapt it just to attack for 4 and actually like have a real clock.
And Etienne drew another Underworld Breach, having access to 2 now. So Emery, 2 Veil of Summer, 3 Veils of
Veil of Summer with 1 Emery Mill.
Wow.
All right, well that that means that Simon no longer has to worry about that card.
Yeah. Giving a lot of information as well.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if Etienne is just cracking 2 clues here to flip the Tamio once again. That is a play that is available here, but of course that second Tamio will also just run into another leyline binding from Simon. So, you know, we're definitely in a bit of a holding pattern here. Yeah, Etienne decides to like not give up a second Mox Amber just to flip Tamio, decides to be patient.
One nice thing about the fairy is that like you know that your opponent can't do much in your turn. So you can play a bit more.
That's definitely true. Yeah, can still crack clues, but from Simon's perspective, there's a lot of like, you know, big sigh of relief as the turn is passed. Like you definitely, you know that you're gonna be a bit safe from shenanigans on your own turn. And this, so this is going to be a really important surveil as well, because if Simon hits a big creature, the play can come up that I mentioned with trying to exile the with the lantern and then respond with Emperor of Bones. But no Atraxa hit there.
Oh, a frog, I think.
That was a frog drawn. That's a pretty good draw there. It's like, it's not that it swings the game around, but it is another attacker that like can draw cards and like keep, you know, this, try to like dig Simon of this situation that he has found himself in.
Attacking there with the Emperor, and Etienne is down to 12 life.
And we just see Simon pass instead of developing that frog. And I think this is to hold up leyline binding.
So Rumble was the card drawn from the clue, and now Preordain the card for the turn.
Right, so you're gonna try and Rumble here and see yet another Underworld Breach.
Oh, wow.
Of course, not that useful at the moment. Again, like, Etienne has a lot of cards in graveyard, but they're like not really exciting.
What does exactly Etienne want to see in their graveyard?
I think actually they just want to see that Emperor of Bones gone, because then they could keep that Malevolent Rumble and loop that alongside these Mox Opals and actually dig pretty far into their deck. But with the way things are standing here, and especially with Simon playing so passively, leaving up leyline binding, you can't really do much. So instead, I wonder if this is the turn where you're going to try to flip your Tamio. Or maybe you just sacrifice the Soul Guide Lantern and try and replay it with Emery, and just keep that card draw going.
1 mana, Preordain here.
Or you could actually do both, I guess. Just Preordain and sacrifice the Lantern. Both are
Seeing another Preordain.
Sure. I mean, that's technically better than a random draw if you feel like you have enough mana, which I think is the case here. So yeah, just firing off that second Preordain. And that will mean the Tamio will flip here. And actually flipping before it got to attack, but that's maybe not the biggest of deals. I guess like Etienne lost out on a clue there, but you know, you're kind of resource rich at this point. It's not really the big deal here. The big deal is like, you know, sitting there with your Planeswalker, ticking it up to 4, and hopefully trying to go for an ultimate yet again.
Yeah, looks like Simon here getting a land as the card of the turn.
That might actually be a good draw, because it allows Simon to develop the Psychic Frog and still hold up leyline binding.
And let's see here what Simon decides to do. I mean, there are several possibilities. Did Emperor exile a card, or?
Actually, yeah, I think you're right. The Emperor didn't seem like it exiled anything, so yeah, that might have been another missed trigger from Simon there. Yeah, we see pointing to it there. So there was like, you know, the Tamio didn't attack and make a clue, the Emperor didn't exile something. You know, this match has been like a lot of like, you know, small stuff and grinding, and it's like, it's hard to like be on top of everything all the time when like the boards are this messy, and yeah, the players are just trying to like eke their advantage. But Etienne down to 9 here. I mean, at some point, life total is actually going to be an issue. And again, this Emperor is attacking as a 1/2 due to Tamio's plus. And so I think Etienne decided to block with the 1/2 Emery here, forcing Simon to activate adaptability of Emperor of Bones. This is an ability you can only activate once, or at least you can only get the counters once, making it a 4/4, so it will eat Emery in combat. But that also means that it doesn't get an ability of its trigger, because there's no creatures exiled with it.
Yes.
So all in all, I think Etienne was just happy to throw away the Emery to keep the Tamio alive a little longer and make that Emperor a non-issue. And when I say
Now
non-issue,
it's not as scary.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean it's still 4/4, and like you are at 9, and it is threatening your Tamio, but at least you can probably deal with this.
Yeah, but while the Tamio is there, maybe it can be a 3/4. That's a bit less, but still.
Oh yeah, okay. There was a bit quick passing of the turn there, but Simon's just like, yeah, I'm also going to take up my Teferi, of course.
So now Teferi can next turn potentially minus for something.
Yeah, and if you want to, you can bounce something else. Now we go for the Underworld Breach, and I think this is where Simon is like being paid off for holding up this Leyline Binding. But of course, the way it works with the priority is that Etienne gets to play something first as soon as the breach is in play, and then Simon can respond to that play, which in this case is an Emery, and play Leyline Binding, robbing Etienne of the ability to play more stuff.
So that Emery does enter the battlefield, it does mill cards. Now the Underworld Breach is gone. There's a Wire Might in end for Etienne. We know there's, of course, the second Underworld Breach as well.
Yeah, so I wonder if Etienne is even going to like play that second breach. That is actually a play you can make here because you have a pretty stocked graveyard and you have multiple Mox Opals now. So it's not unreasonable to just generate a ton of mana here. You also, you might have a second Emery in the graveyard. Yeah, you do. So like that's another way where you can like, you know, you can basically pay 6 cards in your graveyard to play a Mox and play, oh, the Grinding Station was there as well. Okay, yes, that is the full combo here. And because Etienne had drawn both of those Underworld Breaches, is able to win here through the Leyline Binding from Simon.
So let's see these in action. Sacrificing that artifact, milling 3 cards.
And yeah, so the only thing Simon wants to see now is like basically see if Etienne like somehow like is going to mess up this kill, board it out of win condition, maybe can't generate enough Storm for Grape Shot, but with the Mox Opal generating mana every time, you don't need to, like you can essentially play your Grape Shot multiple times this turn, and that should be good enough to take the victory here. I guess the players are trying to figure out Storm count, but yeah, the Storm count needs to be like 8 and Etienne will win the game.
And then it will be a 2-0 here against Simon, and advancing at 3-0 with Temur Bridge. So that is a pretty good score. Also setting you up in a very good position to make day 2. 6-2 and better will make day 2. Looks like players just shaking their eggs. Etienne takes it here. And a very good game by both players here. Very two interesting decks as well. And what did you think of this first match of our round 1?
I mean, I love that we have these like really interactive matches where like the breach player really like has to, you know, like grind through, or people have to try and win through Emrakuls, and like, you know, these are the types of games we're seeing here, and that's just very nice. I also can imagine that there was Simon actually told me when the 2 people walked onto the feature match that like Etienne let out a visual sigh of relief that it wasn't actual me, but it was someone else.
I was telling you that before we were talking. I'm like, I can imagine someone that just gets paired at a regional championship or any tournament, let's say Simon Nielsen, and then they go sit. I'm like, are you the right, the right player? So very fun to see here. And Etienne as well having amazing results overall just this year.
Yeah, just a great constructed player, and you know, it wouldn't I wouldn't put past them to, you know, put up a great performance at this tournament as well, especially playing, you know, the best deck in the format.
And I want to hear more about it, so let's go to an interview with Will Hall and Etienne.
Nice.
And I'm here with our winner, Etienne, taking it down with Team of Breach. Why do you bring that this weekend to the Virtual Championships?
Well, I've been told it's the best deck, and I used to play Breach back in the day before they printed busted legends like Tamio, so I thought, why not play it again?
And obviously it went extremely well, going up against Goyos. Luckily we didn't see any turn 2 shenanigans, turn 1 Surveil land, turn 2 Goyos at the Breach. Is this a deck that's on your radar coming into this weekend?
Well, to be fair, I didn't prepare too much, so I know of the big decks. So Goryos I didn't have much practice against, and it's very scary because they can do busted stuff, but so can I, and it was very interesting to play around each other's interaction.
So you say you basically didn't get a lot of testing with this. Would you recommend this deck to pick up for anybody watching right now? Because to me, I'm like, the map of it is going crazy in my head, but I know it's extremely powerful and can just win out of nowhere.
Yeah, I would not recommend it if you never played this or something like this. I have experience with the combo, and I like to play these kind of wonky combo decks. So I feel like this is more of my playstyle, which is why I felt comfortable sleeving it up, even though I didn't practice too much.
Makes sense. And how did you qualify for this weekend? How did you qualify for the regional championships to against Europe's best?
Well, it turns out I'm actually already queued for the PT, and so you're allowed to come.
Just drop the mic already. Cool.
Sorry, yeah, but a friend of mine qualified, and yeah, he wanted someone to come with him, and I obliged. Obviously, with much pleasure. And
it's a sick weekend, right? We've got 1,000 players in the room. We'll play in Magic, Modern. We're going to love it. But
yeah,
cool.
Right,
appreciate it. Good luck in the rest of it. And on that one, we're going to throw back to the booth.
Thank you.
And we are back with more Magic. Great interview, Will. Love to hear from Etienne as well. So our backup feature match, we have Katarina playing Esper Blink versus Barnstel and playing Domain Zoo, a deck that was once very popular. I have to say one of my favorite decks, but we haven't seen it a lot. And Frank shared the meta for day one before, and there was not a lot of representation of the deck. So I'm excited to see here Domain Zoo play as well. And they are going to go to game 3. So it looks like they are 1-1 currently. So
yes,
let's take a look first here at the Domain Zoo deck.
Yes, so this is from Frank Orsting playing Domain Zoo here. Fairly stock list, but the deck hasn't really seen a lot of play recently. So we don't really have what does it exactly look like. This list in particular is playing 3 copies of Flage, just a card that has seen so much success in so many decks, and running 4 main deck copies of Orcish Bowmasters. Instead, not running stuff like Tamagorf or Wild Nakatl, just or even the Nishova Brawler, just getting completely rid of those. Just the only domain parts are the Territorial Kavu and the Scion of Draco, and that is good enough. Otherwise, they're trying to develop these, create a clock, and then disrupt the opponent while you're at it.
And let's take a look at this Esper Blink deck. Oh, we are taking a look at the sideboard first as well here. Anything particular that you think it will be good against what Katarina brought, the Esper Blink?
Yeah, the Esper Blink deck is it's the black-white base Blink deck, and actually it doesn't seem like Sting has very much in terms of ways of interacting with those pieces. I think the biggest thing might be the Wear Tear to deal with Ethervile and the Black Overlord. But other than that, it's Katarina is trying to just value out this game, and this is exactly how she will attempt to do this. So this is the new breakout deck of Magic Online in the past month or so.
Sorry, I was noticing the blue just for 1 card, right?
Yes, exactly, yeah. So the main combo of this deck is Overlord of the Baelmerk comboed with Flicker Wisp. So turn 2, you just impend your Overlord, and then turn 3, you blink it, and it comes back as the actual creature. So a lot of value around that. But this deck also splashes Satoru, the Infiltrator, which says whenever one or more creatures enter the battlefield, if you haven't paid for them, you draw a card. And whenever you blink something and it just comes back into play, well, that's something that will trigger Satoru's ability, drawing a card. So all of a sudden your Ephemerates, on top of all the other interaction they're doing, also draws a card. Whenever you Flicker Wisp something, draw a card. So this is just a value machine here from Katarina. And I think actually what's in Frank's best interest is to not sideboard very much, because every card you sideboard in is going to slow down your own game plan, and that plays right into Katarina's hands, because she just, if you're trying to interact, great. That is exactly what her deck is set up to do, grinding through interaction. So if anything, if Frank had the opportunity to, just having more sideboard cards would be, more creatures in the sideboard would be great for this situation.
And it looks like here players are ready for game number 3. Both players 2-0 overall in the tournament, so a great score, a great way to start the day here. We've seen Katarina very often here in these tournaments doing quite well.
Yeah, definitely one of these mainstays of the RC areas here, and sometimes bringing interesting decks like this Esper Blink deck. Just a couple of fetch lands and go from each player. Of course, this version of Zoo from Frank is not going to play out very much early. And actually, we see Frank boarding in condemned to memory. That's not what it's called.
Consigned to memory.
Consigned to memory. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Thank you. Which can counter crucially a trigger of one of these like things. So that's like another way that you can interact with the Blink deck. But yeah, I certainly hope that Frank didn't like bought out any creatures to board in this card, which might be good. But again, if it is causing you to become slower, that might not actually be where you want to be.
I'm very fascinated by this Esper Blink deck. It's nice to see different archetypes making it here in the weekend, and also see the different variations of the deck.
Yeah, it's good. That's really going to be something I'm going to have my eye on. Like, I heard Nassif say that he didn't believe that this deck was very good at all, the black-white deck, but I think it looks like pretty nice and has like a lot of cool interactions. And like, you know, some of the top decks are just super fair decks, and this is just going to eat up on the fair decks. I think it's probably not the best into the Breach deck, but of course you can like focus a lot of your sideboard attention on that matchup. And in a lot of the other matchup, even like one of the other combo decks, the Belcher deck, your Flicker Wisp is just going to be land destruction, which, you know, hopefully we get to see that in a different match in the future. So yeah, an interesting deck with a lot of potential here.
Surveilling here from Sting side.
We see very like something that's really interesting when playing with these Sue decks is that you often have to like make decisions with your mana on like, you know, which things are you going to leave up.
And Leyline on the Felly already.
In this case, Frank decided to, instead of leave up Consigned to Memory, left up white mana for Leyline Binding, and is handsomely rewarded here when they get to use it on that Philia that was flashed in.
Philia, another card that also works really well in these decks, also making it into some other lists.
Yeah, that's like just kind of a nice card. We see a cute one here with the White Knight Phantom. I think that is a one-of in Katarina's deck, but it is White Orchid Phantom.
2 mana, 2/2, first strike, and flying. Whenever enters the battlefield, destroy up to one target non-basic land. Its controller may search the library for a basic land card and put them tapped on the battlefield.
Yeah, so this is actually disrupting the like mana and card types of Frank's deck quite significantly here. On top of course, also just being a threat. So. Of course, like, you know, if Frank has more lands, they're gonna be able to just like develop more and, you know, keep their domain high. But I think they have a Blood Crypt and an Arena of Glory in hand. So actually, it doesn't have access to green mana right now for maybe that Kavu that is in hand. I think so. Yeah, I think there's a territorial Kavu in Frank's hand that is now unable to be played because of this White Orchid Phantom.
Oh wow, that card also already causing some damage.
Yeah, and now we're like going into the part of the game that is not where Frank wants to be, which is having a bunch of interactive spells in hand, not able to apply any pressure, and Katarina can just like slowly pick apart this this game.
Overlord of the Baelmark here is going to be impending.
Yeah, and I wonder if, yeah, so we're not going to try to counter that triggered ability, but instead just use the Wear Tear to deal with it. And so now Katarina gets to mill the top 5 cards and grab a creature from there and put into your hand.
Yeah, it has to be a non-avatar though, so it cannot get itself.
Cannot get another Overlord, which was actually milled over here. But I see there's more copies of White Orchid Phantom in Katarina's sideboard here. Yeah, 2 more copies of that. So might even pick up another one of those. And let's check the basic land count in Frank's deck. I see a single plains, a single mountain. Yeah, there's not much to work with.
Oh.
And if you could really disrupt this mana base here, also taking Frank off of blue mana. So now Frank is really incentivized to keep up that island so you could consign some memory to at least counter that trigger.
And it's like paying 3 mana here for that Flage.
Okay, so this is actually a pretty nice plan here. So you could Flage away this thing. Of course, Flage goes into the graveyard. And then you have the Arena of Glory to haste out the Flage next turn with that fetch land that you also have in hand.
You can also consign...
You could also consign the trigger of your own Flage. You know what? You know what? I take everything I said back about consign in this matchup. Of course, this is another way where you can do something proactive in the matchup.
Yeah, and looks like that's exactly what Sting decided to do here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, beautiful combination there from Frank. Getting now this scary Flage into play and demanding an answer from Katarina.
Yeah, I mean, if Katarina doesn't have an exile spell, then Sting just gets it back eventually from the graveyard.
Oh, but there is a fatal push right there, and because Revolt is triggered this turn from a creature leaving the battlefield, and a fetch land, I guess, it's good enough to take care of that Flage. But of course, it's not, what is dead may never die, and it is sitting there in the graveyard, about to come back of the escape ability as long as Sting can find a second white source. And with that Flooded Strand in the graveyard, that is going to be good enough. So Katarina probably wants to do the White Orchid Phantom, killing off that Arena of Glory. It doesn't take Frank off of the mana to be able to play that Flage, but it does remove the ability to haste it out. Decides to go with a Bailmok first, maybe trying to find a Solitude as well. Instead finding just a ton of Aether Vials.
And again, not able to take the other Overlords because they are avatars. Taking Recruiter of the Guard instead, 3 mana, 1/1 whenever enters the battlefield. You may search for a library for a creature card with toughness 2 or less, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle your library. Now, Katarina is struggling a bit on mana, right?
A little bit, yeah. This Recruiter of the Guard is actually better than it seems because it will be a way to get Solitude, but her life total will be quite low right now. Like, once Frank goes for this Flage with haste, that's going to be 12 damage to Katarina. And, we'll have to see if she does have that Solitude to prevent that from happening, because that's going to be the make or break of this situation. But look what she just pulled to the top of her hand. She is ready here to not get burned out by that Flage.
So Solitude in hand here. We see Sting playing that Temple Garden and paying for it. So now we get the Flage back.
Yep, with the haste, exerting the land, and Katarina goes to 10. Actually, I see 2 lightning bolts as well in Sting's hand, and so it's quite crucial that you were able to deal with this Flage right now. I think Katarina is pondering which white card to pitch to that Solitude.
I mean, there's 2 options, and going for the White Orchid Phantom.
Yeah, at this point, like, disrupting Frank's mana is just not going to be a relevant game line here, and does get to use the Solitude to deal with that one, and then Recruiter of the Guard here. So you could get a Flicker Wisp, blink your Recruiter of the Guard, and kind of like keep that engine going, get Ophelia here, or you could just get another Solitude. Make sure that you have another answer for the next thing that is coming up here. As well as getting, something like Emperor of Bones, which is another card that Katarina has in her deck, and it's going to be quite nice. That's kind of like another pseudo Solitude.
And looks like here Katarina is considering between the options which one might be the best. Now Katarina has 2 cards in hand. One is a land, the other one I'm not sure, but it's a black card. I'm not sure if it's Fatal Push.
So that seems like a Flicker Wisp to me.
That is a Flicker Wisp, I believe.
Yeah, so the idea here is to either like flicker the Recruiter of the Guard, or probably more likely the Overlord of the Bailmok, and you're just getting her engine online here. Yeah, it is indeed another Fatal Push here. So that Cavo in Frank's hand, Katarina also has that dealt with. So he needs to find something else on top of these 2 lightning bolts and that Cavo. But of course, his deck also contains Tribal Flames, which is 5
damage.
Yes, it is 5 damage to the face there, and combined with the 2 lightning bolts, that means like Katarina is actually really close to dying here if Frank can find that like extra impressive burn spell.
So let's see here what Frank decides to do. Playing the Kavu here and passing. What's this top deck? So I couldn't quite see because it was very fast, but it was not a land.
Yeah, I think that's just... Oh, no, I think it's a Naiganjo, actually. So it is a land. Oh, that is something cute you can do here. You can blink your own land, and this is the this is the beautiful land of the Witch Enchanter. So this one will be able to come back, not as a land, because it is a double-faced card, but come back as a 2/2 end of turn, and will destroy an enchantment. In this case, destroying the Leyline Binding. And get back Phelia. So yeah, that is a beautiful combination that I hadn't actually seen before from this deck. That you can play it out as a land first and then later access it as as an enchantment removal, getting back your Phelia. So yeah, Katarina's board is looking quite scary right now. Next turn she gets to, you know, like blink the Balemerc or blink whatever she needs. Okay, I guess of course the Lightning Bolt is going to take care of Phelia. But that also means...
Yeah, using that Lightning Bolt means that Tribal Flames is not enough.
Tribal Flames!
Oh no!
And now it's no longer enough. Actually had the triple red even, so could have waited for the draw step. So yeah, that is a big lesson here in, like, you know, sometimes showing the patience and not necessarily going for your removal spell unless the last moment that you have to here. But
what a punishment in such an important game as well. And also maybe the pressure of being on camera and yeah, like...
Yeah, exactly. Another like big part of that is also just being aware of the cards that you can draw at all times. I mean, now Frank is going on the plan of, okay, I can still draw another Lightning Bolt, another Tribal Flames, another Flage. I have so much burn left in my deck. I'm just gonna like see if I can make it there. Now we see that second recruit of the card. Going to find just another thing here.
But also you can solitude your own card maybe to gain life.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm thinking, that Katarina might want to find a Solitude here. She doesn't have a white card in hand. No, she finds Emperor of Bones. That is actually even better than Solitude. Next turn, Emperor of Bones can come down and grab the Solitude from the graveyard and enable you to just gain 4 life at any moment's notice. So this is a big draw step from Frank, because Katarina is going to go out of range next turn here. And it is a Flage! Dealing 3 damage to Katarina, and that Lightning Bolt finishing off that game.
Wow, what a close game.
That was incredibly close.
And Frank taking the win here in the main zoo. And this was quite an interesting... We only catch the game from this match. I'm also curious how the other two went, but very good games, very interesting. And what do you think of these decks after we saw it here on the coverage?
I mean, I want to see more of that black-white blink deck. It looks so much value. But yeah, definitely sometimes balancing on a razor's edge, especially since your game plan doesn't actively interact with burn spells. That it could be quite interesting. There we also see, you know, Sting crack a smile at the end there. You know, that ridiculous, like, you know, almost throwing away the win, but then still getting there because your deck is just so chock full of burn. And yeah.
Yeah, I guess if they didn't draw a way to finish the game, also they would be punishing themselves, like, oh, why did I do that? So at least that's out of the way and maybe a lesson for the future. But very good games that we had. I just want to recap a bit the tournament structure. This is the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. We are currently finishing round number 3. Today we have a total of 8 rounds. Players need a score of 6-2 or better to make it into day 2. Tomorrow we have 6 rounds of Swiss plus a cut to top 8. Over 1,000 deck lists here this weekend. That's a lot of players trying to get a spot on the Pro Tour for the top 36 or even a World Championship invite for the 1st and 2nd place. How does it feel to play these high-stake tournaments? Do you remember the first time that you played a tournament like this?
I mean, I do. I played like a Grand Prix in like Malmö in like 2012, I think it was. It was a limited one, and definitely like, you know, just like the amount of rounds, like once you start sitting down and think, yeah, you know, I'm used to playing like these 5-round tournaments, 6 rounds, and then like, you sit after the 5th round, like you're just so exhausted and just realize that there's so much further you have to go. But it's also kind of like a nice challenge to know that like there's so much you can work yourself up towards, both in terms of like endurance and also like, you know, making those like, you know, sharpening your play, getting those differences between a win and a loss that is so crucial for getting into day 2, getting into top 36, getting into that top 8. And that whole journey of just playing these big events and getting slowly better and better at them, I think is an incredible experience.
That's true. So I'm really excited to hear more for the winner here of this match that we just watched. So let's take a quick look at an interview with Gabriel Nassif.
Yeah, I'm here with Sting, who just, off to a 3-0 start, just won the feature match, the secondary feature match against Katarina. You're playing the main zoo, which is not super popular. It used to be really popular in Modern, one of the best decks. You might say it fell off. Why did you choose to play zoo this weekend?
I have this philosophy that just play what you're most comfortable with. Also, Zoo happens to be, in my opinion, pretty good into Boros and Mardu energy. You just need to play around Blood Moons. Yeah, so far, energy decks have been a blast to play against. And I feel the decks that are good against energy, you know, like Breach or Belcher, Zoo is also good against those decks. So I just basically want to dodge Amulet, which is not that played that much right now. So yeah. That's what I chose.
Okay, so yeah, you're hoping to play energy, hoping to play some of the combo decks. What about blue-black and Temur Breach? These are the two other most played decks.
Could you repeat?
Oh, sorry.
Very, very noisy here. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I was asking about like Eldrazi ramp or a blue-black deck.
Oh yeah. So blue-black, like I chose to play 2 Prismatic Ending main. And I have like 4 Layla mining, so I think like I can deal with Prague, and also like even Tribal Flame skill deck creatures. I think like they're favored because the Harbinger. If they honor Harbinger out of nowhere, I'm screwed. I'm sorry, I'm not in a very bad situation. But Eldrazi matchup also, yeah. I think Eldrazi is like the most popular deck. That's the most difficult for me.
All right, so hoping to dodge Eldrazi, feel pretty good about the rest. Awesome. For your start, how did you qualify?
I qualified to RCQ. I won the RCQ in my store, yeah.
All right, awesome. For your start, Domain Zoo. Best of luck for the rest.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
And welcome back. This is round number 4, Regional Championship Prague, the European Guard, the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series European Guard. My name is Martin Hughes. I'm sitting here with Gabriel Nassif, and we have round 4 of this modern tournament. Quick reminder, we're playing 8 rounds today, 6 rounds tomorrow, 3 more rounds in the top 8 on Sunday. And yeah, I think we're ready to go straight into feature match number 1. And shout out to Frank Karsten, who was able to look through the deck list and find some really cool and fun-looking lists. So for this round, we have something super spicy. We have a deck played by Jakub Podrubski, who is playing a mono-black Necro, which doesn't really sound, that weird or that wild, until you look through the list and find 4 copies of Nourishing Shoal with 4 autochthon worms. So at any point, you can pitch the worm to the shoal, gain 15 life, which obviously lets you, get a little wilder with Necro dominance. But there is also Sorin of House Markov, and there's also Vito Thorn of the Dusk Rose, which, you know, allow for some nice shenanigans with the Nourishing Shoal. So again, shout out to Frank for picking some, you know, really cool feature masters, and also shout out to Frank for staying up till 1 a.m. yesterday correcting all the archetypes in Melee. Which, you know, speaking of which, if you ever think of, you know, next time putting in Mono Blue Yavmod or Mono White Devotion just for fun to confuse your opponent, please reconsider your choices, because somebody has to eventually, you know, fix it. So shout out to Frank yet again. We have the Mono Black Necro deck on the screen now. Yeah, Gabe, you know, tell me what else we can find here if this is something you tried, or, you know.
So this is a deck that was brought to my attention a few days ago when I was streaming. It's a deck that 5'd a league, and I was trying to ask Jakub. He saw me on the screen, and I was like past me, talking to Jakub and asking him if he was the guy who built the deck, and he said yes. So I'm not 100% sure he was the one who 5'd was the deck, but he's using Necro to power out some kind of combo kill with Sorin and Vito in the shoal. So, you know, you can play a regular Necro game, get Necro into play, maybe kill a bunch of creatures with Soul Spike, play a few discard spells, or you can have these combo finishes. You can play maybe Sorin for value some games, and it looks a little ambitious, but I feel, just looking at the list, it felt like there was enough overlap to have some kind of reasonable draw every game. I believe he also, well, I guess this list doesn't have Halfling. The list online actually was playing Delighted Halfling, which is pretty cool because it casts Legendary spell, and Necro. New Necro is a Legendary enchantment, so you can potentially have turn 2 Necro. Jakub decided to not go that route. He instead has a few more discard spells. He has Sign in Blood as well. So we'll see if it comes together, but obviously if it does, you can technically have like turn 2, turn 3 kills.
Peter Wiener, anything out of the ordinary here? Eldrazi Ram, you know, kind of looks like a stock list.
Yeah, very similar to what Larson was playing. I think the main difference is that Peter made a little room for main deck Thought-Knots here, 3 of them. He trimmed, I think, maybe a Mana Rock. He has 1 less Karn. And besides that, basically fairly stock list, fairly similar to what Larson was playing, also relying on Karn, key card in the matchup. So as far as how these two decks pair up,
yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look. Does the Eldrazi deck really interact very well with Necro? Not really. You can sometimes maybe go over the top, but not a ton of ways to stop Necro itself. I'm not sure Karn is the most effective. You don't have a ton of removal to break up Vito and Sorin. You know, one of the big disadvantage of playing cards like Vito and Sorin is that you open yourself up to removal, whether it's Solitude, Fatal Push, Discharge, and the Eldrazi deck doesn't punish that super well. You have Kozilek's Command as a removal spell. You have some Dismemorance in the sideboard, so it looks like it might be a bit, you know, like when we saw Canister with Titan, even though it was not the same decks, but the Titan against the Mono Artifact deck earlier. It might be kind of the same thing where the Eldrazi deck's cards don't line up super well and they're not very well equipped to deal with what the Necro is throwing at them.
Most of our team played this deck at the Pro Tour Modern Horizon 3. Was the loss of Grief, which got, you know, banned short time after the PT, was it just too much for the deck? Like, did it kind of fall off the radar? Like, is it just not tier 1 anymore, or why do we not see more of, you know, more of these black Necro decks?
I think that deck's actually fine. I've played it a bit since. I think the loss of Grief was not that big of a loss. It was arguably a bit better to have Grief and the towers for the cool Grief draws. You know, you could go turn 2, evoke Grief, sack it to tower, play Necro. But in some ways, it makes you less explosive, but it makes you maybe a little more consistent. You get to play more Inquisitions, more Thoughtseize, more cheap removal, and you still have Necro. You lost the One Ring too. We used to play the One Ring, but you can just play more Shellies. And I played the deck recently, and I thought it was perfectly fine. I have obviously no experience playing the green version, but no, I think the deck always kind of lined up decently against Boros Energy. It could be maybe a little weak to Breach, but, you know, you're playing black, so you could play cards main deck, like you could play some Spell Bombs, you could play Cling, you have obviously a lot of options after sideboard, Leyline with the Void if you want to is one of them. So honestly, I think the deck might still be fine, but it's definitely not very powerful right now.
Looks like the game is underway. Jakub, I believe, mulligan to 6 and kept a hand with double worm. So not exactly the perfect start unless he already has that Nourishing Shoal, and something like Necro turn 3 would certainly make up for the loss of that card. Peter, in the meantime, starts on a Devourer of Destiny.
Yeah, that's the thing with Necro. I mean, you mull to 5, your hand can still be free lands, a Necro, and a discard spell or a Fatal Push or whatever kind of interaction you think you need in that matchup. So kind of hard to say. There's a bunch of foil cards. I think I say it's Sign in Blood, maybe? That is a lot of damage. That's Thoughtseize -2, free from the land. That's already 7 points of damage. Yeah. But in that matchup, it doesn't matter a ton, so why not?
I mean, back in the days, you had to pay mana for, Sacramency and Carnophage and like all these cards, so nothing out of the ordinary for the black decks. Peter, in the meantime, started with a Labyrinth, exiling, I think, the Devourer. Oh no, that's an Emrakul. That's a turn 2 Thoughtnuts here, so let's see what Jakub is working with. Looks like Peter quickly discards the Necro, or exiles the Necro, leaving Jakub with Double Worm, Inquisition, and I think that's a Fatal Push.
Yeah, definitely somewhat of an awkward hand. He is playing a couple fetch lands to turn on the push. That'd be a pretty reasonable draw. You would be able to fetch up Surveillant, you get Revolt, you get rid of Thoughtnuts here, draw a card of that, so that would be fairly nice for Jakub.
So that's another Inquisition picked up on top of the deck, and Jakub goes for double Inquisition, discards the 2 cards he can, leaves Peter, I think that's another Labyrinth and another Devourer.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. So not the fastest of clock, but as we said, Jakub already dealt 7 damage to himself, so it is going to go quite fast. And Jakub doesn't have a third land, he doesn't have a Shoal, he doesn't have a Necro, so he really needs a lot of help. Useful cards would be Signing Blood, Fetch Land, and honestly, that's kind of about it right now. Combination of cards, obviously, maybe a March. All right, he found the third land. That's a start.
Yeah, but he's already down to 5. The clock is certainly ticking. Peter with another Labyrinth, so his access to a bunch of mana, nothing to play though.
Yeah, and this is really, you're seeing, obviously all the downsides of playing a deck like that. He just drew Soul Spike, but despite having 3 spells in hand, he only has 1 other black card, so can't get rid of the Thoughtnuts here.
It goes to 1. Is this a Nourishing Shoal or anything useful?
Is it a black card? Okay, so he found a black card.
All right, pitching Fatal Push, and I think that's...
Spell Profane, I believe.
Okay.
Jakub decided to not make our life easy here.
Peter is considering a response. Does he have a Kozilek's Command? I don't think he can really do anything about that, though.
He does have a Kozilek's Command. One of the nice things about Inquisition in this matchup is that even though past the first few turns, you can still get a really high impact cards in Kozilek's Command, but yeah, I'm assuming Peter is going to find something good enough here. Kozilek's Command for 5. Make 5 Scions, look at the top 5, scry, draw a card. He even has a Stirrings backup. If he doesn't find any good spell, he can still pick up a green source, untap and cast the Stirrings.
All right, end of turn, Kozilek's Command for X equals 4, I believe?
Yeah. He could have targeted his own Thoughtnuts here, but Jakub still gets to draw the card, so he's just denying the life gain, which, could be a thing against Necro, obviously. Oh, why was my math way off? Oh, he kept 2 mana up. Oh, he's leaving himself the option to just put back the Emrakul in his hand and cast it. It's funny, we were talking about that earlier, right? Or I don't know if it was off stream. I was telling you about, getting Emrakul when you have Necro in play is not a great
yeah.
So we're not going to see that this game, I think, but we might see that in one of the next game.
Wow, looks like Peter has enough of a discount to play Emrakul on his
at this point.
own turn. Yeah, and Jakub just says, all right, I've seen enough. Pretty quick game one.
Yeah, quite dysfunctional draw. That Thought Not Seer shiny.
Yeah, I think the draw was pretty good. It was the fact that Thought Not Seer showed up and got rid of the Necro, which kind of left Jakub with a bunch of unusable cards. Let's take a look at the sideboards now. So this looks like a card in the sideboard. So this is going to be Peter's sideboard here. Anything that sticks out to you that you might want to bring against the Necro deck?
Yeah, I would almost definitely bring in the Dismembers, try to break up these combos, kill Sorin, kill Vito. And, besides that, what we're looking at is mostly a Karn board, a couple surgical extractions. Don't think they're very good in this matchup, so just the 2 Dismembers.
Let's talk about surgical extraction. I'm pretty sure I read an article or something from, it was either Luis or PV, that said that people would, or this is the most over sideboarded card that people bring in for matchups where, it would be better if they just didn't have the card at all. You shouldn't just bring it in against everyone who has, a powerful card. It's just a card against, Dredge or whatever graveyard decks there are. But I kind of agree that this is definitely the most overboarded card for matchups where it shouldn't probably be there.
Yeah, I think it's a little less the case now, because it is quite effective in Modern, but it used to definitely be the case, a few years back. People would just find any excuse to bring in surgical, and it would have like almost no impact, and you're basically down a card, and that's not that great in a game of Magic. So
what about the mono black sideboard? We see 4 copies of Leyline, some surgical spheres. Anything that sticks out here? Break the Ice.
Yeah, the free Break the Ice, obviously that's the matchup you have them for. I would probably have 4 Break the Ice in my sideboard. It's just so high impact, so needed. The Eldrazi deck is only in some ways is only as good as how much you respect it or not. That's why you see everyone playing blue have at least 3 consigns. Anyone who can cast Break the Ice probably is going to have 3 or 4 copies. Damping Sphere, I think that card's a little questionable. It also slows you down in some spots, I'm sure. It's not the best combo with Necro. For when you go Necro into Soul Spike, your Soul Spike now costs 1 more mana. Maybe you don't have the mana. So I would probably not bring that in. So I would guess just Break the Ice.
Speaking of surgical extraction, I have a local friend. He doesn't play competitively, just a casual player, loves to draft, great guy. But he qualified for 1 Pro Tour. That was when Lorwyn was, I think, still legal, or whatever set that was, when you could play fairies still in standard. And he played blue-black fairies, and last round he's playing for the Pro Tour slot. Back in the days, I think top 16 qualified, or maybe the slot passed down or something like that. And he beats Mono Red Burn, with cards like Bitter Blossom, not usually the greatest matchup, by bringing in surgical extraction and just randomly hitting the guy's lightning bolts or something.
Sounds awful.
Or maybe it was extirpate, whatever kind of surgical card that was, and who were like, hey, that doesn't sound like a great card for the match. I was like, yeah, but you can get lucky sometimes, and you know what, that just worked for me. So
I think that was maybe the PT Charles game D1 was the Elves deck. I remember Fairies was one of the big decks at the PT. I think it was the same PT where Sam Black won a car. There's a win a car turn.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think I played Goblins at that PT, like Black-Green or Black-Red Goblins was Grave-Pact. Yeah, it's kind of okay.
WotC used to do these cool events. There was a win a car side event at Worlds that Sam Black won, like you said. There was a win gold bars side event that I think Seth Manfield ended up winning, which I think the deal was you could either take some cash or get the actual gold bars.
No, I heard that was a pretty cool event at the last World Championship.
Yeah, we ran the Vintage Cube Life event at last Worlds, which there's a really cool documentary coming out on YouTube about that in a couple days or weeks tops. So make sure you check out the Ultimate Guard account, the Ultimate Guard channel on YouTube. It's going to be coming up very, very soon. And it looks like the players are just about to be done with shuffling. We were just discussing, like, hey, what if we have, some really fast rounds? Like, there's a lot of combo right now, but you know, to be fair, Modern right now, there's just so much shuffling with all the fetch lands, and I know people are calling for like, hey, Sensei's Divining Top got banned because of the, you know, all the time that gets lost. Should we treat fetch lands in the same way? You know, would it be better if fetch lands weren't part of the format? But I think just, you know, people just want to have nice mana bases, and the cards are just so iconic and such a big part of the format that I can't really imagine playing Modern, you know, without the good mana bases and going back to, you know, Adarkar Waste, fixing my mana and blue-white control or something.
Yeah, no, I like the fetch lands, and yeah, they're just part of Modern at this point, the mana base, the surveillance now. It would be a totally different format, but you never know. I feel like there hasn't been too many draws this tournament, if I had to guess.
I mean, are there really any like super slow decks? Are there any, you know?
I know online Teamer Breach can take a while. I was timing out a decent bit with it. I was new to the deck, and there's been a little lag on Magic Online. I'm not the fastest player, but I think the deck's maybe a little slow going through the loops and stuff. It's probably a little faster in paper. We see, up 7. Peter had to go
plus
6.
In paper, you can also just kind of declare the loop, explain how it works, and then say I'm doing this, you know, 200 times. On Moto, if they don't scoop, then you just have to go through the motion. I think this is a double mulligan for Pete. No.
Just a 1.
No, it goes to 6. Okay. All right, 6 is reasonable. You know, back in the days, mulliganing was pretty hard, especially in limited. Now with the London mulligan, you kind of just look for a better curve, or like the first mulligan is kind of, I don't want to say free, but doesn't really hurt nearly as much as, you know, years ago.
Yeah. I would assume Jakub's big favorite. I expect somewhat of this decisive win, 7 cards to 6. He's on the play. It doesn't feel like an especially tough matchup. So let's see if he can do his thing this game.
Jakub wasn't he on the play in game 1 as well with the turn 3 Necro? So Peter had 2 Ancient Tomb lands to power out that Thought Knot Seer on turn 2. So things lined up pretty well, you know, for the Eldrazi deck to be able to break that in the first game.
I'm not 100% sure Jakub had the 3rd land on turn 3. I can't.
Oh, you're right.
I can't remember if he drew it on his 3rd turn or if he drew it on his 4th turn.
That is true. All right, so both players starting with, you know, nothing really too interesting on turn 1. Would it?
Yeah, we see Surveil, 1 shadowy backstreet. I don't believe it can actually help cast anything in this deck, just their just to pick one of the surveillance.
Just a good value card to have. I think every deck these days should consider running some surveillance if you have fetch lands. Like having at least 1, you know, certainly makes sense. Profane Tutor suspended on turn 2 for Jakub. He does have a Damping Sphere in hand.
Yeah, a little surprised to only see free copies of that card. I kind of like love Profane Tutor in that deck, especially as Teferi Time Raveler, who, you know, that stops the suspend cards is somewhat at an all-time low. But he decided to value the card Sign in Blood. He has a split free Profane Tutor, free Sign in Blood, just because he feels like he needs the raw card, which makes sense when you're trying to assemble, you know, a Sorin or Veto combo with a Shoal. That's still a lot of pieces to combine. Also, just making your 3rd land drop, not a given. He's playing pretty low land count. He has 13 lands plus another. Like 9, I think, so 22 mana sources total, or even 20, I'm not sure. Not a ton, honestly.
Peter with a Disruptor Flute on turn 2. Let's see.
Assuming he's just going to name Necro.
Necro, yeah, that would make the most sense. It does look like 5 letters, so assuming Necro was the choice, probably not the easiest card to get rid of in the mono black deck. Jakub instead uses his turn 3 to cast the Sphere, so that's going to make it a little harder for Peter to use the lands like Eldrazi Temple and Labyrinth.
Okay, so he did decide to bring the Sphere. It's a card you'd expect more against a deck like Titan, or maybe to stop the Breach combo from going off. In this matchup, I think it's okay, not as high impact. We'll see how it actually works. But yeah, the Flute was an interesting play. it's one of these current targets that Peter feel like they were too slow. He's like, well, I'm probably never going to get flute because by the time I cast Karn, it might be too late. So I'm just going to bring in it as early game interaction. And
yeah, that's the card on turn 2 that can stop Necro on turn 3. So that certainly makes sense. Chet is pointing out that you need to make sure you say the right Necro. You know, make sure you don't say Necropotence, which is the card from Ice Age that most players are used to playing with.
Yeah, what's up with the rules? Are you allowed to name a card that's not legal in the format, though?
I think you can name a card that's not in the format, but you can't name a card that doesn't exist, I think, is the rule. But here, I think as long as you describe the card, that also works. I think the rules are trying to just, make it so that let's just play a normal game.
Especially in open deck list, there's no confusion possible. You know exactly what your opponent is doing. There's just no way. It's just classic chat being silly. Little XDDs in chat.
Back to Jakub, picks up a copy of Thoughtseize. Looks like he's going to start with that. So what is Peter working with?
Oh, he's right. He's pointing out that Profane Tutor spell, so...
Yeah, very good.
Cash.
Looks like that's going to be a Kozilek's command in response. X equals 1, okay.
Quickly bottoms that, not interested, gets a spawn.
And what do you have? So there's a Karn, Thought-Knots here, Temple, and Labyrinth. What do you think is a bigger threat? I guess it depends on Jakub's hand, but both Thought-Knots here and Karn look pretty good here.
I would guess Karn is the bigger threat, just because it's multiple spells of value.
Oh, wow. Jakub has a Break the Ice in hand as well, but I think he might have been thinking, I'm going to play both Thoughtseize and the Break the Ice, but with that sphere, that's actually not going to work.
Yeah, it feels like at this point, maybe he should just try to get 6 mana. Looks like the game might be a bit of a slower pace, and, well, for one, he can't cast Break the Ice this turn anyways.
Exactly, yeah, because of the sphere, he's just not able to do that now. Which actually is a big deal, because now Peter is going to be able to resolve that.
Yeah, it's probably doing that.
Well, I guess he would have been able to anyway, thanks to the spawn, but yeah. All right, so what's the play? Peter...
Yeah, to be fair, this sphere did stop Peter from casting Thought-Knots here last turn, so it already did a little something. And we see a Temple in his hand, another Lab potentially.
What's the new card that was picked up by Peter on the left? Is that another Devourer? Because he's giving it a thought, right? Like normally you would, it's a Haywire Might. Normally you would just slam the Karn, but it's actually giving it a thought. So starts with the Might, deals with the sphere here. Jakub has no response. So now the Labyrinth and the Temple are kind of unlocked, and there's a Thought-Knots here.
Yeah, so Peter also decided to bring in Haywire Might. Another card he decided was too slow to tutor with Karn unless he has maybe 2 in his sideboard. As much as I like bringing in the Flute, I feel like bringing the Haywire Might is maybe a little sketchy. I feel like that one you might still get in spots where you play Karn and you preemptively play Might so you can never get Necroed, because unlike the old Necro, the new one, you do have to make it to your end step. So if you cast it and someone kills it right away, you don't get to use it.
That's a great point.
Yeah, his reasoning is probably that if he gets to untap with Karn, he can still get maybe Trinosphere is a solid one to like slow down the Necro deck. Really good against all the pitch spells. He might be thinking, the Stonebrain or Coding is a decent one too. Yeah, it's close. I think it's close whether or not you bring in the Might or keep it in the sideboard. It also depends like what you're boarding out, like how bad is the card you're boarding out, or what's the value of a replacement.
So Thought-Knots here was able to get rid of Break the Ice, which, to be fair, wasn't all that crazy right now. And that leaves Jakub with, I think there was a Felder Profane, I think there was a Veto, and I think a Soul Spike was, oh yeah, there it is. Soul Spike was one of the other 2 cards. Inquisition was the draw. So pitching the Veto and the Inquisition to deal with Thought-Knots here. No response from Peter, so Jakub gets to draw a card here.
Yeah, We see Castle locked when in play.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty relevant now. Jakub down to 2 cards. One of them can be played as a land.
That could definitely be a game-winning castle.
So I think, did he decide to keep Feldeprof? Yeah, so Feldeprofen should be the last card in hand, valuing that more than the Boggart Trawler.
Makes sense. Peter playing around the discard spell here, not sacking the stone immediately since he can't play much anyways.
So castle activation, Jakub on taps.
Did Jakub draw another Break the Ice, or is that the Felder Profane?
No, is that the... I think that's Force of Despair. At least it has a very, very similar picture.
All right, Force of Despair potentially can get rid of an Emrakul, or really any Eldrazi. It's also not the worst in some spots against Kozilek's Command. If your opponent's going for like a lot of science, you can get rid of all of them with Force of Despair in some spots and can slow them down.
I think that was a Kozilek's Command. That'd be a great pickup here.
Oh wow, yeah, it is. I was gonna say it's a Devour, but he has both. He has Command and Devour, so potentially game-winning Kozilek's Command here if Jakub doesn't find anything.
Yeah, to be fair, this deck is a lot less exciting without Necro in play.
True.
But I guess with the tutors and with the 4 copies of Necro, 3 copies of Profane Tutor, you do have a lot of ways to find it.
Big draw step. Castle draw, on tap draw. I see a shoal and a worm.
Yeah.
Does he have the other pieces of the combo? Note that Peter's at 22, so he can't even one-shot him. Jakub's probably hoping that in a lot of matchups, his opponent is just going to deal themselves like 5 points of damage plus with the fetch lands, and quote unquote, all he has to do is cast one shoal with the worm and Saurian. Another card that I saw in that list that he's now playing is I forget the exact name. I think it's maybe Inane. It's basically just a 12 mana black-green card. So it's pretty cool because it pitches to Shoal, it pitches to Soul Spike and March.
Okay.
And it's, I think, 12 mana. So not quite the worm, but he decided to play more quote-unquote real cards, I guess, and maybe less combo pieces.
Kozilek's Command at the end of turn for X equals 6.
Oh, we saw he brought in the Trinis here too.
Yeah, I think there is an Emrakul hiding in there.
Yeah.
That's got to be enough, right? 6 spawns, how much? Yeah, that's got to be enough to play the Emrakul. The question is, how much is it going to be able to do, since Force of Despair, as you said, would be able to deal with it, and I guess the Mindslave return, like, what can you really do to the mono black deck if they don't have Necro? You're just gonna see a bunch of Doomblades and maybe an Inquisition or something. Let's see.
All right, Jakub decided not to use his Force just for the Scion, which makes sense. Just assuming that, given his hand, he can actually beat an Emrakul right now. Oh, Thought Knot's here first, though. To protect the Emrakul.
That's good, yeah.
That's real good.
Yeah, Jakub is in trouble.
Debating whether or not he should cast anything first.
I'm gonna go to 30.
I just set up that Necro top deck.
Yeah, Jakub doesn't know the Emrakul's coming, but given the amount of time Peter had and the all the scry effects he had from the commands, I think you can pretty much see it coming. Yeah, now I think Jakub is considering what happens if he plays the Felder Profane in response.
Could even play both. He could play Fel. I mean, he could play Shoal and a removal spell on the stack. But I think he has 2 removal spells, right? We said he has Fell and Force of Despair.
Yep.
All right, he decides to just game the life now.
So puts himself to 30 life. But that's not really the resource that was super relevant at the moment. Shows the 2 removal spells. Yeah, I think Peter... so that looks like a bit of a shortcut. You take one of them, I'll use the other one to kill the Thought-Knots here. Or...
I'm not sure why he did that. Wasn't he supposed to just let him have 1? Why did 2 cards get exiled? Why did the draw step also get exiled? Kind of confused.
Wait, and how did the Thought-Knots here die? Oh.
Thought-Knots here dying is fine. The question is, why did...
Oh, you just played it. So you played it for pitching the black card to maybe have your castle, not deal as much damage to you.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay,
so that's what happened. Okay, so he pitched the card to force, decided to use it that way, and now there's an Emrakul. But luckily for Jakub, still hasn't drawn the Necro Dominance, so Peter can't actually do much else other than pass the turn, perhaps use the castle.
Yeah, and Jakub can actually take a couple hits of Emrakul, so he's going to have a few draw steps, most likely. Sorin?
Okay.
It's not lethal, but a little worm of the top would be kind of nice. I think he can shoot the Emrakul, right, with Sorin?
Sorin deals damage equal to the amount of life you gain this turn to any target. Yeah, I mean, flipping the Sorin won't be easy either, right? Well, doesn't seem like it matters too much as the Devourer is able to deal with the Sorin, and yeah, Emrakul swings for 13.
Yeah. Peter 1 mana short from casting Trinisphere, which is probably not super relevant right now.
Sign in Blood is the draw, so go down to 12, and we need to find something real good here. 2 discard spells? I don't think that's going to do it.
Old bricks.
Sell the Profane can kill the Devourer, but you're still taking 13. Use the castle and try to find something for the Shoal.
I do wonder why he's not just playing a black-green Surveil land, because he has a black-green Surveil land, he has 2 Revitalizing the Past, which are black-green, right? So technically you could get 2 green source and just hard cast a Shoal for 5 when you get in.
Yeah, I suppose.
Well, that was a little underwhelming. We didn't see Necro in play. Necro get activated. Obviously, if you get to activate Necro, you can basically always go down to 1 because you know you're going to either find a bunch of Soul Spikes or just Shoal plus Worm, refill. It's so trivial to win the game. No props to Peter. He just was able to draw enough disruption. We saw the Flute come in, the Might come in.
Yeah, Peter did some good sideboarding. Executed his game plan well. Congratulations to him for being 4-0. Quick reminder, the cut is 6-2, 8 rounds today, 6 more rounds tomorrow. And yeah, shout out to Jakub as well for playing a cool deck. He was 3-0 before the round started, so he already did a bunch of winning. The deck didn't really work out all that well this round, but I mean that turn 2 Thought-Knots here kind of helped prevent the Necro, and things just didn't go his way. But congrats to Peter. I think we have a second feature match for you guys, and that does feature one deck I think we haven't shown yet, which I think is the second most played deck in the tournament, which is Dimir Oculus. But before we do that, we have a winner's interview. So let's get to that real quick before we come back for the second feature match.
And I'm here with our winner, Peter, taking it down with Mono Green Eldrazi. Mono Green, not something that we're seeing too much these days. Why are we going with just one color, not splashing any?
Thanks, Will. I choose to play Mono Green for one reason, to fix the mana base.
Okay.
I felt like playing the shocks and the talismans. Sometimes you didn't have the mana, sometimes you have it and you don't need it. I felt like a little more consistency, and the second part is that I thought that Thought-Knot Seers are such a good card, especially in the combo matchups, where the deck lacks a little bit. So I opted to make it better there.
I guess it helps also against Boris, which of course is the most played deck this weekend. We know if you're not shocking yourself, you're not playing into their game plan, and you're going to be able to potentially get that extra turn you need.
Exactly, that's true. I was able to cut down the shock lands, the fetches a little bit, because of course you need still green. But it helped a little bit. You don't need the mana from the talismans, so another source you don't take that much damage. And of course, against energy, the Kozilek's Return is a good card. But I felt like you have still a decent matchup, and also the Thought-Knot Seer offers a frequent and really strong turn 2 play.
How many times have people looked at it when you cast Thought-Knot Seer and they're like, hold on, what? Haven't seen this since 2016 or whatever.
Exactly. Thought-Knot Seer is like a little bit old school, but still a strong card. I mean, it's in my deck, a turn 2 4/4, which holds off a lot of the energy. And yeah, today not so much because people see the deck list before.
I was about to ask you in that, like, so with like the Eldrazi decks, you can you've got a lot of different options, right? Obviously colorless, you've got kind of a 2-color deck, colorless and green.
Exactly.
But like, how do you kind of utilize an open deck list tournament to your advantage? Are you playing lots of one-ofs here, or how are you going to come into it this weekend?
I opted to play the list with Karn, the great creator, and there the open deck list, of course, is really strong because you know what your opponent has. You can fetch some sideboard cards in advance for what might come.
You got anything spicy? Is there any spice in there that you're like, oh, this is the silver bullet versus X, Y, and Z?
No, actually, I think the wishboard for Karn is pretty standard.
Just stock, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty standard. You try to prepare for everything that comes. But also the Thought-Knot Seer is a card especially where open deck list helps a lot, because if you know you are up against a combo matchup, you keep the Thought-Knot Seer in your hand. If you know you play like...
That's actually a really good point, mate. A lot of people would go, oh, I can play it on turn 2, I must play it on turn 2. But if you know, though, potentially you're playing against a card that, has got a 4-mana threat, you want to actually play it on turn 3, not turn 2, just, give them the extra draw step to draw it. So that's actually really interesting. I like how you're going about that.
Exactly. For the deck, it's really important to get the sequence right. I mean, to be honest, the deck is not the hardest one to play because the patterns are pretty self-explaining. But the mulligan decisions are really difficult. And therefore the open deck list is also very important because...
It's always been the skill bit though, right?
Yeah, exactly. You need to know if your hand does anything or if it does nothing. And sometimes you have these hands that are just too slow for aggro or just not enough interaction for combo decks. And yeah.
All right, last question. How did you qualify for this weekend?
It's actually a funny story. I mean, I've been to a lot of regional championships, but for this one I didn't qualify actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had not time to play so many.
How are you
LCQs.
playing today?
And it's a good question. Actually, I managed to win LCQ yesterday.
Nice, nice.
I wanted to come here anyway because my group of friends is here, and Prague is always worth a visit, especially for playing Magic.
These are the pantomime stories I like. I came here unqualified, came here with my friends for the gathering part. I thought I'd play last chance qualifier. You win it, and now you're going into the next round 4-0, exactly where you want to be with a deck that you know inside and out. So that's really good.
Yeah.
And on that one,
kind of an underdog story.
Yeah, I love an underdog story. I'm going to be following it on that one. So
thanks, man.
You managed to make day 2. Me, and I'm sure people at home will also love that. So on that one, thank you very much, and we'll be back to the booth.
Yeah, that was a great story. Shout out to Peter. I think that's what Magic is all about. That's why we all play, hang out with your friends. Go to Prague. Prague is a nice city to visit. Friendly people, good food, good drinks. Chris Larson also qualified from an LCQ yesterday. So even if you didn't do well at your local RCQs, you can still come to the RCs and try the last chance qualifier. That said, we have a second feature match coming. I think we're going to be watching game number 3. So both players are currently 1-1. And
I'm going to say that's what Magic's all about. Just gamble it all on the last chance qualifier. Just cash out the few euros you have left on your bank account, make the trip.
Yeah, I mean,
hope you
do well. But that, I mean, I know a lot of my Magic friends have done that in the past. Like, hey, I can't pay rent, but I gotta go to this Grand Prix. Maybe I do well, and So Andrea Rosati playing Dimir Oculus, the second most played deck in the field. Anything out of the ordinary? Is this a stock list? We talked about the fact that Pest Control was one of the most asked about card at the dealers tables yesterday.
Yeah, there's definitely a card that stands out. It's Dreams of Steel and Oil, which is a 1-mana discard spell. It gets rid of creature or artifact, I believe, and you also get to pick a card from the graveyard. It's a card people started playing as an answer to the One Ring. It was really elegant against energy. It was, potentially could get a One Ring, exile a Flage for one spell, so that kind of pattern. I don't think it was enough. Energy was so good, but it was something people were doing. I haven't seen that card a ton recently. He also had 2 Spellbomb in the main deck, which is not stock, but people have been playing. So yeah, kind of these 2 cards that stand out and could be really good and really important in his matchup. He's playing against Orzhov Blink, which is one of the newer decks. It uses one of the Overlords, right?
Of Baelmurk?
Yeah, the Black Overlord. That card definitely makes the deck. And typically, this is a good matchup for Blink because the blue-black deck has very few answers to turn to Overlord. Spell Sarah, no good. Stern Scolding, no good. Force of Negation, no good. They usually don't play discard spells in the main, so you only have you have to basically be on the play and have counterspell. And Overlord's just super impressive. You get into play, you find Solitude. Solitude's super good against the blue-black deck, and you're basically quote-unquote a Solitude deck, just trying to find as many Solitudes, especially in this matchup. But yeah, maybe the discard spell and the card choices from the Oculus player might pay off this game.
Talk to me about the black-white deck a little bit more. Theo from our testing team, he won back-to-back challenges with this black-white deck, right? But when I think modern, I think Urzatron, 7 mana on turn 2. I think combo kills, something super powerful. Not Overlord of the Baelmurk, I'll get a card from my graveyard. But I guess it combines well with Flicker Wisp and Thalia, so it does make some sense. But still, it doesn't strike me as as an overpowered modern deck that's doing crazy things. Kind of runs either Vial, some 2/2s. Just seems like a pretty fair deck to me.
Yeah, you're hoping for the Thalia into Overlord draw or Overlord into Flicker Wisp draw. You're just I guess the power of Solitude. You've got Ephemerate as well. You're somewhat of a Death in Taxes deck, bit of a hate bear deck, but you're just mostly hating on your opponent's creature. Modern is kind of creature centric, so if you're really good at killing all your opponent's creatures, you might just be fine. You can have some pretty nasty draws. Was Vial to Ether Vial can be a really good card. You have kind of a little toolbox was Recruiter, even though you're mostly playing Recruiter for consistency and more target. Emperor of Bones is another phenomenal card in Modern. Graveyard Hate's probably at an all-time high as far as having Graveyard Hate. You just get a ton of value out of it. And Emperor of Bones also just really good with Solitude. Once again, you pitch it, it goes to your yard, you bring it back. It's pretty big life swings, kills people pretty fast, so just fairly well-rounded deck. I believe it's supposed to not be the greatest against Temur Breach. Almost no matter how many sideboard cards you have in your sideboard, the Temur Breach matchup is going to be pretty tough, but that should be the matchup Rodrigo is hoping for, I think, all weekend. Dimir Frog. So we'll see if he can get it done. You see 2-1 on, obviously it's not 2-1, they're still playing, so the game count is 1-1, we're in game 3.
Graveyard Trespasser, that's a card I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah.
But reminder, this is a sideboard game, so yeah, this is game number 3, so this is...
It's actually one of these other cards the blue-black deck has been playing in the main. So we see 2 Spellbombs and 2 Trespasser in the main for Andrea. And once again, Graveyard Hate is super important. I was playing an Esper control deck. I was trying that a bit online, and I found out that Cling to Dust was just my best card, kind of. I started with 2, I went up to 3, went up to all the way to 4 Cling to Dust main, and every game I lost. I felt like if I had just had a Cling to Dust, I would have won, you know, whether it was Unearth on Oculus, a Flage, and retargeting some artifact. It's just so good right now. Having Graveyard Hate is so important, and that's why people are playing Trespasser main deck. It's kind of a nice grindy threat, not easy to deal with, kills people pretty fast, and I'm assuming it's, you know, probably pretty decent in the energy matchup, just a decent speed bump against aggressive decks.
In the meantime, Rodrigo uses a fetch land in combination with Fatal Push, discarding a Bowmasters to deal with the Trespasser. Though that's hit the bin. I think this is a Recruiter of the Guard, which I believe fetches Solitude. So Rodrigo is setting up for the late game, or for the mid game, with double Ether Vial, which is going to let him sort of cheat on mana a little bit by getting the threats into play at instant speed.
Yeah, I mentioned how Overlord dodges a lot of the counters. I forgot about just turn on Ether Vial, like nice counterspell deck, you know?
Yeah.
So as long as Rodrigo doesn't flood too much, it might be tough for Andrea. I'm assuming Andrea probably boarded out most of his counterspells. One cool card in the matchup that's was not intended for that in the first place is Consign to Memory, because you can consign the Flicker Wisp trigger, for instance. So if you go Overlord, Flicker Wisp my Overlord coming back is a trigger. It's a bit like could counter the Yorion trigger.
Oh, like coming back. Oh, yeah. I see. Yeah, that makes sense actually. So you deal with the card, yeah.
So that's one of the ways you can mitigate or even stop the Blink synergies. Another card that's pretty efficient in the matchup is Toxic Deluge, because, you know, blue-black typically not super good against Go Wide, and Toxic Deluge can catch you up. Andrea also has a Meat Hook Massacre,
which I think is in his hand right now.
Yeah, a little less efficient at killing a 5/5, but I would still bring it in this matchup if I had it. I'm assuming Andrea just boarded out almost as many counter spells as he could, and is just trying to win the game a different way.
So the Trespasser makes it back thanks to Unearth. And Rodrigo has a Thalia in play now.
Yeah, Thalia definitely hit or miss. You know, it's can be your best card, but it's also one of your few cards that provides no value if they just have a push. You know, you've put a creature into play, they push it, you gain no value. Pretty much all your other creatures have a come into play effect. And we can see the Fatal Push in Andrea's hand.
So Vial activation for 3. That's a Flicker Wisp targeting the Recruiter. And Andrea signals he might have a response.
Yeah, I have a hard time telling what Andrea has in hand.
And there's another Fatal Push. He has a fetch land as well to enable Revolt.
Oh, it's a Polluted Delta. It looked like an island to me. You know, it looked like that one of these promo arena islands.
Yeah, I know which one you mean.
No, it was a Delta. Okay, so he is. What are the blue cards in the hand? Is it just Counterspell?
I think there might be an Oculus.
Okay.
So response, fetch land gets cracked. Fatal Push on the Recruiter Guard. Doesn't want to give Rodrigo more value.
Yeah, just hoping Rodrigo doesn't have any combos with Field Out, which he doesn't.
Yeah, and I think Rodrigo is down to one card. The cost of Vials is, sure, you have 2 Vials in play, but you also have a lot of lands. There's a Meat Hook Massacre as well that deals with both of the creatures. Andrea just trying to figure out who's gaining how much life or who's losing how much life.
I think he gains the life, right? He gains 2 life.
And that Massacre.
Yeah, the white-black Blink deck is usually able to mitigate that, you know, the downside of Vial you're talking about. Because the problem with Ether Vial a lot of time is it's kind of like a mana source, but you still need to play a bunch of lands to cast your spell the normal way. This deck is nice because you get to play the Witch Chanter and the Balgar Trawler, which are effective in most matchups. This is obviously not the greatest matchup for Witch Enchanter, but...
Yeah, I actually played an FNM in Modern, a local one with the Wizard's twin deck. And my opponent had a Vial, the Enchanter, and twin on either Vial on 4, and I just felt like I couldn't win, because how can I get around that, right?
Yeah, I guess you need, or like Flame of Anna or something to get rid of the Ether Vial first. Yeah, I think Ether Vial we're seeing is one of the cards that some of the dealers ran out of.
So there's the Emperor of Bones.
Yeah, Andrea stepped out, so he's going to get a bit of... oh, no, right, he didn't have the mana. He had to pay 2 mana to cast it.
But looking at Andrea's hand, I don't think that's got to be enough.
Pretty sure that front card is a counterspell.
Yeah, so Andrea considering his options, there's a Frog, there's a counterspell. I think there is an Oculus, decides to attack with the Trespasser first. Gets rid of one of the creatures. So another 1 point of drain. The attack is for 3. So, yeah, I mean, Rodrigo is down to 10 life now. What's the follow-up? Is that going to be a Frog, hold the counterspell? Is it finally Oculus time?
If Rodrigo untaps, he gets to put Recruiter in play with Emperor of Bones. He could tutor up a Solitude, have the Ether Vial up from 4 to 5, uncounterable Solitude.
Okay, so he does go for the Oculus. And it does make sense, like sitting on counterspells at this stage of the game when your opponent has 2 vials, probably not all that relevant.
Yeah, and the Oculus at least gets value. You get to trigger it at once before you lose it to a Solitude, whereas Frog will just die right away without doing much. No creatures, unfortunately, for Andrea. Oh, and he already has a Solitude in hand. Wow. Without even having to use one from Emperor of Bones.
So Solitude deals with the Oculus. Andrea gains 5. Let's see. Yeah, activate the Adapt on Emperor. That gives him back the Recruiter, and I think there's a Vial on 3.
Yeah, could get to Flicker Waste here. Little detour, Flicker Waste Solitude. Could get another Solitude for next turn.
Skyclave Apparition is the pickup. Oh, Thoughtseize the last card. Okay, so lots of options for Rodrigo here. It doesn't have a second black source, but he does have that Vial that can let him get the Skyclave in play at any time. Attacks for 6.
Attacks for 4. With Emperor of Bones, the Recruiter's probably going to get chum blocked. Should not trigger Meat Hook since it gets exiled.
Consider is the draw for Andrea. Let's see what he is going to be able to find this turn. Starts with the Consider. I think that was an Unearth. Yeah, Counterspell not particularly relevant. What's the card on the left? Is it a... It looks like a Treasure Cruise. But that doesn't sound right.
Yeah, Rodrigo was very conservative here. He went for kind of the sure thing with Skyclave. He has the Ether Vial on free. That way, if Andrea has another way to put Oculus in play, he can get rid of it right away. You know, he could have gone for Solitude. He could have done for Flicker Wisp, or maybe even another Recruiter decided to quote unquote play it safe. Note that Andrea is not playing Murktide at all, so That's definitely an extra reason to get Skyclave here. You know you're not just gonna be facing down a, you know, kind of awkwardly facing down a Murktide and only having Skyclave as your removal spell.
So end of turn, the Skyclave comes to play, deals with the Frog. Yeah, now looks like Rodrigo is in the driver's seat. Pretty handfully. Thalia is the draw. Let's attack for 6.
Yeah, Rodrigo's going to have perfect information too as the Thoughtseize, so he's going to know he needs to just cast the Filia main phase. Rodrigo in a pretty good spot. He's just kind of winning the race, and if he gets to untap with Filia attack, he should be good. Ooh, he has a Scolding. So Andrea was not able to board out all his counter spells, says that still has a lot left.
Yeah, so Stern Scolding hits the bin. That lets him resolve the Thalia, like you said. Just because it says flash on the card doesn't mean you should wait with it till your opponent's end of turn, so plays it right away, which means the counterspell is kind of useless for the time being. Andrea still keeps attacking, so Rodrigo goes to 5. But yeah, as you said, this should be a damage raise that Rodrigo could still win. Untaps, what's the draw?
Yeah, a couple big draw steps. We don't know what Andrea drew. Rodrigo doesn't have a super clean play here if he doesn't draw something good. He can blink the Frog and attack, but then he might just die on the swing back. He could sacrifice his Filia to blink the Skyclave. He also gets one of Andrea's card in the process if he wants to save the Frog, but never mind, he just drew best possible.
Overlord, okay.
Or he could have just drawn best possible. Overlord hits Solitudes. Maybe Solitude straight up would have been better. Unclear, but that was pretty decent for the sewer deck.
Good old Black-White Sewer.
Good Black-White Sewer.
So attack, blink my Skyclave apparition.
Yeah. Andrea gets a 2/2. Unless there's a response.
Oh, I think there's a consign. Yeah. But I think Andrea stifled the target this and blink it trigger rather than.
Okay, I'm super confused. Why did everything go so fast there? Like, didn't Filia get blocked? Well, first of all, I think you want to get your 2/2 Frog. You want to let the Skyclave blink, and we were talking about that play earlier. I believe it works the same way with Filia.
I don't think the Skyclave actually left the battlefield. I think
No, I agree, but he should have left it leave the battlefield and then
right
back. And also, why did Filia like not get blocked by Frog discarding counterspell? I'm just super confused. Let's see if Chad got our back there.
I mean, is the counterspell actually in hand? Like, is there a chance it's exiled or something? Not really, right? No. There's a counterspell off to the side, but I think Andrea also has a card in hand.
Yeah, but
which makes this look.
The counterspell is because he knows about it.
Oh, it's just show. Oh, right.
Just like courtesy of. Oh, I have.
I see what you're saying.
Did he like forget he had it in his hand?
That's possible.
Oof, that'd be brutal. Because honestly, that was. If Andrea just lets the Skyclave go, he gets a 2/2. He blinks it. He uses a consign when it comes back. It doesn't come back. He eats the Filia discarding counterspell. The Frog's a little bigger. That's a lot of. I mean, maybe still would have been enough against Overlord plus Sideshoot in hand plus Ether Vial on 5, but That was...
And there's another Solitude, wow.
All right, chat says they're confused too.
If Twitch chat is confused, then it's all good.
Yeah, if no one has the answer, the collective high mind can come up with
an explanation. Yeah, I mean, the players can communicate together over the headphone, so they probably just shortcutted something real quick. We unfortunately can't hear what they're saying. But what is the Solitude?
All right, Fatal push Filias.
All right, yeah.
But Emperor of Bones keeps eating tiny chunks of the graveyard. Not super relevant. Okay, he is aware he has that counterspell in hand, but
Overlord milling over. There was a Recruiter and an Enchanter. Recruiter is the pickup. I think the second Vial is still on 3, so pretty nice pickup for Rodrigo. Looks like a token chum block the Overlord, so Andrea taking 4 here. All right, Recruiter hits the battlefield. What can we find that seals the deal?
maybe a Flicker Wisp is solid here. There's usually only one Skyclave. You could get another Skyclave. You could get Interrupter just in case Andrea has a good top deck, even though Andrea has Counterspell backup for it. So, yeah, probably doesn't matter much at this point.
Plays land and passes with the Interrupter in hand. So, yeah, there's going to need to be something really good for Andrea. That looks like a Thought Scour, mill and draw. It pretty much has to be a 1-mana card because with that Counterspell backup, you don't have mana for anything else.
Classic 1-mana board sweep.
Yeah, I don't think Andrea's going to be able to find anything, and Rodrigo certainly is going to be able to find lethal next turn. So
yeah, it did not look easy, but the sewers just prevailed. It is. I think like probably your best matchup. I think energy is like fine, but probably close. You're almost definitely an underdog to Temur Breach. The ramp matchup is all tricky. You have the White Orchid Phantom, but that's not always enough. And
yeah, there's a handshake. Congratulations to Rodrigo Iglesias. I said the black-white deck was, looked kind of fair and like for modern, maybe too fair, but Rodrigo was able to get a lot of value this game. Like as far as, mid-range decks go, like this was really nice showing of, I'm going to bling this, bling that, get extra card, find a Solitude, use my Either Vial super effectively the whole game. So yeah, that was a really nice showing, and, that's why the deck is so popular right now, because some of the top decks are a good matchup for you.
And just played against another somewhat fair deck, and a deck that just really doesn't want to see this many Solitudes cast in the game. All their card outs just line up really well, whether it's Ether Vial or the Overlord.
Okay, so that was it. That was round number 4. Quick reminder, we're playing 8 rounds today, 6 rounds tomorrow, plus the top 8 also, before we crown the new European champion, send 2 people to Worlds and 36 people to the Pro Tour in Las Vegas in, I think that's in June. So yes, stick with us. We're going to take a short break, and then Philippa and Simon are going to be back with round number 5.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Welcome back to the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. I'm Philippa, joined by Simon Nielsen, and we are going to be your hosts for round number 5. So things are starting to get really interesting here. Players need a score of 6-2 or better to advance into day 2. So some of the players here losing will mean that they cannot make it into day 2 anymore. But let's first take a look at what our players are playing for and the prize pool. So a lot of things at stake. So look at all these prizes, over 130,000 US dollars in prize pool. We also have top 48 qualifying for the next RC, top 36 qualifying for the next Pro Tour, top 4 for the next 3 RCs. That's a lot of RCs. I didn't
realize that, so that's on top of the Pro Tour invite as well.
Yes, and the top 2 World Championships. So that's the biggest Magic event of the year. A lot of sweet prizes here for the players competing, and we chose a very interesting feature match. So this is actually table 1, so these players are both right now 4-0, and a very interesting deck that we didn't see here before today.
Yes, so we're gonna watch Przemysław, one of the Magic Online grinders, playing this Tameshi Belcher, mono blue Belcher. We see Przemysław there on the right of the screen with a very colorful shirt. This is a Polish player who has had some RC results before. In Athens 2023, finished in 2nd place of that event. Then went on to play 3 Pro Tours in a row. Qualified for Barcelona. Didn't go so well in that one, but then just won the PTQ on Sunday and queued for 2 more PTs. So definitely someone who is had the PT experience and deciding to bring this deck that is built around Goblin Char Belcher.
And can you explain us a bit how this combo works and what is the goal of the deck?
Yeah, so the Goblin Char Belcher is a 4-mana artifact that has an ability to cost 3 mana, and that sounds way too slow for Modern. But the ability is you reveal cards from your deck until you hit a land, and then you deal damage equal to the amount of cards you revealed to target opponent. And, well, this deck doesn't play any lands. It only plays modal double face cards. These are the ones that have a spell on the front side and then a land on the back side. But for Char Belcher, it only sees the front cards of these cards. So it's just going to flip over your entire deck and deal 50 damage to the opponent. which kind of makes it good enough as a essentially 7-mana spell. 4 to play, 3 to activate.
And that's why we don't see any lands there, just these double spells that also work as lands. And let's see what they are going to be facing here. It's going to be actually Boros Energy, which we've seen here before is the most played deck of the weekend. And how does a deck like Belcher, that as you said, it's quite slow to combo, deal with such an aggressive deck like this one that we see here by Ingo?
Yeah, so Ingo is also someone who has played on RC before, made day 2 of that one, looking to do that again this time, and trying to really lean on the fact that the Belcher deck has to either pay 3 mana to get its lands into play untapped, or otherwise they're gonna be tapped. So, and if Przemyslav just stumbles a little bit, that kind of brings an opening for the Boros deck to win early, potentially with a Goblin Bombardment. Because in terms of interaction, there's very little in the way of interaction in this main deck. Because you have the Thraben Charm, can only deal with enchantments, but not with artifacts. So it doesn't affect the Lotus Blooms, doesn't affect the Belcher. And the same thing with these Static Prison and Chained to the Rock that are sorcery speed answers. So the only thing in game 1 here is about speed for Ingo.
And looks like our players are ready here to start these round number 5. And let's take a look here. Looks like they're ready. Oh, okay, so we have Ocelot Priest already on Inigo's side.
Yes, and very crucially, a Lotus Bloom suspended for Przemyslav. So this is the card that when it comes off suspend on turn 4, it'll give you, with your 4 lands, exactly 7 mana. And that's enough to do the Char Belcher. So now Przemyslav is trying to just find a Belcher here, and is using the Thundertrap Trainer to go and look at the top 4 cards of his library to try and find that Belcher. The beautiful thing about these blue creatures in this deck, it's just such a nice a variation of the Belcher archetype we've seen in the past, is that this blue version gets to play these creatures that search your top, but then also enables Flare of Denial as a counterspell that requires you to sacrifice a creature.
And it's right there now.
And we see here Przemyslav playing the deck with all the all the cards maybe pre-flipped, so that you don't have to always flip around your card when you're playing your land. But essentially, because all your lands are also instants and sorceries, or most of them are, that means that cards like Thundertrap Trainer can actually find lands in your deck, in this case grabbing a Beyin Veil.
Okay, 2 mana here. Ooh, a Johnny. So Jenny is going to make another cat.
And I wonder if Ingo is fine attacking here. So it is a 1/1 into a 1/2. So Przemyslav could just eat this cat, but of course that means that a Johnny flips. So now has to decide if you're okay with taking a damage and letting Ingo making another cat, or if you'd rather just let a Johnny flip and get rid of the Ocelot Pride.
Very interesting decision, and it looks like here the Belcher player decides to block. So a Johnny is going to flip.
Yes, and it is a scary card when it flips, especially if Ingo finds a red permanent, so that you can start dealing damage with its ability that makes cats.
Look at so many cats.
But also remember, Przemyslav is 2 turns away from the win here. Just needs to find a Belcher, and I don't think he has one in hand yet. So maybe there's another Thundertrap Trainer to try and look for it. Yes, there is.
Looks like there is. Let's take a look then. There are top cards here.
Yeah, just some Lotus. Not a Belcher inside yet.
Not yet.
Just some lands again. Not really what Przemyslav is looking for here. Of course, there is also Whir of Invention in this deck, which is another way to tutor up either the Lotus Plume or the Belcher if you need to. And but of course, it's a pretty you can't really utilize the improvise mechanic in this deck. So that would be a 7-cost spell to find the Belcher, and then 3 additional to activate the Belcher. So it's certainly not the fastest way to go get it, but it is a possibility.
And looks like choosing whether, playing that land tap there and passing the turn. The Rajani is pretty scary, and looks like
But I don't. Is there a red permanent? Yeah, there is a Seasoned Pyromancer in hand for Ingo. So that actually is a pretty good play here. Oh, funny, revealing probably an alternate art version of a land there to Przemysław, and playing the Seasoned Pyromancer, which is going to fill out the Flates in the graveyard, make 2 more creatures, and crucially make a red permanent, so that now Ajani's ability is going to make a cat and deal 6 damage to Przemysław's face. Putting him to 11. So I think by my calculations, next turn, Ingo will win if not disrupted here. So Przemysław has to find some way to either slow down the curve here or find the Belcher.
And the clock is ticking. Look at all these cats attacking.
Yeah, you might just want to trade with both the cats, because then at least next turn it is. Actually you're still dead next turn if you don't present another blocker here.
So let's see what's the draw here.
Though, that is a War of Invention. Crucially, also, this deck plays the card Beyin Veil that was actually revealed earlier. And that is a 2-mana instant that says all creatures get -2/-0. So that's a way to... that's one of these double-faced lands. So that's one way to kind of delay the situation. But we see Przemysław here just immediately cracking that Lotus Bloom and maybe just... doesn't have the Belcher, but has a Tameshi. So this is the other combo of the deck. Cracking Lotus Bloom for white mana. So Tameshi says you can pay a white mana and X to bring a artifact from your graveyard that cost X or less from your graveyard back to the battlefield. Of course, Lotus Bloom has a mana cost of 0, or a mana value of 0. So it only costs you a single white mana to bring back a Lotus Bloom from the graveyard. In order to activate Tameshi, though, you also have to return a land to your hand. So essentially, for each land Przemysław has, you can bounce one of these lands to hand and return the Lotus Bloom, netting 2 mana for each land you have.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Essentially, Przemysław is going to go up to 12 mana here and be able to play the War of Invention to get the Belcher and then finish off Ingo. If there is indeed a War of Invention in hand, which I don't think we know yet. But yeah, this is why this deck is called Tameshi Belcher, because it has so many cool little interactions, and this Tameshi is really the cream of the crop of extra cute things you can do.
And there it is again on the battlefield, that Lotus Bloom.
Yeah, it's basically, in this situation right now, Lotus Bloom is basically just Black Lotus. Przemysław, just was patient, waited a few turns, got it off suspend, and now just literally gets to play with Black Lotus over and over again.
And just counting the mana there.
Yeah, I played actually this Belcher deck in a league yesterday, and I spent a lot of time calculating the Tameshi situations, and I think you get to exactly... to enough mana. You get to 15 mana where you pay 3 for the Tameshi, so you get to 12 mana with this interaction, and that is enough for the War of Invention, finding Goblin Charbelcher. Charbelcher will be activated, revealing 50 non-lands and dealing 50 damage to Ingo. The turn before Przemysław was going to die.
Oh wow, what a game we had, and just showcasing how strong this deck is, and yeah, I was very impressed. Now let's take a look at the sideboards. First here we have our Belcher's player. What do you think can be brought sideboard? I see an Harbinger of Seas.
Yeah, so I think for Przemysław's perspective, you are actually lining up kind of well into the Boros deck already. You do end up being faster on average. But the thing you can lose to is if they have Stony Silence. That's the best hate card that Boros could have, because it turns off the Lotus Blooms and turns off the Belchers and all these cool things you can do with War of Invention and with Tameshi. So,
can you explain this mountain sideboard?
Yes, that is because of Boseiju. So decks playing Boseiju would be able to target one of your lands, and you wouldn't be able to find a basic in your deck because you have none. So if you play a single mountain in your deck, you can get that. Why is it mountain and not island? That is because of the text on Charbelcher.
Double the damage,
yes,
right?
Exactly, yeah. So Charbelcher says you reveal until you hit a land. If the land you reveal is a mountain, it deals double damage. to the number of cards you revealed. So, yeah.
What about the sideboard? How is it prepared against the Belcher?
Ooh, I see not a single copy of Stony Silence, so that makes it much easier for Przemysław to sideboard. Might not even need to sideboard any answers in like the portable hole, which is, by the way, that's a card that's there, so you can Whir of Invention for it. So from Ingo's side, you might want to use the Obsidian Chalmers, but they're pretty slow because they are always going to cost 5. Yeah, that doesn't work. Dranith Magistrate is okay because it hits a Lotus Bloom of Suspend. And then Orim's Chant is a really good one as well. So Orim's Chant is essentially a silence. You play it and your opponent can't cast spells for the rest of the turn. But if you do this in response to the Lotus Bloom coming off Suspend, you essentially trap it in exile because you say, no, you can't play any spells this turn, including that Lotus Bloom. And it's already run out of Suspend counters. And on top of that, you could also just do it to buy 1 turn against the Belcher deck and say, this turn, you cannot combo me. I get another attack.
Great to see. I'm excited to see how this game 2 is going to turn out. And I love to see like these different deck types making it into these streams as well. And doing pretty well. 4-0, it's impressive in a field like this because the players had to qualify to be here. And you told me that you were playing this yesterday, right?
Yes,
how did it go?
Yeah, to prepare. Well, I mean, I beat both of the Boros opponents that I faced, but then when I faced a counterspell deck, it was a lot more challenging in the Blue-Black Frog. So, yeah, we'll see if, like, you know, the history can repeat itself here. And I do definitely, like, the Belcher players I've talked to have been pretty happy with their Boros matchup. So.
And I also wanted to ask you, so you said that you think maybe in this matchup a bit favored. Do you think this was a meta call, right, knowing that probably the most played deck would be the Boros here this weekend?
I would believe that is a huge reason to play this Belcher deck right now, is because of its like great Boros matchup. And also I think pretty good against the Eldrazi deck as well, I would guess, if you don't face down a Karn. So it has a lot of like really cool tools, and the fact that it also has all these interaction with these free counterspells, Disruption Shoal and Flare of Denial. No Force of Negation. That was a surprise to me when I first looked at the deck list.
And why do you think that is happening here?
It's because you want to use your counterspells to either delay the opponent's threats or to protect your combo. And Force of Negation does neither of those things. So you'd rather have Flare of Denial, which can counter any spell, both on your turn and your opponent's, and Disruption Shoal, which is looking at the mana cost of the card you pitch and countering a spell that has the same mana cost. Notably, though, that card is kind of like not the greatest against Boros, because it's hard to like, you really want to counter their 1-drops, but you have no 1-drops yourself, so you can't pitch a 1-drop to your Shoal. And so I think that's what Przemysław might sideboard out. Not sure, though.
One thing that I'm very curious is to see tomorrow's day 1 win rate for the decks. I think that's always exciting to see how they performed in the meta. So I guess then we will have a chance also to see if it was a good meta call here. And yeah, looks like Inigo here has to Mool, and he is on the play.
Yeah, interesting. I saw an Ocelot Pride and a Goblin Bombardment and 2 lands in that hand, which is like kind of a game plan in itself. It's like a fairly quick clock, but it's not, maybe not fast enough. And Inigo is looking for either some sort of disruption, like that Orim's Chant I mentioned before, or just like an actual triple 1-drop fast start.
And how consistent would you say that these combos on turn 4 on the Belcher side?
I think probably like above 60% of the time, I would guess, because you also can mulligan pretty freely with this deck.
And if you see that your opponent is not mulligan, it also gives you a hint that they might have a way to get there.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So definitely in Ingo's seat, I would expect that Przemysław can get there. Sometimes you keep hands that have like the Lotus Bloom, but doesn't have the Belcher yet, but have ways to find it. And so that's like one way you could keep a hand that might end up breaking and not actually getting there on turn 4.
Starting with Ocelot here.
The Ocelot Pride. Seen it before. We love it. It makes a bunch of cats. Are you a fan of cats, Philippa?
I love cats. I'm the biggest Ajani fan. Actually, I was playing this Boros deck back in the summer before the One Ring got banned and all the things got banned for this deck. Yeah. And it was pretty fun, I must say. And I'm excited actually to play more of this deck because I kind of stopped after things got banned. But yeah, I think it's still super viable.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the best decks right now. And following up with a second
Another
Ocelot
one.
Pride, yeah. These cards just work so well together because they kind of like trigger off each other's life gain. So now each of them will make a cat. Oh, I think actually Przemysław said, wait, hold on a second. I might use my Disrupting Shoal to counter that. But yeah, it doesn't have a 1-drop in hand and can't do it. So you get 2 cats now, and next turn, you know, we're pretty close to just them popping off, getting to City Splicing and making so many cats.
It's a snowball effect for sure. Fallagy here.
And here we see Fallagy Archaeologist. So this is like another acute one that can like, you know, go search your deck for like, look at the top 3 and retrieve a card. But actually, Przemysław milled over 3 creatures. You can only return a non-creature card. Instead of returning a card to your hand and drawing a card, essentially, the Fallagy gives you a +1 counter.
So it's a 1/4.
That is amazing. There's a really good chance that Przemysław wouldn't even have wanted to pick a non-creature if he had the option. But now, so he just gets this 1/4 that is a complete brick wall against all these cats. So we need Ingo to have an answer for this one in order to continue his offense.
Let's see here what can be on the other side. I mean, there's Flage, but that only deals 3 damage. There's a Johnny.
That was a good Ajani.
Ajani, make another cat, and now it's like, if my cat dies, okay, I'll flip my Ajani.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So you might even want to just attack with your squad there, and you know, even if Przemysław blocks, you're totally fine with it because you get to flip Ajani and potentially just plus it to put a counter on each of your cats.
And looks like here deciding what to do.
Right, this is something that is able to be countered, yeah. So Disrupting Shoal, coming in clutch there, countering that Ajani, relieving a bit of the pressure, but there's a static prison.
Yeah. So getting rid of that pesky blocker.
Yeah, and actually letting Inigo swing again. And I think this puts them at, yeah, so they'll get City Splicing on the second Ocelot trigger. So at end of turn, they will get 2 cats plus 2 more. So they get 4 cats at end of turn here.
Oh, wow. This is about to be a very explosive here.
Yeah, it just needs like a, you know, it doesn't need that much more, like just a Goblin Bombardment or something like that to just finish the game here. Because now it's 8 power in play. Actually, there's a Flage in hand. So that's, you know, 10, 11. So if my math is correct here, and it is 4 cats being produced.
Let's see, 1.
Yeah, 1 for the first one. Now you hit City Splicing, and then you make 2 more, yeah.
There it is, 4 cats enter the battlefield.
So this is, yeah, attacking for 8 next turn and dealing 3 with Flage. You're 1 short of lethal here going into your turn 4. But of course, even putting Przemysław to 1 life means he can't play an untapped land at all. That's impossible for his deck to do at 1 life.
Let's see here what a Belcher player is able to do on the face of all these cats attacking.
I think there is a Belcher in Przemysław's hand, but there seems to be like no, there's been no Lotus Bloom here, so no fast mana. And that's a huge, like, you know, step down for this deck, because even though you could resolve a Belcher next turn, it doesn't do anything. You have to untap with it and then pay 3 mana.
Okay, so there is Flage and a land.
You might have Beyin Veil, though. That is the -2. Yes, there we go. -2 to each creature here. So that completely, like, just fogs the entire turn. No life gain, no more cats, and puts Przemysław in the same position next turn. The issue is, though, that this Flage here, if it resolves, which it will, it's going to put Przemysław down to 9. So if he plays an untapped land and goes to 6 and plays the Belcher, well, he's dead to the cats right now. So can't even go for that line, which otherwise would have actually been good enough. Oh, and even the Ocelot Pride making more cats here, because now you gain life. And yeah, that is just, you know, making 2 cats and then, yeah, so it's like 6 more cats.
Oh, wow. Look at the snowball that these two...
They just work so well together, two Ocelot Prides, because it's like, you know, duplication on duplication.
Definitely. So let's see here if there's any way to not lose next turn.
I mean, you would need another Beyin Veil, right? Then you could buy the time. But the issue is that what you do after that. Like, there's no way to sweep the board in this deck. It just tries to win out of nowhere. And yeah, Przemysław just not really in a position to do that right now. These cats are just, you know, dominating the battlefield.
And just passing the turn, so maybe another Veil in hand, as you said.
It's like, you know, Przemysław is learning what happens when you feed one street cat. You just like get swarmed. It's, you know, the next day there's like, you know, just 2 more, and then the day after it's like 12 more.
Yeah. Good thing there's no goblin bombardment, at least to sacrifice all those cats.
Another Beguine Veil, just, you know, buying some time.
Just staying alive.
Just staying alive.
Yes. Oh, Blood Moon
there's
is
a Blood Moon. It's actually a funny card in the matchup because it kind of doesn't do anything. And here's a Magistrate,
yeah.
which also doesn't do anything because there's no Lotus Bloom on suspend. But at least, you know, it's another body here.
So let's see what is the top deck here in the...
Just a, yeah, that's another land here. It is the, like, you know, 5 mana tap all your creatures, but at sorcery speed, so it doesn't really work. And yeah, you could play a Belcher now, but the issue is you're just dead on board. And with a Flare of Denial in hand and a Belcher, it's just not good enough to overcome these cats, it seems.
Drawing a card here. Static Prison, getting back.
Right. Finally ran out of energy, so like now the Valachi came back, and maybe he can find another Beguine Veil. I guess that would be the game plan. It would be kind of a funny way for Przemysław to like maybe stabilize here, right? And just top taking Veil after Veil, but yeah.
That's game.
Not quite getting there.
And this time the cats were too much, and Boros Energy taking here the game. So now both players 1-1, and we are going to have a final game now with the Belcher player on the play. Does that change the way that they sideboard?
That's a good question, because like on the play you don't need to worry as much about staying alive. So for instance, a card like the bounce spell that they play in the sideboard is like the unsummon variant, is something that you might want to board in on the draw, just to like buy you a little bit of time. But on the play, it's possibly better to just have like more, to just like be the most proactive version of your deck you can be, especially knowing that there are no Stony Silences coming out of Ingo's sideboard.
And Simon, if you're playing this regional championship here this weekend, what deck would you choose to play after all your testing?
After all my testing of one league with Belcher? Well, I would play Belcher, of course. No, I think I would probably play the Breach deck. I mean, in my experience, that deck has just, you know, been able to win through so much hate. We've seen it time and time again on coverage. But I would definitely have spent some time on this Belcher deck because it looks so intriguing and weird, and unlike how decks normally are supposed to look.
And a bit of a tricky deck in a sense to play. I mean, you really clearly have a way to win and something that you want to do, but to also know exactly what the meta is like and what you're playing against, and all these little things that you can do to try to stay alive.
Yeah.
We saw here the player struggling until the end to try to survive.
Exactly, yeah. No, Przemysław is definitely on top of like the ways that you can win here. By the way, I'm improvising a bit on the name pronunciation here. We could also like go with the Magic Online name, which you can see on his shirt, but it's Vrzo Busex, so it's not. It doesn't make it any better. So that's still. And, I mean, maybe we could say Olszewski. I mean, that's like, you know, reasonably reasonable to say, but yeah, that's some Polish names for you.
Yeah, sometimes I used to cast with Philip. He's also actually playing this tournament. I'm not sure how it's going, but he is Polish as well, and you will always pronounce these names on spot. For me, they are so different from the Portuguese names.
Yeah.
Yes. So for me, every time he says the name, like, it's so funny because it's very nice. So looks like both players here shuffling up. They already took their sideboarding decisions here. It's open deck list, so once again they are able to see each other's deck and sideboard as well. Do you prefer playing open deck list tournaments?
Open deck list is the best, man.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, after having done it for a while, like, it's just, you know, you don't have to have this like guesswork type of decisions where it's like, so it might be correct to play around a sweeper here, but they like only like 10% of deck lists play the sweeper, so I have to like only like play around it 10% of the time. It's weird. Like, I don't want that guesswork. I just want to know exactly what's in the range of what they could have, and like, I want them to know exactly what I could have, so that, you know, I'm not, so that they don't make like have to make any weird assumptions as well. It also means that, like, you know, you don't get like free points for just playing a weird card. Like, it will be open, but if it's good enough, you know, even if people play around it, it'll still be worthwhile. So Yeah, it also like just makes mulligan so much more interesting when you know the matchup. Like, yeah, I just...
And players are getting ready here. Let's take a look at the 7 cards picked here for both players.
I see a Belcher and I see a Lotus Bloom. Those are the 2 key cards. Does he have lands, though? And actually, is that a Harbinger? I might have brought in a Harbinger.
It looks like that is it.
Right? Yeah, okay, it's going to the bottom, though, but... Yeah, so sometimes the issue with this deck is that it has not that much library manipulation, so actually hitting your land drops in your 24 land deck is not the easiest thing.
So Lotus Bloom, tapped land, go.
Of course, the Fallaci Archaeologist and the Thunder Trap Trainer will help you hit land drops, as explained before. Here we see another Ocelot Pride.
The cat is back
for more.
Yes,
yeah,
it's always here. Also,
the
like
delicious crumbs of a a burnt body last game, and is now back for supper.
And there's another one, and it's interesting because they have different art styles.
Oh sure, yeah, what did they say? Not all cats are alike, right?
Yeah, that's true. So let's take a look here at our top cards and what can we choose? Oh, into the
Floodmaw actually is being brought in, but might still pick the Disruption Shoal here. So another key thing of playing this deck is paying attention to the different mana costs you can have in your hand and sequencing your lands so that you keep the mana cost in your hand that lines up with the things you want to counter with Disruption Shoal. That's kind of a key thing. So it really requires you to know the metagame and what you're up against. And I think Przemysław can now counter a 1-drop if needed, which is that Orym's Chant. That would actually be huge here if Disruption Shoal is able to counter that chant once the Lotus Bloom comes up to spend.
Let's see here, this Galvanic Discharge.
Oh, but if Przemysław just goes for this now, so countering this Galvanic Discharge means that you're not under pressure at all, right? Because then the Ocelot Pride can't attack, it can't make cats, it's like much better for you. But of course, you also open the door for Inigo to have that exact piece of hate, which is that Orym's Chant. And because it's open deck list, Przemysław have the actual information you need to make that decision correctly, and that is why I love open deck lists.
Your point is made, and so
and actually
it does resolve.
To be patient. Impressive decision here from Przemysław, and just knowing that this means that Inigo gets to develop their game plan really far, has a second cat here.
Oh, the second one now we're going to get.
And the question is, are you going to counter this one now? And actually it does go for that. It does relieve a lot of pressure to counter this. So just making 1 cat end of turn, not very close to City's Blessing, but it does mean that he won't get to keep this Lotus Bloom because of that Orym's Chant.
Okay, and let's see what's the decision here. There's Fallaci in hand.
Yeah, that's actually pretty nice here. That's another way you could get a 1/4, but I think really what Przemysław want here is the 4th land. So trying to hit a Sink into Stupor or the Seagate Restoration. Don't know which of these this is. It's probably the backside of Sink into Stupor. So it's one of those that can come into play untapped. And playing the blue-white land backside. Yeah, okay, so it's Soporific Springs was picked up there, and that is the can pay 3 life to play it untapped. So again, the Fallaci, Fallaci can't keep up lands or can't pick up lands from the graveyard, but it can pick up non-creature spells, and on the front side it's a non-creature spell, and that's what counts.
So let's see here what Inigo can do, just passing the turn. And there it is.
Going for the Orange Chant, hitting that Lotus Bloom.
So you can't combo this turn.
Did Ingo forget the trigger to make a cat at end of turn? I think so.
I believe so.
So that's a bit costly, but it's okay. And actually, this Wear Tear in hand is huge. Because now Przemysław's plan is to, okay, I can't go fast, I have to go slow. I'll have to just play a Belcher and untap with it and then kill you. Because it is an artifact that sits in play. But it is an artifact, which means you can shatter it with Wear Tear. And obviously, Przemysław can also not do it right now because you're still under the silence. Actually, I don't even think you can suspend it.
Do you like the die on top of the library to not forget the triggers?
Yeah, I think like you definitely need to do what you can to remind yourself of.
Galvan.
Yeah, exactly.
Charge there.
Like, you know, usually I put like an entire deck box on top of my library when I have a pack fact trigger. Like the ones you definitely don't want to forget. You can do a lot of stuff to make sure you don't draw the card before you have fate.
Okay, getting a land there, going to surveil.
So one play that Przemysław might go for here is playing around the shatter effect by waiting until the Lotus Bloom comes off suspend and then playing the Belcher and then shooting. The issue with that play is that it takes a long time. Like you have to wait 3 more turns. And actually, Ingo can also kill the Lotus Bloom in the upkeep before you go to your main phase. So it actually takes 4 turns before you win that way with Belcher, because you then have to play the Belcher and untap with it. Like 4 turns from now. And there's a second Orim's chant.
Oh,
so
wow.
Actually, that is a lot of hate being drawn from Ingo. And it is, you know, just like super well placed here.
Flage, let's see if now we'll remember to make the cat.
Oh, I think so. I think this is the type of thing you only forget once.
Yes, there it is.
And so, yeah, now you get to play the Belcher, and you probably just have to like go for it here, because the other thing is too slow now. You can see that you will die to the cat before your Lotus Bloom comes off suspend. So you have to just gamble on the Belcher and hope that there is no artifact removal. Unless Przemysław drew something else.
Looks like thinking here what might be the best choice.
The Arena of Glory is also quite of like looming here, right? Because there are 5 cards in the graveyard. So if Inigo like draws a land, any land.
That Flage is back.
That Flage is coming in and killing you. So you also, on top of everything else, you also have to hope that that is not happening. Because if you just tap out for Belcher, well then, yeah, that could happen to you. So saying, yep, I hope you don't have an artifact removal. I hope you don't have a land. Anything will kill me.
But we know that there is
the wear and tear. Yeah, the huge important sideboard card here. And we see just the power of Boros. Inigo played 1 creature. 1 creature this game, and it was a 1-drop, and that's all it takes to just amount such a big clock. That is the power of this deck. All of its 1-drops are just great cards by themselves. I mean, maybe not Guide of Souls, but and can like carry a game. And this means that if you draw a lot of disruption, well, as long as you have just like a little bit of pressure from your 1-drop, it's enough to take over a game here. And yeah, now, you know, the threat of Flage is still happening.
Yeah, just let's take a look at our top cards here. Let's see if we can find something to get us out of this situation. I mean, is there a way?
Yes, so this War of Invention is actually okay. That lets you search up the Belcher. And so if Inigo doesn't have a Galvanic Discharge, which I think it does actually, then like this Thundertrap Trainer will like stabilize the board. Then also Inigo needs to not draw a land, and then also not have the Orim's chance here. So it's a pretty long ways off. And we see the Thundertrap Trainer, instead of like going for a slow type of win, just getting the Bijin Veil and able to like just save yourself for 1 more turn.
Galvanic Discharge though, taking care of it.
Yeah, so now you lose your blocker, and the Bijin Veil is really good here. And Przemysław is just hoping to top deck a Belcher now. But the issue is that Inigo still has that Orim's chance.
Yes, I mean, so, it's not looking good.
It's definitely not looking good.
Okay, let's stay alive. -2, -0.
-2 to everything, but still, you know, still a land away from dying. Can even develop, the Goblin Bombardment up top here.
Oh, that's too much.
Yeah, Orim's
showing there.
So that means the Lotus Bloom just gets stuck in suspend once more.
Let's see what's the draw. That's an handshake there. Inigo taking down this game here. And wow, what a game! What games here! I mean, the Belcher deck really strong that game 1, but then just the cats, they kept multiplying.
Yeah,
and it just shows why Boros Energy is the most played deck of the weekend. Now, how do you feel about knowing that this deck lost a lot of cards through the ban and still here playing and making results, and now 5-0 in this tournament?
I mean, it's a bit scary in a way. I especially remember like right around the Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3, when like Nado was the big thing, and people started playing this Modern Horizons 3 block constructed looking deck that was just all the energy cards in one big pile, and it looked like so weird. Definitely did not look like a real deck, and we were making fun of it. And then we played a bit with it, and we were like, oh, this is actually pretty good, and oh, this Flage is good, and oh, you're actually super aggressive, and hey, you can also disrupt and clock them at the same time. And and you can grind through so many things, and you realize, oh yeah, this deck is just quite good. And especially the discovery of like Ocelot Pride working with this. I think the initial versions didn't even have that card, but we kind of like figured that out together that like, oh yeah, that's a great card when you're already playing Guide of Souls anyways, and have this Flage, like all these other life gain abilities, and other token makers. Yeah, it's just, the deck is just so synergistic, which is great.
That's great. I'm excited to hear more from the winners, so let's take here to the interview with Gabriel Nassif.
Yeah, I'm here with Inigo, 5-0. Did you test a lot? Did you expect to do well coming here?
Well, I've tested a lot with my testing team in Madrid. We've got very good players, and they helped me a lot during testing. So I was confident about this tournament, and I think I'm in the line. I'm doing well for now. So very happy about that.
Yeah, a bit closer. You're playing Boros Energy, the most played deck, arguably the best deck. It got, some bans, but did you consider any other deck, or did you think Boros was just clearly best?
Well, I've been playing Energy for 6 months since Nadu. Before Nadu was banned, I started playing Energy because I thought it was the best deck after the banning of Nadu. So I've kept playing this deck for the whole modern season, and now I just kept playing it. I think it's the best deck.
Yeah.
It's very powerful. It's consistent. It has cards that can snowball the game alone. The Ocelot Pride in these games, we could see that. And it has a very good sideboard thanks to the white cards. Orange Stand, Wear and Tear, the Duranith Magistrate. All those cards are super good and very useful in a lot of matchups.
Yeah, you tell me you beat 2 Mirror, you liked Pyromancer a lot. You also said you played against the new version of Oculus was Pest Control. Was that card annoying, or it didn't end up doing that much?
I've played in the first round against Murtide with Pest Control. I was afraid of that because my best removal against ice and frogs is the Chain It to the Rocks and the prison, static prison. And if they Pest Control me, they destroy that and get back their creatures. So I had to play a different style of game. I side in Blood Moons, and I lean a lot more in the Pyromancers. Something I don't usually do against the regular Murtide because they have Stern Scolding.
Yeah. All right, great stuff. Yeah, adapting to the tweaks and whatnot. 5-or star, lots of testing paying off. Great job. Good luck for the rest. And yeah, thanks.
Thank you. See you soon.
Thanks, Gab, and congratulations, Inigo, for the win. We have one more feature match, and also a very interesting one. So our players are already in game number 2, and it's going to be Tamur Breach that we saw here before, but against a new deck. So tell us about this deck that we are going to see.
I wouldn't call it new. It is good old Jund.
Yeah.
Jund is back. You heard me right. It is Jund Sagavan, and it is playing, well, it's playing Fear of Missing Out, which is a new card from Duskmourn, actually, powering up this deck. Dark Confidant is seeing play here. 3 copies of Tarmogoyf. There's obviously the Ursa Saga, yada yada. Yeah, let's see how this one plays out. You got the Ragavan, the Nethergorfs coming in. So many good creatures in this deck.
You know what they say, when in doubt, Jund them out, and that's what they're trying to do here.
And Pair Junds was so much in doubt. So much. Playing all these 3-offs, not really knowing exactly which cards to play, just jamming them all in there. 3 copies of Ren and 6 as well, to bring back those sagas, or just get fetch lands extra. Some, some interaction here. We even see the 1 copy of Tarfire, which is a Kindred instant goblin. And the reason this is good is that it is 2 card types, Kindred and instant, and able to bump up your Nethergorfs and your Tarmogoyfs even more.
Very nice to see Junt. I mean, a classic of Modern. And yeah, let's see how it pairs up against Tamur Bridge, which was one of the most played decks here this weekend. A lot of people decided to bring this deck here. We've covered before. We already talked how can it be such a great deck. Even like we saw the deck got remove of all the win conditions and just winning with constructs from Urza Saga. So let's take a look here at Jan's deck list, Tamur Bridge. So anything that you want to point out, or just what we've seen here before?
Yeah, so this is actually like a very stock-looking list, right? It plays like almost the maximum copies of everything you can. 3 copies of Grinding Station. No weird like 1-mana artifact outside of that Haywire Might to go get with your Saga. Just a super clean and functional list. And honestly, in these big tournaments, clean and functional gets you very, very far.
And it looks like it is because Jan is already up a game and 4-0 overall. So yeah, let's take a look at as our players get ready. And I have to say, I've been a big fan of this list here this weekend. Thassa's Oracle is a very great card, but I don't think we've seen a win with Thassa's Oracle yet, did we?
Probably not, no.
A lot of the games were actually like won with constructs.
I think you might be right. I think maybe we have seen players concede to the combo that will eventually get you to Thassa's Oracle. That is possible. But yeah, it's it has been a lot more fair games that that have happened with these Breach decks.
And while these players are shuffling in, let us know at home what deck do you want to see here during the weekend. I hope everyone is having an amazing weekend. I mean, I always love to see some Modern, especially after these bans and advance last month. This is the first regional championship that is bringing Modern after this. So always very exciting when the format gets a bit shaken up, either due to these bans or unbans or a new set.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you do you think Jan was a fan of Nadu just based on his shirt?
Yes, I would say yes.
This is an amazing shirt.
I think you are also a fan of Nadu.
Yes, I am also a fan of Nadu and colorful shirts. These are 2 things that overlap in my personal Venn diagram.
So we can see here Jan up a game. That means that Per Jones on Junt is going to be here playing first now on this game number 2.
Yeah, hopefully getting a Ragavan on turn 1 here and just you know, starting the beatdown early. And let's see what it is. It is a Ragavan. The monkey is down. It is back, it is here, and it is looking to steal some stuff from Jan's deck.
The monkey now has been replaced by a cat as the favorite new 1-drop, but
no,
still pretty good, still pretty good.
Ragavan is still the favorite one. Come on, look at his face.
How can you say no to it?
He has little glasses on, right? Like that's, you know.
Everyone's favorite monkey. So Island here for Jan.
And so this is a post-board game, so Jan might have like had to adapt a little bit to the sideboarding here. We didn't talk that much about it, but it seems like there aren't actually that many good sideboard cards in this Junt deck. There's like 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Pith Needle, and some like artifact hay like Boseiju and Haywire Might. So that's like really what Pair has to like rely on, which means that maybe Jan didn't even need to do very much sideboarding here.
Yeah, and Tamio's on the battlefield, also Mishra's Bubble. I mean, a second Bubble would also be pretty nice, so you could automatically like
You could automatically flip, yeah. This is a beautiful hand from Jan. I think they actually drew that second Underworld Breach of the draw step, and so in that way is completely safe from Thoughtseize. So yeah, I mean, obviously not a lot of action, but at least, you know, it is a Thoughtseize proof.
And what a beautiful Thoughtseize.
Oh yeah, like this deck is just super pimped out. Look at all this like shine from, okay, never mind.
Ruining it.
Yeah, just a regular old Bloodstained Mire. One interaction that's really funny in these matchups is like how great Tamio is at stopping Ragavan. Like we've seen this come up time and time again, of the Breach deck kind of like, you know, without having a removal spell, but just stopping in the early game and then relying on that Tamio. Ooh, second Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
Nice, that was on cue.
I mean, the end was protected from Thoughtseize without double Thoughtseize.
It was not protected from double Thoughtseize, no. No, you need a very special kind of hand, so we have protection from that.
Yeah, taking a look here at the Tamio.
Oh, just that's the one way to transform it. You just pretend to read the backside and then slide it back in.
Yeah.
I hope no one notices. All right, taking a look at the bobble and see if that Thoughtseize-proof hand can be replenished here.
Drawing a card from the bubble, drawing a card for the turn. I think there's an Emery in hand now.
Yeah, so Emery is actually totally fine here because you can attack with Tamio to make a clue, and that will give you the one artifact to be able to play Emery right now.
So, playing Mountain now.
Yeah, actually, like Jan's hand is obviously very, like quite heavy on lands here, and might just like want to see if you can also avoid taking too much damage from your lands if possible. And he's thinking about if you're even supposed to play out the Emery here. So one of the downsides to play out the Emery is that it's slightly mana inefficient compared to just cracking the clue right now. Oh, actually cracking the clue will flip the Tamio because you drew a card off the bubble.
Yes.
Right, so yeah, that makes the decision like much more clean for Jan here, and hopefully can like ride this flip Tamio to a victory. But when there is a creature with more than one power in play, it's a little bit harder to keep Tamio alive, or at least like keep her healthy enough to be able to ultimate.
And Ragavan going face.
Yeah, just ignoring the Tamio here, getting the treasure, getting a little card.
Getting a Tamio.
Getting his own Tamio.
Do you think Pear is going to use the treasure here to cast it?
I think so.
Oh.
Yeah, we see it immediately. So now it's battling Tamios. Ooh, what is this card? That is an oldie but goldie. That is Dark Confidant.
Oh, that is a card I haven't seen in Modern in a while. It used to be one of the strongest cards, right?
Yes, yes. It used to be the terror of the format. But then, you know, there's too many Bowmasters and too many Ren and 6s, and wait, hold on. How about the current format? There's like almost no Bowmasters, almost no Ren and 6. The only ones in the, you know, that are seeing play is in Pear's own deck. That's not true. There's obviously more Rens and Bowmasters, but because like decks like the John Sagavan deck just like faded out of existence, those are decks that are specifically hostile to Dark Confidant, and so now it's like kind of poised to be in a situation where it can actually do some work here.
Yeah, I mean, Perry Jones doesn't have much left in hand, so this is going to definitely be necessary for some card advantage, although this Tamio might also help with the clues. So we have Emery here, and let's mill our 4 cards.
Oh, that is the 3rd Underworld Breach being milled there. And the grinding station. So if Jan can find a shifting woodland, that would be something like that would be a pretty like key piece of winning this. But paying full price for that Emery is certainly not very efficient. Yeah.
Tamio now at 6 loyalty as well.
And actually, the Emery is as a 1/2. Is a pretty good blocker here because of the Tamio Plus, which gives -1 power to all the opposing creatures. So yeah, this 1/1 Confidant, this 1/1 Ragavan cannot actually attack into this Emery. So Pear needs to try and find some sort of removal here, but does have a couple looks at it.
Let's see what is going to be the draw and also the card revealed.
I love this when
Dark
playing
Confidant.
against someone who has like a huge deck because they have double sleeves and everything. You just like only shuffle the top, and there is a fatal push.
Paying 1 life.
That should be able to get rid of the Emery. At least you could attack with Tamio, crack the clue, and then get Revolt that way. So yeah, that does clear up that issue at least. Of course, the question is then, are you sending any damage at Tamio, and how much damage are you sending in Tamio if that's the case?
I think the card drawn for the turn was a land though, so...
Yeah, so not that much action, right? But of course, this Tamio from that Pear stole is maybe going to give a little bit more action to this Jund deck. I think actually Tamio would be an incredible card for the Jund deck if they were able to play it. So
yeah, that's true. I mean, great pickup. That's why Ragavan is such a strong card.
That's why he's the best 1-drop. You know?
Let us know what you think is your favorite 1-drop in Modern. So Fatal Push there on the Emery now that there's the Revolt. And attacking, let's see where. So looks like Dark Confidant goes to Tamio, the rest goes to face.
And yeah, the 0-power Tamio, even like not daring to attack her own mirror itself, going to face there, but obviously not making a difference at all.
Let's see. Oh, a Soul-Guided Lantern.
Huge hit. Wow, this Ragavan is just, you know, stealing millions and millions off the top of Jan's deck here.
Yeah.
This is no longer a pickpocket. This is a full-blown heist.
That's insane. I mean, 2 great hits from the Ragavan back to back. And yeah, I mean, I don't need to play hate against your deck. You have it in your own, and I'll just steal it.
You'll just steal it. You really don't need much. You just need a Ragavan and a Dream.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
I can even crack the clue now because you do have the treasure to maybe play something you draw. There's a Nihil Spellbomb. That's totally fine. That means that that Soulguard Lantern is fine to be cycled if needed.
And since Dark Confidant doesn't really draw, so we cannot flip the Tamiyo, right?
Yeah, but next turn you can, because now you have these artifacts that draw.
That's true.
Play. So we might actually see dueling. That's the 4th breach, which would have been an incredible draw. It would have been a win if not for that Soulguard Lantern.
Yes.
That is just beautiful. I mean, obviously also the Nihil Spellbomb got drawn as well, so that would have also stopped it. But oh yeah, Jan even has the Nature's Claim and would be able to answer one of these graveyard pieces, but cannot answer both.
Ragavan MVP. You said it was still the best one drop, and I think he wanted to prove itself. So it was just like, I'll show you who's the best one drop in Modern.
Beautiful. Yeah, actually, would have been able to do a lot with just Nature's Claim and play the Breach and play a Mox and yeah, play the Breach from that, because the Tamiyo does let Mox Amber tap for mana. I think. Maybe not actually.
So we have Emery here right now.
Yeah, just has to like, yeah, win Emery, and maybe you Nature's Claim right now so that Pair doesn't get to draw a card. But it's certainly not the best spot. Or maybe you just wait patiently and see what will happen.
Yeah, now this Emery at a 7 loyalty.
It's the same mechanic as before though. The Emery is a blocker here, and this Tamiyo ultimate is still looming. It's actually at 7 right now, so Pair needs to do damage to this Tamiyo in order to not get hit by, well, try and draw 20 cards.
That Dark Confidant got Tarmogoyf, another OG of Modern.
I love how you pronounce that.
Tarmogoyf?
Tarmogoyf? Yeah, that's great. But yeah, and absolutely another like oldie.
Oh, that's a newer one, but
what is that even? Is that like
Molten?
Yeah, Molten Vortex, I think. Let's see here.
Molten Collapse.
Collapse, yes. So can destroy any permanent with mana value 1 or less. And yeah, Tamiyo is still a 1 cost, so that absolutely works and kind of like saved Pair from this situation. That was another incredible top deck, actually.
Yeah.
Just realized, wow.
But okay, so Pair Jones is at 7, though. Do you think Dark Confidence has a chance to eventually get him out?
You know what? With no life gain available right now, that is actually very possible.
I mean, there's a lot of the spells are 1 and 2 cost,
yeah.
So I think also the deck is a bit built around it.
That's true. It's actually, there's not that many expensive things you can hit. You have to hit like, yeah, 4 spells in a row, and maybe, you know, like Jan will actually die before that happens. So, okay, yeah, you're probably right. But maybe, I guess this Nature's Claim as well is, was that being cast
some life
on that? No, it's being cast on the Nihil Spellbomb. That's actually just a perfect like place for it now that the Soulguard Lantern is gone. So okay, Jan still has that Breach in hand, right? It is still an issue. This is a great draw. That is Flame of Anor, and Emery is a wizard. So Flame of Anor is deal 5 damage to a creature and draw 2 cards.
Let's put it on the screen.
Let's put it up there. Yeah, this is a nice sideboard card from Jan that I was eyeing here. That is probably a difference maker in the matchup. And I guess you target the Dark Confidant, but maybe you target Tamiyo? Yeah, probably the Confidant is the more like efficient ways to draw cards. And yeah, Pair just like has to let that die and draw a couple cards. All right, that's another couple good draws there. Malevolent Rumble and
Unholy Heat.
And Unholy Heat. Yeah, so actually the Rumble being able to like fill up that graveyard here is a great spot for Jan.
Yeah, also making a little spawn in the process.
Yeah, you might actually just want to cast that right here, because if you find a Mishra's Bauble, you can then also activate the Emery, and you get like so many extra draws here. But instead, Jan is saying, either like doesn't have an untapped green source or just doesn't want to like pay the life for it and instead just do the Unholy Heat right now, which I think is a totally respectable play.
So let's see here.
Yeah, because the Heat will also let you get rid of that Ragavan, and then like all your troubles are kind of like removed.
Yeah. Going to the graveyard, that Tamiyo. 4 cards. Is there Delirium? There's 4 cards in the graveyard.
No, I think it's
Creature
2
lands.
instants. Oh, yeah, I think it's a 2 instants, Flame and Nature's Claim, and then Creature and Land.
So
but
not
of course,
quite yet.
Yeah, but of course this Malevolent Rumble will get you right there to Delirium.
Yeah.
And anyways, if the Unholy Heat is supposed to target the Ragavan anyways.
2 damage, yeah, it's enough.
So what do you see in hand there accompanying that Tarmogoyf?
Let's see. I mean, first attacking here with both a Ragavan and also the Tamiyo. And before the clue is made, or before damage here, we have damage to the Ragavan with an Unholy Heat.
Yeah, so again, like Jan completely relieving all the pressure, buying time to set up the 4th breach in hand. And a pair just really needs to find a discard spell here. And if he finds the last one, it takes away that last breach. That will make Jan's position so much worse. It is instead
Fatal
a Fatal
Push.
Push. That is not that bad for Jan. Because the Emery wasn't super important here.
Tarmogoyf, how big is it right now?
Probably huge.
My assessment is very big.
Yes.
A problem.
Yeah, it's definitely size, huge. I think it maybe is just a 5/6. Yeah, because there's the Nihil Spellbomb in the graveyard, and then otherwise you have the classic 4. So it's actually not that impressive. But 5/6 is definitely still big. And Jan here finding, not that much of this Rumble. Could take a Mox Opal, which is definitely not live yet, but could become live with this breach doing some stuff. I mean, there's only gonna be one other artifact in yard, so we're still a little ways away. But it seems like Jan also drew another Emery here, so can use that to, keep filling up the graveyard, and is still not dead to that like Tarmogoyf.
Making the spawn, playing it. Now, are we going to see a breach this turn?
No, this is not the turn yet. Just use the Emery right now, fill up the graveyard, and then next turn, I think you might actually have enough stuff. Especially if you mill over an artifact here, that would be very key. Mill over
there
4
it
lands.
is. No, there's an artifact on top.
Oh, there's a Mox Amber. Yeah, that would be perfect. So next turn, I mean, you could try and do something now, sacrifice the spawn, play the Mox Amber, then play the Might, then your Mox Opal is online, but you can't quite get there. Like, you don't get enough mana to flashback the Rumble. So I think from Jan's perspective, you have to, like, wait 1 more turn with that breach. And then you get to untap with all your mana, and you can flashback or, like, escape that Rumble a lot of times, really digging through your deck.
Mm-hmm. So I think here, counting the card types for Tarmogoyf, maybe?
Yeah, and it seems like it is indeed a 5/6. So, yeah, Jan is also not under enough pressure that he has to go for it here. Of course, you do risk that pair can at any moment's notice draw another piece of hate, draw another discard spell, and does have the clue in play and the time. So it's like 3 draws here, right, towards any piece of interaction. So it is a risk, but since this breach is not quite good enough to get you there yet. Like, you just don't have enough mana to really go off here. You're just gonna have to, like, wait and see what happens.
Let's see what the top deck is here for Pair Jones. First attacking, creating the clue.
And 5 damage on top of that. It seems like there are no lightning bolts in this Jund deck, so Jan doesn't have to be too worried about going low.
Okay, so taking the damage here.
Rolling to 6. Then maybe cracking another clue, or it's just adding another Tarmogoyf to the battlefield. Yeah, so this definitely says to Jan, now you have to go for it.
So let's see if Jan manages to pull off this turn.
Oh, that is another Rumble. That's actually a great draw, because that might let you set up a little bit more. Since the card you're trying to escape from the graveyard right now anyways is a Rumble, might as well play the one from hand first, gain a little bit more information.
Try to see what's available there. So tapping the Emery to get that
yeah, get the Mox Amber, another nice play right here. Just adding to your artifact count, and
Rumble.
Now we Rumble.
Oh, breach first.
Okay, then you just need to tap differently. So actually playing the breach first. Oh, this way Jan can start by playing the second breach from the graveyard, insulating himself from a Boseiju. If he plays something else first, then Pear has the opportunity to blow up that breach, and Jan loses the opportunity too. So the issue with this is that it's kind of a gamble either way. Because if you don't play the second breach, of course you're vulnerable to enchantment destruction. But if you do play the breach, you lose 2 mana that is super crucial here for digging for that, to dig towards that grinding station. And so I think Jan here is maybe playing the odds and saying, I just have to assume you don't have enchantment hate here, because otherwise, if I spend 2 mana replaying a breach, I might end up bricking myself where I can't flashback this rumble enough times to win the game. But oh, there it is. There was the Boseiju. So yeah, Jan getting punished there for that play. I mean, again, it's not necessarily obvious which way is the correct play there. He doesn't have that many cards left in deck, so might have been okay with finding the breach. We actually saw the breach second card from the top. So it seems like Jan would have won if you just play the second breach from the graveyard, but
oh, wow.
That is very results-oriented thinking.
And yeah, I mean, things are now getting pretty dicey, but let's take a look here at the cards revealed. Thassa's Oracle.
How many cards are left in the deck?
I think they're counting.
It's too many. It's too many for the natural kill.
Yeah, too many. But looking at that Thassa's Oracle, and yeah, that's the choice. Let's make another spawn here.
So now we at least have chump blockers for that Tarmogoyf. But yeah, this is actually a pretty problematic spot for Jan, because now all of his breaches are in the graveyard. So
another rumble.
You need to find that shifting woodland right now, or at least soon.
Yeah, not found it yet. So revealing another rumble, Mishra's Bubble, Otawara, and Tamio.
Yeah, and I wonder if you just take the Mishra's Bubble just to dig a little bit deeper.
Yeah, counting the cards, what are the odds?
Tamio actually also digs a similar amount. Might be a better card to take here. Man, this deck is really living up to its name, as a grinding station, because we're really seeing some grinding here in matches involving this deck. There's very few turn 3 kill blowouts, and a lot of this, slowly going through your deck. And yeah, Jan says, I can use a Tamio here.
Yeah.
As another way to just replenish cards, and yeah, the game just continues. Pear just drew a Meltdown.
Ooh.
Which is one way to destroy both of the artifacts in play here, but it's not actually that important right now.
So let's see here, what is the play for Pear John's Urza Saga?
That is a good one, another way to put on pressure, but you kind of already have the Goyfs doing that, so what you really wanted here was just more removal and ways to clear these spawns and attack for lethal.
And who is putting these cards on the screen?
I don't know. Twitch chat. Nice.
Twitch a little chat.
maybe Twitch chat got control of our... I mean, I'm not touching the buttons. Are you touching the buttons?
No.
Oh, no. Okay, so maybe our screen might be possessed.
Wow.
It's possible. Possessed by Twitch chat. You know what? If you're going to be haunted, it's not the worst. It's not the worst bunch to be haunted by.
Okay, let's see here. And yeah, double block from the spawns.
I wonder...
Another Tarmogoyf. They are all foil.
Yeah, just... well, that's a Nether Goyf, that one. But basically the same.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, true, and a Tarmogoyf as well. It's just, this board is just full of Goyfs right now.
Yeah.
And so it means that, Jan just, basically has to win right now. But it's not easy, being deprived of those extra resources with the Meltdown. Not finding the shifting woodland, which is the thing you needed to potentially win this game. And yeah, I don't think Jan can survive.
I just want to note that the players have 17 minutes left, and this is game 2. So if Pear Jones manages to win this game, they will have quite a short deadline to finish this
yes, exactly.
third match.
Usually when I play tournaments, I'm like, okay, if we finish game 2 with 15 minutes or more on the clock, it's totally fine, because 15 minutes is about what a game takes. You play like 3 games in 50 minutes, but it does also mean you need to like make sure you pick up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, sideboard as well.
Yeah, you definitely can't spend like 3 minutes sideboarding and then 2 minutes shuffling in in those situations. Oh wow, now we see the Gabriel Nassif quarter, the player card. That is a wild one to be on here, and I think we have our answer as to who is the one that is pushing the buttons here for us.
Responsible.
We have not been possessed by a ghostly Twitch chat. We have been possessed by a ghostly Nassif.
Yeah, we have an Hall of Famer ghosting us.
Oh.
Haywire might.
Yeah, I ever was so lucky as to be ghosted by Gabriel Nassif.
Urza Saga. Now there's one on both sides. So let's end up. Can we get a win just like full of goifs? That would be pretty poetical.
Well, I also love that they, whoever is putting up cards on screen here has put up the arena version of Haywire Might, which gains 3 life, which would be much better in this situation, but it is not, that is not the one we're playing with right here. Yeah, it's got to be, what's like a horde of goifs called? Like it's called like a murder of crows and like, I don't know, a bunch of otters. Like what's it called when you have 4 goifs?
4 goifs, I don't know. Just a trouble.
A trouble of goifs, yeah, I love that. I love that. That is exactly what it's called.
And
just some more card drawing. Is it actually non-lethal? I mean, you could like Nature's Claim your own Haywire Might and gain 6 life and go to 12 and block one of them, but that you still take 18 damage.
Yeah, I mean, good game.
Good game indeed.
I mean, Tarmugo is just taking over.
Remember this game where Ragavan hit Tamio and then hit Lantern?
Oh yeah.
Yes, that's what happened here.
Yeah.
And that was the key in letting Pear win from here. And also Jan drawing the 4th breach in his deck after getting Thoughtseize twice. Yeah, just a really cool game and so close. Jan being like inches away from winning, but like has to make like this judgment call of which odds do I play towards? Do you have the interaction, or is my breach hiding like pretty far in my deck? Yeah.
Now, we know that the Temur Bridge player is going to be on the play, so that's going to be a bit more difficult to manage from the Jund side. I mean, those Thoughtseize is going to be on the draw. So how do you feel like this 3rd game is going to go? Would you change anything on the sideboard? Is there any card that you noticed on the sideboard from either of these players?
Yeah, I'm actually not sure. The biggest thing, I guess, is that you could potentially bring in Spell Pierce to counter Thoughtseizes when you're on the play, and that doesn't work at all when you're on the draw. But in general, I'm not actually sure it affects the gameplay that much, because I think there's enough disruption in each of these decks that the game is just destined to like go long, and the longer the game goes, the less it matters with the less it matters who goes first.
Yeah, so players shuffling up. We are ready here for the final game of this round, at least here for us. And this round has been super interesting. I mean, this is round 5, so the next 3 rounds are going to be very important, because even players that right now are 5-0, they still can go 5-3 today and not making it day 2. But the players that win the next round, and they are currently 5-0, they just know they made it into day 2 of the regional championship.
Yeah, those are the big ones that we're looking out for. That 6th win, ensuring game play into day 2. But even just beyond that, like this tournament is not just about making day 2 and then resetting your score. You still play with the same score. So if you can go even better than 6-2 today, people are looking out for that. And of course, 4-0 start halfway through the day is that's at least a recipe for trying to go for that 8-0 spot that makes you so much more likely to get the PT invite playing tomorrow.
Perry Jones here taking a mulligan.
Wow, cancel the mulligan, nice. Yeah, so I think at some point we need to fire our spotters because they're clearly, nothing is working here. But we'll let them slide for this round.
And we know that now Jan is going to be on the play here. And I'm curious for these players to rewatch their game and just seeing these cards here and going what was happening?
Yeah, and they're like, wait, they're not talking about the game at all. They're just talking about goifs and Twitch chat. Yeah, well, welcome to the stream. That's what we do here.
let's take a look here at our opening end. So Per Jones did take that mulligan, putting one card in the bottom. It looks like Contempt here with the 6 cards. So let's surveil. Keeping it on top.
All right, and actually holding on to both of those Moxes in hand from Jan.
And we see a Jace as well.
Yeah, that nice sideboarded Jace. Maybe that'll come out to play. Notably, Jan is like not playing out these 0 costs because he knows that there's no punish for holding them in hand. There's no like Chalice in Pear's deck, but there is a Meltdown in his deck, which destroys all artifacts of cost X or less. And so if you played out both of those, well, you could unnecessarily make them vulnerable to that. So the Thoughtseize here revealing an Underworld Breach and 5 other cards.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Mox Ember there, and the Breach, Jace. We also have a Rumble there.
Yeah, so I think it's possible that Pear's hand could be in a way where he has enough disruption for Breach that you take away the Rumble instead, or maybe even the Jace, but your hand would have to be particularly weak to a 4-mana Planeswalker to take that one. And yeah, he actually does go ahead and take the Rumble here, which reveals to Jan that there is either a second Thoughtseize or like some pretty heavy disruption in Pear's hand.
Okay, playing tapped land and passing here. So let's see what else.
Jan drew a second Breach and really rewarding Pear for like not taking that one.
Yeah. So let's see what follow-up is there available. 2 mana.
Like Goyf, yeah. So even if Pear had like interaction to keep up here, you're definitely supposed to just play out the Goyf and get your clock started. Because Breach is not scary right now. There's just not enough resources to do anything with it at the moment. And so just getting your clock started makes it so much less likely that Breach can grind you out.
So here Pear playing fetch land. There's still only 2 different card types on the graveyard.
Yeah, because the Thoughtseize ended up taking another sorcery. I do wonder, this is a Surveil land. Yeah, that could help a lot with growing the Goyf. And there might be that second discard spell in Pear's hand, taking away an enchantment or a Planeswalker or something. Notably, by the way, Jace cost blue, blue, blue. And Jan's mana base right now has a mountain and a stomping ground. So he will not be able to play the Jace even if he top decks a blue land.
Oh, yeah. So attacking, keeping the card on top and attacking here with Goyf.
Yeah, that's kind of scary, right? Like, what could that even be? And no second discard spell, so it has to be some other piece of disruption. And now we see this Tormod's Crypt here, which is kind of an unassuming sidebar card, but it does mean that these Goyfs, Nether Goyf and Tarmogoyf, get smaller than, you know, they might appear if you wanted to crack it.
Yeah.
And also it can disrupt the Renan 6. And also, it is an artifact. So now, actually, Jan could play out 2 Moxes and have access to 4 mana. But he can't really spend that 4 mana on anything because, well, he doesn't have triple blue. So he's still waiting on 1 more land. But at least this extra artifact here from the Tormod's Crypt is enabling, like, that second blue source.
And we had an end of the turn Orcish Bowmasters there from Pear.
Yeah, and the Orcish Bowmaster honestly means that Jace is not really a player anymore, because that's just too much pressure.
Yeah, and attacking there with everything.
And it seems like the card that Pear kept on top was a Haywire Might. I think that's what he drew for turn.
Yeah.
But that was actually probably an interesting decision. Do you put that in graveyard and have artifact and creature and attack for much more with your Goyf? Or do you have this extra piece of protection instead of a random draw?
It looks like choosing to play the Might right now. So we have a Rumble. Let's see what Rumble is able to find. What do you really want to see if you're Jan?
Certainly not 2 Unholy Heats that you can't grab. I'm actually not sure. Like, this Haywire Might is posing a lot of trouble because it is a way to answer the Breach. So I think really you're just looking for more ways to fill the graveyard. If you can play 1 Breach and force the Haywire Might to be used on that one, and then follow that up with a second Breach, I think you're in a pretty good position.
Where's the spawn?
Yeah, you should also get an Eldrazi spawn here.
So Emery is getting played here. I think just cracking it for Emery right away, perhaps.
No, Emery was played for 1 mana. Yeah, I think Jan just forgot to put a spawn into play. It might get discovered, but this is a backup match, so yeah. You know, we definitely cannot intervene with that one. It's way in the past. But actually, like, Jan, after playing that Emery and Still has access to 2 mana, so can't quite do stuff with Breach yet. It's almost close, but you need a few more cards in the graveyard. But maybe next turn can play a Breach, let it get dealt with by the Haywire Might, and then still play a second Breach and win the game next turn. So depending on the amount of disruption in Pair's hand, but that Haywire Might is certainly posing a bit of the problem. The question is, does Pair have like another piece of disruption?
Yeah, it looks like players are counting here how many card types are in the graveyard.
Yeah, and it makes sense that the Goyf would grow to 4 here. So, because the Emery as a 1/2 is actually a pretty good blocker here. So the Goyf is the only relevant attacker at the moment, and its size determines a lot of like how much freedom Jan has to play this game.
Per Jones as an Urza Saga.
And I think also a Swamp in hand. So the question is, what is that mystery last card that I think is very likely to be a piece of interaction? Ooh, I love this. Attacking with the Orc, kind of as a bluff. It's a bit of a weird bluff, though, because if you had a second Bowmaster, wouldn't you also attack with your original one? That's always something to keep in mind whenever you're trying to bluff. You need your whole story to make sense. Regardless, Jan says, yeah, I'm not like risking anything. Just taking that damage here.
Down to 8 life.
Drawing another land.
There is 5 minutes left on the clock.
So actually what Jan can do here is play the Breach, and if it gets dealt with, you can then use Otavera to bounce your own Breach. So that's another way to like not be completely dead to a piece of interaction here. So I think actually Jan might play it safe here and just flashback the Rumble or a Unholy Heat or something like that. That's the first thing here. And just let it die to the Haywire Might, and then next turn try and do a Breach again. And if Pair has like a Boseiju or some way to interact, you can bounce your second Breach with that Otavera, and then go again for it 2 turns from now. I think it will require him to have Delirium though, because he needs to be able to kill that Tarmogoyf with Unholy Heat for that plan to work.
So let's see here, checking and starting to exiling cards for the escape cost.
Yeah, so I think he is starting to play this Rumble here, and this is played in a way where it does not leave up the opportunity to have Delirium. I think it was actually really hard to do so anyways, because you're going to have to exile 6 cards.
And I think Per Jones here considering sacrificing that Might.
Yeah, so sacrifice the Might, gains 2 life, deals with the
Breach.
Deals with the Breach.
That gets exiled.
And yeah, Jan just lets that happen, does not get back the Unholy Heat. But does get that chump blocker from the Rumble now. Yeah, sadly there should have been another one, but that's in the past now. And maybe sets up pretty well to combo again next turn. Might grab that Tamio just to have a little bit more insurance against removal. Might grab a land just to be able to just to have more resources. Grabs nothing. Okay, so actually it decides to grab nothing with the Malevolent Rumble, which might be a thing you can do, where instead you just say, I just want more cards in my graveyard. Ooh, I think actually he figured out that this is enough to play the second Breach right now. So you could of course wait a turn and have that protection up, like I mentioned, or you could just play the Breach right now.
Just go for it.
Just going for it, yeah. So it is a bit of a question here, but given that you're facing down this huge Goyf, it's not the worst thing in the world to just play out this Breach.
Otawara here.
And actually this Breach would let you... No, the other Breach got exiled, so you can't immediately replay the first Breach, but you can dig through your deck pretty well. Also, of course, Jan under immense time pressure.
Yeah, I mean, there's less than 3 minutes left here.
So yeah, this, I think he doesn't have that many looks actually, because he doesn't have enough cards in the graveyard. So I think he might need to hit a grinding station with this Rumble, or maybe with the next one.
So let's see if that's going to happen here, making the spawn. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
There's the grinding station. Okay.
The 4th card.
There is not lifting a finger. It seems like he might just not have that second piece of interaction.
Yeah, I mean...
that I thought from the get-go. So now the question is, yeah, you put the grinding station in hand, so you don't have to like waste cards in graveyard to play it. And then you play another Mox. exiling those 3 cards. The Mox will give you 1 mana. The Spawn will give you another mana. That is 2 mana to play that Grinding Station. And actually,
and
just
Grinding
as insurance,
Station
he plays another. Oh, realizes that he actually is in hand, so he doesn't need to pay for it. Yeah. And now he has the full combo. Underworld Breach says you can exile 3 cards from your graveyard to play a spell from your graveyard. Grinding Station says you can sacrifice an artifact to mill a player for 3. And with these 0-cost artifacts that tap for mana, you can keep sacrificing them and replaying them, always paying the 3 cards that you're milling. Every time you generate a mana, and you get 3 cards deeper into your deck until you find your win con, which in this case is going to be...
This Oracle.
Or I think the Jace is in hand still, right?
Yeah, the Jace.
Yeah, so he's actually super safe in this position.
1, 2, 3.
So yeah, Pair is just looking to see, is there, like, you know, what is your win condition here? Or like, are you going to mess this up under the time pressure? Maybe Pair has like...
Yeah, they're
just doesn't have it.
And Jan taking the game here, and look at that side of relief.
Tense game, yeah, with a minute left.
Oh wow, just showing like this decision to just go for it and paying off, finding that Grinding Station. Grinding Station, he's never late, he arrives precisely when he's supposed to.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
So how did you feel about this match that we saw in overall round 5?
Yeah, so we first saw Red White Energy take down the bad matchup in the mono blue Belcher deck played by Przemysław of Poland. You know, one of those like incredible RC level players who has played, you know, quite a handful of Pro Tours at this point. And then we also saw this match here of Per Jones, who at 4-0 was championing the Junt deck, Junt Sagavan, with a bunch of like weird 1-ups and 3-ups, and like it just super interesting build. And you know, seeing these games take quite a while, but Jan finally showcasing the power of the Breach deck. Even though you're disrupted, you can still play like multiple breaches on the same turn and just grind through so much disruption. You really just don't need that much to go off as long as you have mana.
Yeah.
And cards in graveyard.
I mean, that was lovely to see, and I want to hear more from Jan, so let's take a look here at the interview with the player.
And I'm here with our winner, Jan. Jan, Team of Breach seems to be doing extremely well this weekend, especially in our feature match. Why did you bring it this weekend?
I've been playing this deck since it was even before Moxopol was on ban, and the only issue I had with this deck was that it was too slow for the other combo matchups. And with Moxopol on ban, I could not play any other deck than the deck I had the most reps with. And it has been pretty good with against combo matchups today.
It's going pretty well for you so far, right? Like now you're 5-0, real close. One more matchup. We're going to see you come back tomorrow. Don't want to put too much pressure on you, but you're feeling pretty confident going into the next round.
I feel confident about the playing, but it's the nerves that get to me.
Just another game of Magic, you see.
Yeah, that's what I try.
You've done this loads of times. Just do
without the cameras next time.
I want to know, how did you qualify to play this weekend?
I qualified in RCQ, limited RCQ.
Oh, okay.
With sealed and draft.
Would you say, because obviously a lot of people associate this weekend, I had to play modern to play here. Obviously, for this season, you could have also played limited. Are you a big limited player?
No, dislike overall limited, but I try to do as many RCQs as I can, and unfortunately, that's the one I won.
How many bullets did you have to fire off before you qualified?
Sorry?
How many chances did you do until you got the qualification?
I think it took 3 times. It was the third time or something like that. Yeah,
that's fine for a grinder. Okay, and now with the meta is out there. You can see all the meta on socials. You know what the breakdown in the room is. Is there any decks that you're trying to dodge?
Yes, I'm trying to dodge any Oculus deck because I have 0. How do you call it? The green counter spell in the sideboard. Veil of Summers. I have 0 Veil of Summers. I have 0 Spell Snare. So I wanted to see Burrows today. Not seen any of them yet, but I'm ready for them.
You haven't seen any going around
0.
And it's a quarter of the meta. Technically, every 1 in 4 games you should see it. But on that one, you know, we need to end the segment because you're better dressed than me, and it's really upsetting me. So on that one, we're going to pass it back to the booth.
Welcome back, everyone. This is going to be round number 6? 5? 6? What are we doing? 6. All right, round number 6. Regional Championship Prague. Still playing a lot of Modern. Still have this round and 2 more rounds to go before we make the cut for Sunday. 6 and 2 is required to make it to day 2. And then we're going to have 6 more rounds tomorrow before we start the top 8. So that was round number 5. Round number 6, I think we have the players in the feature match area already. So let's take a look at what the players are playing, and if we can take a quick look at the deck lists, because I think this round we have something pretty spicy. Again, shout out to Frank Karsten, who was able to find some pretty cool decks for us. One of those decks is, I believe, if this is the one, it's Golgari Reanimator.
Yeah.
Which would be pretty exciting.
Yeah, people have played Golgari Reanimator, Persist, Archon in the past. There was even versions was the Grand Finale getting Asmo and kind of a food engine, a cookbook engine. This is a little different. It's banking on Rumble. It's trying to reanimate either Troll or Archon. He's got Persist in the deck. He's got 4 Emperor of Bones, which obviously works well with his deck, but is also a nice hate card in the format. And it's going to be interesting to see if his draws are functional enough. The one thing that kind of strikes me when I look at the list is that he has very few ways to actually discard Archon when he draws it, as we see the Domain Zoo deck. I think that's the second Domain deck we have in the feature match, and that's Laurent Delade, probably French. Not the most stockish Zoo, not that Zoo is like super popular right now, so I'm not sure there is a stock list, but he has no 1-drop creatures. He has 4 Psychic Frog. He's like, you know what, I'm playing 5 colors, why don't I just play the best 2-drop in the format?
That strikes me as odd. Not playing 1-drop creatures. Obviously, you have a lot of 1-mana interactive spells. You have Spell Snare, there's Stubborn Denial, you have Lightning Bolt. So you do have ways to play something on turn 1. But the Zoo decks, at least those of the past, like you just really want to add something to the board, something that can attack, you want to make a bigger board. So that is somewhat surprising to me. And this is the Golgari Reanimator deck. Igor playing black-green, trying to get Archon from the graveyard to the battlefield, or there should be a Troll of Khazad-dûm as well in the bottom left. Yeah.
Yeah, there's Troll, there's the Archons, there's Rumble to self-mails for Witherbloom Command. I love that card. It doesn't always line up very well, but that's another self-mill effect. He's got obviously fetch lands and surveil lands. We see 2 black-green surveil lands. He has 4 shifting woodlands to copy, ideally Archon as well. 4 Thoughtseize, I believe some Fatal Push. So, it's probably going to be a toughish matchup. The main Zoo is usually pretty happy to play against these combo decks that need a few things to come together. He even has, the Kavu, which can be graveyard hit. It has the exile option on it. And, just stick a threat and back it up with counterspell, some disruption. You said no 1-drop in Zoo. It's Zoo, but really you just need the 1 threat to snowball. It could be Ragavan, but Laurent doesn't have Ragavan in his deck, so kind of just stick a Frog or Territorial Kavu. Maybe the ley line draws. You said no 1-drops. That there is a little awkwardness to those 1-drops because you usually want to try them or a Surveil land on turn 1 to maybe be able to cast Sign of Drake on turn 2. So
that's a very good point. Yeah, the fact that you have to play so many tapped lands and trials, and you kind of want to fetch them with your fetch land on turn 1, even if it's not in your opening hand, that makes a lot of sense. That's actually a great point I have not considered. That kind of explains the way that Laurent built the deck.
Yeah, ideally you want to go, turn 2 threat, and then on turn 3 you can have a second threat and a 1-mana interaction spells, whether it's removal spell, Leyline Binding, Stubborn Denial. So it kind of makes sense, right? Because 1-drop is nice, but not as effective on turn 3 usually. So just build your way in a little less busted draws. You can have the turn 1 Ragavan play, or maybe Wild Nikotl into Nishoba Brawler for a lot of damage, but maybe a little more consistent and I guess coherent is a way to put it. Just makes more sense.
There's a Territorial Kavu that you talked about, but that gets instantly killed by Fatal Push, and Igor is able to cycle Troll of Khazad-dûm. So yeah, step 1 completed. There's a big creature in the graveyard. Let's see if he's going to be able to find something to bring it back.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the question marks. How often is a Troll enough to win a game? You do have a little interaction to kind of back it up, whether it's push or Thoughtseize. So there's some games where maybe you just go cycle Troll, persist it, and play another couple spells. That's enough. Witherbloom Command deals with a lot of stuff in the format, kills Ocelot Pride. It's a really elegant card too. It's nice against, I guess, the artifact decks. Can be decent there. Maybe get rid of a Mox and self-mill. It's also really nice just against the hate, cards like Rest in Peace. I believe Laurent has 3 Rest in Peace in his sideboard, so you're kind of anti-graveyard hate built in, and card just fits your deck nicely.
Flesh Gorger, that's another card that you would like to bring back.
Yeah, if you reanimate it, it comes back as the I believe 7/5.
Yeah, or 7/5, right?
Yeah, side.
Yeah, and the Survey Lens doing sort of double duty in Igor's deck. Sometimes you're just gonna be able to play turn 1. Oh, there's an Archon on the top of my deck. Great, put it in the graveyard, persist.
One nice thing about the Golgari deck in open deck list is that it opens up the Thoughtseize line. If you know you're playing in someone who can't be a turn 2 Archon, you can Thoughtseize yourself and persist on turn 2. Didn't happen this game, but when you're playing in the dark, you're playing the deck on, I don't know, Magic Online in a league, you're like, if I do that and somehow they have a way to interact, it's just so bad for me,
Yeah.
But in this case, in some matchups, you might be able to go for it, which is nice little bonus for this deck.
Yeah, great point about open deck lists too. Like the fact that you know exactly what your opponent's playing, you know exactly what to play around. If they have cards like, Mana Tithe. We had a really cool tournament last year where somebody played a Boros deck with 4 Mana Tithe, and that was a closed deckless tournament, and they were able to get so much value with that card. It was crazy. Yeah, this is different. You know exactly what your opponent's playing, you know what to play around, you know when to keep up, mana open for something important, what their win conditions are. Another Kavu for Laurent, who's sitting on a bunch of interactive cards.
Yeah, hoping to stick a threat. That's one of the nice things about the black-green deck. It does have 4 Fatal Push, 3 Bitter Triumph. So a decent amount, decent amount of removal, kind of unconditional creature removal in this matchup anyways. I guess Fatal Push doesn't get rid of the Draco, but...
Fatal Push, end of turn is a play for Igor, and Laurent says, give me a second, I want to think about that. Decides against it.
Yeah, only 2 Stubborn Denial in Laurent's main deck. 2 Spell Snare though, that's quite nice against Persist.
Well, let's see if Igor is able to do something. One thing he can also do is just hardcast the Archons, right? He already has 5 lands in play. I think he cycled 3 Trolls this game. And there's the Persist. Looks like Flash Gorger is the target. So there it is, a 7/5 lifelink.
Not the greatest card, pretty poor against Binding. Sure, I'll take 7 damage and get rid of it. So I almost wonder if he shouldn't have just saved it. Just gotta assume Laurent has a way to get rid of it, but I guess it's only 4 Leyline Binding in his deck to get rid of it. It's kind of a toughish spot. He does already have Woodland in play, so if he does self-mill an Archon at some point, he has that option. That might be his reasoning. Might as well make him have it. It's still a decent chunk of damage. And then if I do self-mill something, or maybe he's like 1 hit of, take what? It's like you have to pay 7. I think you have to pay the power for Ward. Goes down to 9. He's within 2 hits of Troll Reach. But yeah, only 18 lands, but as you said, 4 Trolls, 4 Rumble. Witherbloom Command also helps you hit land drops if you use the land ability.
I really love the double face cards. Double face cards, land cycling, like these cards just make for better games of Magic. You don't get, screwed or flooded that often. Make your land drops. If you get flooded, at least you have spells to play. The Troll is also one of the, most impactful cards that has been printed lately in Legacy. Like the fact that you have Reanimate and the Troll together, super good combo.
Yeah, Troll, Lord Unrevealed's great card. I mean, the whole cycle is, even the White Eagle, so a bit of play here and there.
Yeah. So Kavu number 3 from Laurent. No useful abilities against the Flesh Gorger, nothing like a, naturalized kind of effect. And there is an Abrupt Decay.
Ooh, the one-off Abrupt Decay to make that can't be countered.
Can be countered, yeah.
He has 3 more in his sideboard too, so he can turn into almost like a rockish deck after sideboard.
That's good, yeah.
Kill all your threats. All your threats.
So let's see. Flash Gorger. Gonna get in the red zone? No, not yet. All right, Shifting Woodlands, copying the Troll. Hello. And I don't think Laurent expected that, so does he have a way to stop that from happening? I don't think so. So this is now a 6/5. And now Laurent is in trouble. You have a Leyline Binding, but can you get rid of both of those creatures? Plus, even if you do take care of the Flash Gorger with the Binding, then that is 7 life you're going to have to pay. Yep, Igor says, that's 7 for you, my friend.
That's going to go down to 3.
Yeah, Shifting Woodlands, that pretty impressive use of that card in this deck.
Yeah, it's just a lot of threat density when you think about it. Only 18 lands, 4 woodlands. So in these like slower grindy games, he was able to remove every threat. And the domain deck is kind of threat heavy because you're playing a really low land count. You have a couple surveil lands, but you don't have real card advantage. You need your creatures to do the card advantage for you. So your opponent just has enough removal for lower creatures. You're just drawing a card a turn, trading 1 for 1, and right now Igor is just winning at this game of 1 for 1 trades.
We love showing those types of decks. So if you have any tips, on your friends doing well with something spicy, we do have Frank going through all the deck lists right now. But if you have some tips, certainly let us know. We can see what if we can do something about that. Bring those people to the feature match so we can show you as many different archetypes as possible. Obviously, we want to pick people that are doing well at the same time. So not always easy to find something where you have 2 spicy decks or something we haven't shown before, but we're definitely trying.
All right, Laurent, I'm going to fetch, go down to 2 here. Ooh, Witherbloom Command.
Yeah, I believe that's a card Igor has, right?
It drains for 2.
Yeah, it does drain for 2. Oh, okay, Flage, that's a big one. So puts Laurent back to 5.
Yeah, I'm checking to see if there's any copies of Arena of Glory in the mana base. It would be a little ambitious, but it's such a good combo as Flage. Nope, no Arena of Glory. Just a Flage for value, and he probably has the mana to bring him back next turn. He's still dead on board to a Troll hit, right?
Wait, no, Laurent is a 6, not at 5, right? He was at 16, he took 7 from the Gorger, go down to 9, then he took 5 from the Troll?
I think it's 6, the Troll is a 6/5. He should be at
There was a fetch liner. Yeah, I think you're...
Fetch down to 2, Flage up to 5, I believe. Maybe we missed a point. It's not going to be irrelevant. I mean, the Troll's a 6/5. It can't be blocked by the Frog, so... There's even Thoughtseize just to clear the way, just in case.
That's good, yeah. That's very good.
Not that... I mean, his last card in hand was like Stubborn Denial. Maybe Laurent doesn't realize that, or forgot about the can't be blocked by less than 3 creatures. No, he didn't try to block. He just made him do it. Fair enough. All right, impressive stuff.
Yeah, that was good.
Shifting Woodlands for the win.
That was good. This is what I love about Magic, and I think open deck list kind of killed that for me a little bit. Like back in the days, we were used to transformational sideboards, and I remember playing a GP with some like red-green Dragons deck, with Llanowar, and I played a couple copies of, I don't know if it was Banefire or some kind of Expel, because nobody expected that. They didn't expect you have that. And you got a lot of percentage points out of playing cards that your opponent was like, oh wow, I didn't expect you to have this. With open deck lists, obviously, there is a good reason for it. The reason why we can show you decks on the screen full deck lists during the tournament is because we have open deck lists. We don't put the players in a disadvantage. So there's certainly a place for it. Let's take a look at the sideboarding here real quick. Igor's sideboard, that's what we see on the screen right now for the Golgari deck. Anything that sticks out to you?
Yeah, free Abrupt Decays, great against the Zoo threats. He's got a couple Veils of Summer if he wants to against the counter spells. Haywire Might can hit Binding, can hit Leyline. I believe Golgari Charm has an enchantment removal mode. I'm not 100% sure. He can bring in the Spell Bomb if he wants to deal with the Flage aspect. Pick Your Poison, really good. One of the few ways to deal with Draco plus Leyline. That card used to be really popular when Zoo was one of the top decks. He could even bring in Explode. So he could literally bring in like 11 cards if he wanted to. It's gonna depend, like, how much he thinks he has to play kind of a controlled game. It kind of worked out well for him game one. He didn't need to reanimate an Archon, just the Gorger that got dealt with. But Laurent has, I believe, 3 Rest in Peace in his sideboard, so he might want to just hedge, go a little lower on the graveyard stuff, and just play a mid-range deck. As I said, if he can just remove every threat Laurent presents, his deck is fairly low land count. It's kind of close, right? They're both really low land count. They both have a couple surveil lands. They both get a bit of value out of the graveyard. Flage on the domain side, and obviously Reanimator, Woodland, and whatnot. So it's a fine. It's going to be tough balance. It's going to be interesting to see how many cards he brings in.
So this is Laurent's deck we see on the screen right now, and I'm looking at Lightning Bolt. I'm looking at Lightning Bolt, and I'm looking at Igor's deck, which has Troll, it has Archon, Harvest of Mystery, and Flash Gorger. Those are creatures you are not going to be able to kill. But he does have 4 copies of Emperor of Bones. How scared would you be of that? How many copies of Lightning Bolt, would you feel like, could be the right to keep in, or would you board out all of them? Does it sound like a card you need? I mean, it is one of the few, 1-mana cards you have.
Yeah, just for Emperor of Bones, I think I would just board out all my bolts. You have the Rest in Peace. I think is a little more straightforward for Laurent. He's probably going to bring in the free Rest in Peace and bring in Stubborn Denial, and I could see him just straight up cutting 4 bolts. He still has 4 Tribal Flames, a Fatal Push, and 2 Spell Snare to deal with Emperor of Bones. He has Flage that can kill it as well, so I'm assuming it's going to be, off the top of my head, I would just say -4 bolts, plus 3 Rest in Peace, plus 1 Stubborn Denial. Wear Tear probably doesn't do much. Pyroclast, Consigned to Memory. I mean, Consigned to Memory can counter an Archon trigger, but that's definitely not very exciting.
It's also a matter of play or draw, right? Like if I'm on the play with the Domain Zoo deck, I'm probably much less scared about the Emperor. Yeah. Whereas if I'm on the draw, maybe keeping a Lightning Bolt or 2 can lead to my opponent playing it on turn 2. Then I have the Bolt at the end of turn, and that lines up much better.
Yeah. On the Golgari side, maybe Harvester of Misery is not exceptional, doesn't kill much besides Bowmaster. I could see him just trimming a lot of the Reanimator stuff, so maybe trim an Emperor of Bones, maybe trim an Archon, cut the couple Harvesters, just maybe Collective Brutality. The discard mode is kind of nice, but it doesn't mean hit everything. It might break, if his hand is a bunch of bindings, and just load up on removal. I would bring in all my interaction. I think if I was Igor, I would bring in free Abrupt Decay, the Might, the Spell Bomb, Pick Your Poison, maybe Explosive, yeah.
All right, the play is underway. Laurent starts with a ley line. Igor getting himself a Survey land. Let's see if he hits an Archon on the trigger or something spicy to put in the graveyard. That could enable a turn to persist. He has a bunch of removal. He does have the Haywire Might in his hand. There's a Fatal Push.
Yeah, the Haywire Might I think definitely comes in. Golgari Charm maybe a little worse, just because you don't get the 2 life. It kind of does the same thing.
This is the best use of shifting woodlands I've seen in a while. This deck is really, like, it just looks like a very cohesive deck. You know, for a brew, or what looks to be like a brew, makes a lot of sense. Like, all the cards will work together really nicely.
You must not watch a lot of Aspiring Spike streams then if you haven't seen shifting woodlands, you know, do work. No, that card was Rumble. Rumble just enables so many strats, or makes so many strats like legit viable, rather than clunky weird decks that, you know, don't come together very often.
All right, Laurent taking things slow a little bit as well. Second tapped land here, at least getting himself a Surveil trigger. Yeah, I mean, that's the price you have to pay if you want to have this 5-color, you know, Leyline, Scion, mana base.
Yeah. If you're Igor, you probably don't want to play the Might because of Bowmaster, but in this case, there's a Leyline, so worst case, he has a target and pretty reasonable.
So turn 3, there is land number 3. There's 2 copies of Stubborn Denial in Laurent's hand, but let's see if he has any action.
Yeah.
He did not play a creature on turn 2. Perhaps saving that creature for turn 3 when he does have that Stubborn Denial backup.
Yeah.
That would certainly make sense, especially if it's the only threat in your hand. You do want to make good use of the counter spells.
Yeah, I think these games are probably fairly tough for Laurent to navigate because it's not easy to stick a threat. Lots of removal on Igor's side. The Flage is a nice one against removal, but if I'm Igor, I might just save Emperor of Bones, just waiting for a Flage to be in the graveyard to make sure I get rid of it first. And yeah, it would be a nice matchup to just have both players' hands just to see how patient they are or not, you know. So Laurent's got the super Draco right now. Of course, Might can get rid of Leyline. I'm surprised he just didn't get rid of the Leyline right away.
Yeah, it looks like he considered playing a Fatal Push or cycling a Troll, decided against it. He wants to keep that mana open for the Might.
I'm just wondering what his big plan for the Might is, if it's not just getting rid of the Leyline.
One of these 2 cards, yeah.
Maybe he has Pick Your Poison in hand. He has his 1 copy of Pick Your Poison in hand, and he's just going to name Artifact and doesn't quite need to use his Might yet. That would make sense.
It's actually interesting in the post-board game, how much would you be considering Bowmasters, right? Like, we talked about the fact that Lightning Bolt wasn't particularly effective, but Bowmaster isn't the most exciting card either against this Golgari Reanimator deck. So I probably wouldn't be that scared to tap out here, although you certainly don't want to lose the Might to, you know, some other kind of removal spell. So finally, the Might gets sacrificed, deals with the Leyline. That still leaves the Scion in play, though.
Yeah, it's a judgment call on Igor's side. If he's looking at Laurent's deck list, you know, he might see the 4 cards I want to bring in, so he has to wonder, do I think Laurent's going to board out the Lightning Bolts or the Bowmasters, or a mix of both?
Mix of, yeah.
And we see why he didn't use the Might right away. He just didn't have an answer to Draco either way, so he's like, okay, you know what, I'll wait a bit, see what happens.
I think he maybe also wanted to get Revolt, possibly for Fatal Push.
Oh. I don't think there's any creatures.
Although, yeah,
that's, you know, well, there's Flage, but that's not coming into play anytime soon.
Right.
It's either a 2-drop or 16
or 12,
or whatever casting cost Draco is.
Yeah, for an 18 land deck, Igor's deck is actually very consistent in making land drops. The fact that you can cycle the Trolls, you know, get your extra lands in multiple other ways. I wonder how often he actually hardcast the Archon. I don't think it would be that that far-fetched to just do it a couple times per match.
8 is a lot of mana.
Flash Gorger makes it into play as a 3/3.
And no answers. He has a ton of removal in here. I think 2 Abrupt Decays, another Troll, maybe an Emperor of Bones, but right now, no answer to the Scion of Draco.
Cycles another Troll at the end of turn.
You could win the race, dude. There's no removal for the
lifelink guy.
Flesh Gorger. Draco is only 4 damage a turn right now. No lifelink, no nothing. Just flying.
This is the type of matchup where if I'm Laurent, I'm thinking like, you know, what should I even do? There's so many, you know, my opponent has so many different ways of attacking me. There's so much removal. They can bring back a big creature. They have all these ways to deal with the ley line. My Stubborn Denial, like, do I want to use it the first time I can? Do I want to save it for a little bit later? But then if they kill all of my creatures, it becomes unusable. Yeah, it kind of seems like not great of a matchup for Laurent.
Yeah, I was a little surprised in game 1. I feel like maybe he should have just used his Stubborn Denial earlier. Maybe he played a little scared and he just let all his threats die and ended up with that Stubborn Denial. I think he had it pretty much the whole game and he had the mana for it too.
So another activation of Shifting Woodlands. I think it again copied the Troll, and there's an attack for 9, which is going to create a 3-point life swing as well in terms of Igor's life. So he goes back to 16. Yeah, wow, Shifting Woodlands really, really good, looks good in this deck.
Yeah, clearly the MVP this game. And we see the awkward draw for Laurent, just 2 Stubborn Denial. Had to cycle a land here.
Yeah. I think he does have a Bowmaster. I think it's one of those cards in here. I think it's a land Bowmaster and double Stubborn Denial. So yeah, not great.
Bowmaster could come up. The Menace on the Flesh Gorger could give him the second blocker. That's the play he's going to go for. I think Igor might just go, you know what? Nice Bowmaster. Abrupt Decay your token. Abrupt Decay your card 2 for 1, but... So he knows because his Flesh Gorger has Menace and Troll has, you know, whatever it's called, triple Menace. So he should have the Bowmaster read. It's kind of face up. Let's see what he decides to do about it.
All right, there we go. So Orcish Bowmasters make a token, shoot you. So Igor goes down to 15. Now what's the play? Is that a double block? Is it a triple block?
Triple block is rough when there's a second woodland in play. There's not the green mana yet, but
yeah.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying
you don't feel good about it.
Nope. And that's actually not what he's gonna do. Yeah, Igor didn't think about it much. I don't know if he was fine with the trade or didn't think about Bowmaster. But I don't think there's anything else that makes sense if I'm not being.
Also, I mean, if the Flesh Gorger dies, he can just activate the Woodlands next turn to copy the Flesh Gorger, right? So if it dies, it dies.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, not a great spot for Laurent here. It just feels like there's not much he can do.
No, he's just doing what he can to survive. Makes sense to go after the Flesh Gorger first. Looks like he's still thinking about it. He might be, you know what, I just have to hope you don't have another green source for now and just triple block the woodland. It's also just more damage right now. It's 6 damage opposed to 3, which, you know, Flesh Gorger could die to a Flage top deck.
What you just mentioned, I want to quickly talk about that. Sometimes the play you make has to be, you know, you should play to win. You shouldn't play not to lose. And sometimes your only out is, yeah, I mean, you have Shifting Woodlands, you know, a second copy in play, but my only out is you don't draw a second green source for the next 5 turns. You know, maybe my only out is you draw 5 swamps in a row. But if that's your line to win the game, if that's your only line, then sometimes you just have to, you know, believe it happens and play accordingly. And sure, you know, 19 out of 100 times it's not going to work, but that one time, you're going to win, as opposed to making a play not to lose and then losing in 2 rounds anyway because you left yourself with no outs.
Yeah, playing to your outs. Sometimes it's straightforward. It's like, okay, I have to do that and draw exactly this card. Sometimes it's like, you know, that tree, those branches, okay, this could happen, but then this could happen. I could draw this or that. And, you know, this is probably a spot where it's, you know, somewhat tricky and there's a bunch of different directions Laurent could go in.
So still double nothing. All right, well, Laurent concedes. Shout out to Igor. Congratulations to him. That was a very impressive showing of his Golgari take on the Reanimator deck. And just a deck that just attacked from so many angles, you know, did a lot of things, lots of answers. You have thoughts. He's obviously a great card against everybody. So yeah, well done. Igor moves to 5-1, and he's going to need to win only one of the next 2 matches to secure a spot for himself in day 2.
Yeah, it did look like his deck lined up recently well in this matchup. The removal was nice. Note that Laurent never got to hit him, was either never got to trigger Kavu, never got to trigger the Frog, I believe. And the Zoo deck's really good when it's gets a Fred going, but you know, you got a few attacks of Sign and there, but that doesn't gain you an advantage, just like some damage, and didn't turn into anything.
And now, match number 2. And I'm getting excited because
finally,
I believe
somehow,
if I remember that right,
somehow a Hollow One player was a winning record.
Somehow, exactly. I believe somehow we had a Hollow One player
doing better than my Affinity players.
Affinity. To be fair, there were multiple Hollow One players at 4-1 or better.
Ooh.
We picked one of them. I'm not exactly sure what the table was, but let's see where we are exactly right now. I believe we're still waiting for the players setting up. Either way, Hollow One it's one of the decks that when the unbans happened, I think it was one of the most popular deck on Magic Online, right? It was the first 2 decks were like twin. People tried red-white twin with the bell ringer, like the 1/4. Some kind of like I saw a lot of people trying, you know, different.
You get to play Flage.
A lot of people trying different versions of these decks. In the end, I don't know if we already talked about this. There is one player, exactly one player in this room, in the main event. So out of the 1,000 or so players that registered the card Splinter Twin. That seems crazy to me. How is there not more people that just believe in the Twin, or like, it's a deck that I used to play before, I really like it, you know? If you gave me a bunch of numbers or told me, you know, to pick a range, one would be like, you know, I would never believe that.
Yeah, I think I only played 1 league and I went 5-0 with Splinter Twin, but... I think we have an interview with Felipa.
Okay. Yeah. If you have an interview coming up, I think we can jump straight to it and then come back for match number 2.
Okay, everybody, I'm here with Emma from Fanfinity, and Emma, you've got a nice little card there, and I really like the art on it.
I love the art. It's wonderful, isn't it?
It is extremely good art. I wonder if maybe what this would look like if it was on, let's say, a playmat or a deck box.
Oh, I think it would look something like that.
Maybe like this here, which, of course, you've got a little announcement.
Yeah.
How can people get hold of this?
So this is our little sneak preview of one of our upcoming products that will be available, limited, at a upcoming RC. So this will be the Chthonian Nightmare Sidewinder and playmat by Ultimate Guard. These are some incredibly gorgeous products. They just look at that art.
I've registered this card many times, and I know it's only new. It came out in MH3, but I've registered this a lot. It is such a good card because, you know, Yagmoth players, we've got to stick together. It's one of the good cards for us.
Oh, I get that. So it will be coming to a package, LCQ package or an open package. We have not quite locked that in yet, not announced that yet. So, but to the players that are looking forward to coming to the upcoming Standard RC in Bologna, this is one of the products that you could be taking home.
And that's one of the good things about coming to these events, right? Like, not only are we competing against the best in Europe, there's also some really good swag that you can only get at these events.
We have some gorgeous swag. I mean, just look at these playmats, look at these deck boxes. These are, you cannot find these online for sale. You can only get them at these events. And they are pretty cool.
Everyone needs one, right? You know what I mean? I need to pick my deck in something, might as well be one of these. I need to play on a mat, it might as well be these stunning mats here that we have here in front of us.
Absolutely, absolutely. How have you been enjoying the event so far?
Oh, I'm loving it. Like, my favorite part of all this is the gathering. Like, I get to see all these amazing people, all the players, you know, all the competitive players come together, and you know, a lot of them are recurring because you know they tend to be the best in their region. But there's also newer ones, and then they come over and they're like, oh hey, yeah, I really love watching the streams, etc. And they're really happy to be here, and they're just soaking it all in. Where the other half are just like, you know, I'm here to win. I want to get to that Pro Tour. I want to get to the World Invitation. I want to take this trophy here behind us home.
Oh, absolutely. The gathering is one of the best things about Magic events, in tandem with the fantastic competitive scene that we have going now in Europe. It is so much fun to come here, to compete, to travel here with friends. It's really a wonderful experience that has hooked so many European Magic players, and we hope to see you soon.
See you then.
Thank you, Will and Emma, and you're definitely right. These stories are great. There is a family from Dubai, for example, and they travel to all these events, and it's, you know, it's always fun to meet people that are just, you know, kind of having fun, traveling to new cities. I mean, Prague is a great city to travel to. So, you know, shout out to everybody that's kind of just taking this as a, you know, let's go on a cool trip, do something fun, and you know, create some fun memories. But finally, let's go. Maybe I got a little too excited. Let's go to match number 2, which is indeed a match between Krzysztof Nowicki playing Hollow One against Tomáš Dubrava playing Boros Energy. So it's going to be the most played deck in the format, which is roughly a fourth of the entire field, up against Hollow One, which, yeah, I thought this deck would be a little bit more popular, but turns out there's only, I think, 9 players in the entire tournament. And the Hollow One list is actually one that I think it's pretty popular online. Yeah, we have it on the screen right now. So 4 copies of Burning Inquiry, Fadeless Looting. We don't have any Goblin lores. That's interesting to me. And there's not a lot of expensive cards in general to help you bestow Detective's Phoenix.
Yeah, you have Street Wraith, which finds its way to the graveyard pretty easily.
Yeah, you have Street Wraith, Hollow One, Ox, but yeah, I think you want to run a few more, maybe to be a little bit more consistent. And Tomáš is running Boros Energy. Anything that looks, you know, off on this list as opposed to the classic versions. Anything, you know, anything different? Anything you like?
He went a little more grindy. He has Showdown of the Skulls too in the
Wow, okay.
That card's usually a sideboard card. He has the couple of Philia, the Fold 4 Pyromancer. It looks like the consensus that Seasoned Pyromancer is just much better overall than Fable. We had Niga earlier in the interview area telling us it's you know, better in the mirror, and that's why he's playing it, you know, maxing out on it and playing no Fables. Third Goblin Bombardment, I guess, is not always stock. You know, you see a lot of lists with 2, but nothing too special. What's your best guess as to who's favored in this matchup?
I think the Boros Energy deck, especially if they're on the play. And the list we just saw, I think a lot of the Boros players kind of expected a lot of other Boros Energy decks in the tournament, and a lot of the versions we saw, as you said, are kind of set up pretty well for, you know, going into a grindy mode in the late game. And yeah, I think that just means that it should come as no surprise to most of the players in the tournament that Boros is the most played deck and that it is indeed a quarter of the field.
I agree. You should have, you know, have that as your expectation going in, and it was clearly the case. Like over 25%. I think if you count Dimir, Oculus plus the Esper version, maybe close to 15, but still way below the amount of Boros energy in the room. And you see one of the best starts, especially when you play Rag Event turn 1. Only 2 copies. That was one of the cards he trimmed. Most lists play free. He made a bit of room, you know, for these 2 showdowns, going a little more top heavy.
So turn 1 Ragavan for Tomáš, pretty good start. Let's see what Krzysztof has. You ideally want to kill the Ragavan. If he has to start on a Thoughtseize or you know, Inquisition, something like that, wouldn't be great to get hit by it. Looks like he has a Nethergoyf instead, and that can get killed. There is a chain to the rocks for Tomáš. Let's see what he ends up doing here.
You mentioned Goblin Lord. That's a card that deck really hasn't played in a while. I also agree that, you know, when the deck first came out, I thought that was like one of the better cards in the deck. I thought it was much better to have a Goblin Lore in your opening hand than Burning Inquiry. But I guess you don't have the combo with Bowmaster, you know, where you force them to draw cards to get your Bowmaster triggers, and you already have looting. So how many of that effect can you afford to play? I would be curious if it's just people copying each other's list and not questioning the build, or if Goblin Lore is actually just not an acceptable card right now just because it's 2 mana instead of 1.
Certainly, if you're running Goblin Lore as well as Looting and Inquiry, which I think they should be in the deck as 4-offs, I think in that case you also should play some of the Delve cards, Gurmag Angler or Tasigur, like, you know, something to do with a bigger graveyard, something to do if you put more cards in the yard.
You have Nethergoyf that kind of does that a bit already. Just gets really, really big, really fast, and you can sometimes bring back from a graveyard. You have Phoenix use your graveyard.
I think Bloodgas is also a card that people kind of, you know, forgot about. That was also a card that worked really well with all the, you know, cards that put more cards in your graveyard. So Ragavan attacks, and there's a fatal push. So at least Krzysztof says no. He hasn't been able to put anything, you know, in play really in the first couple of turns. No Hollow One, no Burning Inquiry, none of those, you know, really cool opening draws. Turn 1, Fateless Looting, Street Wraith, Hollow One. Nothing like that so far, but at least he's able to stop the Ragavan from hitting him some more.
Yeah, he played a Goaf turn 1, got rid of by the Chain to the Rocks, which kind of nice removal in this matchup, I guess. No ways to mess with it. So Tomáš did get the 1 treasure. And
oh wow,
turn 3 Showdown.
That's a good use of the treasure. Showdown on turn 3. So
yeah,
what do we get?
Card, cheap card. Not bad, not the greatest. Coming to play tap land, and not gonna be able to play all the cards. Showdown flips the top 4. You only have 1 turn to play these cards. You do have like 2 turns to get the +1/+1 counters on your creature whenever you play a spell. So Tomáš not gonna get max value out of it, but I guess he needed the action. You usually want to wait till you're, you know, have maybe an extra land or 2 before playing Showdown, but I think Tomáš just has no action in hand and needs to find some threats.
Yeah, I think he has a Charm, another Showdown.
Yeah, it makes total sense. He has the second Showdown.
Okay, back to Krzysztof. I think he drew a Street Wraith, so he's going to start on that.
Yeah, Krzysztof needs a big turn this turn. He needs to put fresh because things are about to get out of hand. Was the first Showdown, followed by another Showdown in a couple turns.
Cycles a second Street Wraith. That puts him to 12. He does have at least 1 Hollow One, so at least he's going to be able to put a 4/4 into play, but...
Yeah, he's got that fodder too if he ever finds the Phoenix, so could be a large threats, large flying hasty threats out of nowhere. Can he come up with anything?
I think he has an Arena. Yeah, that's an Arena of Glory.
All right.
Okay, Hollow One for 1 mana is the play. But passes the turn, okay.
Yeah, note that you could have hasted that Hollow One if you wanted to, decided not to. Could be, you know, a Bowmaster. Seems quite likely at this point. Not a ton of other instances in his deck. He has 3 Fatal Push, 1 Murder Scud, 1 Tarfire, and 4 Bowmaster.
Yeah, that'd be kind of unlucky to draw the Bowmaster the turn after you use the push to deal with the Ragavan. Also, Guide of Souls, you know, 2 toughness, Seasoned Pyromancer, 2 toughness, not looking particularly effective at the moment.
It's kind of interesting. He must have big plans for next turn because he could have gone, I believe he could have, you know, floated 2 red with Arena of Glory, played the hollow one of the 1 red, and then played the Bowmaster of the 2nd red, give haste to both, attack for 5.
Okay, there's the Bowmaster. Shoot you for 1.
So it does seem like he wants all his mana for next turn.
Yeah, let's see.
He basically decided to like trade 5 damage for having his arena untapped. He was maybe hoping Bowmaster would ping something, but he kind of knew what was going. I guess it was a season pyro of the showdown, but then you're face up. You're playing open deck list. Your opponent pretty much knows that you have Bowmaster. They're just not going to play season pyromancer in that spot. So maybe that was a case of Christoph just not giving enough credit to his opponent, or kind of being desperate for a mistake. I'm not too sure, but let's see if he at least uses all his mana this turn.
Yeah, looks like Starfire was the pickup for Christoph, who unfortunately still can't use that to deal with the Guide of Souls, which is now at 2/3. But he does have a Detective's Phoenix to put on the Bowmasters, and now he's attacking for 7. So, yeah, finally able to get something going, and 7 is actually 50% of Tomas's life total, so he goes down to 7. There's a Blood Crypt and pass the turn.
Yeah, so from where I'm sitting, it looks like pretty big misstep by Christoph, missing out on a lot of damage last turn, but maybe I'm just missing something. Tomas considered pinging the Bowmaster with Guide, but that doesn't accomplish much. You still get the Phoenix in to play as a 2/2 haste, so good call there. Finds a Johnny.
Yeah. And trigger on the stack, okay. Tarf. No?
All right, resolves the energy.
Okay, Ajani resolves. Let's Tarfire the Ajani. Let's see what happens now with the Goblin Bombardment and a bunch of cards in hand. I'm sure Tomas has some options.
Yeah. Christoph did end up making use of that extra red mana. Thomas considering a charm, potentially. Charm on Hollow One.
Yeah, I mean, 7. Wait, is it 8? Shouldn't he be at 7? Oh, no, he gained 1 life. Okay, yeah. So he uses the charm to deal with the Hollow One. Gets himself a token.
All right, why is the... Oh, Showdown Trigger. Get a +1/+1 counter at an instant speed with the charm. Yeah. Save my Johnny from the Tarfire. Yeah. Wow, massive swing.
Yeah, hard to keep track of the invisible triggers, sort of, that they're still during the turn from the showdown. But yeah.
I wonder if he missed it or if he just had to go for it. He just maybe had to hope there's
no instant spells. Yeah, I mean, there's not that many. So now a Johnny flips.
Yeah.
Put that on the screen. So
damage, some more life, some more energy. The Boros deck doing its thing.
I really like the Showdown addition to the deck. Like previously, a lot of those decks used the One Ring, I guess because the card was too good not to play it. But now I think most players just feel like they want some grindy card. They want something that sort of can win the game on its own. Something that gets you a lot of value, can turn the game around. And yeah, Showdown looks pretty good in that slot.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good because a lot of your cards are cheap, but your cheap cards are still really high impact. I mean, that's the whole reason why that Boros deck's so good. It's not only do you have awesome cheap threats for the early turns, but your cheap threats are still good on like turn 5, turn 6, turn 10. And there's definitely going to be some spots where Showdown is just straight up better than the One Ring.
Yeah. Bowmaster's Swing, Kilajani, Nethergoyf. Is that going to be enough?
Nethergoyf is probably pretty large, but we do have a Flying Guide of Souls too, hitting hard in the air every turn. And Thomas still has that second showdown.
Yeah, second showdown, exactly. Okay, back to Thomas.
Even has a discharge in hand if he needs to. Looks like Thomas is in driving seat here. The Hollow One's not super great at coming back from behind.
Oh yeah, for sure. You really need that opening, explosive draw, put that Hollow One into play on turn one, like starting the game with a 4-4 or playing from behind, like that's just night and day. The deck really isn't very good at playing from behind. Showdown reveals Ophelia. I didn't quite catch what it was, but it looks like a lot of spells. I think there was another Seasoned Pyromancer, so Tomáš probably going to be pretty happy about that. Keeps up one open for that discharge. How big is the Goyf? And does Tomáš still have any energy left? Let's see. Attack for 2.
Goyf is at least 5/6. Instant, tribal, artifact, creature, lands.
So the token gets blocked. Christoph takes 5. Or wait, is that just GG? Yeah, looks like that was a lethal attack. All right, well.
Yeah, 5 in the air. Sack the token that gets blocked. Sack the guides.
Oh yeah, we still had the bombardment in play. Yeah, I messed up with all the cards lying around. So yeah, Tomáš takes game 1. With his Boros energy deck, pretty normal stuff from the Boros deck. Just good curve, good execution of your game plan. The Hollow One kind of failed to produce anything early on and wasn't able to get back into the game after that. So let's take a look at sideboarding. Tomáš is looking at a couple of red and white cards. Anything that you like here out of the sideboard? Charmaw, Blood Moon.
I do like red and white cards when I'm playing Boros.
Stony Silence. Chain to the Rocks probably coming in.
Yeah.
Surgical Extraction could be coming in.
Chain to the Rocks seems solid. Surgical seems decent as well. Not a ton. Probably doesn't need a ton in the first place, but you would think if you're bringing in Hollow One, you at least you feel like you have somewhat of a chance against the most played deck, or what should be the most played deck. I need to read what Fear Fire Foe does. I think it's mostly against tokens though. A red and X damage can't be prevented this turn. Deals X damage to target creature and 1 damage to each other creature with the same. So it's decent against Bowmaster if you're really worried about that card, but could come in. You do have 4 seasons. Seasoned Pyromancer, so Bowmaster can be somewhat of a pain. Not the worst cards to bring in. Probably not a ton of bad cards in your main deck to begin with, though. So minimal sideboarding. I'm more interested in the Hollow One side. Hollow One has 2 Rough Tumble, which is the split card that acts as a Pyroclast. A red and 1 Rough deals 2 damage to each creature without flying. That's almost stealthy coming in. I don't think he's going to bring in Leyline of the Void just for Flage. I mean, maybe you bring in the 1 and hope to get lucky. I don't hate that. Mage-Wind Lizards, not that matchup. Thoughtseize could come in. And Alpine Moon Meltdown, not for that matchup. So not a ton of sideboarding.
Yeah.
Side Rough Tumble, probably the most notable cards.
Exactly. I think both players don't really want to make too many changes to their game plan. Some extra, couple removal spells. Thomas might be considering Wear and Tear, for example. It only really kills Hollow One. There's only 4. I don't think there's any other artifacts in the deck, but
kills Phoenix, right? Phoenix is an enchantment, I think.
Okay. Yeah, lots of options, but in the end, I don't think you want to change your game plan too much, or you don't want to really make too many changes. Let's see if the Hollow One deck will perform a little bit better at the start of game 2.
Yeah, I felt like that was somewhat close for a really not impressive draw on the Hollow One side. So let's see.
I think people are really sleeping on Bloodghast.
I think Bloodghast is the difference maker in Modern.
No, it's just that, like, you have a lot of ways to discard cards, and then you just get free value, get free creatures, and you really need some board presence. You really need, to attack the opponent. And while you're casting all these card draw spells, or while you're, playing Fatal Pushes and Lightning Bolts to kill your opponent's creatures, you need to get something into play at the same time. And at least Bloodghast works pretty well. It also works really well with the fetch lands in the deck. There's a lot of ways to bring it back. There's a lot of ways to discard cards. So it makes sense to me, but obviously it would need to be a little bit different. I was never too impressed by Nethergoyf. It just never really feels to me like that card is all that great in the deck. But it's mostly about the Hollow 1-stars anyway. So let's see what Christoph has here. Fetch land, gets himself a Blood Crypt, and does he have that Fadeless Looting or Burning it? Nope. There is a Nethergoyf and Mishra's Bauble. So decent start for Christoph. Not exactly what he was looking for. No Hollow Ones just yet, but at least he puts a Goyf into play. Oh, a Hollow One of the top. So maybe a good turn 2. Land for Tomáš, he has access to Galvanic Discharge or Guide of Souls. Cracks the Arid Mesa. And gets himself a Sacred Foundry. There we go. What do you like here? Playing creatures and, making a bigger board, playing to the board, having some board presence, or would you rather start with the Discharge?
It's tough knowing the entire hand. I would guess Discharge, because the Goyf might be out of range.
You're on the draw.
And Pride dice to Bowmaster, just dice for removal. It feels bad when you're on the draw when you try to stick a threat and it does go like removal, attack, and you're like, oh god, I should have just killed a creature right away. Also, bringing back Goyf's not trivial. It costs a lot of types, which means the Goyf might not be as big. And
your opponent can also have a Street Wraith in response to cycle for the absolute blowout. That's a Fateless Looting. And I think Christoph kind of pointed out that he was exerting the arena. So it looks like he's planning on putting that Hollow One into play. So let's see, Detective Phoenix.
It's kind of funny that in some spots, the reduced cost on Hollow One could be a downside if it costs 0. Then
yeah, you can.
You have to be careful not to like cycle a Street Wraith, or if this was a burning car, you would actually not be able to like haste your Hollow One.
So considering what to discard, I think Detective Phoenix has to be one of the cards that he's very likely considering to put in the graveyard. Puts a Bowmaster in there and a Bloodstained Mire. Okay, so maybe he just wants to go aggressive. There's a Hollow One. It does have haste. Yeah, explaining how the mana worked this turn. And swing for 4. Yeah, pretty good start. Tomáš down to 13.
Yeah, turn 1 Fred, turn 2 4/4 haste. Solid for sure.
Being on the play and draw is also a very big difference. Yeah. There was an interview with Andrea Mengucci after the first round. Will asked Andrea, hey, what are the decks, or what do you not want to face today? And Andrea's response was, I just don't want to lose the die roll. As long as I win the die roll, I don't really care.
Yeah. It's fair enough when you're playing Pride, Ragavan, God of Souls, just in general.
So God of Souls and Ocelot Pride hit the battlefield for Tomáš, who's starting to build his own board. But let's see if that's going to be good enough on the draw.
Yeah, gets a tiny bit of life back, couple life from the guides. Note that the Goif would have been a 4-5 last turn.
Looks like both players are trying to figure out what exactly is the life total. So a token gets made and Tomáš passes the turn back. Christoph, I think, drew... Is that a murderous cut?
I think it is.
Looks very much like a murderous cut.
A one-off. One-off in the main. So Christoph discarded Bowmaster last turn, meaning he's probably going to have a decent turn. He's attacking.
Looks like the token takes one for the team and Chum blocks the hollow one, and there's a second Nethergoyf post-combat and a fetch land past the turn. So now Christoph has access to that murderous cut while also presenting a pretty fast clock.
Yeah, Tomáš playing kind of the control deck here, Chum blocking at 14.
But with double Pride and Guide of Souls, you have to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, you do. It makes sense to Chum block in that spot. I would have, maybe try and figure out if I could get the City's Blessing, keeping that extra token, but he's just not being too greedy, let's say. Looks like Christoph's going to have a removal for the Guide of Souls, probably. Just get rid of that and hope Tomáš doesn't really have a way to gain life this turn. Doesn't have a removal spell for Goif.
So let's see, yeah, it looks like it is a murderous cut, so that's going to get rid of the Guide of Souls, exactly like you said. 4 cards exiled, leaving Fateless Looting still in the graveyard, possibly for next turn, and Tomáš follows up with a Felia.
Yeah, cast this in response to removal, get an extra life and extra energy counter.
Oh wow, the extra life really matters here. That's such a big deal.
Yeah, got to trigger also tried that.
Yeah. This way you make the 2 tokens. So the fact that he had a flash creature, that was such a big deal. And Christoph could have played the Murderous Cut on his own turn.
Yeah, arguably a misstep. It's kind of hard to see it coming. Feely has like not super stock. You do have open deck list, but you usually don't. I can't really blame Christoph for not considering. Maybe he did consider it, and he wanted to see what was going to happen before deciding, which creature to kill.
Exactly, yeah. He didn't know that there was a second Ocelot Pride coming, right? So certainly that was a line to consider, but without knowing what exactly is in Tomáš's hand, it gets very different. So yeah, the 2 tokens here, super big deal, because that pretty much buys Tomáš an extra turn. But the Detective's Phoenix could change things. Oh wow, Surgical Extraction in your draw step, targeting, I believe...
Nethergoyf.
The Goyf, okay. Bowmasters plus a Detective Phoenix.
Doesn't look like the most impactful play right now, but I guess he didn't have another great target. Bubble's not great. Cut is a one-of. He could go for the looting. He might think like looting is a little slow. Nethergoyf plays to the board. I'm just gonna get value out of my surgical and not get greedy with it. It's not getting much better.
Tomáš's gonna write down the cards he saw. And the play continues. So what is Christoph considering? I mean, putting the Detective Phoenix on one of the creatures has to be very appealing. Goes for the hollow one and attacks for 6.
Yeah, the Goif's not as impressive anymore. It's only a 1/2.
Imagine if it was a Bloodghast.
Could unblock the Prides. 1/2 good enough right now. Good enough to just block a Pride. He has Bowmaster in hands.
Yeah, and the Bowmaster can be a pretty big deal if Tomáš doesn't have a way to gain some life this turn.
Yeah, or it doesn't have some kind of removal spell. Goblin Bombardment would be... Yeah, I'm not too sure what Thomas is looking for, but... He knows about the Bowmaster and Christoph's hands.
So yeah, I know I'm taking 6. I know you have a way to ping me for 1.
Trying to figure out if he has any good attacks. Maybe even, you know, kind of trading Philia for not much, maybe just to bling the Hollow One, have the Hollow One come back as a 4/4 and just take 2 in the air return from the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, you can attack with the Prides, right? But one of them is going to die to Bowmasters, and the other one is just going to get eaten by the Goy. But at least you gain the life, or at least your opponent doesn't ping you with the Bowmaster. So most likely he can buy himself an extra turn. The question is, does it really lead to anywhere?
Yeah, I feel like attacking with Philia and blinking the Hollow One might be the best play here, but it's not a good play. Attacking with the Pride doesn't accomplish anything. I guess you could blink Nethergoyf and attack with both Prides. You lose one to Bowmaster. Now the second one just gets double blocked and you don't get the... Yeah, if Thomas' last card in hand is bad, do you know what it is? Did we get a look? I think we got a look.
No. But the fact that he wants to crack a fetch land with 3 lands in play already, like, is it a showdown?
No, I'm not sure what he's trying to self-mill here. Doesn't have the mana for Flage. Maybe has another land in hand.
But then you're probably not cracking the...
Or was it a Discharge?
Marsh Flash. Tomas doing some quick math before deciding on what to get out of his deck.
Quick math.
He does have perfect information, right? There is only the Bowmasters, so he knows exactly what he's up against. So now it's just a matter of, you know, how to make the best of the situation with the cards that you have. Confirming something with the Judge real quick.
Maybe there's some kind of board state mistake or life total. I'm not too sure. We also have score 2-0 for Thomas, which is clearly not the case. We're still in game 2. Thomas is up a game. Still plenty of time left in the round. This game should be over in a few turns either way. Maybe one of the spectators caught something that was wrong and
so we're gonna quickly cut back to the booth. You know, let the players figure out the situation with the Judge, and yeah, hopefully come back soon to the match. But just in general, we keep saying this every tournament, like, don't feel like calling a Judge is something against your opponent. I see a lot of players that's, you know, sometimes get offended or, oh yeah, why are you calling a Judge? I didn't do anything wrong. The judges are there to help you. They're there to figure out, you know, so there's some weird interaction you don't know how to resolve, or there's a miscommunication, you know, something along those lines. Make sure you just raise your hand, call a Judge, explain to them what happened, and they're going to be able to help you out. That's why they're here. So looks like the players were able to figure it out with the Judge. Tomas got himself a Survey land, left the card back on top, but what can he do now? Yeah, looks like maybe a Hail Mary attack with everything, try to get some life with the Prides. No, he goes for the Thalia attack and blings the Hollow One just like you said.
Oh, he's blinking the Phoenix. That's a better...
Oh, okay.
Phoenix not in play to block. I kept saying blink the Hollow One, but blinking the Phoenix accomplishes the same thing, but better. Smart.
Makes sense, yeah. There's the...
That's why he's playing it. I'm in the booth.
There's the Bowmaster, which ends up, looks like shooting the Thalia and blocking with the token.
All right. And Season Pyro into Bowmaster. Yikes.
Yeah, that can't be too good.
Kill your 2 prides. Get a 2/2. As that is the one thing the Hollow One has going for it in this matchup is that almost everyone is on 4 Season Pyromancers and no Fable.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, could be a reason to board out Pyromancer.
Yeah, not getting stuck with that card in your hand when Bowmaster is already one of the best cards for the Hollow One deck.
So back to Christoph. Now the board looks a lot less scary on Tomar's side, so Christoph can just pretty easily start attacking. How big is the Goyf? Is it just a 1/2?
Looks like he even drew a spell.
Oh, that looks like a Fatal Push.
Fatal Push, a token pre.
If it's a Fatal Push, that'd be pretty good. That grows the Goyf. You can, get in for a decent attack.
Puts Thomas down to 1, I believe.
Yeah, smash with everything.
Yeah, he decides to be a little more conservative. Could be a bluff.
Could be a bluff, yeah.
People don't bluff enough. I don't bluff enough.
No, he does indeed have the Fatal Push. So push kills a token that makes Goyf bigger, which means it eats the Pyromancer, and the chump blockers die as well. So Tomasz loses everything, down to 4 lands in play and 4 life. I don't think he's going to be able to find anything to come back from this. There's just too many creatures on Christoph's side.
Yeah, Flage wouldn't cut it. You see he has Guide and Discharge. That's not going to cut it either.
How about Guide, another Ocelot Pride, Discharge, 1 more 1-drop, make some tokens to block, something like that?
Alright, here's the Discharge on Bowmaster.
I think he has another Pyromancer. Yeah, okay, he has another Pyromancer.
Right.
Discards.
Needs what, like untapped basic, like a basic land and a 1-drop to live? Exactly.
No, finds a Showdown and a God of Souls and decides that it's not enough. So Christoph takes game number 2.
All right, Hollow One on the board.
Yeah, Hollow One on the board. Pretty good draw for Christoph. Was able to just basically play threats every turn. Didn't even really use anything too crazy like a Burning Inquiry to power out that Hollow One. Just a regular, draw with Fateless Looting. And it is 1-1 right now.
I'm going to take a quick look at what Christoph, the Hollow One player, has faced so far.
I think if I'm Tomasz, I also reconsider my sideboarding a little bit based on whether I'm on the play or on the draw. I guess that's true for both players. If you're on the play, you just want to be a little bit more aggressive in general. If you're on the draw, then having something like Wear and Tear, becomes more appealing because you're more likely to be, defending yourself rather than the one pressuring the opponent.
Yeah, that's fair. So looking at Christoph's tournament so far, round 1 lost to Orzhov Blink 2-0. Then he beat 4-Color Breach 2-1, beat Boros Energy 2-1, beat Asmo Food, which is not a very popular deck today, 2-1, beats Domain Zoo 2-1. So lots of close matches for Christoph so far. And yeah, let's see if. So far, he's got a good track record going in. He's 4-for-4 going into game 3, so.
Any changes, you feel like the players could be making for game 3, or is it really the play draw thing? Maybe you want to be a little bit more aggressive, got a removal spell on the play, that type of thing, considering maybe cutting the Pyromancers as we've seen this game against Orcish Bowmasters. Not the ideal card to have, so yeah, if I'm Tomasz, that certainly does make me feel like that probably is not a card I want to have for game 3, or at least not all 4 copies.
It's tough because it's also one of your better cards with Flage. And if you look at the Hollow One deck, it has one Spell Bomb and maybe a Leyline of the Void. I don't feel like Christoph's going to be bringing Leyline of the Void in this matchup. Maybe one, he's just going to hope, you know, his deck goes faster than a Flage. So Seasoned Pyromancer is really bad if there's a Bowmaster in play, but you also have a decent amount of cheap removal. You have Goblin Bombardment to ping the Bowmaster. As we said, they both have like a couple cards, like Rough Tumble is the highest impact card. It's on Kristoph's side.
I agree that this is not the right matchup for Leyline most likely, but I do want to say that this deck is a very good Leyline deck because of the cards like Fadeless Looting, you know, even if you draw at turn 3, which for most decks it's typically a dead draw. You can also hard cast it because you actually have, you know, double black mana pretty easily. So this is one of the better Leyline of the Void decks. Looks like Christoph has a pretty good draw with double Hollow One, but let's see if he has a way to you know, make them cheaper on turn 2. Starts with a Nethergoyf yet again, Guide of Souls for Tomáš.
It's also an expensive card for the Phoenix. It's an enchantment creature type for go if you don't have Phoenix. So it does serve a few purposes. As you said, Leylines, they're kind of iffy, but the more ways you have to pitch them to discard them, the better they get.
And wow, what a great draw for Tomáš here. Guide of Souls into Ocelot Pride, into Static Prison, deal with the Goyf.
Brutal.
Get myself some energy, attack, make a token end of turn, gain some life.
Look at that, he's pumping right away. He knows he's getting an energy back for his prison, and he playing around, you know, rough Pyroclasp.
Okay.
Very nice, I like it.
Yeah, what a great turn. This is why the Boros deck is so good. Your threats are so cheap. You get some, you know, nice value from your cards.
Yeah, there's basically no matchup, I think, where you're not just hoping for as many
one white drops as possible.
Yeah. Ragavan also fine most of the time. Just the more the better.
And Christoph passes the turn. Wow, that's not good.
Yeah, probably still has Bowmaster for Pride, so gonna stem the bleeding a bit, but he's already on the, it's turn 2 and he's already on the back foot. Not where you want to be if you're the Hollow One deck. Let's see if he can maybe, you know, turn it around, deal with the Pride with Bowmaster. Maybe Bowmaster into Burning Inquiry could be one of the ways to like blow out Tomáš and come back in the game. But he's gonna need something along these lines.
Looks like Tomáš is in a little bit of a tank again.
Wow, look at that. Seasoned Pyromancer into 2 open mana. Wow. He's got nothing better to do.
Wow, this can go very poorly. Does he have the Bowmaster? I think, judging by the smirk on Christoph's face, I think we're going to see a pretty good Bowmasters here.
So he gets a trigger, he gets a couple extra triggers, so not enough to kill the Guide of Souls. It's not even that bad for Tomáš. He's going to lose...
It's not great
Pride.
either.
He's going to lose a token.
Oof, okay. Pride dies. And it's not like you can decline to draw, right? It says enters the battlefield, discard 2 cards, draw 2 cards.
Yeah, it is not Fable where you can just decide not to do it.
Discards, I think that's another Pyromancer and a land, okay. Draw 2, draw 2, draw 2. Don't forget. There it is.
Yeah, Mengu forgot earlier. No one's going to forget this game, that's for sure. Honestly, it's not that bad. It's not ideal, but he's still in a reasonable spot. He's got the Guide, he's got 2 energy. He's still winning the race. He got a couple life gain. Can keep paying for the Static Prison. It's all going to come down to whether or not he drew something good of these 2 draws in his next draw step. Just Christoph really hoping for a Burning Inquiry here if he doesn't already have it.
That'd be great, yeah.
Big draw step. Big turn coming up.
It's an Arena of Glory.
Yeah, I saw a Hollow One.
Yeah, there's a Street Wraith, double holo one, Arena of Glory.
All right, so
7.
A little awkwardness sounds like. Sounds like he needs something. At least a looting, maybe another cycling card. Fetch land's probably not what he's looking for. Does he have it?
I think he has a lot of lands, but not a lot of action. Yeah, the holo one, sure, you can cast that for 2, but you're at 7 life.
You can cycle one of the holo ones to cast the second one for 1 mana. That's what he's going for. Not very exciting. Big sigh of relief for Thomas.
Yeah, you have to feel pretty good about that. What are you doing? You're cycling the holo one now? Okay.
Yeah. Oh no, I think that's like looting 1 turn too late. Or 1 draw step too late. Getting the 1 holo one instead of the 2. He's not even going to cast it. For me, it wasn't a looting. Maybe he figures there's no point in casting the looting this turn. Whether he pays 1 for the holo one or plays a looting and plays a holo one for free, he'd rather see an extra card first.
No, fair enough. I mean, playing the looting here does open up the possibilities of drawing more holo ones.
And an amazing draw step. He had drawn land and Guide of Souls number 2, and he just found Showdown of the
Wow, yeah.
Right on time.
That's pretty good. So the Guide of Souls attacks. And you gotta feel pretty good about resolving Showdown here, right? Use all your mana. I mean, the second guide is really appealing too, but playing the Showdown first makes so much more sense. Use all your mana this turn, set up for a really good next turn.
Better than a One Ring.
Yeah, maybe it would.
There's a Bowmaster in play. One Ring would have been like kind of tricky.
Always has been.
Yeah. Another ban. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe that's why energy is so good. People are like, oh yeah, actually we're supposed to just play Showdown of the Skulls in our...
When did that happen? Was it with Hogak? They banned something and then people played some other card and realized, oh, this is actually better. What did they ban? They banned like one of the dredge cards or something?
No, it was when they banned Fury. It was the scam deck when I think they banned Fury. And then people started playing like kind of a more black heavy version or something.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I actually like made a joke about it at the time on social media. Like,
oh, Bridge from Below. Yeah, that was the card. Yeah, they banned Bridge and then people replaced it with something else and realized this deck is actually much better when it doesn't play the Bridge.
Maybe that too, but yeah, more recently there was the Fury ban. I think the big tournament after the Fury ban, someone won was red black scam. All right, flipped over the goods, a land, a Guide of Souls, and a Johnny. We know he has another guide in hand, so basically if Christoph doesn't draw Burning Inquiry this turn, I think this game's over.
Yeah.
I can't imagine any other cards giving him a shot here.
Oh wow, all right, looks at the top card and concedes. He did have an Ox of Agonas in hand. Yeah, like a lot of expensive cards, not a lot of ways to discard something or set up for the holo ones. Kind of an awkward draw for Christoph in both game 1 and game 3. And yeah, Tomasz with some pretty impressive draws of his own. He was able to do what the Boros deck wants to do every game and executed his game plan really well. Showdown looked really strong in that match. Yeah, this is why people love Boros, I guess.
Yeah, just so consistent, so good. The one drops just take over so fast, and the holo one deck was, it wasn't missing that much. As we said, one Burning Inquiry this game, and maybe we have a way different game 3.
This is why I like Goblin Lore.
Yeah, I figured you were hinting at that. You were like, yeah, he was missing a few draw spells, discard spells. Like, are you trying to say that people should be playing Goblin Lore?
But anyways, we do have a segment with Frank and Philippa coming up. So they're going to tell you something interesting about Modern. I mean, Frank always has interesting things to say about the metagame, numbers, cool decks. I think he wants to talk about Mox Opal now. So yeah, let's send it back to them and see what Frank has to say.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Frank, and 4 cards got unbanned in Modern. Frank, you looked over 1,000 deck lists, so you could analyze the usage of this card in this tournament. So tell me, in this tournament, what of these unbanned cards is played the most?
Well, Philippa, the answer is going to be at roughly 15% of the players. Like I counted 147 players with Mox Opal. Mox Opal out of, indeed, Splinter Twin, Green Sun Zenith, Fatus Looting, and itself. out of these cards, this is the card that is seeing the most played here this weekend.
And Frank, can you tell us a bit also about the story of Mox Opal in Modern?
Yeah, for sure. Like for many years, Mox Opal has just been a big centerpiece of the format. Basically, it is a Mox. It is free mana. Of course it is going to be powerful. But for many years, it was largely played in Affinity, where it powered out these fast stars with Arcbound Ravager and Cranial Plating. Really has a lot of nostalgia for myself as well. Then as we got closer to the year 2020, the card also started to get exploited in decks like Karklan Ironworks, in Urza decks, in Lantern, and ultimately, mostly for the sins of Urza, the card was banned in January 2020. But yeah, last month, Wizards wanted to elevate artifact strategies again, and now it has found a home in a pretty long list of different modern archetypes.
And tell me, what is the archetype here in this tournament that is they're playing more decks with Mox Opal?
So the most prominent home for Mox Opal here, like roughly 3/4 of the players using the card are using it in a Grinding Breach deck. Mostly Teamer Breach, also a couple of 4-color versions that are splashing white. Made easier with Mox Opal actually. But yeah, we can just take a look at a sample list of Teamer Breach to get an idea. So here in this deck, Mox Opal is used to power out the explosive starts, and it even supports the whole combo engine because it's a 0-mana artifact that you can sacrifice to Grinding Station, then get back with Underworld Breach and just loop to mill out your entire deck. Because this is a pretty artifact-based deck, also with a lot of cards that create or find artifacts, it makes very strong use of Mox Opal. And yeah, as I said, roughly 3/4 of the Mox Opal players, it's found in these Grinding Breach decks.
What about the second most played deck here this weekend with Mox Opal?
Well, it's going to be Affinity. Roughly 10%. I counted 16 Affinity deck lists in the field are playing Mox Opal. Now, it does pain me somewhat to call this particular deck Affinity because there's no Arcbound Ravagers. So, that feeling of nostalgia that I have, not really here. In fact, none of the Affinity players in the tournament are playing Arcbound Ravager. This is a representative list that I selected. In actuality, it's like a literal Affinity deck with, Thoughtcast, with Thought Monitor, exploiting Mox Opal to just play cards ahead of time, and finding some interactive cards and closing the game with Kappa Cannoneer. That's kind of the new phase of Affinity, because I guess attacking with your Steel Overseers or pumping with Steel Overseer and all that combat mad stuff maybe doesn't really cut it anymore in 2025 Modern.
What about the third most played deck here with Mox Opal this weekend, Frank?
It is, and we're gonna see Arcbound Ravager here after all. Yoo-hoo! It is Hardened Scales. There were 8 Hardened Scales players in the field, and this is the deck that uses Hardened Scales to double the effectiveness of cards like Arcbound Ravager, also Walking Ballista, and getting these kills out of nowhere, and also an artifact-based deck, so it has enough cards to support Mox Opal. And yeah, when you can just get a Mox that adds free mana, you can even eat it with the Ravager later if need be. A very strong addition to Hardened Scales. Not super popular, but still great to see to have that option again.
Anything else, Frank, that you saw that is playing Mox Opal here this weekend?
Yeah, with those 3 decks, we've covered the vast majority of homes. But I said there was a long list of different archetypes, so let me just give it to you. There are also a couple, not all, mono-green Brute Scale players using the card, as well as 1 Grinding Breach, 1 Asmo Food, 1 Dimmer Improvise, 1 Eldrazi Metalcraft, 1 Jun Breach, and 1 Hammer Time, all making use of Mox Opal. So yes, even though Teamer Breach is the main deck exploiting the card in unfair ways, I might add, it is awesome to see this long list of different possible homes for it here at this weekend.
So let's see this weekend, how good is Mox Opal in 2025? Before we go on a short break, let us know in Twitch chat, what card would you like to see unbanned? So let's take a quick break and we will be back for round number 7. Welcome back, everyone, for the round 7 of the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. My name is Felipe, and I'm joined here by Simon Nielsen, and we are ready here for the second to last round of the day. So things are coming here to a closure. Today we have 8 rounds, and 6 and 2 makes it into day 2. So we're going to watch some 5 and 1s. That means if these players win this game, they lock in day 2 immediately. Yes. So it's an important one, and actually we have a lot of interesting decks. So let's start here by talking about this deck by Thomas, Samwise Gamgee combo.
Yeah, Samwise Gamgee combo by Thomas Munk. So Thomas is a Danish player who actually, earlier this year won the Nordic Masters tournament that I was covering, and that's how he qualified to play in this event. And he was playing this exact deck. So it is a combo with of Samwise Gamgee. Whenever a creature comes into play, you make a food token. And then Cauldron Familiar, you can sacrifice a food to put it into play, making a food token with Samwise. And then if you have a sacrifice outlet, in this case Viserys here, you can sacrifice a cat and then sacrifice that food to bring it right back. And that is a loop that just drains your opponent out. And all the creatures cost 2 or 1 mana, making it very easy to assemble with stuff like Birthing Ritual. And even Green Sun Zenith that can find the Samwise. But this deck also has Amalia combo on top of that, the one we know from Pioneer. Amalia plus Wildgrowth Walker plus a way to gain life equals just an infinitely big Amalia that will, or like not infinitely, but huge Amalia that will destroy the board and destroy you so many lands. And it's kind of neat the way that this deck uses both combos, because they're both cheap creature combos that have like some overlapping synergy, like, Gilded Goose working well with both things.
Very interesting deck, in fact, and I think we had 2 players playing this deck here at the tournament, and I believe they're both 5 and 1, so maybe we are sleeping on something. On the other side, we have Fabian and Gamba also playing a very interesting decks. Talk us about Grixis creativity.
Oh yeah, don't you just love these like card arts here? The
Archon of Cruelty.
The like wand, or the like paper front page poster in double creativity, and then this huge Archon of Cruelty. Looks like a movie poster. Anyways, yeah, this is the game plan. We do creativity, trying to target tokens like the ones you get from Dwarven Mine or Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and then you the only creatures you can turn those into are the 4 Archons of Cruelty in your deck. And so you hit 1 or 2 Archons at the same time, your opponent probably loses the game. Alternatively, you also have, now with Fateless Looting, on top of the Bitter Reunions and the Fables, as a way to discard these Archons, you can have Persist to bring them back from the graveyard. So this is a red-black base, but Fabian has gone ahead and splashed blue for a little bit of counterspell action here. 2 Spell Snares and 2 Spell Pierce. And then post-board probably has access to even more counter magic with some Consigns to Memory as well.
I'm very excited to see this game, and our players are shuffling up, both of them 5 and 1 here today. So great scores for both of them. And why would someone bring a deck like Samwise Gamgee instead of something like Yawgmoth, for example?
So I think the really big advantage of Samwise combo is that it takes much better advantage of both Birthing Ritual and Green Sun Zenith. So Birthing Ritual is not that good in Yawgmoth because you don't have that many 3-drops to sacrifice and find your 4-drop. And the same thing with Green Sun Zenith, cannot find your Yawgmoth, but it can find your Wildgrowth Walker or your Gamgee. So I actually think this deck is pretty good and super slept on at the moment.
And it looks like doing pretty good results. Cauldron Familiar immediately entering and draining for 1.
Yeah, so we were actually trying this deck out for the Modern Pro Tour, but sadly, started working on it a bit too late, but found out that Birthing Ritual in this combo shell is quite potent, and Thomas also figured out the same thing, won an entire tournament with it, and is now here, bringing us more action of this sweet, sweet deck.
Yeah, and I had the information that the players are just trying to figure out how to work with the device to track the life total, so that's what's going on.
Yeah, they're calling Will for help here.
Shout out to Will, right?
Shout out to Will, just, taking care of everything. There we see, a nice, I would say, rather positive view of Will in the feature match area there.
Can we have some love in chat for Will Hall here all day doing these amazing interviews, helping out players?
Spam this ball to root for Hall.
And it looks like just sorting everything out there. Some people asking why we're not showing the 6-0 matches. I think we want to show a lot of diversity, and these players can still make it into day 2. They have an amazing score, just to not bring always the same.
Yeah, exactly. There's also not that many interesting decks or names at 6-0. So maybe next round we'll do some 7-0 players, see the battle for 8-0. But right now, we'll probably, see those players later. And here we see the Birthing Ritual coming down for Thomas. So this one will let him sacrifice the Cauldron Familiar to find a 1 or 2 drop creature from the top 7 cards of his deck. But maybe Fabian has something to say about this. Maybe a little Spell Snare action, maybe a little, what's the other one called? Spell
Snare?
Well, there's Spell Snare and the... too late. And Spell Pierce. There we go. Spell Pierce. Okay, it seems like that's not the case. Instead, we're just going to go Lightning Bolt on the Cauldron Familiar. The way Birthing Ritual works is that it doesn't trigger if you don't control a creature, so Thomas doesn't even get to look or sacrifice anything. But that's okay, because the Birthing Ritual is in play now and still sits there. And notably, the way the combo works, you don't need a Cauldron Familiar in your hand or in play. You just need it anywhere, including your graveyard, because you can just bring it back when you need to.
And who do you think is usually favored in this specific matchup?
Ooh, that is a good question. I will say that is not one that I've played much before. I think Fabian gets a lot of value out of his cheap interaction that can kill the creatures, Fatal Pushes and Lightning Bolts, as well as those counter spells I mentioned earlier. But I also think Thomas can beat 1 or 2 Archons pretty easily because he has so much board presence. So I could definitely see situations where Fabian does his thing, but still doesn't quite get there and gets punished for tapping out.
Yeah, and some people curious on why choosing the Jund version, the Grixis version instead of Jund, that usually it's more known for playing creativity in Modern.
Yeah, so usually the green splash might be for Ren and 6, which is not that powerful of a card anymore in Modern. Instead, opting to get counter spells and especially Consign to Memory is such a good sideboard card at the moment.
We have the Delightful Elfling there.
Yeah, so Thomas is just developing his board here and then using that Birthing Ritual to just rip through his deck and find the pieces that he needs.
And the advantage with Birthing Ritual as well is that if you don't find anything, you don't have to sacrifice your creature.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. You make the decision after you look at the top 7 cards if you want to get anything into play. And this deck has so many creatures to choose from that you very rarely miss. And here we see Samwise Gamgee being found off that Birthing Ritual. And now we got a reader.
Let's put it on the screen for everyone to see. But a very interesting combo that was very thought about when the Lord of the Rings set was released. Didn't see much play though lately, but yeah, players doing pretty well with it.
I actually love here, Fabian has Cling to Dust in hand, it seems. And that is a card that would normally disrupt the combo by taking care of the cat. But in this case, there are 2 cats in the graveyard, and so Cling to Dust no longer does anything.
Two cats in the graveyard, poor cats.
There's a lot of cats in our feature matches.
That's true.
Do you think that's coincidence?
I don't know, but I'll be honest, I prefer Cauldron Familiar. I just love this card. I don't know why.
Do you prefer to win by just like 1 point at a time?
Yes.
Draining out the opponent?
Give me all the Mayhem Devils, Cauldron Familiars, Witches Oven, and I'll be happy.
That's fair. So we do see that Cling to Dust come down, and maybe Fabian will just target a card in his own graveyard to just draw a card instead of trying to disrupt these cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems
Drawing a card up better than gaining 3 life at this point.
Yeah, but it's more so like you could eventually maybe escape the Cling to Dust and hit the other cat, but it's kind of far out and doesn't even have the cards in graveyard to set that up yet. So I think this is a totally reasonable thing to do, especially fueling your cards in hand for that Faithless Looting. Right, so that's a pretty nice one there. Spell Snare being picked up. Discarding 1 creativity is definitely a tell that you have a second, but seems like Fabian didn't manage to find that Archon to reanimate.
Not yet. So land tapped and go.
The beautiful thing about Fabian's deck, though, is that now each fetch land can get a Dwarven Mine, and that will create a token so you can use your Indomitable Creativity on it. Quite a nice combination for these decks. That like essentially they don't need to spend card slots on token makers because their land base creates tokens for them.
So that works really well. Fabian still needs to find though a way to manage to get the Archon into play.
So now we see here another way that you can fetch a way to get a creature here, as Thomas fetches up that Dryad Arbor with a Verdant Catacombs. And that's just beautiful because that's another thing you can sacrifice to your Birthing Ritual. And if Thomas goes to end step and finds that Viscera Seer, well, then he will win the game. So just getting a little extra value might as well right now. Bring the cat into play, bring the other cat into play, sacrificing a food each time, and then you can sacrifice the cat to your Birthing Ritual. So even if you don't find your combo piece with Viscera Seer, you're just going up a card every time because these cats get sacrificed for free.
Not exactly the combo, but 1 step at a time, and the ping is happening.
And let's see if we can find that Viscera Seer in the top 7 here at the end step. Seems like he found an Amalia and a Wildgrowth Walker instead. Of course, you can only choose one of them, but setting up for a different combo at the same time as the first one is quite potent.
And there it is, the Amalia.
Also, this cat plus Samwise interaction is so good against Fabian's Archons that forces Thomas to sacrifice a creature, because he just doesn't care. He has a free creature to sacrifice every turn.
That's the place to be.
And now when he brings back the cats, the Amalia will start exploring and digging further through Thomas's deck, and you could just see how these synergies are just woven into this deck.
Yeah, and do you think it also helps that maybe the meta is not so prepared for a combo like these and more prepared for combos that, for example, the Tamur Breach and other types of combo?
Absolutely. Like, you know, you watch your sideboard, Dranith Magistrate, Stony Silence, like none of these cards do anything against Thomas's deck.
A lot of artifact hate as well.
Orim's Chant, like all these cards, they're just useless. What you need is like anger of the cards, but no one's playing that. Oh, is that Court of Calling here?
Yes.
Not the end step? Yeah, so Thomas is just saying, I don't think you have anything. I'm just going to court for Viscera Seer and just go for it right now.
So let's take a look here as Thomas is going to get that sacrifice outlet, and this is going to be game 1 here for Thomas, able to sacrifice forever and then just win this game.
Yeah, because every time the cat comes into play, you drain the opponent for 1. So yeah, that is the win here. The great thing about this deck is that unlike other types of decks that look like this, you don't need to like untap with any of specific of the creatures. You don't need to do things in your main phase. You can just, as soon as you get the pieces in play, you win instantly. So here we saw Thomas win in his own end step. Very common.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to say it's very interesting because last regional championship it was Pioneer, and Mark Tobias won with Igra and also a lot of this food synergy. So we might see another food deck just get there as well.
Right, so in the sideboard here, not that much going on for Thomas. We do see the Soulless Jailer as I'm pretty sure that's a hate piece that works against creativity. Maybe it's not actually, because creativity works weirdly. Permanent card graveyard can't enter the battlefield, can't cast non-creature spell from graveyard exile. No, Soulless Jailer doesn't do very much. It does stop the persist part of the deck. So yeah, he might just not choose to sideboard very much at all here, honestly.
How do you feel about that Veil of Summer?
Yeah, the Veil of Summer could be good. I'm expecting Thoughtseizes. The issue is that Fabian's deck also runs Lightning Bolt, and it does nothing against that card, so it's a bit risky. I think I would recommend to only bring in the Veil of Summer when you're on the play, so you can catch a Thoughtseize, but not bring it in on the draw. Because if they Thoughtseize you turn 1 and see a Veil of Summer, they can play around it and really make your card dead.
And let's take a look at Fabian's also sideboard to see what options we might have available. So we have here Fabian's sideboard. We see 2 Mystical Dispute, 1 Abrade. We also have some Leyline of the Void, Consigned Memory, Pyroclasm. You think any of these will enter?
Yeah, it even seems like he has the Hidetsuko Consumes All, Destroy All 1-drops. I think that's a great card. Pyroclasm is a great card in this matchup. He even has 2 Terrastodons. That's kind of a nice one.
Yeah.
Might even bring in the Leyline of the Void, because it technically stops the combo. You can no longer go off with the cat. However, the Amalia combo does not require the graveyard. So that's the advantage Thomas has of like playing 2 instruments at once. You know, if you disrupt one of them, well, there's still the banjo.
Yeah, and we are getting ready here for game number 2 of this round number 7. Again, we have 8 rounds today, so the day is coming to a close. And I have to say, when it comes to this part, I like to talk a bit about the state of the players, because it is very tiring. We've been here all day. I definitely start to feel a bit tired. So how do players manage to keep playing very tight even after so many hours? I mean, it's been like 8 hours since we've been in the venue.
Yeah, the biggest thing you can do for yourself is honestly making sure that you feed your body the right way. Like avoiding like sugars or like heavy carb stuff is my experience at least. It doesn't really work for me. Like I just get my energy will just fade too quickly. So I just try and keep it up with like fruits, nuts, vegetables, salads, that type of thing. And just making sure you get a lot of it between each round. You can kind of sustain that energy. And then another thing is also to make sure that like you try to, as much as possible, take your mind off the game between the rounds and relax the best way you find. For some people, it is to just hang out with friends and talk. For others, it is to find a quiet corner and read a book. All of these like options are legit, and just figure out what works best for you.
And drink lots of waters during the day. That's important to stay hydrated. And yeah, we are taking a look here again at the list. And before we went into this round, me and Frank at this segment talking about unbans. And I would like to ask you, what unban would you like to see in Modern?
Well, so we already talked about Dark Depths, I think, earlier today.
Yes.
Which would be a sweet one to see what would actually happen if Dark Depths happen in the format. I don't know if Modern is like quite ready to handle it, but we'll see. It will surely like create new deck archetypes.
Do you think there's ever going to be a day that we'll see like an Hogak unban?
Hogak would be sweet to have back in Modern. I wonder if it's actually like too good right now. Like it might just be fine. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that one. I also, by the way, love the Dewdrop Cure that we just saw in Thomas's deck. That's a new addition to his deck from Bloomburrow. 3 mana, return 3 creatures with mana value 2 or less from the graveyard. So that can just get the entire combo online with a single card.
Oh, that's amazing. And we are again taking a look here at Fabian Gamba, Grixis Creativity deck. I mean, you've walked us through what this deck is able to do. So I'm excited to see here also post sideboard how this works. And yeah, excited to see again like different decks. We've been talking about this, but I think we barely repeated any matches, decks here during the day. And we are already on round 7. So it's lovely to see. Of course, Boros, we saw a couple of those, but
yeah, I will say, when you walk through the top tables, there's a lot of Boros, there's a lot of Teamer Breach. I didn't see that much blue-black, though, so I wonder how well those will be faring. We'll see some results tomorrow for that. But
let's take a look here at our opening end from our players. Looks like they decided to keep here, and yeah, Fabian just playing a land and passing. On the other side, Thomas here deciding what to do. We see Court of Calling. There's also, I think, Cauldron Familiar, Amalia. A couple of lands.
Yeah, so just starting out here with a 1-drop, as Thomas's deck often does, he'd prefer to start on a mana dork, but just any sort of board development is like part of why like this deck is so scary, because it can kill on turn 3, right? Because all its cards are so cheap.
Yeah, and this card is definitely scary, being the sacrifice enabler here for the deck. So
I assume though, so Thomas is one who like often will keep the Viscera in hand if he feels like he doesn't want to expose it, and so he probably like thinks that it's okay if the Viscera dies right here. It's not it's not super key to his game plan.
And you can always sacrifice it to scry, right? Like in response to some removal.
Though he might also be playing it out because he has those Chords of Calling in hand and just needs board presence for that card to work, and praying that his cards gets to stick around. So now we see Fabian here passing with no black mana available, but that Spell Snare. And I wonder if Thomas sniffs this out and can play in a way where he just develops a 1-drop.
Starting to deal some damage here. So it looks like players trying to now track on the device as well, so we are able to see.
Yeah, that's definitely great that our players are helping us out here in the feature match area, tracking their own life total.
Yes.
So I think, yeah, so Thomas has two 2-drops in hand, Samwise and Amalia, and decides to lead on the Amalia because he knows that's the least important one to him.
Yeah, Amalia also has some ward cost. I mean, it's not very relevant, but it's a bit
it can definitely happen.
Life.
Another great thing about playing these creature-based combo decks is that when the opponent is disrupting you, you could just keep attacking with the rest of your creatures, and their life total is like eventually going down. So paying 3 life to deal with this Amalia is not that free of a cost. Fabian does get to hold on to that Spell Snare though, and I think he's trying to line that up with a Birthing Ritual, which is the card that completely killed him last game because he wasn't able to counter it.
Yeah, and passing the turn here, Fabian is going to draw a card. There's Fatal Push there.
Does he have access to black mana? Yeah, there's a Blood Crypt right there.
Taking 2 damage, going down to 13 life.
No Fable of the Mirror Breaker at the moment, but seems like he does have a Creativity and a Dwarven Mine in hand. So already next turn, he could be trying to go for 1 Archon, but he might actually wait until turn 5, where he has 2 Dwarven Mine tokens and can make 2 Archons for 5 mana. Archon being this, incredible big beater for like 8 mana that is, if you get like 2 of them in play at the same time, the opponent is probably dead.
And do you think Archon is enough in Modern these days, when we saw, for example, an Emrakul not being enough to win round 1 that we had this match where...
The big difference between Archon of Cruelty and Emrakul is that Archon actually gains you 3 life. And a lot of the time when you lose after you do something big, it's because you get burnt out. And so Archon taxing the cards in hand and gaining life means that it's much better situated than Emrakul in certain board states.
That makes a lot of sense, and yeah, Thomas just keeps attacking, 1 at a time. But that open mana has to scare you. I always say, like, and they know what's in the deck, right? The open deck list, and you see 3 mana open, you know there's a lot of options in Fabian's list to deal with the things that Thomas wants to threat with.
Yeah, I wonder like if Thomas is going to like represent any removal here, or just let that Archon happen. I think he actually drew a Wildgrowth Walker in the meantime. So now deploying that Samwise Gamgee, but again, Fabian can just let that resolve and then Fatal Push it. Or he can save his Fatal Push for something else. It's kind of a tough decision maybe. Yeah, decides once again, I'm not going to let myself be vulnerable to Birthing Ritual once again. So just plays out these, and here's the full combo. Thomas says, do you have it? And Fabian says, oui. I do have it.
Yeah.
So Thomas gets to scry here, but the great thing about his board now is that he has 2 creatures in play and a Chord of Calling in hand, right? Like, he is well set up to be able to court for the Samwise next turn. The issue, though, is that even if he does just get a Samwise next turn, he has no way to start his combo. Because he needs either a way to get another creature into play or a way to get a food token.
There's none right now.
So if Fabian just goes for an Archon right here with the Indomitable Creativity, then Thomas can't actually just untap and win unless he draws specifically Gilded Goose.
And we are going to see the Archon of Cruelty. Let's reveal the cards. I wonder what it might be, Simon. Do you have any idea?
It's a random creature from the top of Fabian's deck, so who knows what it could be.
Let's see.
He might get lucky and hit an Archon. He might get unlucky and hit an Archon. It could be anything, really.
Let's see.
Maybe he bought them out.
There
it is.
Archon of Cruelty.
Coming into play here, dealing 3 damage to Thomas, drawing a card, making Thomas discard a card, and gaining 3 life, making him sacrifice a creature. Yes, that is a lot of things happening at once.
And just a 6/6 flyer, you know, no problem.
It's a 6/6. So yeah, Thomas, again, can untap here, can go Court of Calling for another Samwise, but it does not do anything immediately. And so he needs a way to generate a food token, and it has to be Gilded Goose. But he's untapping very quickly. I wonder if he has something special. Dewdrop Cure! He has the Dewdrop Cure to reanimate.
Oh, wow.
Reanimate 2 creatures from his graveyard. This is incredible.
Wow. And this is a game. Let's put that that card on the screen.
Let's see it. That's so cute. It's a little mouse who has hurt his little face, and he's now going to the Dewdrop to get the cure. I think we cannot get it on screen.
The mouse went to help the cat.
Oh, no. Yeah, it went to ask a witch's cat and actual Samwise from the Lord of the Rings franchise for help, and certainly got the help it needed, because Thomas, he just gained infinite life off of that combo.
And showing the strength of the deck, so Thomas going 2-0 here on the round 7, and now made it into day 2. Now obviously Fabian can still make it into day 2 as well if he does win this last round, but Thomas definitely feeling relieved getting that day 2 qualification. Now there's a lot at stake here. We have a lot of prizes this weekend. The top 36 will get an invitation for the Pro Tour. The top 2 will get an invite to the World Championship, the biggest event of the year. And do you remember the first time that you qualified for the World Championship?
Ooh, yeah, that was actually during the online era. And I think it was actually, I remember going into the last PT of the season and having to, I think I needed to make day 2 to guarantee that I would make it to the World Championship. And so I was 3-0 playing against Macho Cavallo on feature match in the 4th round. And if I win that match, I'm guaranteed locked the Worlds. And then I win that match, I was so happy. And I was dancing around, and that was also being shown on camera.
Yeah, Marcio losing a finals.
Well, there wasn't really a finals. There was a round 4, and he wasn't playing for anything special.
Oh, okay, that's good. And he made it to a lot of them already by that point. But yeah, very interesting story for sure. I mean, I never made it to the World Championship. It would be a dream, and I know a lot of people watching at home would also be a dream of theirs. And I know for sure the people playing there, they want to make it into the World Championship. And yeah, let's take here the interview with Thomas and see what he feels about this game and making it into day 2.
I am with our winner, Thomas. Tom, I know you because you qualified for one of our destination events at Nordic Masters. You're now here with the same deck, but you got a little bit more spice in it, and I think everybody at home and myself wants to know, why are you playing 2 combos in one deck, and why is it working so well?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, I think the deck is so fun to play, and it's kind of like my passion, like pet deck. Yeah, and like it's really cool. I think it's like a very consistent deck that can present a turn 3 kill. Like it's one of the fastest turn 3 and most consistent turn 3 kills in the form. It's like obviously you're trying to combo with creatures, so that's like a bit volatile compared to other combos.
Try not to do this because then people can't see. Obviously, this is like an open deck. This
this is okay,
and we kind of got an idea of what the modern meta is. Your deck does not fit in that. Everyone's looking at your deck like, what is it? And also because you've got 2 different combos, maybe some people don't know the combos. Are you really finding that that's an advantage in this huge field?
Yeah, that's definitely an advantage. And I have had multiple opponents, even with like the open deck list. They're still a bit unsure about what's going on, right? Yeah.
Well, you said in that last game there, you looked at the deck list because it is an open deck list tournament. You get to look at your opponent's deck at the beginning of the game and, of course, during sideboarding. And you just told me I thought I was screwed. I looked at the sideboard, play lines with this graveyard, hey, interacting, but you were able to fight through it, able to take it down, and now X and 1 means you've made day 2.
Yeah, that's really great. Yeah.
I want you to go all the way. Like, I wish I pictured in my fantasy draft, because with that deck, it's so cool, and I love seeing these small decks that are off radar, turning up, dominating, and maybe you end up lifting this trophy here behind us.
Yeah, that would be the dream. Yeah.
Well, what do you want to be dodging? Like, people who are looking to pick this deck up now, like, is this an easy deck to pick up, or do you think you need a lot of reps in it? And what decks do we need to avoid? I'm guessing it's the graveyard hate decks with ley lines.
And I think the biggest problem with the deck right now is that Goblin Bombardment out of pose can be a bit rough. So you have to bring in Force of Vigor, which is not like a great card against pose, but you really need something that's like fast and efficient at dealing with it. And they do have other targets, obviously. That's why it's Force. But
do you think? So obviously being an open deck, let's not mention this again, but now you know exactly what hate your opponents are going to have against you.
Yeah.
So you can tailor what you bring in. If it's closed deck list, you're like, well, do I need to bring in my enchantment hate and my artifact hate? But in this, you've only got enchantment. How much do you really find that benefits your deck in this open meta, that we've got going on this weekend?
It's a hard question. I think it definitely matters, and it's like it really helps me. But I'm unsure like how much it helps me compared to how much it helps my opponents being able to see my list, because my list is also pretty special. And
Sweet. And on that one, I want to know one last question, which I've been asking multiple people in the room, but you've now made day 2, so I don't need to ask you, what do you mean? But what deck do you want to dodge? Like, completely, we said graveyard hate, but is there a deck? There's a lot of Boris in the room, there's a lot of Oculus. I'm seeing a lot of Team of Breach on that top table.
Yeah. Like, generally, I think most of the combo matchups are pretty good.
Do you think you're quicker than Breach?
I think it's close. I think my sideboard is probably better. Actually, I think my sideboard is a lot better than theirs in the matchup. And I think the decks probably combo on the same turns with consistency. Like, they can obviously have the nuts turn 2, but otherwise I kind of like that matchup. But the unfortunate answer is probably that Bose is the worst matchup, and it's also the biggest deck.
I've actually thought of another question. I'm not going to let you go just yet. We're speaking about Team of Breach. Obviously, you just got Mox Opal banned. Your deck, since I last saw it at Nordic Masters at a destination qualifier, has got a new toy.
Yeah.
That new toy being?
Green Sun Zenith.
And what are you thinking about that card being unbanned? Is it good in your deck? Is it bad in your deck? Is it okay in your deck?
I would say it's okay in the deck, because it does help finding some sideboard bullets, and it does help for finding that extra SAM. But the deck is pretty good at putting the pieces into play anyways, and it not being able to find the black pieces, like there's 3 black combo pieces, that's a big drawback.
All right, so well, on that one, I'm going to wish you good luck, because obviously going into tomorrow, X and 1 and X and 2 are 2 huge things when you start off tomorrow. Good luck to you, and we're going to throw it back to the booth.
Thank you, Will. I'm so sorry about the noise, but that's the sound that cats being sacrificed over and over and over again make. We really apologize. So hopefully everything is looking good now, but we are back with some more magic, and there's going to be a very cool backup feature match here for you all. So let's talk about those decks. Let's start here maybe with the Orzhov Blink deck. So a very interesting one. We saw
3 Grand Prix debates. Pro Tour winner Elias Watzfeld from Sweden is in our feature match here. And as you said, playing
Orzhov Blink, so that's a deck that we didn't see today yet. I mean, we did saw Katarina playing Esper version of this, but what is this deck all about?
So this deck is about the interaction between Overlord of the Baelmerk and ways to blink it. So you spend 2 mana to impend it, but then if you blink it with a Flicker-Wisp or Ophelia, well then it just comes back into play as this 5/5. And you have these, extra nice creatures you can find, like Solitude, and more interactive pieces. And Elias, he's just a great deck tuner. He's like that, I do not want Ethervile in my deck. I do not want to be super cute and have a huge tutor package of weird one-ups. I just want all my best blinkers, and then I want other interaction. He has the Wandering Emperor, 4 copies of Thoughtseize main deck, 4 copies of Fatal Push. Elias is playing an interactive deck.
And yes, sorry to interrupt you, but I was just going to say that now we have the deck here for Matteo side, which is Eldrazi Tron, and very interesting. And yeah, talk us about this deck and is placed in the meta right now.
Yes, so we have already seen the Eldrazi ramp decks already, like these Utopia Sprawl-based Eldrazi decks. But this is quite different. This is like the same idea of using Kozilek's command and Karn, but also using the full Tron package here as an alternative way to like get your mana up. And it's still splashing green for just sowing Mycospawn in a kind of like almost like, dubious splash here with only 6 sources in the deck. But somehow it still works. This is a deck that did well on Magic Online at some point. It is playing the chalices that the other Eldrazi decks aren't playing. It is running all its dust that the other Eldrazi decks aren't playing. And I think specifically all its dust could be a big game changer in this matchup, where Elias's plan is just to keep linking stuff and spamming things onto the board.
And the reason why we're seeing the sideboard here is because actually we're going to jump into game number 2, and Matteo is actually 1 game ahead. So let's take a look here at the sideboard. And what do you think of the sideboard? A lot of one-offs for Karn, right?
Yes, this looks like the typical, all Karn sideboard. I think Matteo decided that he just didn't really want to sideboard very much. I can understand why. If you look at the size of that deck there, I think it's triple sleeved. And so, the less shuffling, the better. And seemed like Matteo found a keepable 5-card hand there as we go here into game 2.
I have to say, Simon, after a full day of Magic and seeing like so much gameplay, I just want to play myself. But we have a turn 1 Thoughtseizes here.
Second game in the hotel room.
Yeah, they don't even waste time. They just go for the land, Thoughtseize, turn 1.
That's great, then we can see more Magic. So what does Matteo have here? I think that is a forest, the dark one on top there. A Dismember, a Sowing Mycospawn, a Kozilek's Command, and some sort of land, which I assume is an Urza's land.
Love that oiled forest. It's quite difficult to tell what it is, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. This definitely looks like it's Matteo's, like pet deck almost, right? Look at how like blinked out it is. Might be an Eldrazi Tron enjoyer for a long time. And Elias decided to get rid of the Sowing Mycospawn to stop Matteo from assembling Tron that way.
No Tron. Second land here into play.
And Elias has the, not really so surprising in this deck when you pass on turn 2 and then you have Ophelia. Well, that's just how it works. Taking a lot of damage though, already down to 12 from all these lands and the Thoughtseize.
Yeah, these pain lands, they are not pain lands, but they are definitely paining Elias right now. And yeah, Ophelia is into play.
It's very interesting that Elias decided to board in Orim's Chant. That's not very obvious why that card would be good, but here we see the nice combination where you can Flicker Wisp, maybe trying to target your own land here, or maybe just what I actually think is going on here. Yeah, Elias is targeting his own land, and then he can attack with Ophelia, blink the Flicker Wisp. When that comes back into play at end of turn, the Flicker Wisp can target one of Matteo's lands. And I guess the Dismember is disrupting all of this, so that's fair. We won't see the thing happen that could have happened.
Yeah.
But the Flicker Wisp would blink the land and it would not come into play until Matteo's end step, essentially robbing him of a mana on his own turn.
So definitely a very interesting choice there, and now we have Matteo just passing the turn again.
That looks like a second Urza's land right there. So
we need one more.
One more to complete the trifecta. And he does have this Kozilek's Command in hand as well, not to forget. As well as some big Eldrazi, it looks like. There's a lot of tentacles in that thing.
Untapping, drawing here. Let's see what Elias was able to draw. First attacking.
I do love this play, by the way, from Elias. He's essentially, by blinking his Witch Enchanter, he's essentially giving up a land drop in order to get a 2/2 into play, just to have more pressure. But I think with the double Orim's Chant in hand, more pressure is exactly what he needs. And so yeah, now he can just play this Flicker Wisp, blink the other Flicker Wisp, and do the exact same play I just talked about, where you rob Matteo of a mana on his turn. But instead, actually, this is even better. You blink your own Godless Shrine and get it into play untapped, so that now you can play Arms Chant on Mateo's turn. By the way, look at Elias's life total. He's going down to 4.
Yeah, I mean, and Matteo didn't attack for one single damage yet.
It's just Elias has just been taking so much damage from his lands. Matteo going to Kozilek's command, can't kill anything, just making 2 spawns, and so one of them must be an Eldrazi Temple then. Yeah, he must have an Eldrazi Temple and an Urza's Land in play.
Looking at the 2 cards there.
Even the 2 spawns here aren't necessarily going to help, because the Flicker Wisp is a 2-turn clock, and Elias has 2 Orim's Chant as the 2 last cards in his hand.
It's the UGEMS Labyrinth there, but not imprinting anything.
Oh, interesting. But then the other card must be the Eldrazi Temple. Yeah, there we go. Also, look at these spawns. They're also like so, like styled out here. But yeah, Elias just went, like he saw his hand, mapped it out, and saw, I can just make this super aggressive game plan, and I can just finish on 2 times Orim's Chant, robbing Matteo of the ability to do anything, or play any big Eldrazi's, and this might be extremely effective. The thing that Matteo can do to get around this would be if he has an instant speed removal spell, like a second Kozilek's command. Deal with one of these Flicker Wisps.
I'm not sure what Matteo has in end. I saw another UGEMS Labyrinth, but I'm not sure what else might be there.
Certainly not helping. Also played another Eldrazi Temple right there. So yeah, access to just like, I think like 8 mana, but 8 mana is not enough right here. He has a Disruptor Flute in hand, it looks like. Which I'm not sure what it's supposed to name, but it certainly doesn't disrupt anything of what Elias is trying to do.
And looks like he's considering here what to do this turn. Elias down to 4. Didn't take a single damage from Matteo, but those lands earth, and there is the flute.
So this is in Elias's upkeep, and Matteo has to name a card. If he names Orim's Chant and Elias does not draw an untapped land, then you could actually disrupt that Orim's Chant here. But it would have to be kind of a wild name, considering that Elias only plays 2 Orim's Chant in his deck, maybe 3. Oh, 4. Okay, Elias actually plays the full 4 Orim's Chants. So that could be a reasonable card to name here.
And let's see if we can get to know what card was named there with the flute, and it might be Orim's Chant here.
Yeah, let's see. It definitely would depend on how Elias plays this turn, whether or not that is the card that is named, right? Because if he lets Matteo get his turn, well, then we know exactly what card was named. And it is spells with the chosen name cost 3 more to cast, so it would become a 4 mana Orim's Chant. It would be funny if Elias draws another pay 3 life land. It goes to 1 and then wins. But no, it seems like he just didn't draw a land. And Matteo correctly named just the exact card he needed to name there, which is Orim's Chant. So wise of him, recognizing that is a possibility of a line you could name. So now the question is, okay, Matteo, you bought yourself the ability to play something on your turn. What are you going to do?
So not an easy choice here. Matteo down to 3 life.
Yeah, we can see that there's Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger could come into play, but can he actually play it right now? I think he might be a mana short. No, he has this UGEMS Labyrinth imprinting all his dust. Which is a pretty big sign that you're going to play something great. And it is Karn, the Great Creator.
And we saw all those sideboard with a lot of 1-drops. What do you think it's going to get here?
Can we please not put Matteo on coverage again? These cards are so hard to recognize. But it is a very sweet deck, though, so I'm sure there are people at home enjoying this deck. I do not know what he'll get here. Maybe Ensnaring Bridge? Yeah, I'm just guessing that is an Ensnaring Bridge. But that is actually super effective right here, because it means that Elias can no longer attack, since Matteo has 0 cards in his hand. And Elias just has to pass back again. He does have all these copies of Ephemerate and Flicker Wisp and Phalia. Well, Phalia doesn't really work. To blink that Witch Enchanter and get rid of that bridge. But of course, you give Matteo yet another turn to just do whatever he pleases with his entire sideboard. And here is Devourer of Destiny coming into play and killing a permanent. And again, Matteo being super wise here, destroying or exiling the Witch Enchanter to rob Elias of the out of drawing an Ephemerate. Like, this is just beautiful play from Matteo.
Yes, and this card being good even without being in your opening end. And Karn minus. So now what do you guess that Matteo is going to get here, Simon?
Okay. I quickly. I'm going to look at the sideboard here. What can you get?
There's a lot of options.
Maybe just a Walking Ballista. Oh, Liquid Metal Coating. Yeah, so you just get your Karn combo online. So this combo is Liquid Metal Coating. What a beautiful card.
Make something an artifact.
Yes. So this card can make something into an artifact, any permanent, and he can target Elias's lands with that one. Though it actually gets hit by the Aven Disruptor. So Aven Disruptor is a card that comes into play, and or it's not called Aven Disruptor, something else. It doesn't quite counter a spell, but it makes
Aven Interrupter.
Interrupter, yes. But it makes it cost. It makes it cost essentially 2 more mana to replay. So Elias gets a turn where he does get to do what he gets access to his mana, and he gets an Overlord of the Baelmerk here, returning a card to his hand from the top 4 of his deck.
It can actually be any creature from the
graveyard. Oh yeah, you're probably right. Yes, it can be any creature.
Baelmerk, right?
Yes. Overlord of the Baelmerk.
A non-avatar, so it cannot get itself. But other than that, it should be any.
Did you catch what he returned?
I didn't.
Okay, well, that's awkward. That's fair. Okay, maybe a bit less focus on putting cards up on screen and a bit more focus on the what's actually happening. I'll try and write that mental note here as we go into Matteo's turn. Now trying to play out that Liquid Metal Coating for 4 mana. So the combo with Coating and Karn is that you can turn a land into an artifact, which means it can no longer activate its abilities, and then you can plus Karn on it to turn it into a creature. But lands have 0 mana cost, so it turns it into a 0/0 creature. So this is the interaction where Karn says +1, target artifact becomes a creature equal power and toughness equal to its mana value, and Liquid Metal Coating, that just kills a land every turn. So now you got the Ensnaring Bridge stopping attackers, you got the Coating plus Karn slowly killing away Elias's mana base. And he cannot play these Orim's Chant because they're on the Disruptor Flute.
Yeah, so and I think the only thing that Elias might have is Ophelia, but...
Yeah, but again, Ophelia doesn't do anything because she needs to attack to have her trigger work. So, like, Matteo is just playing a prison deck right here, completely locking out Elias of any chance of winning this game. Of course, there's also the 6/6 Eldrazi just hanging out, also not able to attack, but that's not really relevant. Yeah, Elias just gives up the cards here. Beautifully played by Matteo. Naming Orim's Chant with Disruptor Flute is so foresightful, knowing exactly what Elias's plan was, and despite that one turn to get down a Karn, get Ensnaring Bridge, and lock up the game.
Very well played, and showing also the strength of Karn. Just that -2 gives you so many options. Yes, your sideboard options are not going to be as great in terms of when you go to sideboard, but you just have a sideboard that you can play as soon as you have Karn. So very well played there. And what did you think of these round number 7 that we saw here today?
Yeah, I think these were just some showcase of like some crazy cool decks. I mean, we got to see that Eldrazi Tron deck versus Elias's version of Blink. I mean, in general, when you like watch a list from Elias Watzfeld, you should like pay attention and try that list out for yourself, because it might be better than what most other people are doing. He has some great ideas. Not enough though to beat Matteo here, playing this like fully blinked out Eldrazi Tron deck actually with the Tron lands. Playing beautifully. That was very nice to see.
And congratulations to the winner on making it into day 2. Let's take here a look at an interview with Will Hall.
And I'm here with our winner, Matteo, doing it with Eldrazi Tron, not Eldrazi Ramp.
Yeah.
So the first question I've got to say to you is why? Why are we doing Eldrazi Tron and not the Ramp version?
So the reason actually do not exist, because I just played Tron because it's one of my favorite archetypes. I started playing it after the last Modern Horizon with the Order of Eldrazi's. I believe that Eldrazi Ramp is a better deck, but I'm really happy with playing my pet deck because I have it all pimped with all foil cards signed, so I don't feel like change the archetype because also it's really expensive.
That's when you got to stick to what you've got.
But Eldrazi Ramp is a bit better because the mirror match, if I encounter Eldrazi Ramp, is a bit favorited in the matchup.
Why is that? Is that because they're a bit quicker?
Because he plays more land destruction than me, and it applies it more consistently than me.
Well,
so,
it can't be going that bad. You know what I mean? The Tron has got to be pretty good because you now qualified.
It's
number 2.
It's winnable, but it's like 60-40 for them with Eldrazi Ramp.
Is that the deck you're trying to dodge this weekend? Then you don't want to be playing against the Eldrazi Ramp.
I'm trying to dodge Eldrazi Ramp and Storm and Dimir actually, because even if it's the control deck of this format, it's a very strange control deck that puts a lot of pressure on board, and every time they untap with one Frog and one Oculus, I feel dead every time. It's not like Tron it used to be last year, so when you meet a control, you just wait until you win. It's very different, yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, tell me, how did you qualify for this weekend? You were telling me before that you used to be a judge, and you decided to stop judging, and now you want to be a player, and it's going pretty well at XM1.
Yeah, I qualified actually at an RTQ in my city.
Okay, cool.
It is Scandicci near Florence in Italy.
Give him a little shout out there, love it.
A shout out to Magic Hammer, the store in Italy, my local store in my heart. And it was an RCQ. We were, I believe, 34 players. I just played and managed to win.
And you managed to win that, and now you're here.
Yeah.
First day 2 and an RC.
Yeah, it feels good. It feels good.
You have another good one. That trophy there might end up being yours.
I believe that
Come on, self-confidence, self-belief. We can do it.
I accept even below the trophy, but we will see. We will see.
We shall see. And on that one, we're going to pass it back to the booth.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Will. And this is going to be it for round 7, but we have one more round for today. Just as a reminder, this is the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. We started here today with over 1,000 deck lists submitted, and players that make it 6-2 or better will advance into day 2. Tomorrow we have 6 rounds of Swiss and a cut to top 8. The top 24 will, top 36 actually, will qualify for the Pro Tour, and first and second place will get an invite for the World Championship. So a lot of exciting. I hope you are having fun. I hope you're enjoying Modern. And actually, this is going to be our last round for the day.
Yes, yeah.
I'm sad. It was a pleasure casting with you today, Simon.
You know what, Felipe? It has been great, but we will do it again tomorrow.
Yay!
Yes, more Magic tomorrow.
And let me tell you, tomorrow is very exciting, but now, this last round also, I'm going to be watching alongside you all in Twitch chat, because it's going to be a really exciting to see these players playing here for the day 2 and what can be the start of their journey into the Pro Tour, World Championship, and competitive Magic. Stay tuned.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor, aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
feel it's tight, feeling like better rings. Whole lot of globe trotting, man, they don't know nada. Bro, gotta show something to me and go harder. So proper, nah, not that, we sure gotta give it a roll now, like God got us. All that I got will never stop. I give it all, straight to the top, will never fly. I give it all, think when we rock, I never blow. I give it all, whoa. What you say, my man? Give it all, whoa. Hey, give it all, whoa. Yeah, stand tall, give it all. All that I have, I let it be. 'Cause nobody's better than me. What do you see? Give it all. What do you think when people look at me? 100 degrees tougher than Booker T. Couldn't agree more, but could it be? I think higher than them all. Truthfully, my pen fire and then some. Apply to your addendum. Take this whole thing for ransom. Give it all I got for attention. Nah, the mention of life well lived, for instance. Give it all.
Welcome back. This is Regional Championship in Prague. We're live with round number 8. This is the last round of Swiss, and we're playing we have 2 win-in matches here for the last round between Andrea Mengucci and Mattia Rizzi, and we also have Canister in the second feature match playing his stake on Amulet Titan. So this is the last round of the day. We had about 1,000 players to start the day. I think that number is going to go down to about 100-ish. So yeah, about 3 or 4% of the players tomorrow are going to get their Pro Tour slot. There's 36 slots for the Pro Tour in June in Las Vegas. So that's mostly what the players are playing for. We also have 2 slots to give away for Worlds. That is going to be sometime later this year. I don't think that was announced yet.
No, they haven't announced the location or the date yet.
But I mean, usually Worlds is $1 million tournament, so regardless of where it is, I think the players are going to be pretty happy about securing that invite. So lots to play for tomorrow. And yeah, today we still have that last round. How about the decks that are doing really well? How about the top tables? You had a quick look at that. You know, do you want to share with us what you found?
Yeah, we decided to feature winning in. We had Canister against Rizzi actually going up against each other, and Mengucci against a French player, I believe, will be our secondary feature match. So fighting for day 2. As far as the top tables go, the 5 undefeated players are just a combination of Teamer, Breach, and Energy. 3 Teamer, Breach players, 1 Boris Energy, 1 Mardu Energy. And I guess that makes me not a complete idiot calling out Demir as not being a great deck, because it was as played as Teamer Breach, but nowhere near as good in the top table. So yeah, that's your 5 7-0 players going into the last round. We'll definitely probably feature the undefeated players tomorrow morning, but we figured people wanted blood, people wanted the Twitch heroes to Canister, Mengucci. Rizzi also streamed a lot of his preparation for this tournament. So there you have it, Canister against Rizzi, Amulet Titan for Canister, Eldrazi Ramp for Mattia.
So knowing what you know now, what deck would you pick, knowing how the decks are performing? Is Amulet Titan, for example, something that you would consider? I know you like combo decks. I mean, is that something you can see yourself playing?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a really good deck. I was in a weird spot because I'll play a lot of Modern, and people would be like, what would you play if you were playing? But I was just kind of playing my own decks. I wasn't testing the top decks. I do that a lot, which can be not great sometimes, but I didn't have to actually play in the tournament. And hard to say. I mean, I guess Teamer Breach, maybe I would default to, or Energy. One of these 2 decks seems good, but I think if I had to play the tournament, I would still, knowing what I know, I'd still play my Blue-Eyed Artifact deck. Even though Affinity terrible, it's not my fault. People got baited. Spike didn't put any Mox Amber in his Blue-Eyed Affinity deck, and people kind of kind of go with that. They were playing, I saw some list with some Mem Knights and no Mox Hammer. I was like, sorry people, I mean, I can't help you if that's how you build your Affinity decks.
Okay, what about this Titan deck though? This is a different build than what we were seeing, maybe a year ago. Now Scapeshift is a lot more, impactful of a card maybe. There's a lot of loops. Canister obviously one of the best players to pilot that. But here also we have Mattia Rizzi playing Eldrazi Ram. This list looks kind of stockish, except for the Withering Crystallis. That is maybe a little different.
Yeah, All-Star, Modern Horizon free draft All-Star, Mythic Common, and apparently good enough to make in the deck. You get 2 signs, it ramps you up, it's a threat, it maybe bridges the gap. He could have played Thought-Knot Seer. He decided, you know what, I want the extra mana, I want the bigger threat. So we'll see if it comes up this game. We saw Canister do good earlier today in the feature match. You mentioned the Scapeshift loop was Lotus Field. I feel like you would have to ask Canister or look back, but I feel like that loop maybe could have been around longer. I wonder if it's that kind of thing that it took a while for people to figure out, because these cards are not exactly new.
Okay.
Or maybe it was just it needed Analyst. That's a fairly recent card. Lumra is fairly recent. Green Sun Zenith help, but yeah, no, the Titan deck is definitely really scary. I believe it has a decent matchup against Temur Breach too, but is not that great against maybe Boros Energy. They have access to Blood Moon. As far as the ramp matchup, it seems like maybe Titan should go fast enough, even though they have that's a matchup. We saw him play not exactly Eldrazi Ram, but it was an artifact Karn deck with Labavugin and Tevel. It seemed fine for Canister. I would assume this is in the same vein.
Yeah, there's not a lot of interaction from the Eldrazi player, right?
Not early in the game. Karn doesn't shut down too much.
Not fast enough.
Yeah, it doesn't do much the turn it comes into play. It can maybe get a crypt to stop the Scapeshift loop. This deck does maybe ramp more consistently than the artifact deck we featured early in the day. Make a Spawn, the first effect ramps you but doesn't destroy the land until you get to 6 mana, and destroying just 1 land, not that great. Worldbreaker, same, you get 1 permanent, and it's a pretty expensive card. Kozilek's Return doesn't do much. Kozilek's Command, exiling a Titan's pretty expensive. Exiling the graveyard could be good, but...
Okay, Andrea... Oh wait, not Andrea. Mattia looks like he started on a bunch of mulligans, so not a great start for him. Has the Devourer at least on turn 1 to set up that first draw step. Looking at Emrakul, couple lands. But he did mull to 5, so not exactly what he was hoping for. But I guess knowing the matchup, Mattia knowing he's up against Amulet, he probably wants to find a fast hand, right? So it's probably a combination of, okay, this hand looks kind of slow. I do have Emrakul, ways to set up the graveyard, but it's going to take me too long. I think I want to find something maybe with Thought-Knot Seer. So, yeah, it might have just been kind of a strategic mulligan, like knowing the matchup, you need to be fast, so...
Yeah, I would guess his best draw is turn 2 Karn, if he can assemble that somehow.
Wow, look at this, and this is a turn 1 Talisman, so turn 2, possibly access to 4 mana on Mattia's side for something like Thought-Knot Seer or Karn.
Canister shaping up to have a nut draw, Saga plus Amulet, meaning on his turn 3 he can have access to 2 Amulets, which means a single bounce land produces, 6 mana if you've made your land drops, and that's enough to cast a Titan.
Canister's hand is full of land. There's 2 Lotus Fields. I think there's a Dryad Arbor, but I think there's also a Summoner's Pact.
All right, so he does have the payout.
So he does have the access to a win condition. So what does Mattia have? Do you have a way to break this fast start from Piotr?
I think he could have Ghost Quarter. So he has Mikaspawn, obviously, for Mikaspawn, and he has a main deck Ghost Quarter.
Okay.
It's a little desperate to have to get that land, use it. You still give a Canister a basic, but...
Get disadvantage already on a mull to 5. Not exactly what you're looking for, but yeah, if you're looking at possibly losing the game on that turn, I guess you're happy to try to set your opponent back a little bit.
Yeah, he has the option of passing with Kozilek's come in 4 mana, so that kind of deals with the. I mean, I might be making a mistake, but I'm assuming exiling 2 lands should be good enough to stop an early shapeshift loop. If Canister doesn't do much, maybe he can just Ram's Cry and cast a big card, and yeah, he's just passing.
Wow, okay.
Let's see if somehow it's good enough. I doubt it's going to be knowing about the pact. I also don't think Canister needs to worry about anything. Open deck list. He knows like Kozilek's command is basically the only thing Mattia can do, so should be pretty trivial for him not to play into it.
I would certainly be on a somewhat high alert, because I think Mattia did think for a little bit before eventually passing the turn. So yeah, I would be trying to remember, okay, what are the instant speed cards that I saw in in my opponent's list to make sure I don't get owned by something that I maybe missed or didn't think about. Yeah, so floats a bunch of mana with the Lotus Fields with the trigger on the stack, thanks to the 2 amulets. Plays a Green Sun Zenith, where X equals, let's see if that's a Primeval Titan.
I'm assuming 6. It's just going to be Primeval Titan.
It looks like a promo version of Primeval Titan. Trigger on the stack again. Let's find some more lands. Those are going to be also pretty helpful with the double amulet.
Yeah, it used to be that you would just go and get the haste lands. Maybe it was Mirror Pool. Now there's better sequencing, something even more deterministic. So he's floated.
Grultulvan Mirror Pool.
He's floated 5 mana. And with the second on top of Mirror Pool, he's sacking it. I think it's 4+ sack to copy a Titan, so he has 1 floating, 1 green floating.
Man, this has to feel bad for Mattia. Multi-5, my opponent has kind of the perfect draw. Now they get to sort of do all the...
Yeah, now he can just get a red source.
Yeah.
I think it's Hair Battlement they usually play to give haste, and just attack with a couple Titans. Maybe there's something even better he can do. But yeah, either way, there's no coming back for late seed. It's not like he has any ways to come back in this game.
Canister pretty much just gets to Goldfish this game.
Yeah.
So yeah,
kill.
Show us how the deck works when you get the double amulet opening. Looks like he wants to copy the Primeval Titan one more time. There it is. So Echoing Deeps.
Copies Mirror Pool.
Used to get his Mirror Pool and another copy.
So Mattia could have, with the second trigger on the stack, second Titan, use Kozilek's command to exile maybe Lotus Field and Mirror Pool. I don't know if he's kind of off it, and Canister can go for different lands if he does that. So
yeah. So there's a Hanweir Battlement.
Yeah, and a Valakut.
So all 3 Titans now have haste. No big deal. Or just 2. Never mind.
I'm sure it's correct, but is it just a shortcut of the lands being in his hand already?
All right, Canister gives himself some more mana.
Bounces Boseiju, so worst comes to worst, he can Boseiju an Ugins Lab, and
yeah, he's looking for an Otawara as well. I think Mattia kind of sees the writing on the wall. I would just be asking my opponent, all right, do you have a way to win this turn? Like, can you just show me?
Yeah, also it's nice to get a little refresher, just
go through the motions.
Like this game, there's nothing he could have done, but maybe there's like closer spots where Canister only has 1 amulet instead of having 2, and it actually matters like which card you exile with Kozilek's command or when you decide to play your Kozilek's command. So it's kind of nice for Mattia to take the time to think about the loops, see what Canister is doing, and just have that in mind for following games in case.
I think Canister wants to go for the flawless victory where Mattia ends up with no board. So he uses Otawara to bounce one of the permanents, uses Boseiju to kill the other one, and Mattia says, all right, I've seen enough. How about we... Oh no, never mind. He's actually going for that basic anyway. So yeah, he's going to make Canister actually go through the motions.
Maybe he's making Canister use mental energy.
I mean, it's been a long day.
Yeah.
But of all the people piloting Amulet, I would probably trust Canister to, you know, find the perfect line, even if it was 4 in the morning and he just woke up. So
it's not even like he cast a green pact, you know, and he could, I don't know, forget to pay. I'm not even sure how the rules work these days. If you can actually forget to pay if you have the mana, but maybe there's an out I'm not thinking of. You know, he doesn't have the mana to just play Karn and get a bridge, right? Or does he?
I wonder where we are. We are still in combat, I think, because...
Yeah, the ramp of Boseiju did give him, like, I guess, extra mana for Kozilek.
Yeah.
Man. It'd be funny if after all that, like...
There's like a play.
Actually, yeah, I had a way to, to turn it around. I can't imagine.
So we must still be in combat, right? Because the Otawara was used in combat to bounce the talisman, and Mattia floated some mana, so Canister is still going to have his second main phase. I don't think we're going to get to Mattia's turn.
We did see Emrakul, I think, go down to 6 mana, but there's a full graveyard.
Yeah. And now Canister is just showing Mattia his beautiful versions of all the cards.
Feels like he would need to have, like, Rumble into Lab, have the extra mana, have the perfect Rumble to reduce Emrakul's mana cost, and even then Canister could have Boseiju.
Canister goes for the Scape Shift line, so let's see what happens here. He sacrifices 4 lands. And is there a way to win right away?
All right, Redsy's seen enough.
I think Mattia knows how it works. So Canister up 1-0. And I think Mattia will want to board in, you know, some interaction for games 2 and 3. So let's see if we can take a quick look at the sideboarding. But yeah, based on how this game went, Mattia certainly needs to find, you know, ways to disrupt Canister, because otherwise this was just a slaughter. Obviously, Mattia mulligan to 5, didn't really have anything to play on turn 3. But I have a feeling that even if he did have a Thought Knots here there, it probably wouldn't have mattered because Canister still had that pact. So, yeah, just, you know, really well executed game plan, kind of a goldfish for Canister and kind of bad luck for Mattia to start on 5 cards. So how about the sideboard? Let's start with Canister. Anything that you think could possibly be coming in?
He could bring in Collector Oof if he's worried about Stonebrain. Mattia has free Stonebrain in his sideboard. It also stops Karn plus Coding, which is the way Canister lost that one game earlier today against another Karn deck. Boseiju seems pretty solid. Once again, I'm not too sure, you know, in which matchup a card like 6 comes up. And if he thinks the games play out that way, maybe Bajukabak to slow down Emrakul. If he feels that's the way the games can play out, I doubt it though. So,
how about a card like Seal of Removal? Against which matchups do you feel like that probably comes in? Because there's no deck like Boggles in format anymore, or something where, you know, people would put a bunch of enchantments on SRAM, or, you know, one of those white cards that draw cards when you play more auras.
Seal of Removal, maybe
something like Meddling Mage.
Maybe against Oculus, maybe against.
Could be, yeah.
It's not great against the Frog. It buys you a bit of time. I'm sure there's like somewhat of an obvious answer.
Harbinger is a good answer from the chat. Amalia, yeah, that makes sense. Harbinger sounds like a card that.
Yeah, there's a few creature combo decks. Maybe it covers enough ground, enough random matchups. You know, I don't know. I'm gonna say Neobrand. There was actually 1 or 2, but that's like so fringe. More interesting I love my favorite card I've seen all day, I think, out of any deck. Mattia Areti has free Stone Rain in his sideboard.
Wow, he has actual Stone Rain? He does? Wow, what?
Yeah, literally 30 years later and nothing beats a Stone Rain.
That is crazy. Is that really the best 3-mana Stone Rain you can have.
I've played Stone Rain in my modern sideboard before, and it was good. You know, I was usually playing Jeskai with Snapcaster, but yeah, no, Stone Rain sometimes is just the best you can do. Free to Stone Brain, that card's a little sketch because the Titan deck has a lot of ways to win the game. It doesn't need Titan, so
yeah,
I'm not sure if he brings that in the matchup. Free Stone Rain obviously coming in. Dismember, probably not. It's, you know, it's not the greatest against Analysts. They only play one Dryad. I'm not sure if he's worried about the 6.
What do you think is cutting? Looking at this list, like Kozilek's Return, the Crystallis is pretty slow.
Yeah, Kozilek's Return almost definitely goes. Crystallis at least ramps you towards your more expensive
stuff. That's fair, yeah.
So
this is a proactive card.
It might say be cut just because it doesn't pair with UGEMS Labyrinth.
Mm-hmm. But if you want to have a 4-drop to play, you know, on turn 2 or 3, I think you would much rather have Thoughtnauts here or Karn.
Yeah, he doesn't have Thoughtnauts here, but he has the Mecha Spawn, which is a good 4. So I'd assume he's just maybe gonna trim a tiny bit of the top end. Yeah, maybe cut these 2 Chrysalis as well. Maybe he trims Talisman in this matchup, but he doesn't need to cut much, right? He cuts free Kozilek's Return, he brings in free Stone Rains, and that might honestly be it. Maybe he brings in 1 or 2 of the Karn targets if he feels like, okay, having the 1 Haywire Might in my sideboard is enough, so I can maybe bring in explosives or vice versa. Maybe bring in, you know, 1 Stone Brain or 2 and keep 1 in the sideboard for Karn. That might be part of his plan.
Fair enough. But even with all these sideboard changes that we're looking at, I think I would still need to give the upper hand to Canister. Even if he's on the draw, like, that just seems like he's so much better set up for the matchup. And like 1 Stone Rain, I don't think that's really gonna do all that much. Sure, it's nice if you catch that bounce land, like, okay, that's cool. But Canister also knowing about the Stone Rains, he's probably gonna try to play around it, you know, to some degree.
Yeah, I would agree, unless the Stone Rains are more effective than I think they are. But sometimes all you need is just a slight bump. You know, you have Karn, so all you need is a Stone Rain into Karn is all you need to get to on tap with Karn and slowly take over.
It's also true that, like, with Utopia Sprawl, you can actually play it on turn 2. So, yeah, I guess you have a decent game plan for the post-board games.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if Mattia was favored on the play.
Fair enough, yeah. Especially if you get to keep 7 cards. You know, that would be different as well.
Because I don't know if he brings in Stone Rain in many other matchups. Maybe it's decent in the mirror, but you would think, you know, game 1, the matchup's probably bad. You would think he wouldn't, quote-unquote, waste free sideboard slots on Stone Rain.
Right.
He didn't think it at least gave him, like, a decent shot at winning the match. He would just be like, all right, I just hope I don't get paired against Titan. It's not super popular.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, Mattia is a very experienced player. He's not just going to randomly throw in 3 random cards in his sideboard without having properly tested them.
But it is possible. Maybe it's good in the mirror. Maybe he feels like it's almost good enough against, like, most Saga decks. I honestly don't know.
It's probably good against the actual Tron, but we haven't really seen too much of that.
It might be the kind of card that's, like, way too embarrassing against blue-black and energy to have in your main deck, but you do bring in, you know, a lot of matchups up your sideboard, and yeah.
I think Stone Rain, it used to be the most reprinted card in Magic until they stopped printing cards like Stone Rain and Counterspell, realizing that people probably want to cast their spells and have some fun.
Yeah.
But I think it used to be the most reprinted card. Now it has to be something like Arcane Signet or something that gets printed in Commander decks.
All right, so Mattia kept 7 fairly fast. Canister mulligan fairly fast. Titan deck mulligans well, even though I like to say that most decks was the current mulligan rule, mulligan well to 6. It's usually not too tough to get rid of the worst card in your hand. You usually just, you know, get rid of the most expensive card or the extra land. It usually gets tricky when you have to go down to 5. Then it becomes a bit of a guessing game on, do I need that land or do I need the spell? It kind of depends on what you draw.
Let us know in the chat how you enjoyed today's coverage. You know, the decks are what you expected to see.
Awful.
Maybe if you expected to see something different, we tried to, show a nice variety of different archetypes. But obviously, as we keep progressing through the day, most of the top tables, as you alluded to, were
everything was great except for the casters.
I like when people have fun with the card viewer. So Matthias starts on a Devourer yet again. The Eldrazi decks are pretty consistent at having the Devourer in their opener. We have seen a lot of those today. Steve also has a Labyrinth on turn 2 to get ahead on mana a little bit. Meanwhile, Canister seems to be happy with his 6 and his pretty usual white bordered basic land. Whenever I watch Canister stream, he always has the collection of the most mismatched arts of all the cards, where I'm just like, how do you not get a headache looking at all this?
Yeah, the one that I had a hard time with was the One Ring, the weird art of the One Ring. I'm not sure it ever grew on me. Some things, you're like, don't like them at first, but you just get used to them, I guess.
How would you feel about the One Ring getting restricted? I know a lot of people are saying, like, oh, let's not restrict things in Modern. Like, people would get confused about the rules. But, I mean, their card is restricted in Vintage, right? Like, why not just have the same rule in Modern? It would be so much on point for the card, like, so flavorful.
Yeah, I think it would be reasonable if that's something they want to do. I don't think anyone's going to be super upset if they don't bring back the One Ring, but I wouldn't mind it. It was really weird that the One Ring was just better in multiples and you actually wanted to change them and whatnot.
Plus, it didn't really feel like a burden to have it. Like, it just felt like, oh, yeah, I'm getting so far ahead and I get this free turn. But it looks like
yeah, who would have known trading 1 life for 1 draw? Surely, they've never printed any cards.
Plus a time walk.
Yeah, never printed cards like that in the past where you could trade a life for a card and things have gone wrong.
And look at this, Mattia with the Labyrinth turn 1. Fetch land turn 2 to get a shock land untapped. Does this mean we're going to see a Stone Rain in Modern in 2025? In a feature match playing for day 2 at an RC. No, unfortunately, that is not a Stone Rain. Haywire might...
Out of a Stone Rain. Stone Rain day 2 better.
Much less cool. Less cool than
Exile the land too relevant?
No. Much less cool than the actual card Stone Rain.
To be fair, the first time I read the One Ring, it didn't strike me as completely obscene, and I even think it took a little while for most of the player to like realize how good it was.
How about the first time you casted?
I don't remember.
Oh, I get a time walk? Wait, and I get to draw so many cards every turn?
Probably not the ideal start for Canister here. He does have Amulet though, so who knows what could happen next turn.
I mean, his draw seems pretty good. Turn 1 Saga.
Mulligan.
Setting up for, yeah.
Mulligan, he got Stone Rain. Grazer kind of rammed into quote-unquote nothing. He didn't make a second land drop. It could just be like him holding the bounce line because it's not useful right now.
I think he has an Otawara, Spelunking, and a Collector Oof.
I see a card in Mattia's hand, right? Rightmost cards is on the Karn's alt art. Looks like a pretty strong start.
Where do you stand on basic lands? What basic lands do you use?
I used to use the land box from the draft.
Really?
Yeah, I would just show up with no basic lands and just pick a bunch. I would at least match them.
That's good, yeah. I mean, that's probably smart. I mean, you're the one focusing on the cards and the gameplay rather than matching your basics.
Yeah.
And getting nice ones, probably a smart play.
I've gone a little softer in my old age, though. I do pay a bit more attention and make a bit more of an effort to have pretty basics. Maybe that's where I lost my edge, though. I just focusing on the wrong stuff.
That's where I want to give Watsy a shout out, though, because it used to be that we only had those land station basics, and every once in a while they would print, in unhinged nice lands or unglued. But lately they have been kind of putting those lands in normal booster packs, and everybody can get them. And I think that's really cool that, it's not that hard to get a collection of some of these nicer basics, and not going broke in the process.
Yeah. So Canister did bring in the oof. We saw.
Yep.
We saw Mattia play Karn minus get Coding right away, because if he gets something else, then the Arbor attacks Karn down to 2, and he can't get Coding without still having a Karn in play. Went for Coding right away. Canister had the answer, so he kind of neutralized the Karn play for now. We do see a Devourer, a Rumble in Mattia's hand, so eventually he can get rid of the oof if he has the time.
Okay, so Rumble is the play, gets himself a Scion. Second Labyrinth, a couple lands, and a Kozilek's Command.
Temple probably decent.
What did you think of Ugin's Labyrinth when it was announced, or when it was spoiled? Everybody thought like, oh my god, another land that produces 2 mana. This is surely gonna end Magic right there.
Yeah, I think I had it as maybe the best card in the set, or almost definitely top 3.
And shout out to the R&D and play design teams as well. Like the most limited sets have been really fun lately. I think they're doing a tremendous job. And obviously, once you see a card that kind of slipped and people are like, oh my god, how could this slip, right? I mean, they're creating so many cards and they have so many interactions to try, especially in the format like Modern or Legacy or Vintage, when there's 20,000 legal cards that can create weird interactions, that I think we just have to agree that they're doing a really, really good job.
Yeah.
Spelunking for Canister. There's another one in hand. Crumbling Vestiges, the draw. Yeah, not great so far.
Yeah, Spelunking, basically a cantrip, I think, once you have Amulet in place, so clearly Canister digging. Note that I believe Mattia could have played Coding last turn, sacking the Scion and the Temple. He can't use the Talisman for mana because of the oof. But he could have played the Coding, and if he has another on-tap land, he could this turn play Devourer, get rid of the oof, and start using Coding.
Let's see what his plan is. Looking through the sideboard with Karn. How much mana does he have access to? 2, 4, 6, 8. I mean, it might be Emrakul time.
Yes,
soon enough.
He has Worldbreaker in hand as well. Feels like feels like he's in a great spot, but Canister might be one bounce land away from popping off. So
exactly,
you really want to try and limit that window.
Goes for the Devourer instead, so that deals with the Collector oof. Does he have a way to get that Coding into play? I don't think he does.
No, he needed a land this turn. I think he drew Talisman. He might have drawn the worst possible card. Like Talisman might have been, one of the worst draws in his deck this turn.
So Canister gets his turn back.
Yeah, I mean, potentially 5 mana with a bounce land.
I think he has a Lotus Field.
Oh, that would be 6. That would be Titan. That would be Lumra.
Okay, there's another draw from Spelunking.
All right, I don't know if Amulet and Spelunking stack. Do you know? I should know as an expert, but I would guess no.
I think they do.
You think they do?
We're about to find out.
Chat's about to tell me. Yeah, they don't.
They don't?
I'd be a little too busted if, well, not that it's already really strong, but all right. So he still did have 6 mana with Lotus, and might mean he doesn't have Pact, or doesn't have Titan in hand, doesn't have one of the 6s. Maybe he was still 1 mana short this turn. Needs 1 more turn.
I think Canister drew a green Sun Zenith.
Yeah, so he was maybe 1 mana short.
But perhaps the other card was not Lotus Field, but perhaps it was something else.
That could have been Lotus Field, right? That's still only 6 mana.
Oh, right. I guess he doesn't have another mana source.
He only had 1 land drop. Oh, there's a map too. Maps that I don't know when that map came into play, but that's being shut down by Karn as well.
UGEMS Labyrinth for Mattia declines to exile another card. Starts with a Talisman. 2, 4, 6, 7. That sounds like a World Breaker. Let's see what he exiles. Goes for the map here. Interesting.
Map when he has Karn in hand and play. Wow. I think he would go for a land or an amulet.
Gets himself a crypt with the Karn as well to protect himself from the Scapeshift shenanigans.
How does Canister even get rid of Karn? Is it not a map? I think it's a map.
I know when I tried spelunking, and I think it was it might have been a standard deck. I ended up, and I played it on Arena, I ended up with a land that actually ended up tapped. I'm not sure what I clicked on, like what kind of replacement I chose, but I ended up with a tapped land. So at that point, I think I gave up.
Not easily defeated. All right, so we think he has Lotus. We think he has Green Sun Venus. So in theory,
that is Lotus. Yeah, that is a Lotus field. So
he can get a Titan. Lumra obviously doesn't do a ton in the face of Tormouth Script. You get to exile the.
Matthias tapped out. He only has a crypt. I mean, I don't think it's gonna get any better this game. So if you have a way of going off, now would probably be the time. I think Mattia has the last card. Yeah, that's got to be the coding, right? Coding is the last card in hand. So
there we go, Lotus Field.
And I have to go off right away. Yep, Green Sun Zenith.
For 6. Note that if Mattia destroyed a land, Canister might have been 1 mana short.
Goes for a Primeval Titan.
I just realized I have both of them on my fantasy list. I was like, oh no, I don't want Mattia to lose.
Oh yeah.
But then I remember, like, I first picked Canister, and I don't know if I 4th or 5th picked Mattia.
I think Andrea is on Philippa's team.
Yeah, first pick. First pick overall of the draft.
Who won the last fantasy draft?
I think it was Philippa, carried by
I think
Andrea.
it was Philippa, right? Yeah. All right, Hunware Battlements, and there's a Gruul Turf, so Titan gets haste.
Yeah.
Will this be enough?
No Green Pact was cast, so he'll have all his mana next turn. He actually even got to keep Lotus in play this time. He's getting a little Boseiju action.
Okay.
Mattia checks if Battleman doesn't pump Titan, blocks, protects his Karn. Boseiju gets rid of the lab plus the card that was underneath it. Mattia gets old value as a survey land. So let's see, Mattia still has his 2 big monsters. He still has Karn in play. He has his crypt.
I mean, that was good, but like, does it really get you anywhere?
He could maybe Karn for bridge and at least neutralize the Titan for now.
So basically, Canister just used the Zenith to, add a bunch more resources into play, but this doesn't look as threatening as in game 1.
Yeah, it does seem like Mattia is the one who needs the help here.
So back to Mattia untaps. Check the sideboard again. There's got to be something good for Karn.
Does he still have coding? He still has coding in hand, right?
I think so, yeah.
So he can at least attack a bit of Canister's mana, maybe even get rid of the hasty land over a bounce land.
Considering the Stone Brain.
Oh, make a spawn. That's not a bad draw.
Yeah, can get rid of one of the 4 free lands that Canister got last turn.
Canister is down to 2 cards. If he doesn't have a way to get rid of a bridge, maybe the line is Karn, get bridge, and get rid of a land with make a spawn. Obviously, the downside is that after that, Mithiaritzi kind of can't attack with his big monsters anymore. I'm not exactly sure how bad a tight end attack is right now, especially knowing you can just, block it, so it's just a 1 trigger. The 1 trigger does potentially get you maybe, Outer Wara, bounce lands. Let's see, 6 mana, Outer Wara, bounce lands.
So he deals with one of the bounce lands and gets himself a Ghost Quarter, so that one of Ghost Quarter coming in clutch right now.
All right, he has Ghost Quarter too. So he can get rid of every land but the Lotus Field if he wants to. He might just get rid of the bounce land and then keep Ghost Quarter for another bounce land.
Yeah, I mean, decent turn for Mattia as well.
And then if really he needs to, yeah.
Deal with the Grill Turf, so the Karn plus Coding combo. Still has that Tormod script in play as well, and now it's time to decide if he wants to attack. He just passes the turn back. Interesting.
He still has the Crypt too. It looks like Canister is just locked. That was the game where Mattia was on the play, Canister mulliganed. Mattia had the Haywire Might for the Saga on turn 2. Yeah, he's locked. Not a ton of time left, 13 minutes and 37 seconds.
Yeah, considering how quick the games were in terms of how many turns they played, I would not have guessed that we have been sitting here for 35 minutes.
Yeah, well, Mattia did make him go for the motions in game 1.
That's true. Also, the mulligans, like the shuffling, all that kind of adds up.
Yeah, I wonder why Mattia did it. I said maybe he wanted to take the time to process the info, but they are 5-2. A draw is obviously terrible for them. They both get knocked out of day 2, so hopefully that doesn't just come back to bite them. I mean, I'm assuming one of them would probably scoop to whoever was ahead. Maybe they'll even discuss it before going into game 3. That's something I think is fine to do. Do you want to just, in case we go to time, game doesn't end, scoop to whoever's favorite, or way ahead if there's someone who's clearly way ahead.
So quick look at the sideboarding again. I don't think this is a type of matchup where they're going to be making too many changes between games 2 and 3. This is not the type of okay, now I'm the one who's aggressive, or you're the one who has to have that extra removal spell in there. This is mostly about having the disruptive pieces, the Stone Rains that are coming in either way, whether you're on the play or on the draw.
Yeah, did you get a look to see how many Stone Brains was in Mattia's sideboard when he's shifting through?
There was at least 1. I think I saw 2. But
that's the kind of card that you could argue in some matchups is fine on the play because you have time to play it and sack it before they play their high impact card, whereas on the draw it's maybe a little too slow.
That is fair. Man, every time I see the white bordered cards, the Collector Oof on the top right, it looks like a choke. I'm like, okay, what's the most played green card with white borders? That's gotta be choke, right?
I think the art actually kind of looks like it could be
true.
Similar to choke's art, to be fair. But yeah, I saw the card and I thought about choke as well, actually.
Yeah.
Boomer.
Canister in the zone.
Nah, you know what's going on through his head right now? He's like, just give me a turn 2 kill, give me a turn 3 kill. Guarantee me. That's what I'd be thinking. I'd be like, please just give me the nuts. Mattia, I love you. Just go down to 5. You'll get them next time.
Quick mulligan for canister. So Mattia's hand looks a little slow in terms of how many expensive cards there are, but I think he had both Labyrinth and Eldrazi Temple, so that's certainly a good way of playing those cards a little bit ahead of schedule.
Look what you've started, Martin.
Midnight Clock.
Extremely so zombie and Midnight Clock.
Shout out to our production team.
Shout out to Juza. It was not me. It was not me trolling chat earlier. I appreciate the fact that you gave me credit for it, but it was indeed Martin.
It was fun. It was fun.
I would not be so vain as to bring up my own player's card on stream like that.
I actually had no idea that Scryfall has that.
Yeah, me either. I was like, ooh, nice. I don't have my player's card though.
Yeah, not the. Those were really cool, by the way. Back in the days, if you bought a starter deck, which was basically 3 booster packs and some lands thrown into a small deck box, WotC used to put the player cards in there, and those were super cool with some stats on the players and some of their results and how much money they've made and things like that. And I remember collecting those cards when I was young, and that was really cool.
Yeah, I signed a couple today. Always fun, always nice. All right, Cancer was solid start. Amulet, not a ton of ways for Mattia to get rid of it, so that's the card you want to see in your opening hand. That maybe Urza Saga, even though we saw Urza Saga could be a little vulnerable between Haywire Might and Stone Rain. You said you spotted a somewhat slow hand from Mattia. Let's see if that's the case, or if maybe the Devar can fix that. It doesn't look that slow to me.
Wow, Mattia with a very fast turn 1 Labyrinth into a Talisman.
Extremely slow. Turn 2 4 mana. Bounce Land, Spelunking.
I did not see that Amulet, to be fair. What I saw was a bunch of expensive cards. I saw I think there is a World Breaker. I think there was a Devourer. And I thought there was one more expensive card, but it could be something else. No, it's Kozilek's Command. So Eldrazi Temple looks like it might be the play. What happened to Reality Smasher, by the way? What happened to the OG Eldrazi?
Beat downs. Yeah.
Yeah, that deck was great. Eldrazi Mimic.
Yeah. I think what happened is they're like, oh, nice 5-drop you have. Too bad it's worse than my 1/1 for 1 white.
That's true. Wow, Mattia passes the turn, thinks for a little bit, and passes. So yeah, that's kind of a giveaway. He's sitting on a command or something. Instant speed.
That's scary. I feel like Canister needs a 6-drop this turn potentially to have a chance, because if he doesn't do much this turn, Mattia gets to scry free, draw a card, get free spawns, has potentially 9 mana next turn, maybe even 10 with a Temple.
Wow, I expected big things, but that's where there's a Saga and a Forest, so it's certainly not what Canister was hoping for, and I think his hand is Grazer, Crumbling Vestige, and I can't quite tell what the third card is, but that does not sound very exciting.
Yeah, if he had a Spelunking or 2 in his opening hand, he mulligan, he might have just had to keep, a bunch of lands, a Spelunking, and hope there's a payoff card in his top 4 cards or whatever.
Ooh, did you see that? Oh my God.
Stone Rain?
That is a Stone Rain.
Let's go.
That is a second
2
Stone
Rain.
We have another Red Source.
Oh, that's pretty art too. I like it. Mirage, I believe. No. Tempest.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Andrea, with those 3 spawns, how much mana is that? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So Stone Rain is the first play. I think he also has access to something like World Breaker. This is it, chat. 2025. Stone Rain has just been cast in a regional championship 5-2 game for the second day game. Passes the turn. Wait.
Yeah, I guess his hand is somewhat quote unquote clunky.
He does have a World Breaker, so he basically decided he would rather have the spawns in play.
I think he just wants to have Kha'Zix command mana up for the Scape Shift loop and be able to exile the graveyards.
That's fair too. Okay. Canister says, I'm just gonna go for the beatdown plan. Here's a construct. Let's give it haste, and there's an attack, which I don't think Mattia's gonna mind that all too much.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's chumping with one of the tokens.
He gets a free chump because he's like, your signs are turning into the same sign, so.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, Canister's got to like feel bad right now.
So there's a Micah Spawn, Temple Talisman, and I think another Kha'Zix command.
That's a lot of good cards. And he can keep as many as he wants on top.
Okay, 2 top, 2 bottom.
Like even saying go is Kha'Zix command for 6, not sure like the Titan deck has a ton of counterplay to that.
I think Mattia just wants to find a second red or green source. I think that's probably the only thing kind of slowing him down a little bit.
Yes, 10 mana right now. You can tell Mattia's feeling it, the speed.
The speed, yeah.
Which he's playing, pretty crisp.
Pick up the pace.
Yeah.
So starts with the Micah Spawn, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gets rid of the Saga.
Might just get another Temple here. Yes, Ghost Quarter. Temple, yeah.
Goes for Temple.
So right now he has 6 mana left. He can one short of World Breaker. Did you just tap Temple to cast Stone Rain? Four, 5, 6 for Micah. I feel like he tapped Temple 2 mana to cast a Stone Rain. I could be wrong. Maybe that's what they're counting right now.
Yeah, pretty good turn for Mattia.
I mean, I don't think it's going to matter much. He has these free spawns in play. I think sacking one's probably like not a game changer, especially since Canister is mana screwed anyway. So just probably honest mistake, playing fast. It could be relevant, obviously, but apparently he did sack it. My bad. I mean, I really don't think he did, but because I think he sacked one for the first Micah Spawn. He sacked one for the Micah Spawn and then didn't sack it to Stone Rain, unless he had 5 spawns. Because he had only like a green source and the talisman, so he had to tap the green source for Micah Spawn, and looks like that's what they're talking about right now. As I said, I don't think it's a huge deal. I'm 99%. I mean, Mattia Ricci is like a stand-up player.
Yeah, looks like you're right. Detective Gabriel and Steve gets on the case.
See, that's why I have to ignore chat. I need to be on point, focused. Yep. No time for XDDs, just all business. All right, Mystic is fixed. Mattia probably, apologizing. Canister's very like, sure, whatever.
Yeah, looks like the judge is checking what exactly happened or how much mana. Oh, Mattia picked up an Emrakul. Yeah, all right. Does he have enough, though? Sorcery, instant, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14. And that is going to seal the deal. So, Emrakul, the promised end. Congratulations to Mattia. Unfortunately, that spells the end for Canister, who at 5 and 3 does not have enough points to move to day 2. Mattia reaches 6 and 2, exactly enough to squeeze into day 2. So tomorrow, he's going to play 6 more rounds, battling for those Pro Tour slots and Worlds invites.
Yeah, all the testing paying off, making the cut to day 2. All set for Canister, obviously. Tough one. 5-3 is not a bad record. It's just sometimes you just have like tough day. We saw him mulligan game 2, mulligan game 3, kind of missile something, but he had solid hands.
Yeah.
Stone Range though looked like they slowed Canister. I mean, maybe they were irrelevant. Maybe Canister didn't have the payoff, but
I still expected Canister to just, after that first game, like, okay, well, he's just goldfishing. That was great. I didn't expect Stone Rain to be the card. Like, oh, wow, he's bringing that in. That's going to change the matchup. Yeah, that was cool. Congratulations to Mattia again. Let's take a look at the tournament structure and the prize payout so that you guys know exactly what they're playing for, right? So we started today, reminder, with 1,000-ish players.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be cut down to maybe 150-ish, maybe a little less.
Something like that, yeah. So everybody battled 8 rounds of Swiss today. The cut for day 2 is 6-2 or better. I guess you can get 5 wins and 3 draws. That also gets you in. Day 2, we're going to play 6 more rounds of Swiss of Modern yet again before getting into a top 8, which will still finish tomorrow. So after tomorrow, we will know which 36 players qualified for the Pro Tour, which 48 players qualified for the next regional championship, and which 2 players made it to Worlds. Yeah, this is the prize pool structure. So $20,000 for the winner, pretty good weekend. Total, I think that's about $130,000 of the prize pool. So this kind of feels like a Pro Tour, kind of feels like a small, regional Pro Tour. Really good prizes for a weekend of playing Magic. Obviously, no entry fee because everybody had to qualify, and the qualification slots. The Pro Tour is pretty much what everybody's playing for.
Yeah.
But also, 2 people locking themselves for Worlds later this year, which tends to be $1 million tournament. They're probably going to feel pretty happy about that too.
Still a long way to go, especially for the X2 players. Mattia probably needs to go 5-1 tomorrow, maybe 4-1-1 to get that top 36. Still has to finish in the top 5th of the day 2 field for that PT invite. So definitely a little tougher than in league. Almost twice as many players.
Yeah, that's true. It was about 500. So I'm getting word that we have an interview ready for you. So Will is gonna be talking to Mattia and picking his brain about how he feels about his deck, the tournament, how everything's going for him.
And I'm here with our winner, Mehdi. You managed to take that down in a gripping nail biter against a fellow streamer, but you managed to be the victor. You made it into day number 2. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's great. I thought the match was terrible for me.
Mm-hmm. Why? Why do you think it was terrible?
Because Amulet is just a faster ramp deck. Like they kill with the Titan and the other stuff faster than me.
But you've got Stone Rain.
Yeah, Stone Rain.
When I saw that one, that cannot be what I've just seen. And
yeah, it's
Stone Rain. I was like, what? Talk me through why that's in the list, or is that the exact reason?
It's not my idea.
Okay.
I took the deck list from the winner from Naples.
Okay.
Yeah, Matteo.
Yeah.
He just gave me the deck list and he told me to play Stone Rain. He was good in the mirror match. He's good in some matches like this one. Yeah, that's it. You just try to store in your open lands when you play in the mirror match. Well, you'll be faster with the Utopias Pro.
Because you've got a lot of land destruction in your deck, right? So when you come up against an Amulet Titan deck, that realistically, they need their land drops to do it. If you can slow that down, eventually you can cast a big Emrakul like you did and be able to take the game down. What would you say your MVP card has been so far this weekend?
MVP card? I say UGEMS Labyrinth.
Labyrinth?
Yeah, UGEMS Labyrinth.
Big new addition from MH3. How important is that card now in this deck? Because they've moved away from Tron lands now, it's that good.
What you said, sorry?
They've moved away from using Tron lands now to get the big mana, moved to Labyrinth. Labyrinth is that good that like we don't need to play Tron anymore.
It's still great in the deck as well. Like you need a land that give you 2 mana to do like crazy turns. You always want to be able to have 4 mana on turn 2. So this land gives that opportunity, and you just try to ramp into like Emrakul and the other stuff.
Which is, makes a lot of sense. You can cast Emrakuls a lot reduced cost on earlier turns.
Yeah, with the Rumble, the other stuff that help you to cast Emrakul faster. Yeah.
Have you been able to take anyone's turn yet and like really mess up their turn, or is it normally just a handshake like we saw there?
Sorry.
When you win, we got the crowd going off there.
Yeah.
When you win, when you cast an Emrakul, do people normally just offer the handshake, or have they actually let you take a turn? Take control of their turn. Have they let you do it, or they normally just go, no, I concede?
I didn't know they went to concede the game. Like
they're normally conceding.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Like I was thinking to play Emrakul or not. I had other option, and I wasn't sure they was going to concede. Otherwise, I was just slamming the Emrakul for sure. Yeah.
Makes sense. Right. On that one, my friend, congratulations.
Thank you.
See you in day number 2 tomorrow. On that one, we're going to throw it back to the booth.
So congratulations again to Mattia. I'm getting word that we have the second feature match was between Andrea Mengucci and
poor French player, I think, Victim.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what it was. Andrea ended up winning that match really quickly, 2-0, and because this match took a really long time, I don't think we'll be able to show you the recording of that. But we do have Andrea for an interview. So how about we toss it back to the interview area, and Andrea's going to be able to tell you about what happened this round.
And I'm here with our winner, Mengu. We started the day with you. We're ending the day with you. 6-2 record. You've got to be happy that you managed to make it.
Very happy, very happy. I lost some very close matches today. And I also won some very close matches. I won a lot of die roll. That's very important. I told you today, if you remember.
Yeah, you did. You said, if as long as I win the dice roll, I'm going to win my matchups.
That's mostly what happened throughout the tournament. So yeah.
Did you remember to draw 2 off-season Pyromancer every time you played it, though?
I did.
But we're learning. We're learning from moving forward. Sick.
Round 1, it was a teachable moment.
Okay, but that's why it is. You taught everyone at home as well as yourself. I love to see it. Moving forward, though, we've got day 2 tomorrow. More rounds of Magic, a lot more on the line. You know what I mean? We're still getting closer to those PT slots, to this trophy here behind us, potentially world invites. We still need to have quite a good run moving forward. But I know how much that means to you. Like, look at those eyes. Look at that. You can take it off it. Like, how much do you try and like refocus? Like, what are you going to do tonight? We're going to get some good big food in us, get a lot of sleep, hydrate quite a lot, or are we just are we going out partying in Prague tonight?
No party.
No, not.
No, I'm a big fan of sleeping a lot of hours before a tournament. Yesterday, I went to sleep at 10 p.m.
I'm going to be the old man here. You're not going to go sleep. I think I went to sleep at like 1 o'clock last night.
Yeah, we have a team dinner with some friends, and then we're just going to try to make it as fast as possible, and then just go to sleep.
You've obviously had 8 rounds of Magic in now. You've played a lot of the room. You've seen a lot, looking left and right. Is there any decks that are standing out? You're like, oh, I didn't expect to see that here on the top tables.
I think Eldrazi Ramp is the deck that I underrated the most. Coming here, I just did not think it was good. I thought it was like not a very good deck, honestly. But no, it's a lie. It's actually one of the best decks in the format, and I'm very scared to play against it. So yeah, that's definitely the thing I learned the most about the modern meta today.
It's definitely the big mana deck in the format, and he's able to go over the top of even having things like Kozilek's Returns to deal with the sweepers. We did see you though earlier on in the day beat an Emrakul, so it's not unbeatable, but it is definitely an uphill battle moving forward.
Yeah, I went 1-1 today against it, but like I saw so many of my friends with Boros losing to it. And it just there's no sideboard for it because Charmo doesn't even do that much.
Yeah, the damage is already done by the time that comes out.
No, but like they can just start like forests, and So I feel like this is a very good deck, and a deck I underrated. Hopefully tomorrow you guys don't play against that many.
After playing 8 rounds today, is there anything you would change in your deck moving forward? Would you play like more Blood Moons or something along those lines?
No, it's perfect. Like Blood Moon again is not that good against that deck, so. Yeah, 1 Blood Moon main, just draw it when you need it, and
have you done that?
I did on camera.
Have you turned 2 Blood Moon today?
No.
No turn 2 Blood Moons. Okay, cool. On that one, we're going to pass it back to the booth. Cheers, Mengu.
So there you have it. Congratulations to Andrea again for making day 2. also that seems to be the secret to doing well in tournaments, making a lot of content. Go to sleep at 10 p.m. No partying, no nothing like that. And that was the last round of the day. So this is going to be it from us. Anything you want to say about the tournament? How did you enjoy it today? Any memorable matches?
I really enjoyed it. I'm glad we got to feature a lot of different decks. Golgari Reanimator was maybe the most unique.
Yeah, that was cool.
We saw today.
That was cool.
And we'll have only 2 undefeated players tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, 2 8-0 players tomorrow. A Teamer Breach player and a Mardu Energy player. So that
the 2 most played decks.
Okay. The 2 most played decks. Well, no, Demir was the second.
Demir was okay, right?
But yeah, no, it looks like Boros Energy as good as we thought, Teamer Breach as good as people thought. It'll be interesting to see what the top 8 eventually looks like. We heard Mangu say newfound respect for the Eldrazi deck, and I just think Modern is so fun right now. The play patterns are so much better now that the One Ring is gone, and I think the games are just fun. I've been enjoying a lot preparing for this tournament. I think the players, you can see like the numbers, the people watching streams, watching today, people's playing, and no, it's really cool format.
Yeah, thanks a lot for hanging out with us. Thanks a lot for tuning in. And we're going to be back tomorrow at the same time. So we're starting at 9 a.m. local time, so 9 a.m. Central European time. You're going to be able to find us on Twitch and YouTube. Again, Ultimate Guard Live or Fanfinity on Twitch and YouTube. So make sure you come back tomorrow as well so you don't miss any of the action. 36 Pro Tour slots, 2 spots at Worlds, and 1 title of European Champion. Thanks again for being with us, and that's it for today. So we're going to be back tomorrow. See you later. Have a good night.
Good night.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor, aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
suicide. Tell her one time, forever in my prime, they remember mine. Real legend never die. Still with the business, you should probably let it lie. Side 4 and 9, that's Korea suicide. Tell her one time, forever in my prime, they remember mine. Yeah, they gon' remember mine. Yeah, I've been making y'all believe they remember my name. We ain't not the same, no. Real since day one, and I ain't gon' change. So remember my name.
days are getting shorter. It's now or no way, 'cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. I've been blinded, 'cause all but I think that you know much better.